When I began work on this book, there already existed at least 8 English language studies. A 9th biography appeared after I had begun my research. Among these works, those of Robert Rhodes James and David Carleton are outstanding. Though I by no means agree with all the judgments and conclusions of these two writers, indeed, so different are the assessments of Eden, which emerge from them, that it would be impossible to do so. It has not been my purpose to supplant all of their work. Their books are best seen as the persuasive arguments for the defense and for the prosecution in relation to a career which is likely to remain controversial for many years to come. In addition to Eden's biographers, a number of authors have focused their attention on particular aspects of his long career. And, of course, the literature on the Suez Crisis of 1956 is already extensive. Against this background, I early decided that I did not wish to write another conventional biography. Rather, I could enjoy the luxury of building on an existing body of literature without feeling the need to cover every detail of Eden's life from his cradle to his grave. This book, therefore, takes the form of a series of linked essays, arranged with a sufficient sense of chronology to allow it to be read as a biography, but permitting me to explore the key themes of Eden's career without the distraction of trying to do justice to every feature of the kaleidoscopic existence of a leading politician. The dominating thread, granted the nature of Eden's career, is the study of the foreign policy of a declining great power and the role of one key player in this story. But Eden chose to make his contribution to British public life, not as a professional diplomat, a party politician, and this important, but often neglected, fact looms large in some of the chapters which follow. In writing a work of this length, I have incurred a number of debts which I am pleased to acknowledge. Nigel Ashton, Philip Bell, Christopher Wheeler and Ralph White read parts or all of the typescript and made many valuable suggestions which I have done my best to incorporate in the final text. I am grateful to them all, though none, of course, bears any responsibility for those errors of fact and judgment which remain. I have received much help and kindness from the staff of the libraries and archives in which I have worked, particularly from Dr. Ben Benedict's, Christine Penny and their colleagues, in the Heslop Room at the University of Birmingham Library, where the Avon papers are housed. Lords Hailsham and Gladwin kindly discussed their memories of Eden with me, while Dr. Justin Nowell explained some of the intricacies of Eden's medical history. For help with other aspects of Eden's career, I should like to thank Jonathan Aitken MP, Rupert Allison MP, Professor Brian Bond, Anthony Moncrief, J. Nichols, Chapman Pincher, and Dr. Glyn Stone. At Arnold, Christopher Wheeler has acted throughout as a most efficient, understanding, and helpful editor, while the expert eye of Lyndon Stafford has removed a host of stylistic infelicities. I am particularly indebted to the Countess of Avon for permission to quote extensively from the papers of her late husband, the first Earl of Avon. Transcripts of Crown, copyright records in the Public Record Office appear by permission of the Controller of H.M. Stationery Office, for permission to quote from material in their possession, or of which they own the copyright. I am pleased to thank the following: Alex Allen for the letters of the Baron Allen, Lord Amory for the letters and diaries of L.S. Amory, and letters written by himself, Sir Colville Berkeley for the letters of Sir Robert Vansittart, Lord Blake for letters written by himself, Lady Boothby for the letters of the Baron Boothby, the British Library Board for the diaries of James Shuter Ede, the British Library of Political and Economic Science for the diaries of Hugh Dalton, Robin Bruce Lockhart, and the Clerk of the Records of the House of Lords, acting on behalf of the trustees of the Beaverbrook Foundation, for the letters and diaries of Robert Bruce Lockhart, Professor Bulmer Thomas for the letters of Carr of Hadley for letters written by himself, Viscount Chandos for the letters of Oliver Littleton, Paul Channon for the diaries of Sir Henry Channon, the Marquis of Cholmondeley for the letters of Sir Lip Sassoon, the Clerk of the Records of the House of Lords, acting on behalf of the trustees of the Beaverbrook Foundation, for the letters of the First Lord Beaverbrook, the Earl of Crawford for the diaries of the 27th Earl of Crawford, Anne Crossman for the diaries of Richard Crossman, Curtis Brown Ltd, on behalf of the estate of Sir Winston S. Churchill, copyright Winston S. Churchill for the letters of Sir Winston Churchill, David Hyam Associates and Castles Ltd for the diaries of Sir Alexander Cadogan, Lord Davies of Londonham for the letters of the first Baron Davies, the Earl of Derby for the letters of the 17th Earl of Derby Piers Dixon, for the diaries of Pearson Dixon, the estate of the First Lord Coleraine for the letters of Richard Law, Adam Ferguson for the diaries of Blanche Dugdale. Lord Hailsham of St Marylebone, for letters written by himself. The Earl of Halifax and the Borthwick Institute of Historical Research for the letters and diaries of the first Earl of Halifax. Baron Hankey for letters written by himself. The Harold Macmillan Book, Trust Copyright and Archive Fund for the letters and diaries of Harold Macmillan. The Honourable Mrs. John Harvey for the letters and diaries of Oliver Harvey. Captain James Headlam and the Durham Record Office for the diaries of Cuthbert Headlam. Lord Hemmingford for the diaries of William Clark. Hodder and Stoughton Ltd. for the diaries of Sir John Colville. The Earl of Home for the letters of Sir Alec Douglas Home. Lord Jenkins of Hillhead of the diaries of Hugh Gateskill. Viscount Lambton for letters written by himself. Mrs. M. Leishman for the diaries of Lord Reith. Little Brown and Company for the diaries of Beatrice Webb. Mr. H. P. R. Lloyd and the Carmarthenshire Archive Service for the letters of J. P. L. Thomas. Macmillan General Books for the memoirs of Harold Macmillan. The Master and Fellows of Churchill College, Cambridge. The letters and diaries of Maurice Hankey. Lord Moran for the diaries of the first Baron Moran. Nigel Nicholson for the letters and diaries of Harold Nicholson. Mrs. Paul Paget for the letters of Samuel Hoare. The Marquess of Salisbury for the letters of the fifth Marquess of Salisbury. The Earl of Scarborough for the letters of Roger Lumley. The Earl of Selborne of the letters of the third Earl of Selborne. Julian Shuckburgh for the letters and diaries of Sir Evelyn Shuckburgh. Christy Viscountess Simon for the letters. Strang. The University of Birmingham for the letters of Austen and Neville Chamberlain. Sir Nicholas Hedworth Williamson for the letters of Patrick Buchan Hepburn. Lord Woolton for the diaries of the first Earl of Woolton, and Peter Wright for the letters of Arthur Mann. Every effort to trace the owners of copyright material. If, unwittingly, any copyright has been infringed, the author offers his apology. During the last couple of years of her life, it was my mother's usual opening remark to inquire after the progress of the book. Sadly, she did not live to see its publication, but I'm happy to dedicate this work to her memory. The role of my wife, Christine, would be difficult to encapsulate without adding substantially to what is already a long book. Tireless and expert exponent of the art of word processing, shrewd counsellor, tactful critic, and above all, ever-present comforter at those moments of frustration and despair which all authors inevitably experience. Suffice it to say that without her, this book could not have been written. David Dutton, Liverpool, 1995. The destruction of a reputation. I can still hear Eden's voice saying, "If it could be said that by my diplomacy I had arranged this, my name would be made forever as Foreign Secretary." Tehe diplomatic correspondent, Thomas Barman, recorded an incident in Moscow during the celebrated visit of Winston Churchill and Anthony Eden in October 1944. After long negotiations with Molotov, a weary Eden returned to the British Embassy and sought resuscitation in a stiff whiskey. As Barman recalled, suddenly he stopped. "If I give way over Lavov," he said, "shall I go down in the history books as an appeaser?" First he put the question to the ambassador and moved on. Then he came to my colleague and put it again and moved on. Then he put it to me. At no time did he wait for an answer. Perhaps he did not want an answer. The story is uncorroborated, but both in Eden's concern for the verdict of posterity and in his inclination to seek reassurance from those around him, it has the ring of authenticity. Yet, in 1944, Eden could at least look forward with confidence to history's judgment on his career. 3 decades later, it was a different story. By then, Eden's reputation had become inextricably linked with one episode, the Suez Crisis of 1956. In the autumn of 1976, after 2 decades to reflect on Suez, Eden was relaxing at the luxurious villa of the American diplomat Averell Harriman. There, his visitors included another well-known diplomatic correspondent, Henry Brandon. Though in his 80th year, Eden's appearance gave the impression of good health. Tanned by the Florida sun and dressed in a green bathrobe, he looked almost as handsome and dashing as ever. His stride was springy like that of a young man. But Eden was suffer. Appointment as Minister for League of Nations Affairs in June 1935. The Spectator paid this tribute. In the last 3 years, when with each month the international situation has worsened and the prospects of disarmament have become increasingly remote, and Europe is again an armed camp, one man has stood out with courage and consistency for the translation of the ideals of the post-war peace system into realities. At 37, he has won a position that no man of comparable age has achieved in our time. To a whole generation, Eden became something of an icon. With his distinguished service on the Western Front, he was the knight-errant of those few survivors from the so-called lost generation, the most perfect gentleman in British politics. William Clark, later his Downing Street press secretary, recorded of these years. He had been a boyhood hero. In the sixth form at Oundle in the 1930s, I thought him the bright and shining light of hope, interested in the League of Nations, which I was keen on, anti-appeasement, and in favour of what he called a better ordering of humanity's way. It was an appeal which transcended the confines of party politics. John McGovern, the left-wing Clydeside MP, once said, "Anthony is our idea of a gentleman. We respect him, but we shan't ever match him." 9. TA politicians must wish that they could see the development of future events laid out before them. One might believe that Eden was possessed of this miraculous foresight. His crucial decision was to resign from the national government in February 1938. Eden has today paid a big cheque into the bank on which he can draw in future, observed Lloyd George perceptively. By leaving office, Eden not only confirmed a popular perception that fundamental differences divided him from Neville Chamberlain, but also succeeded in distancing himself from the policy of appeasement before it turned completely sour. "We assumed," recalled Douglas J., "that Eden was protesting against the general drift of Chamberlain's policies, and when Hitler invaded Austria, only a few weeks later, we naturally took this as only confirming our assumptions." With hindsight, February 1938 came to be seen as a turning point after which people began increasingly to question the Prime Minister's foreign policy. Eden's resignation was widely seen as a triumph for the pro-German group in Chamberlain's cabinet, for the rape of Czechoslovakia. That September he bore no responsibility. The following year, after Hitler's march into Prague, the government sought belatedly to incorporate Soviet Russia into a system of collective security. But it was not Eden who mishandled the resulting negotiations. Indeed, his offer to go to Moscow to spearhead British diplomacy was politely rejected by Chamberlain. Only when war broke out in September 1939 did Chamberlain accept the inevitable and restore Eden to his rightful place in the government. To have been, until February 1938, a member of a government from which Winston Churchill was conspicuously excluded and of whose policies he was regularly critical, inevitably set Eden and Churchill apart. As a government spokesman, Eden had, not infrequently, to rebut and reject the other's attacks. Yet paradoxically, Eden's association with Churchill was the other key factor in the development of his early historical reputation. The two men were seen to share a common objective in resisting appeasement, even if they had tried to do so from different positions within the political spectrum. It was at Churchill's insistence that Eden returned to office in September 1939. Then, for nearly 5 years, the two men stood together as Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary in the struggle against Hitler. Opinion polls suggested that, after the Premier, no minister stood higher in popular esteem than Eden. As early as 1942, Churchill advised the King that in the event of his own death, Eden, the outstanding minister in the largest political party in the House of Commons, should be invited to form a new government. 13. When, with fascism successfully eradicated, Churchill turned from making history to writing it, the Eden legend of the 1930s was enshrined in some of the most celebrated passages of Churchillian prose. In one sense, Eden, not Churchill, is the real hero of the first volume of the great man's war memoirs. And, if the impact of the gathering storm was as marked as that of Guilty Men, its eloquence was infinitely greater. Churchill found Eden the most resolute and courageous figure in the administration. 3. There was not much difference of view between him and me. The resignation of this one strong young figure standing up against long, dismal, drawling tides of drift and surrender left Churchill contemplating the vision of death. Subsequent volumes of the Churchillian saga merely confirmed the author's judgment. During the war years, the two men surveyed world problems with a single mind, and Churchill paid full credit to Eden's role in achieving victory. After 1951, Eden, again, as Churchill's Foreign Secretary, enhancing his country's standing while confirming his own position as one of the world's leading diplomatists. Finally, in April 1955, it was as Churchill's chosen successor that Eden, by then happily married to Churchill's niece, replaced his political mentor in 10 Downing Street in one of the least contentious prime ministerial successions of the century. True, it had not been a political odyssey without difficulties. By the end of the war, with his elder son killed in action and his first marriage disintegrating, Eden's private life was in disarray. That Churchill kept Eden waiting for too long was widely admitted. In the meantime, the younger man's health had broken down in 1953. Yet 2 years later, with Eden's health apparently restored, political life seemed ready for once to bestow a happy ending on one of its practitioners. One who had worked with him closely now noted, "It was not a Greek tragedy after all. I saw A&E get his ovation as he entered the House for the first time as PM. After a personal triumph in the general election of May 1955, everything seemed set fair to consolidate the reputation which had been so carefully nurtured over 2 decades. By every conceivable test of history, politics, and popularity," wrote James Margach, "Eden should have been one of Britain's truly great prime ministers." 17 plus 18. Less than 2 years later, as the now ex-prime minister set sail for New Zealand, this prediction, together with Eden's own hopes and reputation, lay in ruins. "It remains extraordinary," noted Margach, "that one who had served such a long apprenticeship in power should ultimately prove so inept." 19. The Suez Crisis had brought national humiliation on Britain, and personal obloquy upon the man who was held responsible for it. Many former supporters could never look upon Eden in the same way again. Aspects of the Suez Crisis seemed incomprehensible in terms of anything that was known about him. Indeed, it was precisely because of the reputation which Eden enjoyed and had cultivated that Suez proved so damaging to him. The leading French protagonists of the campaign, Christian Pineau and Guy Mollet, escaped lightly by comparison. The career of Harold Macmillan actually prospered after Suez, despite his well-known enthusiasm for the venture. Nigel Nicholson, whose father was one of Eden's loyal lieutenants of the 1930s, recorded the scene as the Conservative Party met to choose its new leader, without going so far as to say that it was a tragedy that a man whose reputation for integrity and diplomatic skill was unchallenged should have resigned in circumstances which threw doubt on both qualities, almost said it. Of course, not all Eden's admirers deserted him in adversity. A habit of trust built up over 2 decades was not destroyed overnight. Many believed that Eden's past record offered an adequate guarantee that if only the secret calculations of government could be revealed immediately, his conduct would be spectacularly vindicated. For others, the best that could be said was that Suez represented an inexplicable lapse, induced perhaps by chronic ill health and overwork, which had brought an otherwise brilliant career to a premature close. Eden's admirers might almost have wished that he had died on the operating table in 1953, as he very nearly did, or at least before Colonel Nasser had nationalized the canal. Thus was born one overall interpretation of Eden's career, which still has its adherents. A distinguished career irretrievably blighted by a single mistake, or, as a slight variation, a great foreign secretary, unwisely, lured by the system into becoming prime minister. When Eden died in 1977, the Times noted that a long, distinguished, and seemingly serene political career had been extinguished in a violent storm of hostile criticism. It could only be hoped that, when the dust had settled, Eden's services to the nation would stand out as clearly as before. Similarly, Sidney Astor concluded his short, but perceptive, biography with the thought that it was a cruel fate to be remembered by one failure and not by numerous achievements. Even Anthony Nutting, a junior minister who resigned in disgust over Suez, argued that Eden's career needed to be viewed in 2 distinct, if unequal parts. Whereas his record as Foreign Secretary was studded with one brilliant success after another, his brief reign as Prime Minister will be remembered only for the titanic disaster of Suez. Yet the makings of a very different assessment of Eden's historical reputation had long existed. Some saw Suez not as an aberration, but as telling proof that he had never possessed the qualities of a statesman. Not everyone had welcomed his meteoric rise in the 1930s. Jealousy was by no means the only motive of his detractors. Indeed, it was characteristic of Eden to arouse widely conflicting emotions. In part, perhaps, this reflected his capacity to project entirely contrasting characteristics to different audiences. One French diplomat later attributed to Eden the best conference table manners que j'ai vus. But European observers who admired his calm negotiating skills might have been amazed by the violent bouts of temper to which his personal staff were often subjected. In different situations, Eden was as renowned for his outright rudeness as for his polished charm. More seriously, some believed that Eden's success owed too much to superficial qualities which disguised underlying weaknesses in his character and make-up. "It was always to me a mystery," recalled Oswald Mosley, "why Eden was so assiduously groomed for leadership by the Conservative Party, as his abilities were much inferior to the abilities of Stanley and Macmillan." 27. There was an unreal quality about Eden, so charming almost too good to be true, which disturbed contemporaries. He reminds me, noted the liberal Percy Harris, of the pictures that used to appear in the back of Ouida's novels, the perfect hero, so good-looking and without a blemish. Many wondered whether Eden would have made such political strides had he not been blessed with good looks, an impeccable sense of dress, and exquisite manners. Those who likened him to a Hollywood film star were not necessarily being complimentary. A conservative elder statesman, with no cause to resent Eden as a rival, described him in 1938 as fussing and fidgeting, very self-conscious and blushing with handsomeness, vain as a peacock with all the mannerisms of the petit maître. Eden's pronouncements on the League of Nations and collective security, which undoubtedly made a favorable public impression, struck a more sophisticated audience as commonplace and platitudinous. 30s, Eden never said a foolish thing, neither did he utter very many particularly wise ones. One backbencher recorded, Anthony Eden was brought in to tell us about foreign affairs, and made a little speech telling us nothing that we didn't know before. A very commonplace effort, but of course it was treated as if it was delivered to us by an oracle. So a view always existed that popular adulation had been carried too far, and that Eden's reputation rested on an insubstantial basis. Was he perhaps praised more for what he did not do than for what he did, more for what he was not than for what he was? Certainly it did Eden's standing no harm to distance himself from those he nominally served at the Foreign Office, from whom in age he was in any case separated by a generation. During the early 1930s, a glittering contrast to John Simon. But such were Simon's misfortunes as Foreign Secretary that by the time he left his post in June 1935, almost anyone would have emerged well from such a comparison. Within a matter of months, Samuel Hoare had also vacated the Foreign Office, discredited if not disgraced, leaving Eden to inherit his position and restore Britain's good name in Europe. But few could assert with any confidence that substantial policy differences separated Eden from the other, older and less charismatic, members of the government. Even the presumption that Eden's resignation in February 1938 reflected a fundamental point of principle, setting him apart from his cabinet colleagues, achieved little echo in the inner circles of government. One minister, surprised by Eden's actions, recorded that the actual difference between him and the PM and the bulk of the cabinet was that the PM wanted conversations to start with Italy immediately, and Anthony wanted to postpone them. Whose biography, published as early as 1955, contains more perceptive comments than later writers have sometimes noted, wondered whether, in the excitement of the moment, Eden was invested with an exaggerated altruism and credited with a spirit of defiance in the face of tyranny, which he had never shown before. Not even the Churchillian interpretation of this crisis convinced everyone. I have been reading the story of Eden's resignation in Churchill's Memoirs, noted Lord Beaverbrook in 1948. I've been told differently, bears the unmistakable imprint of his own pen. Eden himself was given the opportunity to comment on a draft of The Gathering Storm before it went to press. Points in Churchill's account about the attitude of the Chiefs of Staff to the proliferation of Britain's enemies, and concerning Eden's commitment to improving Anglo-American relations, were inserted at Eden's suggestion. Precisely what Churchill thought of Eden at the time of his resignation, as opposed to a decade later when he produced his memoir account, is not entirely clear, but we do know that Churchill had felt doubts about Eden's capabilities at the time of his appointment to the Foreign Office. While urging Eden not to mince his words in his Commons resignation speech, Churchill also felt able to append his signature to a round robin expressing confidence in Chamberlain's policies only days after Eden left office. Furthermore, little in the way of a Churchill-Eden axis in opposition to government policy emerged in the period between February 1938 and the outbreak of war. If Eden was the one strong young figure in Chamberlain's administration, was this any more than a function of the lost generation of 1914 to 18, Drew Middleton's remark that Churchill might have seen 20 such figures? Channon was more explicit. The war killed or ruined millions. It must have made a few people, a few young men, like Anthony Eden, who would not be where he is except that there are so few. As has been noted, Eden's remaining career was played out against the background of a reputation established in the 1930s, and in his two later periods as Foreign Secretary, he enjoyed an overwhelmingly favourable press. Relative isolation from domestic politics perhaps meant that he could do little to affect the daily life of the man in the street, who had few grievances to lay at Eden's door. Once again, however, the image of an alternative Eden was never far away. Even during the war, colleagues noted shortcomings: his eagerness to overrate his achievements, occasional indecisiveness, and a tendency to immerse himself in details at the expense of a strategic understanding of the wider picture. If Eden shared Churchill's reflected glory, many doubted whether the former's brilliance would survive the latter's eventual withdrawal from public life. After the war, one journalist wrote of his desire to debunk the halo of foreign affairs rectitude which the years have attached to head. 1. The popular enthusiasm greeting the inauguration of Eden's premiership was not universally shared within government. Many ministers viewed serving under Eden with some apprehension. They had seen at first hand the effect which Churchill's agonizingly postponed retirement had had on his chosen successor's brittle temperament. That said, the new Prime Minister's public honeymoon was of short duration. Delays over a ministerial reshuffle and a worsening economic climate led to press murmurings and backbench discontent. With the Daily Telegraph calling for the smack of firm government, the public mood had perceptibly changed 6 months after Eden's election triumph. By early 1956, the proportion of voters approving of his performance had fallen from 70 to 40%. This change, of course, took place some time before the Suez Crisis burst on the scene. As John Major would find 3 decades later, it proved no easy task to follow a dominant and dominating figure into 10 Downing Street. For everyone who believed Churchill had outstayed his welcome, and looked to Eden for a new beginning from a representative of a younger generation, others prepared to judge his every move against the impossibly high standards they attributed to Churchill. The battle over Eden's historical reputation continued into his retirement. Indeed, it intensified to the extent that more and more of his career came within the compass of genuine historical research and debate. The defense case was led, inevitably, by Eden himself. Though physical weakness now precluded anything more than occasional excursions into active politics, Eden's literary output was impressive. By 1965, he had produced 3 volumes of memoirs totaling nearly 1,800 pages, offered by his account of Suez, and partly by his determination, in case he falls down dead, to justify on paper the most controversial episode of his public life. Eden's first volume dealt with the last phase of his political career. In doing so, while giving a detailed account of the inner workings of government so soon after the events described, Eden broke new ground in the conventions surrounding political memoirs. Full Circle was published in 1960. Its very title showed how the author had become obsessed with the unity of his career. Far from being an aberration, Suez only made sense in the light of the lessons learnt from the earlier phases of his political life. The book's theme was the lessons of the 30s and their application to the 50s. As a piece justificative, however, Full Circle was less than satisfactory, the least impressive of Eden's 3 volumes. Perhaps Eden had engaged in a losing battle. His determination to conceal vital elements in the Suez story had been undermined by revelations from other sources of the murkier events of 1956. In acting as if the central charge of collusion that Britain had had foreknowledge of, and given encouragement to the Israeli invasion of Egypt, did not even need to be confronted, Eden was giving unnecessary hostages to fortune. If he genuinely believed that this secret could be carried with him to the grave, Eden was guilty of a serious misjudgment, perhaps a supreme example of wishful thinking. The Americans knew the essentials of the collusion story by early November 1956. 46 friends and former colleagues warned Eden of his mistake in ignoring the whole question. After reading Full Circle in draft, Lord Chandos wrote, "I don't think there is any reference to the charge of collusion with the French or the Israelis. This is a matter upon which I can form no judgment, other than that complete silence may tend to provoke more controversy than if you were able to put in something which headed them off." 7. Eden's private reply was as evasive as his published account. As regards the other charge against us, after much reflection I thought a detached account of events without protestation was the best way to handle the business. 48. Eden no doubt judged that his case would be the more persuasive if he presented the facts, or his selection of them as dispassionately as possible. The result, however, was too much like a series of Foreign Office memoranda. To gloss over the documents which formed the basis of his account, making a better case for himself than an objective analysis could sustain, the book is at once both curiously dispassionate and yet intensely personal. Eden makes no attempt to display himself in the round, and yet, particularly in dealing with Suez, he seems capable only of seeing events from his own point of view. Selwyn Lloyd, shown a draft of the work in August 1959, noted a strong and persistent anti-American bias, but his main concern was for the effect the book would have on Eden himself. I think it will damage his own reputation so much. Many of the things said in it seem rather petty and to indicate personal malice and resentment of criticism. I feel that to publish the book in anything like its present form is a mistake from his personal point of view. The remaining volumes of Eden's trilogy were more impressive works. They put, as do all political memoirs, the best case from the author's point of view. Eden showed himself to have been wise about appeasing fascist dictators before the war, and equally far-sighted in warning of the threat Russian dictators would pose after it. But Eden never had to face the sort of problem of omission. Over recording the collusion of 156.5, it was even possible now. As the 950 concede that his handling of the 1936 Rhineland crisis might have been firmer. I think I should also admit that I should have been more responsive to what the French appeared to want to do, and stiffer to Hitler. It is also rather healthy to do a little penance in 400 pages. Facing the dictators and the reckoning were recognized as significant contributions to the historiography of recent times, especially as they included copious quotations from Eden's own papers and previously unpublished passages from the Foreign Office archives. Though not often enthused by Eden's prose, critics appreciated the historical value of his writing. The author himself appeared increasingly obsessed by the unified consistency of his career. In part, he had become convinced by the legends woven around him in earlier years. I confess, he wrote to one reviewer of Facing the Dictators, I am at times depressed by men's capacity to make the same mistake over and over again. The dangers of appeasement seem the hardest to learn. Eden could not, of course, enjoy a personal monopoly of the historiography relating to his own career. During his last 20 years, he kept a watchful eye on the writings of others. It was a field occupied by an assorted combination of journalists, professional historians, and political contemporaries. Though he occasionally gave unattributable interviews, most inquirers were not helped, especially over the question of copyright in Eden's own writings. Not surprisingly, he opposed the introduction of the so-called 30-year rule, though he insisted that his primary concern was to protect the reputations of civil servants rather than ministers. Among books which caused him concern were works by Harold Macmillan, Robert Boothby, Lord Kilmere, Ian MacLeod, Anthony Nutting, Randolph Churchill, Eugen Spear, Lord Moran, Nigel Nicholson, Hugh Thomas and J.P. Taylor, Harmon Greasewood, Nicholas Bethel F.S. Northedge, and Maurice Cowling. While avoiding the limelight of controversy himself, Eden frequently sought legal advice and relied on friends and former colleagues to enter the arena of debate on his behalf. Others might be less discreet. When Nutting was on the verge of publishing his account of Suez, Eden heard that Macmillan had spent no less than 4 hours trying to persuade him not to be too, what he considered unfair, implored Nutting not to publish what would make people spit at me, an old man in the street. It seems hardly credible, if one did not know to what histrionics Harold can descend. Eden preferred a less direct approach. While refusing to review Nutting's book himself, he was not above suggesting improvements to one written by Selwyn Lloyd. When unfortunate impressions were created, as for example by Lord Swinton in relation to the motivation behind his 1938 resignation, Eden urged friends to place letters in the press. It had occurred to me that possibly you, who were very close to me at the time and knew all the facts, might care to write a short letter to the Sunday Times, saying that my differences with Neville were those of principles about how to deal with dictators, and had nothing to do with amor propre. Similarly, a number of Eden's former colleagues, including Ted Heath, then leader of the opposition, expended considerable energies on his behalf trying to trace the origin of the canard that during the Suez Crisis he had sought powers to take over the BBC. As historians began to burrow into the details of his career, Suez inevitably became an open field for attacks on Eden. But, almost as a function of the operation of historical revisionism, few aspects of his public life escaped critical attention. This process was well advanced by the time he died. Eden's reputation as an anti-appeaser was one he was particularly keen to protect. Increasingly, however, historical investigation of the 1930s placed a question mark over the very existence of any substantial opposition to appeasement within the Conservative Party. As Lord Halifax had reflected as early as 1940, the truth is that Winston is almost the only person who has an absolutely clean sheet. A J.P. Taylor voiced a growing sentiment that Eden did not face the dictators. He pulled faces at them. After Churchill's death in 1965, those who had been close to the great war leader revealed evidence not only that his relationship with Eden had grown increasingly difficult, but also that Churchill had developed serious doubts about Eden's suitability as his ultimate successor. The controversial diaries of Lord Moran, Churchill's physician, were particularly damaging. It is a great relief to have charge of the FO. Instead of having to argue with Anthony, Moran has Churchill saying in 1954 when Eden was ill, "I can get something done." Eden's record of achievement in his final period at the Foreign Office seemed the most solid of his career, but even this did not escape reappraisal. By the mid-1960s, as a consensus developed about the desirability of Britain joining the EEC, attention shifted to Eden's skeptical attitude towards European integration, both as Foreign Secretary and as Prime Minister. Eden found a retrospective attack by Robert Boothby in the House of Lords in August 1962 particularly wounding, and considered seeking legal redress. When cabinet colleagues underlined Boothby's criticisms in their memoirs, Eden commissioned the young historian, Ben Pimlott, to draft an article based on his own papers to show that he had merely implemented agreed government policy and that the Euro enthusiasm of some fellow ministers was essentially a later invention. Finally, in the last 2 years of his life, Eden and his friends were engaged in a new battle as authors and television producers sought to uncover his role in the repatriation of Soviet prisoners at the end of the Second World War. Charges of callous disregard for the fate of these prisoners, made 30 years after the event and far removed from the very different atmosphere in which difficult wartime decisions had to be taken, were difficult to refute. In any case, Eden was no longer strong enough to take any vigorous part in the debate, though his former parliamentary private secretary, Robert Allen, tried to use his position as a BBC governor to stop a television documentary on the subject. 67-68, yet, in many of the books to which Eden took exception, references to himself were incidental. His readiness to let them disturb his tranquil retirement is difficult to comprehend. At Eden's request, several minor deletions were made, and qualifying footnotes added to Nigel Nicholson's edition of his father's diaries. The publication of Ian MacLeod's biography of Neville Chamberlain, a 100% defence of him, Munich, appeasement, etc., was a matter of particular concern. Eden argued that a far more lenient official attitude had been adopted towards MacLeod's use of Chamberlain's diary, which referred to cabinet discussions at the time of Eden's resignation, than Eden had enjoyed in the case of Full Circle or Facing the Dictators, which he was then preparing for publication. He complained to the cabinet secretary, been shabbily treated, and this had caused him much hurt. MacLeod's book determined Eden to revise his own account, which I shall base on the minutes and pull no punches. He took comfort that, unless the whole Conservative Party was now appeasement-minded, which it may be, MacLeod's work would do the government much harm. Eden felt that the author's contemporary status as a member of Harold Macmillan's government had won him preferential treatment from the Cabinet Office. Professional historians, however, fared little better. Maurice Cowling, who merely sought authority to quote from Eden's words, was a figure to be watched with some care. Sir, whose general survey of interwar foreign policy, The Troubled Giant, might strike most observers as unexceptionable, provoked Eden to considerable anger and a flurry of letters to such former colleagues as Lord Salisbury, Oliver Harvey, and William Strang. Northage was likely to start a hare the spoor of which will muddy several reputations, including mine, most unjustly. Eden would gladly sue him if could. Indeed, in relation to both Cowling and Northage, Eden sought legal advice, though in practice no grounds for action existed. Meant by contrast with the books to which he objected, few works of contemporary history received Eden's wholehearted endorsement. Those in this category relating to Suez were rare indeed. Only Herman Finer's Dulles over Suez, a brilliant and penetrating document with approval. The reason was clear. Finer's work shifted the spotlight from Eden's own conduct and offered a sustained indictment of that of the American Secretary of State. Before he had read the whole book, Eden was freely recommending it to his friends. The first 200 pages were terrific. He hoped that it could be reviewed in the Times by somebody who knew the course of these endless, anxious days. Yet even here, Eden's enthusiasm waned once he realized that his own conduct was more harshly judged in the second half of the book. If Eden's memoir account had failed to carry all before it, the task of sustaining his reputation would be carried on after his death by the writing of his official biography, for which purpose his private papers were carefully guarded. Eden had ample opportunity during his 20-year retirement to prepare his papers for their later use. His private archive is vast, and Eden spent much time augmenting it with documents secured from the patient and cooperative staff of the Cabinet and Foreign Offices. The presumed needs of his chosen biographer were clearly uppermost in Eden's mind, in addition to numerous notes for my biographer, which he continued to dictate until shortly before his death, offering new or renewed justifications for and explanations of past actions. Many documents, often of an apparently trivial nature, were highlighted for the biographer's attention. Of Pal intending actually to write his own biography, he was none the less determined to influence the way it was composed. For many years, the task of producing the definitive account of Eden's career was entrusted to his personal friend, the distinguished historian, Sir John Wheeler Bennet. Though Wheeler Bennet did not live to carry out his mission, there are indications from his other writings that he would have produced a work to meet with Eden's approval. Here, the overall impression: effective, indefatigable, patient, brilliant negotiator. Wheeler Bennet's Eden was one who, at the announcement of Chamberlain's visit to Hitler in September 1938, left the Commons chamber pale with shame and anger. It is also clear that Wheeler Bennet used privileged access to Eden's papers to defend him against charges that he had thwarted cabinet colleagues in their efforts to draw Britain closer to Europe in the early 1950s. Wheeler Bennet had known Eden for a number of years and had worked in the Foreign Office during the war. He was of that generation which looked upon the Eden of the 1930s as the golden boy, slim, handsome, charming. Though he did not succeed, we knew it was no fault of his, and he retained our confidence. Wheeler Bennet even attributed his own determination to chronicle the interwar years to Eden's courageous struggle for sanity and diplomacy. His career as a historian was born of a desire to place on record the story of what may be called the Eden ethos. In choosing a biographer only 5 years his junior, and whose health was not robust, Eden knew that his plans might well need to be changed. After Wheeler Bennet's death in 1975, the mantle of responsibility for completing Eden's official biography fell on a J. Nichols of St. Antony's College, Oxford, who had originally intended to work on the project as Wheeler Bennet's assistant. As in the case of the same authors, The Semblance of Peace, Nichols's enthusiasm quickly waned, however, and, with his own political sympathies moving increasingly to the left, he withdrew from the task in April 1976. By the autumn, the baton had passed to Martin Gilbert, whose credentials and ongoing performance as Churchill's authorized biographer suggested that Eden's career would ultimately receive its due deserts. But Gilbert's commitment to the vast Churchill project precluded any chance that he would be able to turn his attention to Eden in the foreseeable future. Eventually, it was the versatile Robert Rhodes James who brought the work to fruition, though his commitments as an MP delayed the appearance of the biography until 1986, nearly 10 years after Eden's death. Rhodes James, whose earlier writings had apparently accepted the mounting consensus about Eden's shortcomings, took up the cause of his subject's rehabilitation with gusto, refighting, and in some cases winning Eden's old battles. The book has a clarity and elegance of which Eden himself would have approved. Few people could read an often moving account without feeling enhanced sympathy for and understanding of the man portrayed. Indeed, it was in the drawing of Eden the man that James was most effective. Eden emerges, as he had appeared in his early days in public life, as a sensitive, sympathetic figure of high integrity, honourable almost to the point of folly. But in transferring the argument on to an essentially human plane, James often failed to confront existing verdicts which it was his task to challenge. Eden's biographer was too good a historian to attempt a complete whitewash, but, as in Eden's own memoirs though, with a lighter touch, and considerably more skill events are portrayed through Eden's eyes, while his opponents are lightly and sometimes unfairly dismissed. The Nasser, presented by James, is essentially the megalomaniac who stalked Eden's mind for the last 2 decades of his life, rather than an Arab nationalist boasting a considerable record of achievement within Egypt. Thus, while Eden's conduct and predicament over Suez are portrayed with understanding and sympathy, most of the charges built up against him since 1956 look as damning as before. Compassion cannot fully compensate for a neglect of critical analysis. In part, James was the prisoner of the genre of official biography. He who is authorized is also, consciously or otherwise, constrained. The author based his account largely on Eden's own archive, and generally also accepted the emphasis which Eden's careful arrangement of his papers had been designed to create. James derived considerable advantage from the permission he received to quote cabinet papers relating to 1956, a year before these were officially released. He thus planted a first marker on Eden's behalf in a renewed round of historical debate. Nonetheless, in other areas he seemed willfully to turn his back on readily available evidence for no other reason than that it threatened to tell him things he wished not to know. James's decision to ignore the detailed diary of Evelyn Shuckburgh, Eden's private secretary from 1951 to 1954, is the most obvious example of his selectivity. But perhaps the least convincing part of the book was the final chapter entitled Victory, 1957 to 77. There is nothing in Anthony Eden's life, James wrote, more remarkable and admirable than the manner in which he rebuilt his shattered reputation and health after this year of catastrophe. In his retirement, Eden certainly came to enjoy a happiness and tranquility largely denied him hitherto. The devoted care of his wife Clarissa helped ensure that he survived in reasonable health for longer than might have been expected early in 1957. With patent sincerity, Eden recorded his private thoughts in the late summer of 1966, reflected on how happy we should be in retirement with Alverdeston and Villanova, if only we could be let alone. I would only ask 5 years of it, if gods would allow. Yet the suggestion that these same years saw a rehabilitation of Eden's standing, particularly in relation to Suez, flies in the face of much of the evidence presented above, though some of the passion aroused 180. In 1956 died down, and the experience of the Six-Day War of 1967 caused many to re-evaluate the Suez episode. This did not fundamentally affect the general thrust of historiographical opinion. 81, little over a year before his death, Eden made a further revealing diary entry. Life is a comedy to those who think, a tragedy to those who feel. Eden unquestionably figured among those who feel, and there are certainly elements of classical tragedy about his career. There seems little doubt that he died feeling that he had been, and would continue to be, judged harshly by his fellow men. He was consumed deep down, wrote one who saw him shortly before his death, by the sorrowful knowledge that history would not treat him with kindness. Seen in this context, the sustained criticism which characterized David Carleton's brilliantly destructive biography, published 4 years after Eden's death, is less surprising than it might at first appear, even though the book understandably caused pain to Eden's surviving family and friends. Any fresh attempt to examine the career of this exceptionally complex man must tread a wary path. Knowledge of the tragic finale of 1956 provides a strong temptation to interpret the earlier episodes of his political life with one eye firmly on the last. Much that has been written of Eden as Foreign Secretary has sought to find the fatal flaw which will somehow make sense of the events of his premiership. In fact, Eden's career, before he reached to Downing Street, is of sufficient intrinsic importance to merit analysis in its own right. Yet, to divorce consideration of one part of Eden's career from another would be equally misleading. Not only did Suez do catastrophic damage to his overall standing at the bar of history, he himself was forever conscious of the essential unity of his career, even as he lived through it. Increasingly, the prisoner of his past, Eden felt compelled to live up to his own reputation. Yet if he was fearful of history's ultimate verdict, his anxiety was perhaps misplaced. History, almost by definition, will never reach a definitive conclusion on Eden's role in public affairs, and the debate about his standing in British and international politics will continue for a long time yet. What follows is an attempt to reassess the main themes of Eden's career, using above all his own private papers, and in the light of the vast amount of available scholarly literature relating to his political life. The focus is on the period 1931 to 1957, when he was at or near the centre of British politics. Eden's early life has been well documented elsewhere. Born in 1897 into the minor aristocracy, he grew up under the shadow of a domineering and eccentric father. As a boy, he was the quietest, most studious of them all, preferring his books to his father's horses, and, with a skill which greatly assisted his early career, showed a real genius for expressing the right sentiment at the right time. After Eton, Eden fought with distinction on the Western Front, winning the Military Cross. He then secured a first in Oriental Studies at Oxford and entered Parliament in 1923 for the safe seat of Warwick and Leamington. He rose rapidly and as PPS to the Foreign Secretary Sir Austen Chamberlain. From 1926 to 1929 began that close association with foreign affairs which characterized his entire public career. He also won the patronage of Stanley Baldwin, whose brand of consensual conservatism he much admired. Indeed, Eden remained loyal to Baldwin when the latter's fortunes were at a low ebb in the years of Labour government after 1929, and when a change in the Conservative leadership seemed a distinct possibility. And it was to Baldwin and Chamberlain that Eden owed his appointment as Parliamentary Under-Secretary at the Foreign Office at the formation of the National Government in August 1931, a decisive step which saw him overtake some of the more fancied Conservatives of his generation on the ladder of ministerial advancement. Told me there was a chance I might go to EO, that he had spoken strongly to Reading and that SB had agreed to his doing so. He hoped something would result, but SB had given away so much to the Liberals it was impossible to say. He SB apparently greeted my name with more enthusiasm than any other, the FO in a national guft. With the S of S in the upper house is higher than I hoped for, and I do not expect that I shall get it. But get it he did. At just 34 years of age, Eden was ready to make his mark. One strong young figure. Mr. Churchill more than once remarked to me that, though he himself had not thought so at the time, he realized that he had been fortunate to be out of the government for so long in the 30s. He explained that when one is a member of an administration, one has inevitably to yield in opinion to some extent for the sake of the team. During an idle moment early in the Second World War, members of the Foreign Office Political Intelligence Department discussed the politicians who were criminally responsible for war and should be hanged on lampposts of Downing Street. There were not many candidates. Most agreed that sinner number one was Sir John Simon, though supplementary votes went to Stanley Baldwin, Samuel Hoare, Labour lunatics, Lord Beaverbrook, Geoffrey Dawson, and, of course, Neville Chamberlain. Of those indicted, Simon and Hoare were successively Foreign Secretary during the crucial years 1931-5. Throughout this period, Anthony Eden was the second-ranking minister in the Foreign Office. Far from being tainted by association, however, Eden managed greatly to enhance his political standing. In 1931, he was virtually unknown outside a narrow political circle. Just over 4 years later, Eden was himself Foreign Secretary at the early age of 38, widely seen as the coming man of British politics and enjoying a place in popular esteem unmatched by any of his cabinet colleagues. The public saw in him the embodiment of the highest principles in a world of depraved and cynical power politics. This period, then, was vital to the development of both Eden's career and his long-term historical reputation. Though historians have now largely abandoned earlier crude distinctions between appeasers and anti-appeasers, it still seems unlikely that Eden's later fortunes would have prospered in the way they did had he not distanced himself from the doings of his ministerial colleagues during his first years in office. To be with the appeasers, but not of them, proved to be a not insignificant achievement. Soon after the formation of the national government, and Eden's appointment as Parliamentary Under-Secretary at the Foreign Office, the world was confronted by the first of what came to appear a series of major challenges to the international order, which culminated in the outbreak of a second Great War 8 years later. In mid-September, the Japanese army in the Chinese province of Manchuria seized the city of Mukden, initiating a diplomatic crisis which rumbled on until 1933, but which was later imbued with far greater significance than anyone had seen at the time. With hindsight, it became easy to link the opportunity lost in the wastes of Manchuria with the ignominy incurred on the beaches of Dunkirk. If Japanese aggression had been stopped by a United League of Nations, asserted one later critic, it could have had no successors. Indeed, it was the challenge to the League's authority which makes the Manchurian episode important in any chronicle of Eden's career, since it was above all as a doughty champion of that institution that he now proceeded to forge his reputation. Looking back, it was easy to blame the Foreign Secretary, Simon, for all that had gone wrong. Lord Robert Cecil, who spent half his long life championing the cause of internationalism in general, and the League in particular, pronounced that the members of the government were resolute about only one thing in foreign affairs, and that was to do nothing. Eden could be safely excluded from this criticism. Manchurian precedent, he later wrote, had fateful implications. No direct part in the unfolding of those events by which Japan drove her warplanes and weapons through the Covenant, except for occasionally representing the government on the League's Committee of 12. Even so, Cecil might have been surprised by the tone of contemporary entries in Eden's diary. Cecil was too much an intolerant, and not over-scrupulous, League purist for Eden's liking, his League fanaticism, a menace to British imperial interests. But such surprise would have been mitigated by an examination of Eden's contributions to parliamentary debates on the League in the 1920s. From his earliest days, he had adopted a realistic, rather than idealistic attitude towards its potentiality. To be called upon to give heaven-sent judgments, or to formulate impeccable decisions he had declared in 1926, was to ask too much of it. The League's greatest benefit should be the more humble one of creating an opportunity for international statesmen to meet and exchange opinions. Far more harm had been done to the League by people with their heads in the clouds and their brains in their slippers than by its most inveterate enemies. 18 months later, Eden gave an even clearer picture of his views. I think we should refuse to tie our hands in directions where we cannot see what the future may hold for us. I do not believe we can maintain peace by handing out a hodgepodge of pledges. I believe that the policy of 1925 is in the long run better and wiser than the policy of 1924 to you. Such words were a timely reminder that Eden's first mentor in politics was Austen Chamberlain and not Cecil. Like Chamberlain, Eden knew that the burden of implementing the high-minded idealism of League enthusiasts would always fall inequitably upon the shoulders of Britain. As Eden put it, the responsibility of intervention upon any nation called upon to fulfill it would fall in the first instance most severely upon this country. I do not think anyone can seriously suggest that in these conditions the protocol does not mean new and far-reaching commitments for this country. The whole purpose of Chamberlain's diplomacy in the later 1920s had been to define the extent and limits of Britain's commitment to and involvement in European affairs, and there is no evidence that his young parliamentary secretary dissented from this objective. Even when Chamberlain and the Conservatives lost power, Eden was keen to stress that the League covenant was satisfactory as it was, and did not need the ministrations of well-meaning zealots. Attempts, which are made from time to time to block up holes, imaginary or real, and to stiffen up the machinery, are not likely to have very happy results. 12. In the circumstances, it is scarcely surprising that Eden, like the government as a whole, reacted cautiously to news of the Manchurian crisis, occurring as it did in a remote part of the globe, with no obvious British interests immediately involved. Such inclinations were undoubtedly confirmed by the coincident crisis of the national economy and the parlous state of Britain's defence forces, after more than a decade of the 10-year rule which had founded defence spending, on the assumption that the country would not have to face a major war for at least 10 years. But Eden's statement that his own 13% involvement in the crisis was at the margin seems substantially correct. The evidence suggests that his own views were in line with the ideas he had enunciated a few years earlier, and thus with the thinking of the leading members of the government. This meant accepting that Britain was in no position to risk involvement in a major confrontation on the other side of the world, particularly with a country like Japan, which Britain wished to remain a friendly power. Even economic sanctions against Japan were likely to hurt Britain at a time when the national economy needed no further blows. We, with vital interests at stake, he insisted, must continue to moderate the zeal of those with none. 14. When Sir Arthur Salter called for the economic coercion of Japan, Eden judged his memorandum academically valuable but practically useless. Collective offensive action, he added, which sanctions imply, even if desirable, is, we know, unobtainable. 15. 16. From the standpoint of his later reputation, it was fortunate that Eden's views were confined to the corridors of power, rather than displayed in the public arena. Criticism of government policy, particularly in retrospect, fell largely, if unfairly, on the Foreign Secretary. It was Simon's thankless task to front British policy as, for example, with his celebrated speech to the League Assembly in December 1932. Here he sought to prevent the League being carried away on an anti-Japanese bandwagon, whose enforcement would fall largely on Britain's faltering shoulders, and upon the basis of a League report whose findings were more evenly balanced between Japan and China than the majority of delegates wished to concede. The fact was that Britain had few options but to avoid a Far Eastern war for which she was wholly unprepared. But it was easy to argue that Simon had betrayed an institution which, as a liberal, he should have upheld. According to one critic, he did, more than any man since 1918, to destroy the prestige of the League by his scarcely concealed support of Japan in her rake's progress of imperialistic crime. Through no effort of his own, Eden benefited from the simple fact of not being Simon. 18. In one sense, Simon's appointment as Foreign Secretary had been something of a setback to Eden's career aspirations. Between the formation of the national government in August 1931 and the election in October, the post had been held by Lord Reading, whose peerage enabled Eden to act as the ministry's spokesman in the Commons. Even so, there is no evidence that Eden initially found Simon's appointment unwelcome in personal terms. The new Foreign Secretary was widely regarded as among the most intellectually distinguished of contemporary politicians. By the time, however, that he wrote his memoirs, Eden could confirm the, by then, widely accepted perception of a considerable gulf between himself and Simon. Facing the Dictators, published in 1962, was a far more adept and successful exercise in personal propaganda than Full Circle. At the same time, Eden played a not inconsiderable part in confirming Simon's already unenviable reputation. As Prime Minister, Ramsay MacDonald had made a mistake in appointing Simon to a position for which he was miscast by temperament and training. Having read the early chapters of the book in typescript, Oliver Harvey judged that Simon shows up in his worst colours, and I'm afraid HMG will stand condemned by history because of his lamentable tergiversations and retreats. Simon did more than anyone to devalue Locarno. Reviewing the book with greater detachment than Harvey could probably muster, Roy Jenkins confirmed that Eden emerged from it as the best minister of a dismal decade. From the start of the Disarmament Conference, through the Abyssinian conflict, and the Spanish Civil War to the beginning of appeasement under Chamberlain, he was almost consistently right. Yet it is interesting that almost 2 decades before the publication of Facing the Dictators, Eden had begun to contemplate a book of reminiscences about his early career, commissioning the young Cambridge historian F. H. Hinsley to produce a draft. The result was not what Eden had in mind. General impression of book, noted his literary secretary, is that A.E. supported, to a degree greater than I thought true. 23. This work was never published. 20. Ironically, it was Simon's immersion in Far Eastern affairs which gave Eden his first real chance to develop a national, and indeed international, reputation, and which began to distance the junior minister from his master in the eyes of contemporary observers and the majority of subsequent opinion. As early as 1924, the League Assembly had determined to hold an international disarmament conference. That conference finally convened in Geneva in February 1932. Just before it opened, Simon suggested to MacDonald that his own lengthy absence from London might be inadvisable and proposed using the services of the former Foreign Secretary, Austen Chamberlain, who had retired from front-bench politics after the 1931 general election, as a permanent British delegate to the conference. Nothing came of this suggestion. Over the following months, therefore, Simon had to conduct an exercise in shuttle diplomacy, taking overall responsibility for both the disarmament conference and the ongoing Far Eastern crisis. He found the combined burden a grind, a situation scarcely improved by his deep skepticism concerning the likely outcome of the disarmament negotiations, and his marked distaste for Geneva itself. It was, he told Baldwin, a dreadful place, well worthy of Calvin. As 1932 came to a close, and with little progress in either of his major foreign policy preoccupations, Simon again raised the issue of his workload. His preference now, he told MacDonald, was for a younger man to join the cabinet as Assistant Foreign Secretary with standing duties at Geneva. He would be perfectly ready to see Anthony Eden in that position. This time Simon's promptings found a more sympathetic ear. In the course of 1933, Eden, though not securing the suggested cabinet rank, was allowed to take over more and more of Simon's responsibilities at Geneva. 27-28. Few episodes in the diplomatic history of the 1930s proved so barren of achievement as the World Disarmament Conference. The detailed account of its arcane debates has largely been ignored by recent historians. Yet it was in this unpromising environment that Eden's reputation and political prospects began to flourish. As Robert Vansittart, the permanent head of the Foreign Office, later put it, "It was all dreary, all ingenious. Its vain details deserve no chronicle, but helped Eden to make a name." Here he won his spurs. 2 factors are important. In the first instance, the conference gave Eden his first opportunity to display those negotiating skills which were to become a mainstay of his career as a whole. Eden worked hard. He knew his brief. But his personal demeanor was perhaps more important. The man who was capable in private of violent displays of temper was, in the conference chamber, the embodiment of patience and finesse. I admired Mr. Eden very much during these difficult discussions, recorded one who worked closely with him at this time. Although the rough and tumble methods of Herr Nadolny must have been extremely distasteful to him, he never lost his head or his temper. Whereas Simon tended to antagonize and alienate through his usually unintended, displays of intellectual arrogance. Eden's skill was to conciliate and appease. Spain's representative spoke for many, +30. After the Madame Tussaud waxworks, which was Austen Chamberlain, after the insular, enigmatic and arrogant Simon, there was at last a man alive who spoke to all comers as man to man, and who needed by no means to smile in order to be open and friendly. Clear, definite, efficient. He was always moderate, not merely willing to listen, but an excellent and intelligent listener of what was said, no matter who said it. In the second place, Eden managed to convince all at Geneva, and the majority of those watching in Britain, that he was more sincerely committed to disarmament than was Simon and the government as a whole. His age was a clear advantage. I unhesitatingly gave my support to Eden, recalled Harold Macmillan, who seemed to embody all the aspirations of the war generation. His idealism and commitment to peace were seen as the products of his war experience. A man who had fought and had 2 brothers killed in the last war had every reason to strive to avoid another world conflict. How much might have been saved in the future? Judged the military advisor to the British delegation, if these 2 young men and Mr. Eden, all of the war generation, had been left to work out a settlement with Germany before it was too late. Notwithstanding his pronouncements in the 1920s and the line he had taken over Manchuria, Eden thus became associated in the popular mind with a more wholehearted commitment to the internationalism of the League than was attributed to the government of which he was a minister. As the League still occupied a high place in public esteem, Eden was increasingly seen as the only leading politician in tune with popular sentiment on this issue. Eden had been quietly critical of Simon's performance from the very beginning of the disarmament conference. He was convinced that Simon had no real expectation that anything tangible would emerge from the discussions. As early as the end of January 1932, Eden recorded that the Foreign Secretary was anxious not to go to Geneva. I think really because he has little hope of disarmament conference. But it was above all Simon's methods which exasperated Eden. The handling of this country's disarmament policy, he noted in July, has been weak and timorous from the first. Notwithstanding Eden's mounting irritation, it is not at this stage easy to isolate significant policy differences between the 2 men. Indeed, Simon was responsible for launching one of the conference's more promising initiatives, for which he won Eden's guarded praise. This was the suggestion to consider qualitative disarmament, that is, the limitation of armaments, not by numbers but by the complete elimination of certain types of weapons, particularly those which lent themselves to offensive warfare. We can hope for little progress at this conference, Eden told Baldwin in May 1932, except by means of qualitative disarmament. He continued, took the lead in originally putting forward the proposal, and there is general appreciation here both for the manner and the matter of the speech in which he did so. Eden's increasing exasperation with Simon's conduct may be traced in his diary entries for 1932. But there are few signs of the younger man trying to suggest alternative lines of policy. Moreover, relations between them remained, to all outward appearances, good. In November, Eden made a point of telling Simon of the warm reception given by the Commons to MacDonald's clear statement of support for his work as Foreign Secretary. Almost certainly Eden's diary, together with its later use in his memoirs, gives a distorted picture of the true relationship between Simon and his deputy. As Eden himself once wisely wrote, albeit in a different context, a diary that is regularly kept is apt to be but a peevish record of daily irritations. It was Simon's evident lack of enthusiasm for his task, his inherent caution which Eden interpreted as procrastination, and, as Eden saw it, his inability to stand up for Foreign Office policy inside the cabinet which irritated the younger man. The impatience of youth was a factor here. But Eden, not himself a member, also failed to appreciate the delicate balance of power within an all-party cabinet, where senior figures such as MacDonald and Neville Chamberlain sought to promote their own powerful views on foreign policy, and where the service ministers were also bound to defend their corner. It is not very easy, noted Simon with feeling, for a 4 SEC to satisfy a PM whose forte is foreign affairs. Not that Eden's complaints lacked all substance. Simon's constitutional inability to reach a quick decision had been noted throughout his career. As Lloyd George once memorably remarked, Simon has sat on the fence so long that the iron has entered into his soul. Complex intellect could always see all sides to a question, but this very attribute denied Simon the certitude needed to make up his mind. His tendency towards equivocation was exacerbated by the insecurity of his governmental position. He was a liberal national within an administration dominated, notwithstanding the person of the Prime Minister, by the Conservatives. At all events, Simon, never his, seemed to carry the weight which his high office merited. As Eden recorded, he will not fight for his own policy. He expects the cabinet to find his policy for him. That they will never do. They want to be told. The only result of present procedure is foe pushed into the background, which is not good either. Poor Simon is no fighter. Nothing will make him one. Eden was inevitably annoyed that proposals upon which he had himself worked hard inside the Foreign Office were not presented with sufficient force by Simon at the cabinet table. He has never fought for his own hand. The policy is as good as can be expected in the circumstances, and it now remains for Simon to go for it. Anyway, the ink wells at the FO are dry, and if the cabinet will not have it, Simon should ask them to send someone else to Geneva. It was not possible to do more than give a man material to fight with. No one else can give him guts. 46 Eden certainly brought enthusiasm to the British involvement in the disarmament conference, which had been patently absent hitherto. Alexander Cadogan, the senior Foreign Office official dealing with the conference, voiced his approval. He seems to me to have a very good idea of what is right and what is wrong. And if he thinks a thing is right, he goes all out for it. Hard. And if he thinks a thing is wrong, 10 million wild horses won't make him do it. 45. Very quickly, Eden's star began to rise. Next to Arthur Henderson, noted the Manchester Guardian, he was Britain's best representative in Geneva for many years. His performance made him the blue-eyed boy of the national guft. I am proud of my protégé, purred Austen Chamberlain, less inclined than Simon to dance to the tune of the service ministries. Eden was clearly keen for Britain to take the lead in the disarmament discussions. In February, he proposed that the only way to make real progress was to produce a convention complete in all its details and lay it on the table, and asked that the conference should accept it. Early the following month, he warned that the conference was doomed unless definite proposals were put forward. The only country in a position to do this was Britain. A breakdown would merely provide Germany with the excuse to rearm. Once again, Simon proved a less than effective advocate, 49%. The S of S began by giving the substance of the sum of that last minute which you wrote him. Either he didn't put it very well, or the understanding of his colleagues was not very good, as they seemed to have the impression that you were anxious to fling the convention on the table at once. In the event, it was agreed that MacDonald and Simon should both travel to Geneva. Whether they would use Eden's draft convention remained unclear, but the latter succeeded in concealing his disappointment. My telegram today will tell you how opinion here has reacted at the news of your impending visit. The effect has been excellent, the conference sadly needing such a tonic, and I have heard no criticism anywhere. Eden finally persuaded MacDonald that the conference must have some meat. The Prime Minister then presented the convention on 16 March in a speech which was criticized for rambling and ranting, but which did the job. $3. His commitment to disarmament certainly struck a chord with the popular mood, but it is pertinent also to place his views within the spectrum of political opinion as a whole. At this time, Eden was very much at odds with some of those with whom his later reputation would be linked. This became apparent when he faced the task of answering Winston Churchill in a parliamentary debate on 23 March. The latter had attacked the whole premise upon which the disarmament negotiations were based. As long as France is strong and Germany is but inadequately armed, insisted Churchill, there is no chance of France being attacked with success, and therefore no obligation will arise under Locarno for us to go to the aid of France. But to press France to disarm would merely encourage Germany, whose internal politics were giving increasing cause for concern. Eden responded that without French disarmament, it would be impossible to secure the necessary period of European appeasement. The reaction of the House suggested that most members were with the minister rather than his distinguished backbench colleague. In the wake of Eden's performance, Neville Chamberlain commented approvingly, "That young man is coming along rapidly. Not only can he make a good speech, but he has a good head, and what advice he gives is listened to by the cabinet." 55. Indeed, Churchill's views were probably closer to those of Simon than Eden. In cabinet in May, the Foreign Secretary described the international situation as definitely disquieting in relation to the increasingly militant attitude adopted by Germany. Despite his outward composure, even Eden became exasperated by the lack of progress at Geneva, where the Germans were proving extremely unhelpful. It was, he said, rather like a 1917 campaign in Flanders. We can only make such progress as we may in the mud between the pillboxes, and leave the strong points to be attacked at the last. And, as in Flanders, the pill, boxes are occupied by Germans. He believed that the British government needed to make further concessions. A hostile critic might even thus sum up our draft convention in the form in which it is now taking shape, that we maintain our position at sea, that we gain a parity in the air we had not previously enjoyed, that on land we shall possess the most effective striking force in Europe. But Simon seemed more conscious than Eden of the potential dangers awaiting the unwary. It was important to avoid being manoeuvred into a position where Britain appeared to agree that Germany be allowed a measure of rearmament. Eden should give no such suggestion to Nadolny and ensure that the French were involved in any developments. Then France and others will make it plain that they will not consent to rearmament of any sort. What I dread is that we should seem to concede a little bit in this direction, only to find that Germany demands more, and the conference breaks down after we have, by our concession, lost the overwhelming public support which would be given to a stiffer attitude. The Foreign Secretary was now unwell and in need of a break from his duties. Eden helped try to persuade Simon to go on a 12-month cruise to restore his health. If matters continued as they were, we would in effect have no Foreign Secretary, only the appearance of one, which would be worse than none. Simon's performance seemed less impressive than ever, especially to those such as Eden who were expected to carry more and more of the department's workload, plus 61. Simon told me he could not take questions Monday, would I? It eventually transpired that there was a question on bombing that he did not want to answer, because he could not express approval of government policy, though he has urged me to often enough, and has done little enough against it. Not very noble. He added, I shall certainly feel ill again by then. Indeed, I feel my illness creeping upon me already. It will certainly be bad on Monday. Makes one wonder whether the whole thing is not a sham. Increasingly, the perception gained ground of a widening breach between the policies of the two men. In August, Harold Lasky commented in the Daily Herald, to play second fiddle to Sir John Simon, while the latter is losing the confidence of all reasonable progressives, is a difficult essay in loyalty. When both men were at Geneva together, the contrast was stark. One minister warned Baldwin of Simon's mounting unpopularity. It was, he said, painful to have to listen to criticism of the Foreign Secretary not only from foreigners, but also from Dominion delegates and members of Britain's own League staff. Eden, by contrast, was the real power here, and as long as he is here, he gives the French and others some sense of confidence. 64. Yet for all his enthusiasm, by the time that Eden assumed chief British responsibility at the disarmament conference, the chances of a successful outcome had probably passed. On January 30th, 1933, Hitler had become German Chancellor. Thereafter, any agreement reached would not have been worth the paper upon which it was written. This probably intensified Eden's inclination to criticize the earlier management of the negotiations, and to postulate the idea of missed opportunities which never really existed. This became apparent when the conference reached a crisis in the autumn. By this stage, Eden himself had become far more conscious of the German menace. In late August, he listed the order of German ambitions, Austria, the Polish corridor, and her former colonies, suggesting that it would be easier to say no at the first than at the last. Then on 14 October, Simon presented a plan to the Conference Secretariat for progressive general disarmament. By lunchtime that day, it was clear that the Germans were going to leave the conference and give notice of their intention to quit the League. Despite the coincidence of timing, Germany's decision had been taken earlier and was not simply a response to Simon's initiative. For Eden, however, here was proof of the Foreign Secretary's incompetence. He would not, he said, like to have Simon's conscience about the earlier part of last year when Brüning was still in power. We missed the bus then and could never overtake it. Yet a disarmament agreement in 1932 would have required a more far-reaching commitment to French security than the British were able to give. In later years, Eden clearly recognized this fact, describing his contemporary criticism of Simon 266 as a sweeping and youthful judgment. Even his official biographer concludes that it is very debatable whether more vigorous British conduct in 1932 would have averted subsequent failure. 68. What is striking is the similarity of response by Simon and Eden to Germany's withdrawal from the conference. The Foreign Secretary had already advised the Cabinet of the consequences of failure. Time, he warned, was on the side of those in Germany who were preparing to reverse the verdict of the last war. If, after all this talk, no disarmament convention is reached, Germany will in law continue to be bound by Versailles, but I do not see how she is going to be made to observe it. She will claim to be free to rearm without any conditions, and once the new regime in Germany settles down and becomes more respectable, there will be many people who will say that there is a good deal in the German claim that she has waited 14 years for equality and cannot be expected to wait any longer. Once the blow had fallen, Simon remained convinced that conciliation was the only course to pursue, even though Germany's latest action had merely created new obstacles. Britain should still try to meet any German claims which were reasonable and just. Only then would it be possible to strengthen the peace structure of Europe, which has been so shaken by recent events. Arguing that Hitler was an impediment to any agreement, and that the Nazi Party preached a doctrine which regarded preparation for war, a noble ideal pervading every aspect of national life. Simon persuaded the cabinet that it remained important to maintain contact with Germany, both because her assent was essential to any future disarmament convention, and so as to ensure that she did not commit herself to unilateral rearmament or a denunciation of Versailles. On the same day, Eden expressed comparable sentiments in a letter to Lord Irwin, though he did not anticipate results from renewed contact with Hitler in the immediate future. If we go on with our work, Hitler may be sufficiently impressed to be anxious, if not to take part in it officially, to keep in touch, maybe ultimately to sign. Success might depend upon further British concessions, including dropping existing reservations about so-called police bombing. If Germany does sign, the price of any concession we make should surely be well repaid. 72. It fell to Eden to prepare the ground for further negotiations with Germany, at meetings with the French ambassador, Corbin, on 31 October and 10 November, he urged the French to adopt a more flexible attitude towards German demands. Eden also wanted a quick British response when Hitler made known his specific demands for rearmament. What frankly troubles me is the fear that if we do not dispatch our telegram to Berlin soon, we may be too late. The German government may decide on some new development which would change the situation. Then indeed we should be in difficulty, for we could not show any convincing evidence of our activity since the disarmament conference adjourned. Simon's reaction was more cautious. He recognized that Germany was the one power which was really indifferent whether or not there was a disarmament agreement. She would therefore set her demands high, and if they were refused, would be none the worse off because she will do what she intends to do just the same, and she does not think that anybody will physically stop her. Simon was moving towards the conclusion that no progress was possible unless Britain offered some kind of assurance to France on the question of security. Those who wish the end must provide the means. Nothing else would move the French from their existing position, and nothing else was ever going to stop the Germans. 76. Insofar as Eden's relations with Simon deteriorated towards the end of 1933, this had less to do with policy questions than the press campaign to which the Foreign Secretary was now subjected. The Times called for a new British initiative while criticizing Simon for having granted too many concessions to France. Other newspapers called for Eden's inclusion in the cabinet, and in the case of the Daily Mail, his elevation to the Foreign Secretaryship. In the wake of this assault from Fleet Street, Eden found his chief much agitated. He could not possibly go without me. He quite realized that he was being sent to be sacrificed, etc., etc. I tried to calm him. In the event, Eden became Lord Privy Seal on the last day of the old year. The position had previously been held by Baldwin, but for Eden it did not carry cabinet rank, though it involved admission to the Privy Council. This limited promotion was well received by the press, but not by the Foreign Secretary. Simon was friendly, but I think not too happy at the way my appointment had been taken. Eden was still not summoned to attend the Cabinet Committee on Disarmament. He feared that Simon's jealousy was so rampant that it was not worth raising the matter with him. Not surprisingly, speculation over Simon's future continued unabated. Whenever Eden now visited Geneva on his own, some saw this as a slight to the Foreign Secretary, even though the latter had probably settled details of the British representation himself. These impressions, concluded Eden, are created by his vacillation. 78. Eden's star thus continued to rise almost as a function of Simon's decline, despite the absence of significant policy differences between them. A conservative backbencher commented on the younger man's qualities. Anthony Eden, they tell me, can make up his mind and give advice clearly, hence his success and advancement. He also possesses a pleasant manner, is nice-looking, and does the right things in the right way, what more is required? 79%. Be that as it may, Eden remained part of a Foreign Office consensus, which still saw its primary goal as the securing of a disarmament convention to satisfy both France and Germany. Indeed, the Times had noted that Eden's appointment as Lord Privy Seal was taken in Berlin as a sign of British determination to bring disarmament negotiations back to Geneva as soon as possible. It was a consensus which Churchill would challenge in the Commons in March when he spoke of the illusion of seeking an arms limitation agreement. A British memorandum on disarmament was completed on 25% January and submitted to Germany 4 days later. Disarmament was to be phased over a 10-year period, with the major powers beginning the immediate destruction of their heaviest classes of tanks and artillery. Meanwhile, Germany would be granted a limited measure of rearmament so that the goal of equality could be achieved within 7 years. 80-81. To ascertain how the leading European powers reacted to these proposals, it was agreed that Eden should visit Paris, Berlin, Rome, and Paris again. The press offered fulsome support to Britain's young ambassador of peace. Eden's reaction to his visits to these capitals is instructive. Before leaving on 16 February with William Strang, Lord Cranborne and Robin Hankey, his new private secretary, Eden described his pilgrimage as no more than an outside chance, but one which was worth taking. He held out few hopes for his visit to Paris, fearing that the government of Gaston Doumergue, hastily formed after the Stavisky riots had left Paris reeling amidst allegations of governmental corruption, would be unable to give its attention to Britain's disarmament proposals. He formed an instant dislike for the French Foreign Minister, Louis Barthou, whom he found bristly and foxy. A nasty old man at heart, 82. 83, but judged Marshal Pétain a sane and charming soldier. Perhaps, however, he was disposed to respond favorably to any sign of conciliation offered by Hitler. In Berlin, the Führer convinced Eden that he would uphold the treaties of Locarno, notwithstanding his contempt for the Diktat of Versailles. Hitler seemed ready to accept some form of supervision, about which Simon had been skeptical if an acceptable convention were signed. Additionally, he appeared ready to take account of French susceptibilities, especially in relation to paramilitary formations. 84, 785 plus 86, to an extent which is scarcely echoed in his memoir account. Eden clearly joined the ranks of those who had fallen under Hitler's spell. "He's a surprise," he reported to Baldwin. "Without doubt the man has charm. To his wife he was even more effusive, dare I confess it, I rather liked him." Perhaps more importantly, Eden seemed to have little understanding of the internal realities of the German regime. My general impression here is that Hitler is infinitely better than his entourage. Something may be done with him. Nothing with Bülow and company. 87% found it hard to believe that Hitler wanted war, especially as the Nazi government had too much to do internally for the next 5 years to be planning external conquest. Of service in the last Great War appeared to draw Hitler and Eden together. Poor man. He was badly gassed by us and blind in consequence for 3 months. Eden judged that Hitler's proposals offered a genuine basis for a convention, and that the German Chancellor had made an earnest effort to come to meet us. From the British Embassy in Berlin, Basil Newton concluded that Eden's visit had been a distinct success. Eden and Hitler liked one another and were impressed by each other's good intentions. The Foreign Office, on the other hand, reacted less enthusiastically to Eden's discussions with the German Führer. The meeting occasioned what was probably the first significant policy divergence between Eden and Simon. The latter wrote that Eden's enthusiastic espousal of Hitler's plan had put us in a position of great embarrassment. The proposals contained in it are such as we could not possibly ourselves put forward and sponsor. Receiving this rebuke, Eden confided his exasperation with Simon to the privacy of his diary. The Foreign Secretary was not only a national but an international calamity. It was really hopeless to attempt to work for such a man. But Simon was speaking for the Foreign Office, indeed the government, as a whole. Hitler's demand for the 191. Immediate legalization of a German air force was viewed as particularly unacceptable. Even MacDonald noted that we should not allow Germany to dump its confidences upon us in order to use us for its own policy. Many years later, as he drafted his memoirs for this period, Eden seemed to admit his error. Perhaps I attached too much importance to Hitler's offer to me, because I much doubt if Hitler and Musso would ever have held to any agreements we made with them. If you think I have, don't hesitate to tell me, but I had a feeling we would have gained if we could have tied Hitler up, and he had then broken his word. Such reasoning has its merits, but it is a long way from Eden's attitude in 1934. From Berlin, Eden moved on to Rome. He found Mussolini genuinely anxious to help and adopting a very realistic attitude. His doubts still focused on Paris, to which he was due to make a return visit to stress British solidarity with the French government. If they had a strong government, and one prepared to face the realities of the present European situation, I believe myself that they would seize Hitler's offer and make use of it. But one can hardly expect such courage or initiative from a makeshift government, and this, I fear, is all that Doumerc's cabinet really is. Eden's second visit to Paris proved as disappointing as he had anticipated. The French government's domestic preoccupations left it in no better position to comment on the British memorandum than on his first trip nearly a fortnight earlier. Nonetheless, and notwithstanding the private disagreement over Hitler's proposals, Eden's public standing seemed to have been enhanced by his European tour. The Times adopted an optimistic tone. The problems of disarmament seemed less intractable, the German attitude had been clarified, and the British memorandum would serve as a basis for further discussion. 97. Overall, however, it is important to stress that Eden remained at one with the British government, and with Simon himself, on the broad lines of policy. As 1934 progressed, both men became increasingly concerned about Germany's long-term goals, but each was convinced that Britain should still strive for an armaments convention, the price for which might have to be a firm British guarantee of French security. This was the message Eden presented to the Foreign Secretary on his return from Paris. On 14 March, Simon urged the Cabinet that, to keep the disarmament conference in being and avoid a return to competitive rearmament, Britain needed to make further concessions to Germany and give additional undertakings to France. In effect, he was moving away from the goal of disarmament per se, towards that of an agreement on rearmament, which would at least try to put a ceiling on what was inevitable. Britain now accepted that Germany was the ultimate potential enemy against whom her long-term defense policy should be directed. Simon took some comfort from the belief that Germany was more likely to strike in Eastern and Southern Europe than in the West. For Eden, the saving grace was that time was on Britain's side. Internally, Germany is probably in for a difficult time in the next 12 months, and I do not myself believe that a military menace from that quarter is imminent. We have probably 5 years at least, during which many things may happen. In the long term, however, a British commitment to the continent might be the only solution. 101. The weeks following Eden's European tour were not easy. Bartu was unimpressed by the British proposals, and on one occasion went out of his way to humiliate Simon. The meeting of the disarmament conference in late May proved in effect to be its last session. Everyone seemed to think that Eden had done all that was humanly possible. Simon joined the chorus of praise. "This is just to send you my warm congratulations and thanks for your achievement." "It is a good conclusion," France appeased but restrained. Germany reproved but invited Britain, taking the lead but avoiding the pitfalls. Well done. In the public perception, Eden now stood, however, unjustifiably at some distance from his senior colleagues, a separation which would be vital for the development of his subsequent reputation. Gilbert Murray, of the League of Nations Union, insisted that Eden was practically the only member of the government in whose work for disarmament my people have any confidence. It would be very difficult ever to convince the general peace forces in this country that government as a whole worked sincerely for disarmament. Eden soon had further opportunities showing standing. On 9 October, and King Alexander of Yugoslavia were assassinated by a Croatian terrorist. Momentarily, this incident seemed to threaten European security by rekindling latent rivalries in the Balkans. Eden had modified his earlier hostile view of the French foreign minister, especially as Bartu had proved amenable to compromise with Britain during talks in London in July. Idea of an Eastern Locarno Pact. Eden felt very sorry at his assassination. His courage and his wit at least were attractive, and having at length realized the necessity for Anglo-French friendship, I believe that he would have proved less parsimonious than most Frenchmen in the give, and take necessary to make such friendship effective. At the League, Eden assumed the role of rapporteur, and devising soothing formulae diffused a menacing situation. His solution was anodyne, a public declaration of the responsibility of all countries to stamp out terrorism, and a condemnation of Hungarian neglect, but appropriate to the occasion. For this he was again widely praised. The Foreign Secretary told the Commons that he took particular satisfaction in dwelling upon the important part which Eden had played. Even in his diary he paid tribute to Eden's adroitness in framing and carrying unanimously the resolution of the League Council. One observer suggested that there was no other man in Europe who could have done it. This was an exaggeration, increasing body of opinion subscribed, 106. Simon and Eden were less in harmony over arrangements for the plebiscite on the future of the Saar. Under the provisions of Versailles, the inhabitants of this region had the right to determine their own destiny as under League jurisdiction. The vote was to be held on January 13, 1935. By late 1934, however, there were doubts as a result of increasing Nazi agitation. Whether order could be maintained during the transitional period, which, most observers expected, would be the prelude to a resumption of German sovereignty. Eder claimed that it was he who first argued that Britain should sponsor an international police force during the period of the plebiscite, and that this policy was pushed through the cabinet with the support of Baldwin, but against the opposition of several ministers, including the Foreign Secretary, on 3 December. By contrast, Simon recorded as some foolish or grudging commentators seemed to suppose the whole thing was a brilliant improvisation at Geneva, that the initiative had been his. The idea of an international force originated with a paper he wrote for the cabinet on 16 November. He developed the idea in a letter to Eden a few days later, and a complete plan was then presented to the cabinet. Certainly the cabinet record confirms that Simon raised the question of an international police force on 28 November. In the circumstances, it is instructive to turn to the account of a third party. According to Neville Chamberlain, Simon very timidly and heartedly brought forward a proposal for an Anglo-Italian force, but seemed ready to withdraw it when it was suggested that it might be inappropriate. The idea would never have gone ahead. If I had not urged it so strongly, 111, it was another case of Simon's old weakness, his inability to stick with a policy and champion it against all opposition, which made Eden increasingly contemptuous of Simon, though he was still usually able to conceal the strength of his feelings from his chief. Eden's successes at Geneva seemed to have encouraged him to believe that the League could play a more active role in preserving the peace than he had once thought. After 3 years in office, he was coming more closely to fit the image of himself which had, somewhat misleadingly, existed throughout this period. By the end of 1934, he later recalled, British authority and that of the League stood higher than at any time in the life of the national government. At the time, he noted that Britain's offer of troops to help supervise the Saar plebiscite had been a real tonic for the League, and may have far-reaching consequences. The year 1935 would provide further scope to enhance his credentials as a League man. 112, 113. Before 1934 was out, however, there was renewed speculation about the Foreign Secretary's place within the government. His position was under threat for political rather than policy reasons. Despite his outstanding intellect, Simon was perceived to be the weakest link in a cabinet, which was by no means confident of receiving the British people's renewed endorsement at the election widely anticipated for 1935. Eden believed that the government could win again, providing it took the right steps while there was still time. The country is perhaps a bit bored with us, with some of us in particular. If, however, we face this fact and reorder our ranks accordingly, we should, I believe, be able to secure a decent majority when the election comes. Much depends, however, upon the thoroughness of our own overhaul. Undoubtedly, Simon's removal was central to Eden's thoughts. Indeed, his diary entries show that he was discussing the possibility of the Foreign Secretary's replacement as early as November. A 116 months later, Eden confided to Baldwin that he could not go on as at present, because he was interfered with so much in his work at Geneva. The two men appear to have discussed the possibility of Baldwin himself taking over the Foreign Office, at least for the remainder of the present Parliament. Neville Chamberlain also speculated on a move from the Exchequer to succeed Simon, but doubted whether MacDonald and Baldwin would bring themselves to sack Simon, whose status as a Liberal national remained important to the government's national credentials. The Chief Whip favoured Chamberlain's appointment, failing which he would come down on Eden every time. 118, 117. It was by no means evident to British policymakers in early 1935 how best to proceed in relation to the perceived German threat. As Eden noted, the preferred option of 1934 was probably no longer available. The French think, I suspect, the German rearmament has already gone so far that agreement at any reasonable level is past paying for. In the absence of a clear policy, the government fell back on the idea of renewing personal contacts with Hitler to explore the possibility of German participation in a series of multilateral security pacts, including one of mutual assistance against aerial attack. After considerable discussion, it was agreed that Simon should be accompanied by Eden, with the latter going on alone from Berlin to make further visits to Moscow, Warsaw and Prague. It would be up to Eden to allay those fears of the Eastern European powers, which would undoubtedly be aroused by the discussions in Berlin. Once again, Eden was irritated by Simon's indecisiveness. It is really the old story. JS cannot make up his mind whether to go on to Moscow or not. He is afraid of missing something if he doesn't, and afraid of getting something if he does. Chamberlain confirmed that Simon was jealous, and did not like Eden to go alone to any foreign country. Eden was at least relieved to be accompanying the Foreign Secretary to Berlin, for he feared that Simon, his political fortunes at a low ebb, was too keen to score some success. The chances are, he added, this can only be done by double-crossing our friends. 122. Meanwhile, the Soviet ambassador in London took comfort that only Eden would proceed to Moscow. The Lord Privy Seal represents the Conservative Party, and is an English gentleman, qualifications which Simon lacks. 7120. Before the visit to Berlin took place, however, the British government published a defence white paper on 4 March, which contained 124. Some plain speaking on German rearmament. Hitler took offence and insisted that the mission must be postponed, ostensibly because of a cold he had caught in the Saar, though he later argued that the British visit should now have been abandoned. In other words, we ought to have returned the diplomatic cold. Eden seems at the time to have agreed that it should still go ahead, even though Hitler had now announced the existence of the Luftwaffe. Finally, the British delegation arrived in Berlin on 25 March. From the outset, Eden seemed to take a stronger line towards the Germans than did Simon. Dinner at embassy and rehearsed tomorrow's doings. Fairly happy about it, though at each rehearsal JS modifies the firm opening and I have to put it in again. Hitler's interpreter noted that throughout the talks with the German Chancellor, Eden seemed more skeptical than Simon. Eden's contemporary diary account lends substance to this conclusion. Only thing Hitler wants is air pact without limitation. Simon much inclined to bite at this, and to suggest separate conference on this. I had to protest, and he gave up the idea. Total result of visit for European settlement, very disappointing. Simon toys with idea of letting G expand eastwards. I am strongly against it. Apart from its dishonesty, it would be our turn next. Recording his thoughts en route to Moscow, Eden concluded that the basis for a general European settlement, in which he had certainly believed a year before, no longer existed. Britain's only option now was to join with other members of the League in reaffirming their faith in this institution. Eden was moving towards the conclusion that Germany's military threat could only be checked if Britain, France, and Italy came together in a common front, groping, in other words, towards that concept of collective security with which his name is so generally associated. His memorandum, discussed by the cabinet on 8 April, showed how much his thinking had evolved since his first meeting with Hitler in 1934. If we refuse to be scared by Germany's growing demands, if we resist the temptation to accept everything that Germany asks for as a basis for discussion, if for a moment we can cease to be an honest broker and become the honest facer of truths, then I am confident that there is no call to view the future with alarm. Taken in isolation, these words, faithfully repeated in Eden's memoirs, are the very stuff of anti-appeasement. But Eden had taken some time to reach this position, and it was one from which he would again deviate in the years ahead on Simon to suggest that his views were the complete antithesis of Eden's. Simon agreed that the general relations had been disappointing. He recognized that Hitler's ambitions were very dangerous to peace in Europe, and that the natural consequences of German policy might be terrible beyond conception. It was all pretty hopeless. The Berlin venture had done little to restore the Foreign Secretary's fortunes. I don't say that Simon was in any way to blame, conceded Chamberlain, but I did regret that the position was not more thoroughly explored in some respects. 132. Eden had already concluded that the Soviet Union could play a significant part in any overall calculations of the European scene, if only because Germany was constantly citing the Russian threat. His visit to Moscow, making him the first British minister to meet Stalin, thus assumed considerable importance in his own mind. But Simon's instructions to Eden before his departure for Moscow suggested that he was not keen to include the Soviet Union in any armaments discussions for the time being. In what was to become one of his recurrent themes of the next few years, Eden saw the need to reckon with the intensely suspicious nature of the Soviet regime. In Moscow, he was impressed by Stalin, while recognizing that dictator's fundamental ruthlessness. His most difficult moment came when the Foreign Affairs Commissar, Maxim Litvinov, suggested that the British government did not believe in German aggressiveness. Eden demurred, but had to admit that his government had not hitherto wished to believe badly of German intentions. It would have been reasonable to make a mental note to include himself in this mild rebuke. 135. Not surprisingly, in view of the continuing evolution of his views, Eden attached great importance to the forthcoming conference at Stresa with France and Italy. "I don't believe the international situation to be so difficult," he insisted, "if we will pursue a straight and firm course in support of the collective peace system." 136. But Eden himself played no part in these proceedings. Returning in poor weather from his tour of Eastern Europe, he suffered mild heart strain and was ordered to rest for 2 months. After lengthy cabinet discussions, it was decided that MacDonald should accompany Simon to Stresa. From his sickbed, Eden viewed with disappointment their refusal at the conference in accordance with the cabinet's decision to go beyond British obligations under Locarno. He considered that a real opportunity had been missed to construct an effective barrier against German aggression. Any such barrier, however, would almost certainly have crumbled in the face of Italian designs on Abyssinia, an episode which would complicate Eden's relations with Simon's successor. In the last months of his foreign secretaryship, Simon seemed uncertain which way to turn. Eden found him clearly confused as to what to do next. 37. So while Simon sometimes appeared ready to follow Eden's option of collective security, he still refused to abandon the continuing quest for agreement with Germany. With Eden out of action, British policy in the second quarter of 1935 therefore followed the twin but fundamentally incompatible tracks which led both to the Stresa front, which seemed to commit Britain, France, and Italy to a common stand against German aggression, and to the Anglo-German naval agreement. Though there is no evidence that Eden objected forcefully to this bilateral pact with Germany, he did seem to have recognized the fallacy behind the idea of making concessions in the vain hope of satisfying Hitler's voracious appetite. Simon's capacity to see all sides of an issue was, in one sense, a virtue, but it was, thought Eden, sad that his capacity to see Germany's side only results in a desire for words or deeds which will only be read as a sign of fear in Germany, and an encouragement to ask for more. Soon after returning to work, Eden delivered a forceful speech in Fulham, which contained a scarcely veiled warning of Britain's commitment to a collective system against those who sought by power politics to break up the peace. His words provoked annoyance in Berlin, but won the backing of Sir Robert Van Sittart. By the spring of 1935, a cabinet reshuffle was imminent, if for no other reason than MacDonald's desire to hand over the burden of the premiership to Baldwin. It was generally assumed that Simon would be the principal casualty of any reorganization. The succession at the Foreign Office was a matter of understandable interest and concern. Something like an Eden group was beginning to emerge in the Commons, a body of largely younger members anxious that their man should be the beneficiary. "There were a number," wrote Roger Lumley, "ready to back Eden in any way in which they can be useful, because they feel that you are the only person who has the right ideas about foreign policy and who can steer us through the present situation." William Ormsby Gore confirmed that Simon's number 142 really up at last, and that reconstruction was now assured, while Philip Sassoon found Baldwin quite fit to deal with problems. "I hope he will," he continued, "and in the way we want him to. I am sure you will get it." 143. A considerable head of steam thus developed behind Eden's candidacy, supported by sections of the press. In view of his hard work over the government's India Bill, however, there was another strong candidate for Simon's post. It is a race between Sir Samuel Hoare and Anthony Eden for the Foreign Office. Judged Chips Channon. 144. Victor Cazalet thought the job should go to Eden, but I suspect Hoare will be there. 145. Though there is evidence that Baldwin seriously considered naming Eden, he had abandoned the idea by late May, before finally deciding on Hoare. Eden would probably fill the post of the wandering minister. If Eden had supporters, he already had opponents, many of them senior figures in the government and the Conservative Party, jealous perhaps of the precocious rise of a politician still in his 30s. 147. Baldwin was well aware that Eden disliked the idea of continuing with junior status at the Foreign Office, but it was at Hoare's request that dual responsibility was retained. It was, thought Hoare, essential that Eden should keep his present position. If there was trouble over Abyssinia or Hitler, it would all be blamed on the exclusion of Eden and oblivion of the League. 148. Eden was coaxed into acceptance by membership of the cabinet with the status of Minister for League of Nations Affairs. Hoare later recorded that, anxious to give the younger man the fullest possible scope for his great talents. He and Eden had no difficulty in working out an appropriate division of responsibilities to avoid creating a diarchy within the Foreign Office. At the time, however, the new Foreign Secretary clearly appreciated the difficulty of distinguishing between League questions and those relating to foreign affairs generally. To vested that two men, charged with responsibility for advising the Cabinet on foreign policy, could present diametrically opposing opinions. As the Manchester Guardian noted, if Eden were to be Minister for League Affairs in any real sense, he would usurp most of Hoare's responsibilities. 5. Austen Chamberlain, who had personal and largely unfavourable experience of a similar division of duties in the 1920s, was sceptical of the new arrangement. If it works well, he concluded, it will only be because of the personal characteristics and relationship of Eden. 153. Just as potentially damaging as genuine divisions inside the Foreign Office was the perception of them among the government's critics. As early 151. As 11 July, the leader of the Labour Party argued that, whenever Eden spoke, I can always see throughout his speeches that there is an ideal to which he is working. But I can see nothing in the speech of, but a temporizing and a parleying with all the forces of disorder in the world. 154. At least until the crisis of December, the relationship between Eden and Hoare worked as well as could be expected. Neville Chamberlain noted that they were cooperating admirably, and that Eden found the difference from Simon's regime incredible. Eden confirmed that happily we see eye to eye in every respect. 136. Hoare's foreign secretaryship was dominated by a single issue, and one which exercised a profound impact on Eden's career. Benito Mussolini had never disguised his ambition to see Italy become a world power. After 1931, internal problems drove him increasingly towards an overtly aggressive foreign policy. The immediate object of his expansionist ambition was the ancient kingdom of Abyssinia, which had, against the odds, prevailed against an earlier thrust of Italian imperialism 40 years before. Eden was closely associated with this developing crisis, managing, as with earlier episodes, to escape with his reputation unscathed, indeed enhanced, while those of his senior colleagues suffered grievous damage. After the Wall incident, a frontier skirmish in which more than 100 Ethiopians were killed by Italian troops in December 1934, a crisis became increasingly apparent. To his credit, Eden quickly saw the extent of Mussolini's intentions. If we do not maintain a firm front towards the Italians about this incident, he warned, it will only be the forerunner of others. 57. Italy aimed at the absorption of Ethiopia, morsel by morsel. 158. At this stage, Simon too seemed to favour a strong line, but his failure, and that of MacDonald, to raise the matter with Mussolini at Stresa, despite being accompanied by a Foreign Office specialist on Abyssinian affairs, caused Eden much concern. On his return, Simon warned the cabinet that a British-sponsored initiative against Italy would lead to that power leaving the League, to the pleasure of Nazi Germany. Almost certainly, Simon was influenced by Vansittaart's view that the loss of Abyssinia, or at least a part of it, was an acceptable price to pay to keep Italian friendship in a world dominated by the German menace, notwithstanding the damage likely to be done thereby to the League. Such reasoning increasingly set Eden apart from Vansittart, despite his growing appreciation of the German 160 threat. Indeed, Eden's failure to see the relative dangers posed by the two fascist dictatorships in an appropriate perspective was and remained a fundamental weakness of his understanding of the international scene. 161. Eden found Simon's warning in early May 1935 to the Italian ambassador Dino Grandi of the likely British response to Italian aggression, nothing like strong enough in its failure to emphasize British obligations under the League Covenant. He later complained that Grandi was bound to conclude that the British were troubled and uncertain in our course. But at the time, Eden had little idea of how the League's will could be made to prevail, being concerned above all with the political difficulties of defying public opinion on this issue. Opinion here has grown steadily in support of the League during the recent difficult European situation, so that there is now an overwhelmingly powerful volume of opinion in support of the League as the one means of maintaining peace. If this analysis is right, you can readily picture what the reactions will be should our Italian friends be so unwise as to take steps in Africa which would damage, and maybe destroy, the League's authority. Eden arrived in Geneva on 19 May, and adopted a much firmer line with the Italian delegate, Baron Aloisi, than Simon had with Grandi. He remained, however, pessimistic about a successful outcome. There is, I suppose, a remote possibility that we shall be able to bring enough pressure upon Mussolini to stop him in his mad adventure. But how again this is to be done, I have not the least idea at present. 164 winning Simon's backing for his insistence that Italy should accept arbitration for all Italo-Abyssinian incidents since the previous December, and also seeming to establish a common front with France, Eden secured agreement for 2 draft resolutions. These provided no long-term solution, but made it, in the eyes of the world at least, to extreme measures against Abyssinia. This does not secure a peaceful issue, but it gives peace a chance and saves the League from being flouted. 166. Back in England, Eden still did not see the way ahead with any clarity. Accepting the need to help Mussolini save face, he saw little room for manoeuvre beyond assisting the Duce to secure his rights from the Italo-Abyssinian Treaty of 1928. I find it difficult, he concluded, to know what is the next step to take. 167 one-man with. A clearer line of policy was Vansittart. On 8 June, the permanent Undersecretary noted that Italy would have to be bought off in some form or other, or Abyssinia will eventually perish. Eden had already implicitly rejected this approach when 5 days earlier he had endorsed the opinion that Britain had to stick to League principles and stand the racket. With a new Foreign Secretary installed on 7 June, it was Vansittart's views which prevailed. On 19 June, the Cabinet decided that a solution might be found if landlocked Abyssinia were offered access to the sea at the port of Zaila in British Somaliland in exchange for territorial concessions to Italy in the Ogaden Desert. I was not enthusiastic about the proposal, Eden later recalled, still less when it was suggested that I should be its sponsor in Rome. Be that as it may, he went along with it. 169. After passing through Paris and attempting to justify the recent Anglo-to-German naval agreement to a skeptical Pierre Laval, Eden met Mussolini in Rome on 24 June. The Duce made it clear that, from an Italian point of view, a peaceful resolution could only be obtained through the satisfaction of claims which were so wide that no British concessions to Abyssinia could form sufficient compensation. It seemed that nothing short of full Italian control over Abyssinia would satisfy Mussolini. It also appeared that the earlier solidarity with France was on the point of collapse. A minor historical controversy has developed over whether Eden felt personally affronted by his reception from the Italian dictator. Eden denied this to be the case, both in a Foreign Office minute a few months later and in his memoirs. Mussolini may not have been overtly rude to his visitor, but it still seems likely that, as one of Eden's biographers has noted, there was a complete failure of personal chemistry between the two men which, added to Mussolini's political rebuff, did at least begin the process by which Eden was to develop an obsessive hatred of the Italian leader. Any discomfort Eden experienced was compounded by the necessity to explain the British offer and its refusal to the Commons on his return. Thereafter, policy and personality became increasingly entangled in his assessment of the Italian problem. Over the following weeks, British policy drifted with little sense of direction. The Cabinet set up a subcommittee to consider the possible imposition of sanctions against Italy, but more as a means of postponing a decision than as a statement of future intent. In his memoirs, Eden suggested that we had reached a climacteric in the 30s, the time had come to take a stand. I date our Abyssinian failure from these weeks, he continued. Its consequences stretched far into the future. 172, Eden wanted to tell Laval that Britain would be prepared to fulfill her League obligations if others would do the same, but the Cabinet decided that Hoare should continue to exercise diplomatic pressure. 173, meanwhile, Eden stressed the importance of not appearing to support the Italian case. Our moral position will then be destroyed. 174. On 24 July, there was general agreement on the advantages of playing for time. As the longer a catastrophe could be avoided, the greater would be Italy's realization of the difficulties confronting her. On occasion, however, Eden seemed as ready as the government as a whole, simply to allow the situation to develop while keeping fingers crossed. On 30 August, he wrote, "So far as I have any glimmering of hope at all, it is the possibility that Italy's financial difficulties will increase rapidly, that she will not be able to launch her campaign as soon as she anticipates, that she may find the Council of the League stiffer than she had calculated, and that all these factors may yet make a settlement possible, if not before the conflict breaks out, at least before it has assumed serious proportions. Overall, British policy remained, as defined by the Cabinet at the end of July, to see that the emergency did not develop to the point where the question of fulfillment arose. The government therefore strove to arrange three-power discussions in Paris in mid-August between Britain, France, and Italy. Eden was not optimistic, and was worried that Britain, at the expense of her good name, might engage in an attempt to make the Abyssinians accept an unjust and unworthy settlement. In the event, the conversations in Paris ended in deadlock, while revealing mounting French apprehension at the prospect of an irreversible breach with Italy, with all that this might mean for the European balance of power. In an important passage in his memoirs, Eden states that on 20 August Hoare told him that there would be a wave of public opinion against the government if it repudiated its obligations under Article 16 of the Covenant, which allowed for military sanctions against an aggressor. 179. There is no other record of this conversation, but no reason either to assume that it did not take place. Hoare's remarks must, however, be taken in the context of the contemporary domestic political environment. The government faced an imminent general election, about whose outcome it was by no means confident. Such evidence as was available, notably the results of the peace ballot announced at the end of June, suggested popular commitment to and faith in the League, which was now scarcely matched among the governing elite. As Hoare explained to a meeting of ministers on 21 August, he and Eden, after considering the position at home and abroad, were clear in advising that it was nothing less than essential to follow the regular League of Nations procedure in this crisis. Conversations with leading opposition figures had confirmed his view that there would be strong public feeling against the government if it reneged on its League obligations. But Hoare was careful to include the proviso that France would go as far as we were prepared to do. He spelt out his thinking even more clearly in a letter to Neville Chamberlain. I see myself the making of a first-class crisis in which the government will lose heavily if we appear to be repudiating the covenant. When I say this, I do not mean that I've changed my views since we both discussed the question in London. Our line, I'm sure, is to keep in step with the French, and whether now or at Geneva, to act with them. In similar vein, Hoare told Sir George Clarke in Paris that Britain must play out the League hand in September, but that if it appeared that there was no basis for collective action, and in particular that full French cooperation was not forthcoming, then the impossibility of imposing sanctions would have to be recognized. If, therefore, there was an element of cynical political calculation in Hoare's apparent readiness to embrace the League with greater ardour than hitherto, this was something which Eden ought fully to have understood. In particular, it seems strange if he did not realize that the British position might be modified, either once the election was over, or if French cooperation for a League-based solution broke down. It is against this background that Hoare's speech to the League Assembly on 11 September needs to be assessed. Eden later claimed that this speech surprised, and indeed alarmed him, since the wide-ranging nature of Hoare's commitment to the League might impose intolerable obligations on Britain in the Far East, where China and Japan were in a state of undeclared war. Yet it is difficult to believe that Eden saw Hoare's stance as incapable of subsequent modification, especially as he had been present at conversations with Laval on the previous day when the French Prime Minister's resolve was clearly weakening. Subsequent cabinet meetings showed that Britain was still trying to avoid the issue of sanctions and pinning her hopes on a negotiated settlement, acceptable to both Italy and Abyssinia. On 24 September, the cabinet recognized the serious consequences of backing away from Hoare's apparently firm stance, from the point of view of domestic policy no less than from that of foreign policy. As, however, no immediate decision was called for on sanctions, unless the burden was to fall on all the states members of League of Nations, we should not commit ourselves. 185. A week later, Hoare made abundantly clear the sort of solution he really had in mind. If Italy, finding itself in difficulties, seemed disposed to compromise, he hoped that the powers would not be too intransigent and would be willing to consider a settlement which, without destroying Abyssinian independence, would give Italy some satisfaction. Such a solution remained, however, elusive, especially when Mussolini turned down the compromise proposals of the Committee of Five, which had been set up by the League Council to handle the whole problem. On 22 September, Eden, despairing of Laval's reliability, advised Hoare that effective League action was now dependent on a firm British lead. But Eden had been away from London for almost a month, and, willfully or otherwise, was increasingly out of step with the subtleties of the cabinet's thinking. Even after Mussolini began military opera, Hoare persisted with a policy of caution which was, superficially at least, at odds with his wholehearted public endorsement of the League. reminded that the policy had been to play the Geneva hand to the full, but the question was raised as to whether it had not been played as far as was safe. But the view of was strongly supported that the moment had not yet come for a change in policy. It was urged, however, that until the situation with France was cleared up, we should not apply any new sanctions apart from the maintenance of the arms embargo to Italy. Eden's line at Geneva was clearly in advance of government thinking, and Hoare was authorized to send him a message advising a more prudent line. Eden was urged to go as slowly as possible and, bearing in mind the uncertainty of Laval's position, avoid taking the initiative. 188. In his memoirs, Eden suggests that the continued search for a compromise was now a course of doubtful wisdom. It looked like an all-out win for one side or the other. Such reasoning did not, however, deter him from interrupting his electoral campaign. Polling was scheduled for mid-November, and going with Hoare to Geneva for further talks with Laval. Here compromise was certainly on the agenda, with Eden keen only to draw a distinction, not altogether clear in view of Mussolini's ongoing military campaign, between a territorial exchange promoted by Britain and France and inviting the League to grant a mandate in Abyssinia as a reward for Italian aggression. 190. Eden preferred a frank exchange of territory to an Italian protectorate. Providing any settlement was acceptable to Italy, Abyssinia, and the League, he was now ready to envisage a large cession of Abyssinian territory, including Tigre Province and the Ogaden, and on this basis Maurice Peterson, head of the Foreign Office's Abyssinian department, was authorized to continue negotiations in Paris. Meanwhile, rather against Eden's inclination, it was agreed to postpone any decision on oil sanctions. In view of the political crisis, which the Hoare-Laval Pact occasioned, as well as the confirmed place it came to occupy in the demonology of appeasement, it is hardly surprising that many cabinet ministers, Eden included, later distanced themselves far more clearly from what was essentially a government policy than their contemporary conduct justified. Nonetheless, it was, Eden later revealed, the one thing for which he blames himself. On 2 December, authorized Hoare, on his way to Switzerland via Paris for a much-needed holiday, to press on by every useful means with discussions with the countries concerned, with a view, if possible, to a peaceful settlement. Eden evidently recognized that important discussions might ensue in Paris, since he later made a point of recalling his warning to S.H. before he left, to beware of Van's advice there, and S.H.'s reply, "Don't worry, I shan't commit you to anything." When Hoare brokered his deal with Laval, he clearly anticipated Eden's support. The proposals were the best that we can get, better than might have been expected in the circumstances. Indeed, he believed Eden would see that the terms came well within the framework of the Committee of Five and the formula that we agreed to in London. Not surprisingly, in view of his consistent attitude over several months, it was Laval's support which Hoare most prized. We are in fact relieved at having brought the French so far and so solidly with us. 198. If Eden was, as has been claimed, astonished and appalled by the proposals, it seems unlikely that he conveyed the strength of his feelings to the cabinet on 9 December. His reservations were on questions of detail. In particular, he secured support for the principle that Hoare's proposals should be presented simultaneously to the Abyssinian emperor and the Italian dictator, and argued successfully against any postponement of the planned meeting of the League's Committee of 18, responsible for the organization of sanctions. Rather than presenting his own opposition to the pact, Eden suggested that there were features of the proposals which would prove very distasteful to some members of the League. And 1. Eden claimed to be puzzled as to how Hoare could have thought that the proposals agreed with Laval could be reconciled with his own speech to the League in September. As has been shown, however, this largely missed the point. Enough had happened between September and December, to which Eden had been party, to show that Britain had moved on from a simple commitment to the principles of the Covenant, if this had indeed ever been the essence of government policy. It is broadly true, as Hoare claimed, that the pact followed the lines of the scheme drawn up by the Committee of Five in September, though the Hoare-Laval proposals considerably extended the concessions to be made to Italy. Indeed, a telephone conversation between Eden and Hoare after the cabinet meeting of 9 December suggests that the former was concerned by the scale of the concessions rather than the principle of rewarding Italian aggression. He did not seem much worried. The only part of the scheme he disliked, Hoare recorded, was the big economic area in the south. 202,203. Little had changed when the cabinet met again on 10 September, the minutes recording that the terms on offer were the best which could be obtained from Italy from the Abyssinian point of view. By the time of its third meeting in 3 days on 11 September, however, the mounting tide of public and political indignation was taking its toll. Growing uneasiness on the government's own benches in the Commons was probably the crucial factor. Eden now voiced the hope that he would not be expected to champion the proposals in detail at Geneva. He reminded his colleagues that British foreign policy was still based on the League. Forced to choose between aggression by Italy and the League's collapse, he would consider the former a lesser evil. Though Eden was reminded of the fundamental principle that Britain should not contemplate entering hostilities without the assurance of French support, opinion had begun to move against Hoare and his pact. Hastening to Geneva, Eden reported that the impression created by the Paris proposals was even worse than he had anticipated. His tone to the Committee of 18 showed that he was actively distancing himself from the pact. Without actually repudiating parentage, Eden showed that the government now looked upon their child without affection and even with distaste. 207, minus 210, the majority of the cabinet had come to the conclusion that continued espousal of the pact would be politically disastrous. The more unpopular it became, the more easily Eden found flaws which had not, it seems, been so apparent to him on first examination. The comparison with the proposals of the Committee of 5 looks all right on paper, but the intention of the committee was never to give the Italians as much as this 208. A serious misjudgment had occurred, but, as Chamberlain stressed, despite some misgivings, in the first instance, nobody suggested rejection. Realizing that it was a case of either sacrificing Hoare or destroying the government, Simon gave a candid assessment of what had happened. A mistake was made. We are all in it because, in very sudden and difficult circumstances, we confirmed the Paris Plan. The rest of this story is well known. On 17 December, the cabinet agreed that the pact could not be defended. It fell to Eden to make the best of a bad job, returning to Geneva with the argument that Britain and France had merely been trying to find a formula to restore peace, but had never sought actively to sponsor this particular solution, if it proved unacceptable to the parties actually concerned. From the apparent wreck of Hoare's career, Eden emerged the almost inevitable beneficiary. While Hoare tendered his resignation, Eden was in Geneva, where a Canadian diplomat noted him, brilliantly displaying the charm and diplomatic skill of a chosen man moving upwards. Though Baldwin seems to have bought off backbench criticism by hinting to Austen Chamberlain that he would be recalled to his old post, Eden duly emerged as Foreign Secretary on December 22, 1935. He was still only 38 years of age. 212. One or two eyebrows were raised. There were suggestions that some of the mud of the Hoare-Laval debacle was sticking to Eden, while the Daily Express observed that he had been closely associated with the discredited plan and yet had gained high office because of its rejection. But these were minority opinions. The Daily Herald, 213, expressed a more general point of view. The appointment of anyone else would be deplored and resented by the country. Of all concerned in this miserable affair, he only has emerged without discredit. Eden was now the undoubted star of the national government. When, in the autumn of 1935, he received the freedom of the borough of Leamington, there were 25,000 applications for 3,000 seats. Being number 2 minister at the Foreign Office for more than 4 years had been an inherently dangerous predicament, granted the difficulties in winning laurels for the conduct of British diplomacy at this time. But Eden had used the position to advantage. His subordinate status was widely interpreted to convey distance rather than association. When attacking the government as a whole in a speech in October 1935, the former Labour Chancellor, Philip Snowden, could still pay a warm personal tribute to Mr. Eden. Over Hoare-Laval, as over so much that had gone before, the popular perception of Eden's role suggested a far greater divergence between his views and those of the government than was justified. If the deal negotiated in Paris epitomized Hoare, and indeed the majority of his colleagues, then Eden was seen to stand for Geneva and an altogether higher code of conduct. To the average League supporter, argued the Spectator, he symbolizes not merely British policy, but the ideal League policy. 2. Not being Hoare in 1935 proved as valuable as not being Simon had been in earlier years. 216. Eden, in fact, had become the beneficiary of the image. Myth would be too strong a word which had grown around him since 1931. It would be unfair to suggest that he had been completely at one with his governmental colleagues over the direction of British foreign policy. But the fact that he was now in a position to take over the Foreign Office hardly suggests that he had been fundamentally out of step hitherto. The record reveals few of the divergencies which the public believed to be an everyday occurrence. Sometimes, perhaps, Eden had failed to bring his views to the attention of his colleagues with sufficient force. This was a problem which bedevilled much of his ministerial career. The trained diplomat tended to make a virtue of glossing over difficulties with the balm of conciliatory language. His subordinates and friends got a clearer picture of his dissatisfaction with aspects of government policy. But the fact remains that no issue in this period brought Eden seriously close to resignation. Divisions over the conduct of British foreign policy in the 1930s were never as clear-cut as its early historiography tended to suggest. Very few were those who appreciated from the outset that Hitler's regime was not one which could be treated according to the normal canons of diplomatic practice, and that its advent had transformed the nature of international politics. Something went very wrong with us in the 30s, wrote William Strang 2 decades later, and the responsibility was general and not to be attributed to individuals. Much as he might regret it, Eden bore his share of this collective guilt. Eden and the dictators. I fully realized we had to gain time. NC, however, sincerely believed that Hitler and Muss were negotiable. This was the real difference between us. Anthony Eden always recognized that his performance as Foreign Secretary during the 1930s would be crucial to his ultimate historical reputation. Though the clear out of the Chamberlainite Old Guard after May 1940 was not as complete as was once supposed, much of the internal dynamics of post-war conservatism was determined by a rather simplistic assessment of the politics of the 1930s. To have been on the right side of the appeasement divide was an important factor in determining political fortunes for many years afterwards, and it was not entirely accidental that 4 of the 5 men who successively led the Conservative Party after Neville Chamberlain could all claim the credentials of anti-appeasement. The reality, of course, was never that straightforward. Historians have long since abandoned the simple categorization of 1930s politicians as appeasers and anti-appeasers. Appeasement, insofar as it is even a useful term to encapsulate the foreign policy of pre-war governments, contained countless variations, subtleties, and shifts of emphasis. Most who later laid claim to unsullied virtue were inclined at the time to embrace some aspect of it. As early as 1941, Oliver Harvey, then Eden's private secretary, judged that all parties were equally responsible for the policy. But for many years, the illusion remained more important than historical reality. Not only foresight, but also a higher standard of morality could be attributed to those who dissented from the government's line. What divided Eden and Chamberlain, asserted John Wheeler Bennett, was the degree of sacrifice which could legitimately be made by Britain in the cause of peace without bringing her to the position where her word and her bond were doubted. In the councils of Europe. Yet, for more than 2 years in the 1930s, Eden bore direct ministerial responsibility for British foreign policy, no longer constrained by subordinate status to John Simon and Samuel Hoare. His strong point was that he resigned in February 1938, before events in Europe brought British policy increasingly into disrepute. His problem, on the other hand, with the dictator powers, by no means began in the spring of 1938. To Eden, during his second spell as Foreign Secretary, to initiate the process upon which a more scholarly assessment of pre-war foreign policy could be based. With the Second World War still in its early stages, the government began to consider the possibility of publishing its diplomatic documents, following the precedent of the earlier British documents, on the origins of the war relating to the events of 1914. Eden's somewhat equivocal attitude towards early publication reflects in part the ambiguity of his own position in the 1930s. After discussing the matter with his immediate predecessor, Eden decided in early July 1941 against publication. But he then changed his mind and decided that publication would, on balance, be to the national advantage. By November, however, Eden was anxious about the effect on his reputation and fears he may look like an appeaser too. Sir Alexander Cadogan was more forthright. Does A realize that he is responsible for the great and tragic appeasement, not reacting to German occupation of the Rhineland in 1936? How lucky he is, no one has ever mentioned that. And that was the turning point. The Prime Minister's reaction was more charitable. It was, thought Churchill, as he reviewed the documents relating to German colonial claims, a Pity that Mr. Eden's name should be mixed up directly with appeasement. Yet, far from accepting historical reality with its shades of grey, Eden sought in the years ahead to portray the dividing lines of the 1930s, and his stance in relation to them in ever more stark and clear-cut terms. Appeasement became a blanket term of abuse, separated from his own outlook by an unbridgeable divide. The lessons of the 1930s and their supposed application to later decades developed into a near obsession, and he bitterly assailed those who offered even a moderately charitable interpretation of the rationale behind appeasement. If Eden, as Foreign Secretary to Baldwin and Chamberlain, never found his policies out of step with the desires of his governmental colleagues, as he tended to imply, this is not to suggest that. His position within the administration was a noticeably comfortable one. In his first weeks in office, he had to beat off the attempts of Sir Warren Fisher, the head of the civil service, to claim a veto over ambassadorial appointments. Hit for a difficult cabinet meeting, he later recalled, Baldwin took him aside and explained that in any cabinet there were 22 would-be foreign secretaries and only one Minister of Labour. Youth probably counted him, and he never in his first spell as Foreign Secretary carried the weight which his office implied. Senior figures, such as Chamberlain and Simon, belonged to an older generation, while Eden seemed on the whole not to cultivate the friendship of those younger ministers who were generally more sympathetic to his own outlook. Perhaps, as one Italian diplomat surmised, Eden remained at this stage of his career the PPS of Sir Austen Chamberlain. 4. Not impressive in cabinet, judged Hoare at the time of Neville Chamberlain's accession to the premiership in May 1937. In fact, the surviving documentation suggests that Eden was not particularly effective in expounding his views and fighting his department's corner at the cabinet table. Not for nothing did Cadogan once compare Eden to John Simon. As a result, insofar as Eden and his ministerial colleagues did find themselves at odds, this was something of which the Foreign Secretary and his immediate circle were altogether more conscious than the rest of the cabinet. The majority of the cabinet are against E, asserted Harvey nearly 4 months before Eden's resignation, but the surprise with which most ministers greeted Eden's departure hardly suggests that this was a judgment they would have shared. 716. 18. At no time in his career did Eden cultivate political friendship for its own sake. As one who worked for him later put it, he felt a strong affection for a far narrower circle of friends than most men. It was probably as a reaction to relative isolation among his peers that Eden placed particular value upon the friendship, advice, and encouragement of a small group of ministers and officials of his own generation within the Foreign Office. Of these, the most important were his junior minister, Lord Cranborne, J.P.L. Thomas, who became his PPS in May 1937, and Oliver Harvey, from January 1936 Eden's private secretary in the Foreign Office. Eden gave what many saw as undue weight to the views of these men, which they repaid with unwavering admiration, and support critics maintained that this entourage was able to play upon the Foreign Secretary's vanity, but all remained close friends of Eden until their deaths. By contrast, Vansittart and Cadogan, who successively served as permanent Under-Secretary, never exercised comparable influence. Though the former came to believe that he and Eden shared much common ground on the German question, the Foreign Secretary could not stand it being thought that any opinion he uttered in the cabinet was really the voice of Vansittart. Public reaction to Eden's appointment in December 1935 was overwhelmingly favourable, particularly among those under 50. It was, asserted the New Statesman, the best Christmas present the PM could have given us. That praise should have come from such a quarter emphasised that Eden's appeal was not restricted to the Conservative Party. His enthusiasm for the League of Nations enabled him to symbolize the emotions and aspirations of many on the centre and left of the political spectrum. Eden's promotion, suggested Henry Channon, was a victory for the left, for the pro-Leaguers. The appointment, insisted the Spectator, demonstrates the will of the government, and still more the will of the people, that the foreign policy of Great Britain shall be maintained not only in words, but in deeds. In this sense, the nation seemed to have chosen its own Foreign Secretary, and Eden was probably the only figure who could now help the government recover from the discredit of the Hall of All Pact. Such disquiet as there was came from the Conservative right. I expect the greatness of his office will find him out, warned Churchill. Austin W.D. have been far better, and I wonder why he was overlooked. But whether they rejoiced at Eden's appointment or not, few could fail to appreciate his difficult inheritance. The problem of Italian aggression against Abyssinia remained unresolved, and Eden, though he had earlier been involved in looking for a compromise, was now compelled to seek a League victory, which would be seen to thwart Mussolini's ambitions. The danger, however, clearly existed that the loss of Italian friendship would result in driving that country into Germany's arms. At the same time, he needed to restore confidence in the government both at home and abroad, and to repair Anglo-French relations. To his credit, Eden placed the German problem at the top of his agenda. One of his first acts was to circulate to the cabinet a collection of reports received from the Berlin embassy since Hitler's assumption of power. I had by this time, he later recalled, occasionally used the word appeasement in a speech or minute for the Foreign Office, in the sense of the first meaning given in the Oxford English Dictionary, to bring peace, settle.
Sister.
Was a different policy subsequently pursued by Neville Chamberlain of seeking to pacify by satisfying demands. But it seems beyond question that at this stage, Eden truly believed that it was possible to negotiate with Hitler. His aim, he told Harold Nicholson, was to avoid another war, to which end he was prepared to make great concessions to satisfy German appetites, providing they in return would sign a disarmament treaty and rejoin the League. His idea was to work for a package deal for the following 3 years, and then to put it before the League. Inside the cabinet room, Eden was more specific. In a covering memorandum entitled "The German Danger," circulated with the embassy reports, he concluded that the Führer aimed at the destruction of the peace settlement and the re-establishment of Germany as the dominant power in Europe. Such ambitions through the complete militarization of the German nation, and by economic and territorial expansion to absorb all Germans presently citizens of neighboring states. Hitler sought new markets and new fields for German migration, together with control of raw materials which Germany lacked. Though this analysis failed to define the likely extent of German expansion, it is not one from which most historians would dissent. Of particular interest, however, are the conclusions which Eden drew from his own exposition. The first was that Britain had to hasten and complete her own rearmament. The second was that the government should examine the possibility of some modus vivendi, to put it no higher, with Nazi Germany, which would be both honourable and safe for Britain while lessening European tension. These twin goals of rearmament and the quest for an agreement remained central to Eden's policy throughout his foreign secretaryship. If this was appeasement through strength, it was appeasement nonetheless, though a settlement would not easily be realized. Eden had not concluded that the Third Reich's ideological fanaticism placed it beyond the pale of diplomatic negotiations. Significantly, Vansittart, another whose anti-appeasement credentials would later shine brightly, was thinking along the same lines and concluded that advantage lay in making one serious attempt to come to terms with Germany. Eden did not dissent. His proviso was that agreement should be achieved not by offering Germany SOPs, which would only whet the appetite. There were 26, 28 designed to satisfy, but by making proposals for a final settlement. Precisely what Britain might offer as her part of this deal, Eden was not at this stage ready to define, but he seemed willing to consider colonial restitution, financial help for the German economy, special trading concessions in areas such as the Danube Basin, and even the abandonment of the Rhineland demilitarized zone. The experience of Italy's behavior, which Eden attributed in part to her economic distress, made the notion of economic appeasement particularly attractive. Our purpose being to avoid war, it should follow that we should be wise to do everything in our power to assist Germany's economic recovery, thereby easing the strain upon the German rulers, and making an outbreak less likely. A cabinet committee was established to investigate the matter further. "Thank heaven we are moving that far at any rate," recorded Lieutenant General Pownall, Assistant Secretary to the Committee of Imperial Defense. Vansittart's memorandum gave up the demilitarized zone as a lost cause and strongly urged the handing back of colonies as well. It could thus be argued that Eden was prepared for a more systematic quest for an agreement with Germany than anything attempted since Hitler had come to power. In the following weeks, Eden gave every indication that he was serious about this mission. On February 15, 1936, his junior minister, Lord Cranborne, saw the counselor at the German embassy, Prince Bismarck. He insisted that the British government attached particular importance to cultivating friendly relations with Germany, and that it was Eden's belief that close collaboration between Britain, France, and Germany was essential for European peace. The remilitarization of the Rhineland, forbidden under both the dictated Treaty of Versailles and also the 1925 Treaty of Locarno, of which Germany had been a willing signatory, was likely to be high among German desiderata. By the time that Cranborne spoke to Bismarck, however, Eden was already contemplating offering Germany such a concession, notwithstanding the implications it would have for the strategic balance between Germany and France. It seems undesirable to adopt an attitude we would either have to fight for the zone or abandon it, of a German reoccupation. It would be preferable for Great Britain and France to enter betimes into negotiations for the surrender on conditions of our rights in the zone, while such a surrender still has got a bargaining value. Not surprisingly, Eden was unenthusiastic about the ratification of the Franco-Soviet Pact of May 1935, since this might give Germany the pretext for a unilateral denunciation of Locarno. He also declined to give a direct answer to Flandin when the French foreign minister inquired about how Britain would react to a German remilitarization. Foreign minister to give security to France and Belgium, Eden argued, it would in the first instance be up to those two governments to decide what price they were prepared to pay for its maintenance. Though he did not rule out the possibility of Hitler embarking on further foreign adventures, this prospect represented not a bar to Anglo-German negotiations, but an additional reason for coming to terms quickly. On 24 February, Eden wrote to the British ambassador in Germany of the supreme effort, which would soon be made to reach an understanding with Germany, and in a further paper, submitted to the Cabinet's Foreign Policy Committee, suggested a package which included a new air pact, negotiations for remilitarization, and recognition of Germany's special interests in Central and Eastern Europe. Precisely what implications such concessions might have for the sovereignty of Czechoslovakia and Poland remained unclear. In public, Eden managed to create a somewhat different impression. When asked in the Commons on 12 February to give an assurance that the Locarno provisions would be carried out in the event of a flagrant violation of the demilitarized zone, he insisted that the government would honor its obligations. His maiden speech as Foreign Secretary, a fortnight later, restated his well-known claim to be a champion of peace through collective security, but contained a statement which, as an early biographer noted, might be used in textbooks as an awful example of a platitude. 37. It would be equally idle to deny that that is an anxiety which we must all share on the government bench, an anxiety which is not minimized, though it is mitigated, by reflection that the course which this country pursues in the next year or two may well be a decisive factor on events. By early March, the likely imposition of oil sanctions against Italy made it probable that Mussolini would take Italy out of the League and denounce her commitments under Locarno. In this situation, the Cabinet met to consider Britain's obligations under that treaty. With Baldwin's support, Eden secured agreement that the best solution was to embark on diplomatic action to prevent the issue of Britain's Locarno obligations arising in the first place. To avert a very difficult situation, the government should come to some agreement with Germany. Eden was authorized to follow up his earlier approaches and begin formal negotiations with Germany for an air pact. In the light of the Cabinet's decision, Eden duly met the German ambassador von Hosch on 6 March and received a favorable initial reaction to the idea of an air pact. At a further meeting the following morning, however, von Hosch announced that the Germans were already in the process of restoring full German sovereignty to the demilitarized zone. The Germans, in fact, had seized the key prize which Eden had hoped to use as his chief bargaining counter in forthcoming negotiations. Almost certainly he was taken by surprise. He had not paid sufficient attention to Germany's repeated insistence that the Franco-Soviet Pact, ratified in February, was incompatible with French obligations under Locarno. This was, Eden later recalled, the most carefully prepared example of Hitler's brazen but skillful methods to date. Even so, the Foreign Secretary determined that Germany's action should not be the occasion of armed conflict. His reaction was one of irritation at the way the Nazis had handled the matter. The saving grace, he believed, was that von Hosch's announcement was accompanied by a fresh series of German proposals, designed to confirm their unchangeable longing for a real pacification of Europe between states which are equals in rights and equally respected. These included negotiations for a new demilitarized zone, 25-year non-aggression pacts between France, Belgium, and Germany pacts between Germany and the countries of Eastern Europe, an agreement on limiting air strength, and, tantalizingly, the re-entry of Germany to the League. As this list contained several of the goals which Eden had had in mind over the previous weeks, he could scarcely ignore the German offer, even though remilitarization had been secured by unilateral action rather than negotiation. Yet his reaction was based on a curious contradiction. On the one hand, what had happened raised grave doubts about Germany's good faith. The myth is now exploded that Herr Hitler only repudiates treaties imposed on Germany by force. We must be prepared for him to repudiate any treaty, even if freely negotiated, when it becomes inconvenient, and when Germany is sufficiently strong, and the circumstances are otherwise favorable for doing so. Ent. And as if Hitler was not to be believed over Locarno, which he had previously made a point of differentiating from the hated Treaty of Versailles, he could not be believed in anything. But at the same time, the Foreign Secretary persuaded the Cabinet that Germany's power for mischief, that it was still in Britain's interests to conclude with her as far-reaching and enduring a settlement as possible, whilst Herr Hitler is in the mood to do so. He seemed to believe that there were short-term advantages in securing an agreement, even if Hitler might tear it up at any moment. The Cabinet now authorized Eden to inform the Commons that, while one of the main foundations of Western European peace had been cut away, it was Britain's manifest duty to replace it if peace were to be secured. It is in that spirit that we must approach the new proposals of the German Chancellor. We must examine them clear-sightedly and objectively, with a view to finding out to what extent they represent a means by which the shaken structure of peace can again be strengthened. If Eden had earlier ruled out SOPs to Germany, this did not now prevent him from persuading Baldwin to set up a committee under the Earl of Plymouth to consider a colonial mandate as a quid pro quo for Germany's return to the League. Whether, as Eden hoped, the crisis would pass without conflict was, of course, not entirely in Britain's control. As he had already conceded, any response to a German violation of the demilitarized zone was primarily a matter for France and Belgium. Indeed, what had happened in the Rhineland was as likely to precipitate a crisis in Anglo-French as in Anglo-German relations. Not surprisingly, Eden summoned the French ambassador as soon as his interview with von Hoche on 7 March was over, urging the need for frank Anglo-French discussion on the German memorandum. He expressed confidence that the French would do nothing to make the situation more difficult. We must not close our eyes to the fact that a contra-party was offered, and that would undoubtedly have a very considerable effect on public opinion. He took comfort that Flandin, by calling for a meeting of the League Council, seemed not to be treating the matter as one of flagrant violation, necessitating an immediate response under the terms of Locarno. Overall, Eden gave the impression of a man who was asking himself, what advantages be barriers should be put up against a hostile threat? Accompanied by Lord Halifax, Eden now went to Paris to win the backing of France and Belgium for his policy. He found Flandin outwardly inflexible, calling for sanctions including, in the last resort, military action. The British ministers responded that, although Britain would not join in military action against Germany, she was ready to consider a renewal and reinforcement of her Locarno obligations. Vansittart had already warned that, if we cannot manage France, there may be a debacle at Geneva. The dangers of allowing Germany to drive a wedge between Britain and France were, the permanent Undersecretary argued, extremely great, not least for Eden himself. The acid test of Germany's sincerity will come during 5 years. On form up to date, she cannot be relied upon to be as good as her word. If the wedges were driven, and then Germany proved false when grown to full strength, I fear that your position would be very difficult. And you have at least a quarter of a century more of politics ahead of you. 51. It is now generally accepted that France's acquiescence in Germany's Rhineland coup was the result less of British pressure than of the refusal of the French General Staff to take unilateral action. In his memoirs, Eden was keen to emphasize evidence that the French government and people were far from united in favor of a forthright approach. But in his report to the Cabinet on 11 March, he seemed genuinely concerned that the French might indeed take military action. The possibility of war was real. The British line of condemning Germany and then developing a constructive policy to establish a European settlement had, he stated, no chance of acceptance. France and Belgium both believed that if the German challenge was not taken up, a much more formidable situation would arise 2 years later, when war would have to be fought under very unfavorable conditions. If France and Belgium resorted to military measures, Britain would have to decide whether she intended to fulfill her treaty obligations, and we should be in an impossible position if we refused. During the ensuing discussion, Duff Cooper, the Secretary for War, seemed to cast doubt on Eden's assumption that there were advantages in concluding an agreement with Germany now, with the possibility of a conflict delayed until Britain's rearmament plans had been completed. As Cooper pointed out, one did any eight to some extent our small forces, yet by that time Germany would have 100 divisions and a powerful fleet. We should not relatively, therefore, be in a better position. Nonetheless, the Cabinet accepted Eden's proposal, Britain should inform Germany that she was still anxious for a peaceful settlement, but hoped that Germany could contribute to that end by agreeing to withdraw all forces from the Rhineland above those needed for a symbolic occupation. 52. Over the following week of negotiations, which left Eden haggard with exhaustion, the French position became progressively more flexible. Agreement was reached on 19 March. Britain would join a mutual agreement with Belgium and France against further unprovoked aggression. The promise of staff conversations should negotiations with Germany fail to bear fruit, which provoked some opposition inside the British cabinet, induced Flandin and Van Zeeland, the Belgian Prime Minister, to accept remilitarization as a fait accompli. Eden's attitude was governed throughout by the desire to utilize Hitler's offers in order to obtain a permanent settlement. To the extent that the situation had been diffused without a major breach in Anglo-French relations, Eden had cause for satisfaction, though he scarcely merited the praise which Vansittart showered upon him. You have extricated your country from a position in which it might have been either dishonored or isolated, or forced into dangerous courses. We have got to be cautious, and not be carried away prematurely, or we may pay for it with our national existence. The future will bear you out right enough, and you have such a long personal future still. Whatever Eden had achieved had been at the cost of a considerable shift in the European strategic balance. As Cranbourne pointed out, without the demilitarized zone, France could not effectively fulfill her obligations in Central and Eastern Europe, which would ultimately have to be liquidated. Eden's Commons speech on 26 March was certainly a considerable personal triumph, the speech of his life, according to Neville Chamberlain. He announced that Britain's aims were to avert the danger of war, to create conditions in which negotiations could take place, and to bring those negotiations to a successful conclusion which would involve Germany's return to the League. It was his contention, at the time and later, that the French and Belgian governments did not have sufficient public backing to allow for the effective use of force. Being democracies, they could not have acted without that backing, even had they wished to. Similarly, opinion in Britain, famously epitomized in the remark of Eden's taxi driver that Jerry can do what he likes in his own back garden, can't he? Did not believe that Germany's crime was sufficiently grave to justify a military response. This was true enough, though, as Harold Macmillan tellingly argued, it is hard to see how this differs from the defense 2 years later of the Munich settlement. In addition, at least one of those who later figured among Eden's close associates believed that the account given in Facing the Dictators unduly minimized the support in the Commons and the country for a firm response to Germany's coup. Almost certainly, however, opinion in all three countries merely confirmed a conclusion which Eden had already reached, that military action was out of proportion to what Germany had done. Be that as it may, the Rhineland later assumed an important place in that mixture of fact and fantasy which made up the early historiography of appeasement. As the pace of German aggression escalated, March 1936 was widely seen as the last time that Hitler could have been stopped without war. Later comment assumed that an immediate military response would have been a relatively simple operation, limited perhaps to police action. This, it was argued, would have been successful and might have led to the fall of Hitler. If the French government had mobilized, wrote Churchill, with the authority of a man who had been proved right about the Nazi menace, there is no doubt that Hitler would have been compelled by his own general staff to withdraw, and a check would have been given to his pretensions, which might well have proved fatal to his rule. Almost certainly, however, could only have been thwarted if the democracies had been prepared for military conflict. As Philip Bell puts it, the opportunity open to France was to stop Hitler by war, not without war. The idea that Hitler would give up the Rhineland without a fight, as Chamberlain recognized at the time, a reliable estimate of a mad dictator's reactions, 664. Even so, as the man with direct responsibility for British policy at this time, Eden understandably came to feel vulnerable about his conduct over the Rhineland crisis. An Allied move against Hitler, he conceded more than 20 years later, would have been the right thing to do, and many millions of lives would have been saved. As unusually, his memoir account conveys a note of self-reproach. 66 German occupation was an occasion when the British and French governments should have attempted the impossible. But if Eden's conduct in 1936 is open to criticism, it is less in his failure to propose military action than in his conviction that Britain should still aim for a political agreement with Germany, even if the latter might break that agreement at any convenient time. Such a strategy inevitably implied that the time would come when Britain would have no alternative but to fight to stop Hitler's onward march. Though Eden wanted Britain to use whatever time might thus be gained to strengthen her armaments, it was by no means certain, as Duff Cooper had reminded the Cabinet on 11 March, that any postponement of conflict would be to Britain's advantage. The cabinet minutes from the spring of 1936 onwards do reveal more urgency about the need for rearmament. But British industry faced long-term problems in its shortage of skilled labour and plant capacity to produce the materials of war. Lord Weir had already warned ministers, including Eden, that the rearmament programme could not be completed in 5 years without affecting the export trade, unless quasi-wartime controls were imposed on British industry, a condition which Eden seemed to accept was politically impossible. The ultimate outcome of the Rhineland crisis produced little cause for satisfaction from a British point of view. The German government lost interest in its own proposals for a European settlement, once the danger of a French military response had passed. On 1 April, Ribbentrop delivered a revised version of Hitler's earlier peace proposals, elaborately set out under 19 subheadings. Eden took up a suggestion from Flandin for the presentation of a questionnaire to Hitler to determine the latter's intentions, which was finally delivered on 7 May. It represented, as Eden privately admitted, all that had survived of our obligation to march into the Rhine. To the cabinet, he justified the questionnaire on the grounds that it would buy time for rearmament, though there was some concern inside the Foreign Office that its conciliatory language might only encourage Hitler to strike again. The Germans' response, however, was repeatedly postponed until the whole matter was finally buried by Hitler in a Reichstag speech at the end of January 1937. Meanwhile, Anglo-French staff talks went ahead, but were limited to logistical questions and represented only a small step towards a military alliance. Seemed exasperated by French behaviour. Our French friends are really difficult to understand and to tolerate with the patience that they no doubt deserve, he noted after thwarting a final French attempt to impose sanctions upon Germany. British policy remained to seek agreement with Germany, however improbable this now was. The remilitarization marking the end of Hitler's ambitions, his mind was turning to the next item on Germany's menu. Miracles, commented Vansittart on 17 March, do still come about, and we must continue to hope and work for one. 72. In the eyes of cabinet ministers such as Neville Chamberlain, the increasingly worrying behaviour of Nazi Germany provided the most telling of reasons for coming to terms with Mussolini's Italy. Granted the circumstances in which he had succeeded Hoare, this would never have been an easy path for Eden. It was important for his credentials as a League man that the Italian dictator's ambitions should be thwarted. Furthermore, he never shared the acute fears of the majority of the cabinet that Germany and Italy might come together in an anti-British alignment. In fact, his unwillingness to contemplate the dangers posed by a nightmare coalition of Britain's 3 potential enemies, Germany, Italy, and Japan, remained one of Eden's most important differences with his colleagues throughout his foreign secretaryship. As he explained in early March 1936, a rapprochement between Italy and Germany was unlikely, partly because of Italy's interest in maintaining Austrian independence, partly because it would embitter Italy's relations with Yugoslavia, and partly owing to the well-known unreliability of Italian policy, of which Herr Hitler was well aware. It may fairly be argued that neither Hitler nor Mussolini was appeasable, in the sense of offering the chance of a long-term, reliable settlement with Britain. But Eden's greater willingness to chase the illusion of a German agreement is one of the least impressive features of his record in the 1930s. In all probability, he had concluded as early as his conversations with Mussolini in June 1935 that the Italian dictator could not be trusted, and that concessions to him were therefore pointless. Eden's references to Mussolini, the Antichrist, display a depth of animosity never matched in his attitude towards Hitler. As he once told Oliver Harvey, he always had to be particularly careful to prevent his personal prejudices in regard to Mussolini from colouring his political attitude too much. Almost certainly, Eden failed in this self-imposed objective. For a while, in the first weeks, it seemed that the League's will might indeed prevail, with the Italians unlikely to conquer Abyssinia before the rainy season set in. January, Eden declared that aggression must not succeed, and that Britain would always be found on the side of collective security. By the time that the cabinet met on 26 February, however, there were signs that the Italians could yet secure victory before the weather turned against them. Eden now argued that, on balance, the League ought to agree to impose oil sanctions. He seems not to have been fully confident that such a measure would be successful, especially as American oil exports to Italy had already reached 3 times their normal level, but short of actual war, an embargo was the only weapon the League had left. With 2 ministers insisting that their dissent be recorded, Eden was asked to avoid taking the lead at Geneva and to carry out the government's policy while attracting as little publicity to himself as possible. When Flandin, who wanted another attempt at mediation, put obstacles in the Foreign Secretary's path, in particular a demand for support in maintaining the demilitarized zone, Eden had little option but to make a speech in which he took the lead over sanctions to an extent that the cabinet had not wanted. But the way in which Britain, in deference to French wishes, acquiesced in delaying further meetings of the sanctionist states suggested that this was little more than a gesture. If it is applied, Eden argued, it will be applied less by reason of its probable effectiveness than as a means of demonstrating the determination of members of the League to persist in the policy upon which they have embarked. Thereafter the Rhineland occupied center stage, and Eden had not succeeded in imposing oil sanctions before the Abyssinian emperor fled to Palestine in May. Eden was still hoping in April that the Italians might be defeated by the weather, but as Vansittart commented, it has got to rain very hard and very quick and very long. The idea of closing the Suez Canal to thwart Italy's imminent triumph had considerable support inside the Foreign Office, but Eden failed to speak up for this plan at the cabinet on 22 April, precisely the failing, from a departmental viewpoint, which he had so often held against Simon. 1.82-180. Though Eden found it difficult to contemplate reaching a settlement with Italy, the British public is not prepared to sit round the table on friendly terms with the aggressor for many a long day. Nor can I blame them. 83. The twin setbacks over the Rhineland and Abyssinia provoked a reappraisal of British policy within the 184 Foreign Office and inside Eden's own mind during the spring of 1936. From the CID Secretariat panel noted that Eden had been talking to Hankey about collective security. At last the light is dawning. It has failed in the perfect case of Italy. It will never work for a German crisis. By 22 April, Eden was ready to share his doubts with the cabinet as to whether the League could prevent a German putsch against Austria. The following day, the Conservative Foreign Affairs Committee showed that it too was taking stock of a changed situation. Eden received a report on its proceedings from his friend and PPS, Roger Lumley. Everyone present had agreed that the time for a showdown of some kind had arrived. Right-wing members argued that this should come about through a frank recognition that sanctions had failed. It was necessary to accept Italy's fait accompli in Abyssinia and let her return to the negotiating table, so that all energies could be directed towards resisting Germany. Lumley reported considerable support for abolishing the sanctionist Article 16 of the League Covenant, and for the notion that any reorientation of policy must be based on attempting nothing which it was beyond Britain's capacity to perform. He ended by insisting that Eden, having been so very pro-League, was the only person who could now credibly advocate a realistic policy. 86. 4 days later, agreed that it was time to divest the League of its power to impose sanctions, leaving it as no more than a moral force and focus. Would depend on a system of regional pacts to be registered and approved by the League. In Cabinet on 29 April, Eden posed 3 fundamental questions. What future was there for the League, granted its failure over Abyssinia? What future was there for sanctions? And what policy should be pursued towards Germany? With such radical thinking in the air, the Cabinet accepted Eden's suggestion of a new committee to consider the future direction of British policy. This committee met the following day and heard Eden admit that collective security was likely to be less, rather than more successful in future. The Foreign Secretary found the meeting quite helpful, noting a general consensus that some modification of Article 16 would be necessary, and that there must at the very least be some stock-taking by the League after the hapless affair of Abyssinia. It is against this background that the decision to lift sanctions against Italy must be viewed. There was some danger that Eden, having been so associated with the League in the public mind, might suffer a personal reverse if he could not adapt to changed circumstances. The League is discredited, noted Thomas Jones in early May. Eden has played his hand out. 90, but politicians' minds had moved faster than those of the general public, and there was an equal danger that Eden would lose popular credibility if he were now seen to renounce his League credentials. In the event, matters worked out better than he might have expected. Inside the government, there was a growing conviction that attention should be focused on Germany. This was reasonable enough, granted that the Cabinet's Defence Requirements Committee had determined, as early as 1934, that Germany was the ultimate potential enemy against whom our long-range defence policy must be directed. Eden recorded a meeting with Baldwin on 20 May. The Prime Minister was characteristically vague, but at least clear that he wanted better relations with Hitler than with Musso. When asked by Eden how this was to be achieved, Baldwin could only reply, "I have no idea, that is your job." 91. Not that Eden was any longer sanguine of an accommodation with Germany. Reports reaching the Foreign Office painted a gloomy picture of Europe's future. The best that Eden could do was to insist that this made no difference to our intention to probe and explore Herr Hitler's offers, and to construct, if possible, something reliable out of them. By early June, he was still more pessimistic. "We must continue to aim at the general agreement. It may be that it is unattainable, but it is we who must prove this by making every effort to attain it." 93. Eden was disappointed that Hitler had still not responded to the list of questions sent to him in early May. This failure to reply suggested that his intentions were bad. Be that as it may, logic suggested that, if the diplomatic focus was to be directed towards Germany, little would be achieved by policies which continued to incur Italian hostility. Eden had told the Commons as early as 6 May that sanctions had failed. At the Cabinet 3 weeks later, majority opinion favoured lifting sanctions, and Eden found himself, along with Neville Chamberlain, in a minority that felt tenacious. It was, he conceded, a desperately difficult decision, and not for the last time, he admitted that personal factors might be colouring his attitude. To some extent, one is inevitably influenced by dislike of Italy and her methods. 96. Certainly Eden's conditions for Italian negotiations contained reservations which he was less inclined to impose when it came to Germany. While accepting that the fall of Addis Ababa on 5 May had left the sanctions policy in ruins, and that the quest for a German settlement made continuing Anglo-Italian friction undesirable, he remained reluctant to grasp the sanctions nettle. In response to reports that Mussolini was ready to negotiate a Mediterranean security agreement in exchange for the lifting of sanctions, Eden minuted, "There is a touch of blackmail about this, and we are not in a mood to be blackmailed by Italy. Some constructive contribution by her is also called for, and there is no evidence of it here. If Mussolini thinks he has only to beckon, and we will open our arms, he is vastly mistaken." 98. 2 days later, he conceded that it was no longer practicable to secure the withdrawal of Italian forces through sanctions, and that he would therefore be circulating a memorandum proposing their termination. By 10 June, he was rather veering to the view that, if sanctions were to be removed, there was something to be said for Britain taking the initiative. On that same day, however, it was the Chancellor, Neville Chamberlain, who seized that initiative. When therefore Chamberlain, speaking to the 1900 Club, described the continuation of sanctions as the very midsummer of madness, he was scarcely bouncing Eden into a policy of which the latter disapproved. Rather, Chamberlain seems to have concluded that Eden, having accepted the intellectual argument, needed to be prodded by a public statement which it was easier for the Chancellor than for the Foreign Secretary to make. Thus Chamberlain noted his belief that Eden was entirely in favour of what I was going to say, even though he was bound to ask me not to say it. In practice, this worked to Eden's advantage, since it enabled British policy to be changed without undue damage being done to his personal status as the upholder of the League. Eden was no doubt annoyed by Chamberlain's initiative, though characteristically as nice as possible about it. But as Vansittart pointed out, the idea to do the big thing was entirely spontaneous and yours. It was Cranborne, who had a knack of holding views erroneously attributed to Eden, who emphasized that the raising of sanctions would be bad, both for the future of the League and the government, and of our Mediterranean position in the future. It was therefore entirely consistent that Eden himself should have proposed abandoning sanctions at the Cabinet on 17 June, and announced that policy to the Commons the following day. He did his best to salvage some credibility for the League by insisting that 102. The Italian conquest of Abyssinia should not be formally recognized. Such a step would be bitterly unpopular at Geneva. 104. The failure of British policy and the need to work out an alternative strategy were apparent at an important cabinet meeting held on July 6, 1936. Eden reported that recent meetings of the League Council and Assembly had been the most depressing he had attended. The international situation held out a permanent risk of some dangerous incident arising, or even the outbreak of war. The alternatives were to work for a new Locarno Treaty, which would smash the League, or to go back to the universality of the Geneva Protocol of 1924, which the country was unlikely to support. The only other option was something on the lines of the French proposal for a series of regional obligations combined with economic sanctions to be imposed on an aggressor by those states which were not members of that particular regional arrangement. The government needed to decide on future policy in relation to the League, Eastern Europe, and the former German colonies. As Hitler would never commit himself as regards the whole of Europe, there was strong support for the idea that policy might be framed on the basis that we could not help Eastern Europe. The objects of policy were defined as trying to secure world peace and keeping the country out of war. If Britain had been strong enough and public opinion better instructed, it might have been feasible to guarantee the whole of Europe, East and West, but this was not the case. Here, surely, were the beginnings of the policy which culminated in the Munich settlement just over 2 years later, of which Eden would, on occasions, be so critical. In the telling words of the Cabinet Secretary, the present policy, that is, the policy for which Eden bore ministerial responsibility of yielding to Germany on every occasion, merely encouraged Hitler to pursue his aggressive designs. But when the question was asked whether the Führer ought to be told that there was a definite limit beyond which Britain would not let him go, it was pointed out that for the moment, at least, Britain had neither the means nor the heart to stop him. The contemporary assessment of the deputy editor of the Times that the government have no foreign policy at all was perhaps not far off the mark. If Eden did not have enough problems with which to concern himself, the summer of 1936 saw a new and unlooked for development on the international horizon. Just 3 days after the League agreed to end sanctions against Italy, news arrived of a military revolt in Spain against the existing Popular Front government. Civil war soon resulted. Eden's policy was on this occasion clear from the outset, though less high-minded than once imagined. He believed that Britain's interests lay in the defeat of both extreme factions and the emergence of a middle, of the road Spain amenable to British pressure. More importantly, the state of British rearmament made it imperative to keep the conflict localized and not allow it to widen out into a general European war. Many myths soon grew up to the effect that the war in Spain represented a microcosm of a forthcoming European-wide struggle between democracy and totalitarianism, and similar myths once attached to Eden's role in the war's diplomacy. According to one writer, he 107 did not escape the effects of the emotional storm which swept over a whole generation of Englishmen and women. He saw the Spanish Civil War, in its simple primary colors, as a conflict between absolute right and absolute wrong, in which the dictator should at all costs be totally defeated and democracy totally defended. Eden's thinking always remained more firmly rooted to the ground than this implies. He was also once credited with being the motive force behind the policy of non-intervention, a policy into which he was supposed to have pushed the reluctant French Popular Front government of Léon Blum, whose sympathies inevitably lay with the elected government in Spain. Blum did visit London on 23 July, but to discuss Locarno rather than Spain, and there is no evidence that Eden exerted any particular pressure upon him. Almost certainly French policy was determined, as over the Rhineland, by French considerations and, in particular, by fear that any partisan approach to the Spanish situation risked opening up fissures within the French body politic itself. 109. 110 thus, Eden had less responsibility for shaping the international character of the initial phase of the Spanish Civil War than was once supposed. This is not to deny that non-intervention suited British interests, domestic and foreign, better than any other policy that was realistically available. By the end of July, Eden was supporting at least an informal embargo on the export of arms to Spain, not least because he did not wish to see resources diverted from Britain's 112, but non-intervention was based own rearmament program, upon a practical calculation of Britain's best interests rather than high-minded idealism. Cranbourne probably expressed Eden's own thinking. Non-intervention is not a moral principle. It is a device to prevent the war spreading. If that can be achieved, all other considerations pale into nothingness. The agreement is probably being broken by both sides, by everyone, in fact, except us. But any agreement is better than none. Was to, from Eden's point of view, the main effect of the war, and of Mussolini's defiance of the non-intervention agreement, which all the powers had accepted by early September 1936, increase his misgivings about the quest to restore good relations with the Italian dictator. Eden's success in negotiating a 20-year agreement with Egypt in late August enabled Britain to concentrate her attention on Italian ambitions in the Western Mediterranean. He wanted to warn Mussolini that any alteration to the status quo in that area would be a matter of the greatest concern to Britain. During the autumn, Eden alternated between a readiness to let bygones be bygones in relation to Abyssinia and a reluctance to accede to the Italian wish for the formal recognition of their conquest. 116, the cabinet discussed Italy on 4 November, when Samuel Hoare, restored to ministerial rank as First Lord of the Admiralty, pointed out that despite rearmament, Britain would remain unprepared for conflict for some time to come. This meant that British policy would have to proceed very quietly, and the first objective should be to remove Italy from the list of countries with whom Britain might have to reckon. Eden did not dissent, though he suggested that Hoare's position might be mistaken for flabbiness. But he warned that recognition of the Abyssinian conquest would be a very difficult gesture to make. Something should be done to remove Italian suspicions of British intentions, but in doing so, we must not break with the League of Nations. In view of the policies Eden had pursued earlier in the year, this was a curious conclusion to reach. Yet he insisted that Italian policy would always be opportunistic, and that Britain must be on her guard against increasing the dictator's prestige by our own excessive submissiveness. One, not surprisingly, Leo Amory, listening to Eden in the Commons, found his attitude towards Mussolini grudging and sniffing. 118. If not as blatantly as Italy, Germany too soon violated the non-intervention agreement in support of Franco's rebel forces. But Eden did not allow this breach of an international agreement to divert him from the ongoing quest for an Anglo-German settlement. 120. He was, if anything, more hopeful about the international outlook than for some years past. The basis for his optimism was a series of reports suggesting that Germany's economic position was steadily worsening, and that this would force Hitler to seek assistance from Britain and France. The important point to note is less Eden's insistence that he would not seek to ease Germany's economic difficulties without a political return. She must be given nothing except she changes her political ways, than his continuing belief that there was a realistic chance of a settlement. In the last months of 1936, a growing divergence began to emerge on this question between Eden and some of his senior officials, including Vansittart, whom he was already planning to replace as soon as the opportunity offered. Figures such as Vansittart and Wigram had concluded that Germany would only make an agreement in return for the recognition of its political and economic supremacy in Eastern Europe. So while Eden was ready to ask Germany to define her desiderata in the colonial sphere, Vansittart preferred to keep Germany guessing and avoid the impression that Britain would consider a colonial deal. The permanent Undersecretary now saw negotiations as little more than a delaying tactic, holding the situation till at least 1939, to give British rearmament the chance to reach a position of strength. If, therefore, Eden was marginally more cautious about negotiating with Germany than some cabinet colleagues, he was now altogether keener on appeasement, albeit with conditions, than several of his professional advisers. 122. Eden's attitude towards the dangers, or lack of them, posed by a potential coalition of enemy states also tended to separate him from key figures in the Foreign Office. When news arrived in November that Germany and Japan had concluded an anti-Comintern pact to oppose international communism, Lawrence Collier judged this development to be definitely inimical to British interests. Eden, on the other hand, refused to be alarmed, insisting that the principal target of this agreement was Soviet Russia rather than Britain. This was true enough, but suggested a limited appreciation of the expansionist dynamism of the aggressor states. The contrast between Eden and Vansittart is instructive. Van came in and talked somewhat hysterically about this alliance being directed against us and not Russia. I fear that he is not balanced and is in such a continual state of nerves that he will end by making would-be aggressors think the more of us as a possible victim. 136. In the closing months of 1936, however, Eden found himself forced to bow to ministerial and service opinion that Britain needed to reduce the number of her possible enemies by responding to Mussolini's offer of a gentleman's agreement on the Mediterranean. This agreement, concluded on January 2, 1937, noted the mutual interest of both countries in the maintenance of peace and affirmed that there was no incompatibility between their respective interests in this area. The two powers committed themselves not to alter the status quo in the Mediterranean. Though this stipulation offered some comfort in relation to Italian ambitions in Spain, the agreement fell short of Eden's aims. Less than a month earlier, he had minuted that an agreement that only adds one more scrap of paper to the world and changes nothing in fundamentals is not worth so much effort. Yet despite the absence of tangible concessions by the Italian government, Eden seemed reasonably content. This is very satisfactory, he minuted. It is particularly satisfactory that we should have obtained our formula regarding Spain, and I am glad that we were firm about this. Confident that there were few advantages in Britain being seen to be too keen to court Italian friendship, he added. We shall lose nothing in Italian eyes by continuing to nous faire valoir. 128. Eden's mood soon changed. On the very day that the signature of the agreement was announced, 3,000 Italian troops landed in Cadiz. Though the gentleman's agreement did not specifically deal with non-intervention, Eden felt let down, and his attitude towards the possibility of a future accord with Italy was permanently affected. His initial inclination was to put as brave a face as possible on what had happened. At least we have given nothing away to Italy. It remains to be seen whether what we have gained will prove of any material value. Time alone will show, and nothing would be more foolish than openly to attempt to pull Mussolini away from Hitler. 39. On reflection, however, Eden decided to call a halt to German and Italian aggression in Spain by the strict application of the non-intervention agreement to volunteers. After a discussion with Baldwin, from which he concluded that he had the latter's backing, Eden arranged a meeting of ministers on 8 January to consider a complicated plan to employ the Royal Navy to supervise all approaches to Spanish ports. His attitude towards the outcome of the Civil War had clearly undergone a significant change of emphasis. The character of the future government of Spain, he now believed, was less important to the peace of Europe than that the dictators should not be victorious in that country. If the present situation continued, moderate influences in Germany would be eclipsed, and she would undertake other adventures against, for example, Czechoslovakia. To be firm in Spain was to gain time. To gain time is what we want. Hoare opposed what was effectively a plan to blockade the whole Spanish coast, and Eden was understandably surprised by Baldwin's complete failure to support him. Without the Prime Minister's backing, Eden's cause was lost, and the final decision to prohibit the flow of British volunteers, and merely to request other nations to follow Britain's lead, represented a considerable rebuff. Whatever the technical problems relating to his scheme, this was perhaps the moment of his foreign secretaryship at which Eden tried, albeit unsuccessfully, to make his strongest stand against the dictator powers. Not surprisingly, the outcome left him feeling tired and depressed. 131. The cabinet assembled for its first scheduled meeting of the year on 13 January. Eden noted that 1937 might be a critical year because of Germany's declining economic prospects. It was not clear whether she would follow a policy of cooperation or one of foreign adventure. Eden argued that two camps existed inside the Reich, the army, the Foreign Office and Schacht's finance ministry, which were cautious, and the Nazi Party, which was inherently aggressive. It was Britain's task to restrain the latter, and vigorous rearmament would be of the greatest possible assistance. She should be firm, but always ready to talk. After the cabinet meeting broke up, several ministers discussed the possibility of a British visit to Hitler, but Chamberlain and Eden were agreed that this would be very dangerous without invitation and clear purpose. Even so, the Foreign Secretary had clearly not ruled out the possibility of further negotiations. This may reflect the influence of Alexander Cadogan, who had returned from China in 1936 at Eden's invitation to take over the position of Deputy Undersecretary, with the clear expectation of succeeding Vansittart, an expectation so far thwarted by Eden's inability to prize the latter from his post. Cadogan had dined with Eden on 10 January, using the opportunity to preach to him to get in touch with Germany and not leave her in Coventry. Eden used a common speech on 19 January to appeal to Germany for a policy of cooperation and prosperity, while dilatory negotiations dragged on for a 5-power conference to replace Locarno. Eden probably placed more faith in Behind's discussions on the possible return of some former German colonies. This reflected his conviction that Germany's financial problems offered scope for economic appeasement. Schacht had held informal talks with Blum as long ago as August 1936, and pressure now mounted for a meeting between Schacht and Frederick Leith Ross, the government's chief economic advisor. Eden insisted that a colonial deal must be part of agending to Europe. There must, he wrote, be a definite change of political orientation in Germany, and Germany's undertakings and assurances must not therefore be merely eyewash. Eden indicated what a general settlement might involve at a meeting of the Cabinet's Foreign Policy Committee in mid-March. He wanted a new treaty to replace Locarno, guarantees for the countries of Eastern Europe, Germany's return to the League, and an agreement on arms limitation. 136. 138, 140. The first months of 1937 offered the Foreign Secretary few encouraging signs. Hitler's Reichstag speech on the 4th anniversary of his accession to power spoke ominously of the rights of national minorities in Eastern Europe and of the need to crush Bolshevism in Spain. In addition, discussions on colonial restitution could not make progress in the face of a French refusal to consider the cession of Togoland and the Cameroons. By mid-March, Eden had to admit that the chances of an agreement were very small. German policy was committed to the destruction of the principles of collective security, and in particular to weakening France's ties with Britain and her allies in Eastern Europe. The impersonance of British rearmament appeared daily more apparent. But Eden was increasingly cautious about any British commitments in Central and Eastern Europe. In a major address to his constituents in Leamington in November 1936, he had emphasized that British arms would only be taken up in self-defense, in defense of the Empire, and in fulfillment of specific treaty obligations. Nations cannot be expected to incur automatic military obligations save for areas where their vital interests are concerned. Speaking in Bradford a month later, Eden seemed to modify this position, arguing against comfortable doctrines, that Britain could live secure in a Western European glasshouse. But it was the Leamington speech which increasingly encapsulated his views. In March, he noted a distinction between those who accept my Leamington definition of our commitments and those who want to go further and undertake in 142, advance to fight for Czechoslovakia, etc. A pledge which, according to Eden, would result in a considerable division in our own public opinion. Such thinking suggested that the gap which had been apparent a few months earlier between Eden and some of his officials was narrowing once more. The Foreign Secretary was near to adopting the policy of cunctation, keeping Germany guessing until rearmament had created a British position of strength. Ests. X45. By the time, therefore, that Chamberlain replaced Baldwin as Prime Minister in May 1937, there were few signs that Eden was out of step on the key issues of foreign policy with the administration as a whole. There were differences of emphasis, but not more striking than those which have always existed and will always exist in cabinet government. Eden was noticeably cooler than some of his colleagues towards the appeasement of Italy, confident that Britain had the capacity to deal with any Italian threat to British interbut. His attitude was coloured by a personal antipathy towards Mussolini, based on a perception of the Italian dictator's untrustworthiness. Eden was no longer optimistic about an agreement with Germany. He had not ruled this out, but was not prepared to indulge in unilateral concessions to secure a merely temporary diplomatic success. In addition, he placed increasing importance on the support which rearmament could give to British policy, but without showing much understanding of the economic and political constraints which conditioned Treasury thinking on this issue. But only over his proposed blockade of the Spanish coast had Eden suffered a significant cabinet reverse, while as regards the central approach towards the Civil War, non-intervention, the government had pursued a policy with which he was in entire agreement. The incoming Prime Minister had little reason to suppose that he and his Foreign Secretary would find themselves at odds, Eden and Chamberlain. I think that, on the facts, an ordinary man ought to have stayed. A, being what he is, was right to go, notwithstanding the tendency of several ministers to interfere in foreign policy, a problem to which Duff Cooper, the Secretary for War, had drawn the Cabinet's attention. By early 1937, Eden enjoyed a considerable latitude in the direction of British diplomacy. This was partly because it was an area of government in which the Prime Minister had never felt comfortable, and partly as a result of Baldwin's poor health and preoccupation from the autumn of 1936 with the constitutional implications of the King's affair with the American divorcee, Wallis Simpson. Eden's contact with Baldwin that August consisted of one letter and one telephone, and these about my spending a weekend with him in Wales. But his later remark that he looked forward to working with a Prime Minister who would give him energetic backing was more the result of Baldwin's failure to support him in January 1937 over the Spanish embargo. It was an indictment of the outgoing Premier's conduct overall. Eden seems to have been entirely happy that Chamberlain should be Baldwin's successor. He had the makings of a really great Prime Minister if only his health held out. But Eden's subsequent comment that he and Chamberlain, closer to each other than to any other member of the government, reflected more his failure to cultivate close friendships among his colleagues than any particular warmth between him and the new Prime Minister. Nonetheless, there is no evidence that either man anticipated difficulties in their ministerial relationship, still less that it would end in Eden's resignation. And Chamberlain would surely not have retained Eden's services had he been aware of any significant divergence of views. The two men had markedly different personalities, and 28 years separated them in age. But these factors were as likely to forge a complementary and successful partnership as they were to lead to disharmony. As Oliver Harvey remembered Eden saying, "Neville and I will be able to get a move on." Nevertheless, Chamberlain was bound to adopt a different style of leadership from his predecessor. Though very much the same age as the lethargic Baldwin, he was active and energetic and rightly saw that foreign affairs would be at the forefront of the government's and his own agenda for some time to come. Samuel Hoare had already urged him to make his new government as unlike the old as possible. You cannot compete, and you certainly would not wish to, with Baldwin's slipshod, happy-go-lucky quietude. Hoare also warned that the Foreign Office was so much biased against Germany that unconsciously and almost continuously they are making impossible any European reconciliation. This was an exaggeration, but it may have helped convince Chamberlain that it was his duty to adopt an active role in the making of British foreign policy. At all events, the new Prime Minister soon concluded that the quest for European-wide appeasement could usefully begin with Mussolini's Italy, not because he any more than Eden overestimated that country's strength. If only we could get on terms with the Germans, I would not care a rap for Musso 9. But because the increasing closeness of Italian-German relations made this a sensible starting point in the drive for a lasting European peace. Such tactics might cause problems for Eden, who in January 1937 had written that nothing would be more foolish than openly to attempt to woo Mussolini away from Hitler. On the other hand, at no time before his resignation in February 1938 did Eden abandon hope of what was for Chamberlain always the more important aim of securing a settlement with Germany. 10. If Eden's differences with Chamberlain in May 1937 over Britain's likely enemies were of emphasis rather than principle, there existed greater scope for disagreement in the Foreign Secretary's perception of her friends, real and potential. During 1936, Eden had become keen that the United States should play a more active role in European affairs. Precisely when this strand of thinking first developed is not altogether clear, though recent research suggests that American neutrality and non-membership of the League may have been a consciously limiting factor in Britain's quest for an agreement with Mussolini over Abyssinia in late 1935. An agreement with the United States could be invaluable in easing Britain's mounting strategic dilemma, but the aspiration of involving America in British interests and commitments would not be easy to achieve. Eden faced a legacy of nearly 2 decades of mutual suspicion, and even antagonism in political, economic, and naval relations. Within his own ministerial lifetime, the experience of the Manchurian crisis had shown how difficult it was to coordinate a common Anglo-American response to acts of aggression. But while others, including Chamberlain, tended to conclude that it was futile to count on American support, Eden may have believed that the United States would have taken action in the Far East had Britain shown herself more ready to collaborate. Since that time, the principle of neutrality had been enshrined in American law, but talks with the American ambassador, Judge Bingham, early in 1937, encouraged Eden to believe that President Roosevelt was dissatisfied with the existing neutrality legislation and would seek to amend it at an appropriate time. Speaking in Aberdeen 2 months later, Eden described partnership with the United States as a great stabilizing factor, the influence and authority of which was of evident advantage to mankind. That same month, Britain's ambassador in Washington offered corroborative testimony that American attitudes were softening. Never in history have Anglo-American relations been so friendly and cordial as now, except during the 18 months when the two countries were associated together in war. 1214. Eden took up this theme at the opening session of the Imperial Conference of Dominion Leaders in May 1937, painting a glowing picture of Anglo-American relations. But his assertion that the United States was prepared to work closely with Britain seems to have exaggerated American willingness for any sort of partnership in the international arena. Talks between Ambassador Lindsay and Secretary of State Cordell Hull in the spring indicated that the United States might be willing to enter a trade treaty with Britain, but on its own terms, and Eden was no more ready than Chamberlain to dismantle the system of imperial preference worked out at Ottawa in 1932 to secure such an accord. America's help could be particularly effective in policing the Western Pacific, increasing Britain's bargaining power in the Far East, and allowing her to concentrate her naval resources in the Mediterranean, and it was for such an agreement that Eden strove during the remainder of 1937 without, it must be admitted, any particular success. Its implications for world peace might, he believed, prove incalculable. One idea was for Eden or Chamberlain himself to visit Washington. This might lead to a useful 17 exchange of views and have a salutary effect upon the European situation, but Chamberlain remained skeptical and the plan was dropped. The outbreak of hostilities between China and Japan in July seemed to Eden to provide an obvious focus for Anglo-American cooperation. On 20 July, he suggested a joint approach to bring the fighting to an end and to offer the mediation of the two countries. Only such an initiative, he argued, could curb the expansion of Japan's influence in China. "We must lose no opportunity of cooperating with us, Guft," he minuted a few days later. Over the following months, however, it became clear that the State Department opposed the imposition of any type of sanctions against Japan. By September, Eden admitted that there was no sign of any desire in Washington to improve Anglo-American cooperation. D20. But if Eden had been thwarted for the time being, he had not lost all hope of drawing the United States into Britain's foreign policy orbit, and he remained alert to any signs that the American mood was beginning to change. Chamberlain, by contrast, was altogether more cautious. "I tried to get them to come in on China and Japan," he assured his sister in late August. "But they were too frightened of their own people, though I believe if they had been willing to play, there was an off chance of stopping hostilities." Not surprisingly, Eden welcomed Roosevelt's famous quarantine speech of 5 October as indicating a readiness to consider closer American involvement in world affairs. The president declared that world lawlessness was spreading and suggested that when an epidemic of physical disease starts to spread, the community joins in a quarantine to protect the health of the community. Eden saw in this evidence that the United States was abandoning its psychological withdrawal from the world stage. But Roosevelt had said very little, a characteristic mixture of vague rhetoric and moral uplift. 24. And Chamberlain's reaction was altogether understandable. In the present state of European affairs, we simply cannot afford to quarrel with Japan. And I very much fear, therefore, that after a lot of ballyhoo, the Americans will somehow fade out and leave us to carry all the blame and the odium. As though there were as yet few signs of actual conflict, here lay the seeds of a dispute which would do as much as anything to bring the Eden-Chamberlain partnership to breaking point. The gap between Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary became clearer as the Nine-Power Brussels Conference on the Far East convened in early November. Eden announced that he would travel, not only from Geneva to Brussels, but from Melbourne to Alaska to secure full American cooperation, yet America's mood scarcely matched his own. Roosevelt indicated that any attempt to pin the United States down to specific commitments or even to an explanation of the quarantine speech would be objectionable and damaging. But Eden still managed to conclude from conversations with Norman Davis that if efforts at conciliation in the Far East came to nothing, the president would be able to do something more. He remained concerned not to rebuff any sign that the United States was stirring from its isolation. 26. Any suggestion that we are lukewarm in the matter of joint action might fatally impair the goodwill of President Roosevelt, and we should be made to appear once more as having rebuffed an American offer of cooperation, as in the case of Manchukuo. To suggest that Britain would follow any American initiative was reasonable enough. The problem was that the Brussels conference produced none. Meanwhile, Eden's attitude towards European problems continued along paths which he had marked out before Chamberlain's accession to the premiership. Throughout the spring and summer of 1937, he resisted calls for the granting of de jure recognition of Italy's conquest of Abyssinia. As he minuted, "I can imagine nothing more gratifying than the picture of a British Foreign Secretary touting for signatures to secure the expulsion of Abyssinia in order that conversations may begin with Italy." This was not the sort of language Eden tended to use in relation to Germany. In a memorandum in early April, he argued that Mussolini's ambitions were ultimately incompatible with British interests. While therefore he did not rule out a short-term arrangement, any longer-term settlement would depend on Britain securing such military superiority as would allow her to dictate terms to the Italian dictator. A little later, Eden was telling his military colleagues that Italy posed a greater immediate danger than did Germany, and that trouble was more likely to arise in the Mediterranean than elsewhere in Europe. Yet he still took a dim view of Italy's military capacity and rather discounted the menace of a Rome-Berlin axis. Indeed, Germany cannot feel comfortable if she has to face the world with only a weakened and untrustworthy Italy as an ally. By contrast, Eden saw continuingly hopeful signs emanating from Berlin, sharing the common misconception that Hitler could be separated from more 33 radical elements within the Nazi movement. Nothing could be more beneficial for the interests of HMG, he noted in early June, than an improvement of Anglo-German relations, even if it only proved temporary. Spain is a possible field for our collaboration. 4. As the ceded therefore Eden, undeterred by repeated setbacks, continued to work for the opening of Anglo-German negotiations. That Eden had not abandoned all hope of a German settlement was clear at the Imperial Conference in May, where he returned to the theme of economic appeasement, designed to restore Germany to her normal place in the Western European system. He also told the Commonwealth Prime Ministers that Germany, unlike Italy, had cooperated loyally, efficiently and zealously with the non-intervention committee set up to supervise the policy. Yet this statement was made barely a month after the Luftwaffe had destroyed the Spanish market town of Guernica. Eden's wide-ranging statement to the conference on 19 May was in line with ideas he had been developing over the last 6 months. He spoke of Britain's agreed defence priorities, as outlined in his Leamington speech the previous November, stressed Britain's commitment to extensive rearmament, and underlined the importance of drawing in the United States to contain the ambitions of aggressor states. His emphasis upon Britain's formal treaty obligations had obvious implications for the status of the League in British thinking and for the future prospects for Central and Eastern Europe. If Britain were to declare her readiness to fight for Czechoslovakia or Austria, this would take her far beyond where the people of this country were prepared to go. There could be no greater danger than for the government to declare themselves in favour of a policy which did not command the general support of public opinion at home. In effect, this meant that Articles 10 and 16% of the Covenant, which together spelt out the obligation to defend the territorial integrity of member states, if need be by force, had been abandoned. As the South African delegate noted, both Chamberlain and Eden agreed that this was the only sound course to follow. By the summer, the first signs appeared of a significant gap opening up between the Foreign Secretary and his Prime Minister. Eden urged that the Committee of Imperial Defence should accept a new assumption that Italy could not be considered a reliable friend and should for an indefinite period be regarded as a possible enemy. At the Cabinet on 14 July, he proposed a show of strength in the Mediterranean as the best way to moderate Italian behaviour, but encountered the Prime Minister's opposition. Chamberlain was irritated that Eden's preoccupation with Italy tended to cloud perceptions of the greater danger posed by Germany. It was the latter, the Premier insisted, which presented the biggest threat to Britain and which should have priority in defence preparations. Yet, contrary to the impression given in his memoirs, it was Eden who now took the lead in suggesting a fresh approach to Italy, addressed directly to the Duce. He told Chamberlain on 16 July that he intended to draft a personal letter to Mussolini. Such a course is perhaps excusable in that I have met Mussolini and that he has written to me direct not lately, but in the early stages of the Abyssinian dispute. When, therefore, the Prime Minister pre-empted Eden and himself took the initiative, the latter's objections can scarcely have been on grounds of policy, but rather the result of Chamberlain's unorthodox methods. As irritation at the intrusion of others in his departmental affairs would become a feature of Eden's 3 periods at the Foreign Office, it is reasonable to suppose that he felt considerably put out by Chamberlain's actions, even though it would also have been entirely characteristic for him to have concealed the strength of his feelings from the Prime Minister. Lasting damage may have been done to the Eden-Chamberlain relationship, of which Chamberlain would have been largely unaware. As over the ending of sanctions in 1936, Chamberlain seems to have been motivated by Eden's lack of urgency in executing a policy upon which the two men were in theory agreed. He did not show Eden his letter before sending it to Mussolini, for I had the feeling that he would object to it. Chamberlain recognized that this would cause problems, but was keen to restore relations as quickly as possible. There is no desire on my part to take credit away from the FS, and I shall try now to put him in the foreground again. Like Prime Ministers before and since, Chamberlain was becoming irritated at the slow and cumbersome ways of the Foreign Office, though at this stage his criticism was more generally directed at the office itself rather than its political head. But really that FO, he noted in October. I'm only waiting for my opportunity to stir it up with a long pole. 42-40. From Eden's point of view, the damage was less easily repaired. We should go slow about Anglo to Italian rapprochement and talk as little as possible in the press about Abyssinia, he now argued. The Italians would try to push Britain into concessions in advance of 43 negotiations. Quite possibly Eden would, in any case, have imposed conditions upon the opening of negotiations had the plan of a direct approach to Mussolini been left in his hands. As it was, he now wanted to link the question of better Anglo-Italian relations with the problem of continuing Italian intervention in Spain. This became in his mind a fixed precondition before negotiations could begin. "By all means, let us show ourselves ready to talk," he told Vansittart, "but in no scrambling hurry to offer incense on a dictator's altar." This was the sort of memorable phrase which, taken in isolation, does much to sustain Eden's credentials as an opponent of appeasement. Not surprisingly, and unlike his letter to Chamberlain of 16 July, it duly finds its place in facing the dictators. With Eden absent on holiday, a Foreign Office meeting chaired by Lord Halifax decided in favour of negotiations. Yet concessions to Italy aroused Eden's moral scruples in a way that comparable gestures towards Germany did not. "I am very reluctant to recognise de jure conquest of Abyssinia," he informed Halifax, "and really do not think I could bring myself to any kind of approval of what Italy has done, though I share your desire to be realist." Halifax seemed to appreciate that the breach was widening. "This letter from Anthony disquiets me," he warned Vansittart. Eden's attitude was dangerously divergent from what the PM contemplated. 2 meetings between Eden and Halifax produced few results, prompting the latter to warn Chamberlain that Eden would try to stall any forthcoming negotiations with Italy. Eden even seemed sensitive to the idea of including recognition as part of an overall package. In truth, as Halifax now appreciated, the Foreign Secretary was doubtful about getting anything out of the Italians. He dislikes and mistrusts their general makeup. Almost certainly Chamberlain found his Foreign Secretary's scruples tiresome. As far as he was concerned, Italy was only an annoying distraction, blocking the way to the more substantive appeasement of Europe, the general settlement to which Eden had so often referred. Encouraged by Mussolini's reply to his letter, Chamberlain saw the way forward to reduce our anxieties in the Mediterranean. Even then, the key of the situation is in Berlin, and that is not so easily handled. The simmering conflict between Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary came into the open at the Cabinet meeting on 8 September. Eden's preconditions for opening negotiations had become more exacting. De jure, he argued, could only be granted as part of a general European settlement rather than have played down the extent of Eden's achievement, with one even arguing that the conference fits more comfortably with Chamberlain's search for appeasement than Eden's opposition to it. Certainly the Nyon discussions were limited to technical matters, and the practical effect of the decisions reached was limited. Strikingly, Eden took credit for avoiding the creation of an Anglo-French-Soviet bloc on an ideological basis, and received the Cabinet's congratulations for securing the agreed objective, that the conference should not have an anti-fascist tendency. Be that as it may, Chamberlain, who was privately worried lest Nyon damaged the prospects of an Anglo-Italian rapprochement, soon regained the initiative. On 29 September, he persuaded the Cabinet that Britain's ties with France, strengthened at Nyon, should not impede early talks with Mussolini. The last months of Eden's Foreign Secretaryship are littered with clashes with the Prime Minister which, taken cumulatively, make his resignation appear more or less inevitable. Individually, none seems sufficiently grave or clear-cut to warrant his departure, though in later years, and particularly in his memoirs, Eden gave the impression that the issues in dispute were more stark than was the case. But to such considerations must be added Eden's mounting irritation at Chamberlain's interference in his departmental affairs, his characteristic reluctance, perhaps inability to articulate the nature of his policy differences to the Prime Minister and his Cabinet colleagues as clearly as to the figures in his immediate entourage, and the capacity of that entourage to influence his thinking and convince him that resignation had become an increasingly probable outcome. As early as mid-October, Harvey recorded that Eden was criticized and thwarted by half his colleagues who were jealous of him and would trip him up if they had half a chance. If this was also the Foreign Secretary's reading of the situation, it was probably not one shared by the Cabinet as a whole. 61-62. Early in October, Eden authorized a cautious start to negotiations with Italy. But when Italy then joined the Anti-Comintern Pact and abandoned the League of Nations, his doubts were understandably confirmed. For Chamberlain, on the other hand, these events seemed only to justify an even greater effort at reconciliation. To the Prime Minister's annoyance, Eden criticized Italy in a common speech on 9 November. His remarks, thought Chamberlain, would throw Germany and Italy together in self-defense when our policy is so. Obviously, to try to divide them. A message from Chamberlain urging that Eden should say nothing to upset the dictators was not delivered. According to Harvey, it was becoming imperative for Eden to have a frank talk with the Prime Minister. The latter must either support A&E or A&E must resign, and the government would then fall 64. For the time being, Eden chose instead to raise again the question of rearmament. Judging that the British population was ready for sacrifices to meet the challenge of the dictators, he argued that it was time to supplement home-based production with purchases from abroad. But as on other occasions, showed no appreciation of the argument, Chamberlain's treasury-minded thinking, that the strength of the British economy would be the fourth arm of defence in a long war, an arm which excessive rearmament expenditure at too early a stage would only weaken. Indeed, Eden confessed that he was very ignorant of the financial aspect of all this question. When the two men did meet on 8 November, their conversation went very badly. Chamberlain complained that the Foreign Office never made genuine efforts to get on terms with the dictators, while Eden countered with renewed criticism of the rearmament program. For a while, rumours circulated that Eden had resigned. A good financial position, he argued, would be small consolation if London were laid flat because the RAF was inadequate to protect it. There was much to be said for this line of argument, but another year would pass before the Exchequer lost its preeminence in cabinet discussions. 66-65. Much has been written, not all of it accurate, of Lord Halifax's visit to Germany in November 1937, at the invitation of the German Air Minister Hermann Göring. My own recollection, Eden later wrote, is that, when I first heard of this proposal, I was not eager, but saw no sufficient reason to oppose it. After the war, however, Halifax, in the belief that, if legends can ever be overtaken by accurate history, it is worth recording the truth, sent an account of his mission to be placed in the Foreign Office files. According to this version of events, it was Eden who suggested that there might be value in Halifax's going to Germany. I poohed the idea, but he stuck to it and said he was going to speak to Neville Chamberlain, and we could all have a word about it when he had done so. This, in due course, we did, and as a result of their joint exhortations to me to take the opportunity, I went. Eden's later misgivings were partly the result of the promptings of his Foreign Office staff, and partly a consequence of the way the visit was arranged, especially when it became clear that Halifax would be going to Berchtesgaden to see Hitler. The Foreign Secretary was also upset by the tendency of the press, under Downing Street influence, to play up the importance of the mission. A heated meeting on 16 November ended with Chamberlain advising Eden, who was suffering from influenza, to go home and take an aspirin. Entries in Harvey's diary reveal doubts about the wisdom of Halifax's visit, but also show that Eden's entourage still favoured approach to Hitler and envisaged a deal over Czechoslovakia involving autonomy for the German-speaking Sudetenland. So, while Eden might not have gone as far as Halifax in suggesting to Hitler that Danzig, Austria, and Czechoslovakia were all questions where possible alterations in the European order might be destined to come about with the passage of time, it was not unreasonable that, when the Cabinet reviewed the visit, Eden expressed great satisfaction with the way the Lord President had dealt with each point in his conversations with the Chancellor. At this same Cabinet meeting, Eden reverted to his ambition of securing Anglo-American cooperation in the Far East. Undeterred by the failure of the Brussels Conference to produce anything more than an anodyne deprecation of the use of force, he recommended a further approach to the United States in view of the Japanese seizure of Chinese customs vessels off Shanghai. Chamberlain consented, without enthusiasm, to a request that the Americans should join staff conversations and agree to send ships to the Far East if Britain also did so. One American observer judged that Eden hoped that an Anglo-American compact in the Far East would immobilize the European dictatorships and thereby eliminate the danger of a hostile coalition between Germany, Italy, and Japan. Not surprisingly, the Americans rejected all such ideas. If the United States would not play the role for which Eden had cast her, Britain's other obvious ally remained France, and Prime Minister Shortham's and Foreign Minister Delbos visited London on 28 November. Significantly, the French ambassador in London noted no evidence to support current rumours of strained relations between Eden and Chamberlain. The British ministers seemed reluctant to offer guarantees for the future safety of Austria and Czechoslovakia. Their overriding concern was that a settlement of Germany's grievances should be reached without recourse to force. The British and French delegates agreed that there was no objection in principle to handing back Germany's former African colonies, providing this was part of a general settlement, a point which Eden reiterated to Ribbentrop in early December. Eden spelt out his current thinking in a memorandum for the Committee of Imperial Defence. This paper showed the influence of Lawrence Collier, a Foreign Office official who was most sceptical of the chances of an Anglo-German agreement. It would, Eden argued, be a mistake to try to detach any one member of the German-Italian-Japanese bloc by acquiescence in plans for expansion. All three had aims which were inimical to British interests. It would be safer, for the time being, to tolerate the present state of armed truce. Acknowledging that Britain might have to accept further fates accomplice at the hands of the aggressor powers, the paper concluded by advocating the unheroic policy of so-called cunctation. More positively, Eden emphasized the value of the French alliance and argued that it must be a constant peacetime aim to increase the likelihood of United States armed support in case of war. Chamberlain, by contrast, doubted the wisdom of counting on potential allies. He thought they would only enter a war when it was too late to change the course of events. Even so, on the central question of Anglo-German relations, any gap between the two men remained relatively narrow. Chamberlain was more optimistic of an agreement, Eden less so. Not that Chamberlain was prepared to accede to every demand Hitler made without some form of quid pro quo. A letter written at this time to his sister shows that he was contemplating an overall settlement involving Germany's return to a reformed league and an agreement on disarmament. The most significant difference was Eden's contention that a settlement with Germany would have to await a significant strengthening of Britain's military capability. This made him doubtful whether diplomacy could compensate for military deficiency. Foreign policy, he stressed, should be seen as operating in conjunction with, and not in substitution for military strength. 8081. The problem was whether the level of rearmament which Eden thought necessary could ever be achieved within the prevailing climate of economic orthodoxy, which suggested that defense expenditure needed to be strictly limited. In December, the Cabinet discussed the interim report of Sir Thomas Inskip, Minister for Coordination of Defence, on defence expenditure in future years. Asserting that £1,500 million was the most that could be afforded over the period 1937 to 41, Inskip proposed drastic revisions in the plans of the service ministries. The most severely hit was the Army, and it was significant that he succeeded in relegating to fourth position in the scale of Britain's defence priorities, which can only be provided after the other objectives have been met: cooperation in the defence of the territories of any allies in war. Even the Air Force was subject to restrictions. The quest for parity with Germany, Inskip suggested, need not apply to bombers. It was his central contention, and one shared by Chamberlain and the Treasury, that the provision of adequate defences within the means at our disposal will only be achieved when our long-term foreign policy has succeeded in changing the present assumptions as to our potential enemies. This was perhaps the most succinct justification of the policy of appeasement ever produced. Eden was concerned that British strategy seemed too ready to adopt a defensive posture and expressed some apprehension at the inability to help our allies on land. But he had to admit that the report's central argument was irresistible, and that the overall position was quite different from that in 1914. During the ensuing discussion, Halifax pointed again to the danger posed to Britain by a possible coalition of three hostile powers. The conclusion he drew, and he had no doubt that it could be shared by the Foreign Secretary, was that this threw an immensely heavy burden on diplomacy, and that Britain should therefore make every possible effort to get on good terms with Germany. There is no evidence that Eden dissented. Indeed, he reacted by arguing that the first task was for Britain and France to agree on a colonial policy, presumably in terms of what Germany might be offered in exchange for a European settlement. As 1937 drew to a close, therefore, there was evidence that Eden was not entirely happy with all aspects of government policy. But there were few signs of yawning chasms of principle dividing him from the rest of the Cabinet. Fu took advantage of the last day of the old year to stress that 1938 would be a difficult time internationally, not least because British rearmament remained incomplete. But his tone was scarcely that of a man who had concluded that his position was becoming untenable. This letter is really to say thank you for your unvarying kindness and help to me this year. I really find it hard to express how much I have appreciated your readiness at all times to listen to my problems and help in their solution, despite your many other preoccupations. Significantly, Eden wrote also of elements of encouragement on the international horizon, first and foremost of which was cooperation with the United States, which was making real progress. What accounted for Eden's optimism was Roosevelt's decision to send a naval representative, Captain Ingersoll, to London for secret talks with the Admiralty. The Foreign Secretary interpreted this as a significant breakthrough, paving the way for a joint naval demonstration in the Western Pacific, and rearranged his Christmas holiday to enable him to join in the discussions. It was, he said, what he had been working for years. But Washington saw the talks as an opportunity for an informal and non-binding exchange of information and plans, rather than the prelude to a display of naval force. Not surprisingly, they produced only limited results with agreement on broad strategic cooperation, respective spheres of action, and the reciprocal use of facilities. Interestingly, Ingersoll reported that Eden was more interested in immediate gestures to impress the Japanese than he was in long-term future planning. One historian has found it difficult to ascribe Eden's confidence in the outcome of these staff conversations to anything more than wishful thinking. But while he must have been disappointed by the immediate results of Ingersoll's mission, Eden's determination to foster good Anglo-American relations remained undimmed. Degrees 89. Chamberlain's priorities lay elsewhere. Indeed, he had no wish to see his efforts at European appeasement complicated and perhaps thwarted by high-sounding, but probably ineffectual, American gestures. Before government ministers went their separate ways for Christmas, he again raised with Eden the problem of Italy, suggesting that the question of de jure recognition was becoming deadlocked, and asking him to suggest a way out. Eden and the Foreign Office produced two plans. One was for the granting of de jure recognition on its merits, the other for making it part of a bargain with the Italians. Rather surprisingly, in view of the importance he had sometimes placed on not giving concessions without securing reciprocal gains of equal value, Eden preferred the former option. To grant Mussolini de jure recognition as part of a deal now seemed to him rather sordid and likely to be dangerous to our reputation. This attitude allowed Chamberlain to assume the mantle of the man who would not make unilateral concessions to 92 dictators. I should be afraid that would regard our action as dictated by fear, and that he would not abate one jot of his demands, or give one tittle of what we wanted. And to point to the inconsistency of Eden's stance, we are in much the same position here as in the proposed German conversations. What we were aiming at was a general settlement to which every country must make its contribution, and we felt that, providing there was reasonable ground for supposing that we might achieve a general settlement, we should have little difficulty persuading our people that it was worthwhile paying the price for it. So now with Italy, everyone must make their contribution, and we shall be prepared to make ours, provided we are satisfied that we can count upon a full response from others. Seizing upon Eden's notion that Britain must maintain her moral position, the Prime Minister insisted that the only way to do this was to make de jure recognition part of a general scheme for appeasement in the Mediterranean and the Red Sea. Chamberlain had hit upon the fundamental flaw in Eden's opposition to opening conversations with Italy. The Foreign Secretary's attitude reflected less an objection in principle to the appeasement of the dictators than a perception, based largely on personal instinct, that as regards Mussolini, this was an unprofitable line to pursue. When it came to Germany, he seemed keen to build upon Halifax's talks of the previous November. It was important, the Cabinet's Foreign Affairs Committee heard. If we are really anxious to prevent the hopes created by the recent conversations from evaporating, that there should be no long delay. But against Chamberlain's assertion that the problems of opening conversations with Italy and Germany were fundamentally the same, Eden scribbled the curious comment, except for the difference between the peoples, which is important. There seems to be a certain difference, he wrote to Chamberlain from France, between Italian and German positions in that agreement with the latter might have a chance of a reasonable life, especially if Hitler's own position were engaged, whereas Mussolini is, I fear, the complete gangster and his pledged word means nothing. As late as 31 January, he added, "As you know, I entirely agree that we must make every effort to come to terms with Germany. The Italian conversations are rather a different matter." 97 Eden's jaundiced conclusions about Mussolini turned out to be entirely justified. 196. But his altogether more favorable assessment of Hitler brings his judgment into question. Even so, it was by no means inevitable that the question of Anglo-Italian relations would produce a breach between Eden and Chamberlain. The former insisted that he had no closed mind about talks or the Prime Minister's programme for them. It was, he insisted, a question of priorities. The big issues for 1938 would be Anglo-American cooperation, the assertion of white race authority in the Far East, which objective would be assisted by the racial impediment to any closer German-Japanese rapprochement relations with Germany. To all this, Musso is really secondary. This apparent narrowing of any differences was accompanied by a renewed effusion of personal friendship and understanding on Eden's part, and I do hope that you will never feel that any interest you take in foreign affairs, however close, could ever be resented by me. I know, of course, that there will always be some who will seek to pretend that the Foreign Secretary has had his nose put out of joint, but that is of no account beside the very real gain of close collaboration between Foreign Secretary and Prime Minister, which I am sure is the only way that foreign affairs can be run in our country. 100%, the fact that the two men seem still to be speaking with one voice regarding Germany helps to make sense of the elevation, at the beginning of 1938, of Sir Robert Vansittart to the high-sounding, but largely impotent, post of Chief Diplomatic Advisor to the government and his replacement as Permanent Under-Secretary by Alexander Cadogan. Vansittart had long been recognized as among the leading critics of Germany inside the administration. His removal, thought Churchill, would be represented as a victory for the pro-Germans in England and would arouse the suspicion of the French. If this were true, it owed as much to Eden as to anyone else. Indeed, Eden had been determined to remove Vansittart from his power base for some time, having offered him the Paris embassy as early as September 1936, as he through Antony's motive, and not even Baldwin's intervention could persuade him to change his mind. Eden renewed his efforts early in 1937, again without success. 103 by the end of the year, however, Vansittart had reluctantly agreed to move sideways, deceived perhaps into thinking that his new position would be one of real power. 104 Vansittart had never been an easy colleague. 101. Many found his views too extreme, and his excitable temperament, which seemed sometimes to border on instability, was not best suited to complement Eden's own. Van had the effect of multiplying the extent of Antony's natural vibrations, noted Chamberlain. Even so, Eden's determination to exclude him from the policy-making process would have been surprising if the evidence did not point to his own continuing commitment to improving relations with Berlin. Predictably, Vansittart came to look upon Eden as not only second-rate, but also a dirty dog, 106-107. While Eden was still in France, Chamberlain received details of Roosevelt's so-called peace initiative. The president proposed to launch an appeal leading to a world conference to discuss general issues such as disarmament, raw materials, and the principles of international conduct. It was Neville's judgment and methods in that business, Eden later recalled, which made separation between us inevitable. 108 Chamberlain's reaction was entirely predictable. 110. The Brussels conference and Roosevelt's failure to follow up the quarantine speech with anything tangible had made him, more than ever, skeptical of the contribution which America could make to the containment of European aggression. Nothing in Roosevelt's latest pronouncement made him change his mind. As John Simon dismissively put it, the president's message was the outline of a general scheme for a better world, whereas Britain was confronted by concrete pressing anxieties and dangers. 109 Chamberlain did not reject Roosevelt's proposal outright, but stressed the danger that the presidential initiative would cut across the government's own plans for talks with Italy and Germany. He therefore asked Roosevelt to postpone his appeal for a short while. Chamberlain's true feelings were more forthright. He found the president's proposals fantastic and likely to excite the derision of Germany and Italy. For Eden, on the other hand, the American initiative was altogether more important than any plans for conversations with the European dictators. He was not as naive as to imagine that Roosevelt's proposals represented in themselves any substantial advance in Anglo-American cooperation, but was anxious that Britain should not alienate American opinion. Every favorable sign from across the Atlantic should be greeted with open arms. The Foreign Office had worked for it for a year past. As Eden's research assistant later put it, the American proposal was jejune and would almost certainly have led to nothing. Inner 7,112. 1,000 chance that it might induce a tentative American step away from neutrality justified Britain in playing Roosevelt's game. 113. As important as their respective assessments of the Roosevelt initiative was the way in which Chamberlain replied to the president without attempting to consult his foreign secretary. Though Eden was on the French Riviera, the presidential timetable did allow for him to be contacted had the will to do so existed. Almost certainly Chamberlain hoped to kill off the American plan before Eden could express an opinion. The Foreign Secretary was summoned back to England by his staff and found Cadogan and Harvey awaiting him with the full story of what had happened. Harvey's advice may be assessed from his diary entry. The more I think of Roosevelt's proposals, the more convinced I am that we must clinch with them and cooperate for all we are worth in spite of the risks they contain. On January 16, 1938, Eden visited Chamberlain and tried to persuade him not to snub the president's initiative. He argued that it represented a more important development than the proposed talks with the dictators, which were by no means sure to succeed. It was almost impossible to overestimate the effect which an indication of United States' interest in European affairs may be calculated to produce. Cadogan thought that Eden was exaggerating, as much one way as PM does on other. Eden certainly contemplated resignation, and there is evidence that his entourage played upon his sensitivity and vanity to raise the stakes and turn the dispute into an issue of heroic proportions. Cranbourne argued that the difference was of the most fundamental kind, while according to Harvey, 118, there is no more important to us than Italy, or even Germany. The time has come for a changeover from the old generation which divides us. If the democracies have been falling back, it is because, unlike the totalitarians, they have not yet faced this fact. The country is aware and uneasy, but it cannot do anything unless it is given a lead. The lead must come from you. Harvey suggested that the Foreign Office anticipated no real progress towards a general settlement to emerge from the talks with Germany and Italy. 120, if this was so, then either Eden was out of step with his own department, or at least as regards Germany, he'd been misleading the Prime Minister and his cabinet colleagues. Perhaps, and this is by no means impossible or untypical of his career as a whole, Eden's close circle more truly reflected attitudes commonly attributed to the Foreign Secretary than he did himself. The disagreement between Chamberlain and Eden led to 4 meetings of the Cabinet's Foreign Policy Committee. Harvey argued that Eden could risk taking a strong line. They couldn't let you go on this. Shaken by the Foreign Secretary's threat to resign, Chamberlain agreed to a telegram on 21 January urging Roosevelt to go ahead with his initiative after all. In the meantime, no move would be made towards Italy for at least a week. It was, judged Cadogan, a great victory for Eden. 122, but his closest confidants were more skeptical. Harvey, Cranbourne, and his PPS, J.P.L. Thomas, all believed that fundamental differences had been revealed and that Eden would be better off outside the government. Cranbourne, in particular, thought that Eden had been worn down in the Foreign Policy Committee and might have committed himself too far as regards de jure recognition. 23. But Eden's negotiating position had never been as strong as Harvey implied. The secrecy attaching to Roosevelt's initiative would have made it extremely difficult for Eden to have resigned and given a convincing public explanation, or to have disclosed the extent of the Anglo-American cooperation he had been seeking in the Far East. At all events, the crisis of January 1938 must be seen as a turning point in Eden's career. The president himself seemed to lose interest in his own scheme, and little more was heard of it. There is not even much evidence that Roosevelt felt rebuffed or discourteously treated by the British Prime Minister. 124. But Eden's was not the sort of temperament which could now put these matters aside as so much water under the political bridge. Permanent damage had been done to his relationship with Chamberlain, leaving him vulnerable to any renewed signs of disagreement, even if the issues then at stake were not of fundamental importance. 125. 126. For the time being, however, relations appeared to have been repaired. The Prime Minister's close advisor, Horace Wilson, insisted that Chamberlain's one wish was to get back to their old cooperation, while Eden reassured a sympathetic MP that relations were perfect. As regards Britain's international position, Eden's views had not changed. He believed neither that Britain's allies were so weak nor that her coalition of enemies was so strong as they were portrayed. "I cannot help believing," he wrote to Chamberlain on 31 January, "that what the Chiefs of Staff would really like to do is to reorientate our whole foreign policy and to clamber on the bandwagon with the dictators, even though that process meant parting company with France and estranging our relations with the United States. But the question of conversations with Germany, and particularly Italy, would not go away." Though Roosevelt had expressed misgivings about the possible recognition of the Italian conquest of Abyssinia, the crisis meetings of the Foreign Affairs Committee suggested that Eden was still not, in principle, as opposed to the quest for a rapprochement with the dictators, as his advisers seemed to believe. Indeed, Eden made clear his readiness to prepare for negotiations with Germany, and did not exclude an initiative towards Italy, providing only that de jure recognition was to be an integral part of measures for world appeasement. By the end of January, he was convinced that de jure recognition must be dependent on an agreement to withdraw Italian volunteers from Spain. Such an accord, thought Harvey, would constitute real appeasement. 129. 130. Eden's terms for an Anglo to German agreement would have been demanding. But any difference with Chamberlain on this point related less to the practicability of seeking a settlement than his perception, probably unfounded, that the Prime Minister was prepared to throw colonies away as a sop apart from any general settlement. At the Cabinet, on 9 February, Eden actually urged that conversations should begin before Hitler's Reichstag speech on 20 February, an occasion which the Führer might use to express disappointment at the lack of progress since Halifax's visit to Berlin. Eden's memorandum on the instructions to be given to Britain's ambassador, Sir Neville Henderson, on the opening of talks, suggested that Britain did not regard the frontiers of Central and Eastern Europe as fixed for all time, though she would not condone any forcible change in the international status of any country. 133. That particular issue came to the fore more quickly than anticipated, as Germany prepared to incorporate Austria inside the Reich. Eden was probably thinking along the same lines as Harvey, whose instinct was not to take this too tragically. The ban on Anschluss had been wrong from the start and was, perhaps, the weakest point in our post-war policy. Eden's reaction to Austria's predicament was similar to that which the government would display in the spring of 1938, as it contemplated its inability to do anything about the fate of Czechoslovakia. He did not want to put himself in a position of suggesting a resistance which we could not, in fact, furnish. 135 to Phipps in Paris. Eden was more direct. The government was. It may be possible to achieve useful Anglo-Italian conversations. After all, 44 rumours of a split again circulated in the press, but a meeting on 11 February seemed to clear the air. I saw Anthony on Friday morning, wrote Chamberlain, and we were in complete agreement, more complete than we have sometimes been in the past. This may have exaggerated the degree of harmony, but Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary had certainly been most successful in concealing their disagreements from their cabinet colleagues. There is no foundation for it, noted Duff Cooper of press suggestions of a breach over Italian policy. Even Simon thought that Eden was rapidly approaching the PM's point of view. It was therefore against a background of relative calm that the final crisis of Eden's foreign secretaryship broke. Chamberlain would not be deflected from the opening of talks with Italy. Don't let us, he cautioned Eden, in our over-anxiety not to be over-eager, give the impression that we do not want to have conversations at all. The disagreement now seemed to turn upon subtly differing assessments of the international situation. Simon pinpointed the issue at stake. There seems to be no doubt that the turn of events makes Italy anxious to withdraw from intervention in Spain. Chamberlain, moreover, is most anxious to establish Anglo-Italian relations on a better footing, securing the withdrawal of Italian troops from Libya, the ending of hostile propaganda in the Middle East, and a friendly understanding in the Red Sea area, in return for a recognition of Italy's conquest of Abyssinia. The Foreign Office is not equally enthusiastic, holding that Italy is on the verge of financial collapse, and that we ought not to purchase her friendship by such concessions. We cannot prepare to fight Germany, Japan, and Italy all at once. Let us at any rate get rid of one potential enemy. 149. Eden judged that Mussolini was now in a very uncomfortable position. The Ducey had commitments in Abyssinia and Spain, neither of which is turning out well, and an uncertain friendship with Germany, which had Austria as the first item on the list of intended victims. And Austrian independence was the issue which had helped keep Germany and Italy apart in the early 1930s. In such a situation, we have nothing to gain by showing ourselves over-eager. If Mussolini really wanted a settlement, Eden argued, the opportunity to liquidate his commitment in Spain offered an excellent chance to prove his sincerity. 150, thus the more the Austrian. Eden has been through hell to make up his mind, and he's damned well not going to unmake it. The final cabinet meeting of 20 February was perhaps best and most objectively recorded by Halifax. The talk went on for a long time, partly argument, partly appeal, without any clear result emerging, and I eventually ventured to say that I thought that the situation that had been created was both unfair to the cabinet and, in a sense, unreal. Unfair, because they had no intimation of this alleged fundamental difference, and unreal because it was precisely the difference of viewpoint. That was of value to the cabinet, as giving them the best of both minds. Was it not the case that this difference of temperament had been aggravated by smaller incidents? 166. Eden spoke of fundamental differences of principle. In his own mind, these no doubt now existed, but Simon challenged the description and said that as a member of the Foreign Policy Committee, he had been quite unconscious of any such divergence. Inskip and Halifax agreed. No compromise proved possible, and, in spite of every sort and kind of appeal and ingenious formula, Eden confirmed that he would have to resign. Halifax, among others, tried to rationalize Eden's behavior. 167-168. I cannot help thinking that the difference on the actual timetable of the conversations was not, and never has been, the principal difference. I suspect it has been the cumulative result of a good many different things, partly subconscious irritation of Hull's closer control of foreign policy, partly irritation at his amateur incursions into the field through Lady Chamberlain, Horace Wilson, and his own letter to Mussolini, partly Anthony's natural revulsion from dictators, and partly his excessive sensitiveness to criticism of the left. 170 significantly, Halifax added a final explanation that Eden was overstrained and that his judgment was not at its best. Harvey and Thomas later complained that it was Simon who deliberately spread the rumor that the Foreign Secretary was unwell and unable physically to continue at his post. But throughout his career, Eden displayed a chronic tendency to overwork himself to the point of exhaustion, and Halifax's suggestion that the thing had got out of proportion and he was no longer seeing it straight seems worthy of consideration. Malcolm MacDonald, the Dominion Secretary, who dined with Eden on 19 February, confirmed this. Even Harvey admitted that Eden was quite exhausted. 172. 173, just 40 years of age. Just 40 years of age. The note which Chamberlain passed to him at the Cabinet on 20 February, expressing sorrow that they had come to the parting of the ways, seems to make a nonsense of any notion that the Prime Minister had consciously worked to remove Eden from his post. On reflection, however, Chamberlain confessed to relief that the Cabinet's peacemakers had been unsuccessful. A would never have been able to carry through the negotiations with any conviction, and in his hands they might well have failed. 74, yet the precise reason for Eden's departure remains elusive. More than 20 years later, after reading draft chapters of Facing the Dictators, the Foreign Office official Harold Catchier still felt that Eden had not made his motivation entirely clear. The present account has not sought to minimize the differences which separated Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary, but neither has it accepted the image of the heroic anti-appeaser projected by Churchill and others. Speaking in the Commons after Eden's resignation, Churchill claimed that, all over the world, the friends of England are dismayed, and the foes of England are exultant. 176. There was an element of truth in this, but more because of the perception than because of the reality of Eden's attitudes and policies. For most of his foreign secretaryship, far less divided him from the rest of the government than many outsiders imagined. He and Chamberlain agreed wholeheartedly on the most important issue in foreign policy, that Britain could and should avoid war with Germany. It is true that the idea of making concessions to Mussolini came to stick in Eden's throat. Yet he entertained greater hopes of success with Germany, and while less willing than some to court that country's friendship, he never placed Germany or Hitler himself beyond the diplomatic pale. As late as the autumn of 1937, Eden would have welcomed direct negotiations with Hitler or his foreign minister to discuss the international situation. If the crude distinction between and anti-appeasers has any historical validity, then the latter were surely those few who decided that the nature of Nazi ideology precluded normal diplomatic intercourse, and certainly the granting of concessions. Austen Chamberlain, Eden's old mentor, was perhaps one of the few. "Are you going to discuss revision with a government like that?" he had inquired as early as April 1933. Germany is afflicted by this narrow, exclusive, aggressive spirit by which it is a crime to be in favor of peace and a crime to be a Jew. This is not a Germany to which we can afford to make concessions. 179, by contrast, in a debate in November 1937, Eden had insisted that we will join no anti-communist and no anti-fascist bloc. It is nations' foreign policies, not their internal policies, with which we are concerned. 180, as for his perception that the Führer was more appeasable than the Juche, this appears an embarrassing misjudgment, best explained by the complex between him and Musso. The historian can discern a series of differences of detail and emphasis between Eden and Neville Chamberlain from the summer of 1937. The importance of any differences was probably exaggerated in Eden's mind by a clash of personalities and a mounting perception of prime to ministerial interference. 182, some of these differences were never brought fully to the attention of their ministerial colleagues, partly because both sides strove to keep their antagonism muffled, and partly because of Eden's tendency to cloak his feelings in the language of diplomatic ambiguity. Among members of his immediate circle, he seemed more capable of articulating clear alternatives to Chamberlain's policies, and found his uneasiness enhanced by what one historian has called the vaporings of his coterie. This made it difficult for Eden to escape the charge of inconsistency. When I talked to him, reflected Chamberlain, he always appeared to agree, but the moment we seemed really to be getting to close quarters, there was always some reason why it was necessary to draw back. Hankey confirmed that he was always chopping and changing, blowing hot one day, cold the next. 185. Nonetheless, by February 1938, a clear but narrow divergence had emerged. Chamberlain was convinced that the opportunity had to be seized to improve Anglo-Italian relations in order to disturb the Rome-Berlin axis and to put Britain in a stronger position for future negotiations with Germany. Eden could see nothing to be gained from such a strategy and placed mounting emphasis on the need to strengthen Britain's rearmament program as the only satisfactory basis for talks with Germany. At the Cabinet on 16 February, he again called for the pace of rearmament to be quickened, despite Simon's warning that existing commitments would not only place a terrible strain on the national finances, but could not be increased without financial disorganization to an extent that would weaken the resistance of the country. 186. Whether Britain could safely have increased her armaments expenditure in the period 1936-8 remains a matter of debate. But it is worthy of note that, a year after Eden's resignation, Winston Churchill paid tribute to the national government's success in authorizing massive rearmament without doing serious damage to Britain's credit. There must also be doubts as to whether much was to be gained by allowing time for rearmament, so as to negotiate from a supposed position of strength. As Thomas Jones pointed out, this assumes that we can catch up with Germany, which we cannot, and that Hitler takes no dramatic steps in the meantime, which is unlike Hitler. 190. Yet behind specific differences over potential enemies there lay a significantly different reading from Chamberlain's of Britain's overall global predicament. On the one hand, Eden never took as alarmist a view of the three-power enemy coalition. On the other, he placed greater reliance than the Prime Minister on Britain's potential friends and allies. Though assessments must in part depend on the might-have-beens of history, there is at least a case that Eden's strategic judgment was not as sound as Chamberlain's. Is it in truth at all possible that this Tokyo-Rome-Berlin combination will hold together so strongly as to come into a war against us? Asked Eden in January 1938. Such a military coalition did of course come into being in December 1941. In the same letter, Eden insisted that the French army is absolutely sound, a widespread view which the events of May and June 1940 rapidly disproved. Eden's assessment of America is more difficult to evaluate. To me, nothing matters so much in the world today as the steady growth of Anglo-American understanding. He wrote less than a month before his resignation. This judgment seems sound in the light of the role which the United States ultimately played in the victory over the dictator powers, less so against the evidence that it took a direct Japanese attack on American territory and a foolhardy declaration of war by Hitler to cement the Anglo-American military alliance. In the shorter term, Eden's efforts to secure a partnership in the Far East seem to have been wildly optimistic. Even if it had been achieved, professional service opinion would not necessarily have rejoiced. If at the present time, and for many years to come, wrote Lord Chatfield, we send a fleet to the Far East, even in conjunction with the United States, we should be left so weak in Europe that we should be liable to blackmail or worse. 19. Likewise, it seems unlikely that the Roosevelt initiative carried the importance which Eden imagined. As one writer has argued, 191, it is hard to avoid the conclusion that Roosevelt launched his plan, partly to mitigate the impression created by the negative nature of his response to a direct British appeal for joint action, and also to avoid the necessity for a blunter refusal of any further British requests, by distracting international attention with a scheme which would sound impressive, while obviating the need for unacceptable US involvement. 193. Though it was once customary to criticize Chamberlain, with his background in domestic administration, for his ignorance of diplomatic affairs, it seems that he had a firmer grasp of the interrelationship between political, military, and economic factors than his foreign secretary. Indeed, perhaps the weakest element in the Edenite interpretation of the Chamberlain-Eden conflict is its failure to give the Prime Minister any credit for his own insights and understanding. As has been suggested, Chamberlain was less committed to a policy of one-sided concessions than Eden. particularly in later years, tended to claim. Remarks made to a correspondent in January 1938 could easily have come from Eden himself. "Until we are fully rearmed," warned the Prime Minister, "our position must be one of great anxiety. We must adjust our foreign policy to our circumstances." 194. Their shared consciousness of British weakness led Chamberlain to press for agreements. Eden by no means ruled them out, but preferred to keep Germany guessing. In the last resort, both men were in error to the extent that Hitler, with his fanatical long-term aims and his determination to pursue them, was not appeasable. Against this point, questions as to whether any opportunity existed in 1938 to wean Mussolini away from his brutal friendship and bring Italy back into the Streece alignment seem entirely secondary. But there were no easy solutions to the diplomatic and strategic dilemmas of the 1930s, and Eden's claims to an understanding of them are not aided by the denigration of Chamberlain's. David Dilks, who found himself working for Eden while carrying out an extensive study of Chamberlain's career, tried to present the former with a balanced view. The documentation he had examined gave Dilks a somewhat higher opinion of Chamberlain's policy than he had held before. Chamberlain's view of the dictators may not have been consistent or fully justified, but he was less deceived by their protestations of good faith than many imagined. Dilks feared, however, that Eden would regard his conversion as treachery. Almost certainly Eden did. 195. The Wilderness Months. Eden resigned and made his career by doing so. NY Chronicle of Anthony Eden's political career is essentially a story of the exercise of power. For an unusually large proportion of his public life, Eden sat on the government front bench, most of it as a cabinet minister. From September 1931 until January 1957, he was out of office for 2 periods only, totaling just under 8 years. By any criterion, this is a record of success. Yet spells in opposition can be as important as periods of government in determining the development of a politician's career. This was certainly the case with Eden between his resignation in February 1938 and his return to Chamberlain's government 18 months later. Lord Blake has suggested that in leaving office, Eden had reason to believe that he had now sacrificed all prospect of rising to the top in public life. Such a view seems difficult to sustain. Within days of the resignation taking effect, as shrewd a judge as Maurice Hankey was speculating that, before long, he will come back in another office, and that one day, he may become PM. Though his enumeration of the qualities which might take Eden to Downing Street, good looks, good address in Parliament and on the platform, a nice wife, money, and above all, the divine gift of popularity, were not necessarily those Eden might have ascribed to himself. In the event, Eden's success in distancing himself from the government's foreign policy before crucial developments in Austria and Czechoslovakia in 1938 was a vital factor in his subsequent political ascent. Yet in other ways, these 18 months worked to his considerable disadvantage. Through his behavior in this period, Eden convinced many that he lacked the qualities of leadership which they had hitherto attributed to him. By the time that he returned to office, the internal dynamics of the Conservative Party had dramatically changed. When it came to choosing Chamberlain's successor, Eden was, in the words of one of his own supporters, out of it. If, therefore, Eden's resignation secured his future career, the next year and a half also ensured that it would be the best part of 2 decades before he reached the summit of his political ambition. The problem of the succession to Neville Chamberlain had been a live question from the beginning of his premiership. He was, after all, 68 years old at the time he took over, and though vigorous for his age, was unlikely to lead the government through more than one general election. Baldwin seems to have sensed this. Chamberlain will be your leader for a short time, he is said to have told Duncan Sandys. Then Anthony will have a long reign. The main argument against Eden was perhaps his youth, but this difficulty would be overcome providing Chamberlain's tenure was not too brief. Apart from Eden, the cabinet contained few serious contenders for the succession, though several ministers probably nurtured private ambitions. Halifax's peerage seemed an insuperable obstacle, while both Samuel Hoare and John Simon aroused strong hostility on the government's own benches. Neither had been a conspicuous success as Foreign Secretary, and Simon was not even a Conservative. Outside the government there was always Churchill, but the historical inevitability of his finest hour in 1940 tends to obscure the extent to which he had excluded himself from serious consideration in earlier years. At the time that Eden became Foreign Secretary, Churchill was 61 years of age and widely regarded as a political failure. His idiosyncratic conduct during the abdication crisis scarcely fostered any hopes of rehabilitation. It was generally assumed that his talents would only be called upon again in the event of a major upheaval in British and European politics. For some time after his resignation, Eden's prospects of being the next Prime Minister still appeared bright. In April, the Labour MP Josiah Wedgwood predicted that he would probably succeed Chamberlain before the next election, due in 1940 at the latest. In the spring of 1939, a Gallup poll suggested that 38% of those asked nominated Eden as their preferred successor to Chamberlain. A mere 7% opted for Churchill. Yet within political circles faster than among the public, Eden's standing was being steadily eroded. When war came, his moment had passed, at least for the predictable future. The period has an added significance for Eden's career and historical reputation. The weakest point in his claim for rectitude in the was 1930s that he had merited the accolade of anti-appeaser that he had managed to remain a member of the government for more than 6 years before his resignation. It was always possible, and indeed widely believed, that Eden had been fundamentally at odds with his colleagues over the central issues of foreign policy, but had chosen to fight his corner from within the government, rather than assume the more problematical position of a backbencher. Churchill, after all, has written, "I knew well what his difficulties were with some of his senior colleagues, and with his chief, and that he would act more boldly if he were not enmeshed." But the test of his credentials would surely come once Eden was freed from the restraints of ministerial responsibility. Looking back after 30 years, however, Eden seemed to appreciate that his conduct out of office would not necessarily speak for itself. In an attempt to forestall criticism, he explained his perhaps overcautious approach for the benefit of his biographer. In part, this was dictated by my belief that those who agreed with me were not numerous enough in the party to have any hope at all of commanding a majority. Chamberlain's position, and that of the old men who buttressed him, was then unassailable. I considered that the only consequence rebellion could achieve would be to weaken the government to the advantage of the Labour opposition. There was no advantage in this. Their call for disarmament at so late an hour was the worst of all policies. Precisely what consequences Eden anticipated flowing from his resignation remain an open question. But it seems likely that he was influenced by the report from his friend Paul Emrys Evans of a meeting of the Backbench Conservative Foreign Affairs Committee held on February 17, 1938. Evans recorded a unanimous feeling that the time was most inopportune to open discussions with Italy with de jure recognition of the conquest of Abyssinia on the agenda. A speech by Churchill praising Eden, no figure has emerged on the political stage since the war equal in quality, equal in strength, equal in power of self-restraint. But also calling for stronger action by the government was well received, though it later incurred the wrath of the whips. At the very least, therefore, there were grounds for believing that Eden's departure would have considerable repercussions within the Conservative Party. According to Duff Cooper's PPS, the situation in the Commons would be hopeless, with more than 100 of the government's usual supporters, 12 likely to withhold their backing. Might such turmoil have led even to the fall of Chamberlain's government? Across the Channel, the shock waves caused by Eden's withdrawal were such as to cause the Prime Minister, Camille Shortemps, to contemplate a change of government in France. Eden discussed the possibility of the government's fall with Oliver Harvey 2 days after his resignation. Harvey recognized that the course of events was difficult to predict. Either Eden's first speech from the backbenches might produce an immediate reaction from the country, which could overturn the government, or there would be no immediate reaction, in which case Eden should sit back, let Chamberlain make the running, and then attack him when the occasion arose. His subsequent behaviour suggests that this was advice which Eden followed. Even so, a week later, Eden still considered that the government had been mortally wounded. He thought it would stagger along more and more discredited, politics getting much more bitter, losing by elections and all support from the floating vote, and further resignations coming later. But Eden's difficulties were twofold. On the one hand, he had no wish to be accused of manipulating the crisis created by his resignation to the advantage of the Labour opposition. This would scarcely enhance his prospects of leading the Conservative Party in the not-too-distant future. As the Spectator warned, only one thing could undo Eden: excessive zeal by the opposition in their endeavour to make party capital out of his resignation. In the second place, but for much the same reasons, Eden made no effort to encourage other resignations in the wake of his own. Should such a rallying cry have failed to overturn Chamberlain, the accusation of disloyalty would be hard to escape, and Eden might succeed only in burning the boats which were supposed ultimately to take him to the party leadership. If, therefore, Eden entertained any hopes that his resignation would lead to the government's collapse, such a process would have to occur of its own accord. 17, in fact, no cabinet minister followed Eden's lead, although Malcolm MacDonald, Walter Elliot, and Lord Delaware were at one time expected to do so. In later years, Eden became irritated by suggestions that he had dissuaded his colleagues from resigning. All we did was to tell these personages that they must make up their own minds. They none of them had the slightest intention of giving up office. Yet nearer the time, Eden admitted having given no warning of his impending resignation. It took them by surprise, and he says 18:20 on this, he let them down, recorded one well-disposed MP. Harvey believed that if Eden had not been so engrossed with his departmental work, and had had time to see more of his colleagues out of hours, more would have followed his lead and left the government. In the event, those ministers who were generally most sympathetic to Eden were as surprised by his withdrawal as any others. Though half wishing to follow his instinct rather than his reason, though half wishing to accept Chamberlain's assurance that entering conversations with Italy in no way committed Britain to further concessions, Eden's departure on a point WS of procedure did not justify upsetting the government. Morrison and Oliver Stanley were equally amazed at what had happened. Was clear that Eden had made a mistake. The Foreign Secretary had agreed as to the necessity of talks with Germany and Italy, and his disagreement with Chamberlain had turned only on questions of method. Had the dispute amounted to a point of principle, MacDonald would have resigned, but he could scarcely break up the national government on so small an issue. If Eden had been looking to damage the administration, the most obvious opportunity existed in his two speeches of explanation, to the Commons and to his constituents, delivered within a week of his resignation. In the event the chance passed Eden by, the atmosphere in a crowded house was one of tense excitement. Expectations were high that Eden's speech would prove devastating, and Simon was booed when he started to answer Foreign Office questions. Only hours before Eden rose to make his speech, Churchill sent an urgent note of advice. The retiring minister should pull no punches. His cause was the cause of England. Eden, however, adopted the sort of diplomatic and circumlocutory style for which he was often criticized. Hampered by an inability to refer to the secret Roosevelt initiative, he couched his statement in generalities, leaving most of his audience little wiser than before he spoke. 2425. I am certain in my mind that progress depends above all on the temper of the nation, and that temper must find expression in a firm spirit. That spirit, I am confident, is there. Not to give voice to it is, I believe, fair neither to this country nor to the world. Though Harvey predictably found Eden's statement first-rate, others were less enthusiastic. According to Leo Amory, the speech revealed good feeling and sincerity, but left the impression that there was really no issue to resign, unless he objected fundamentally to discussing with Italy at all. Nicholson concurred that Eden did not really make a good speech, while Harold Macmillan later conceded that it had not made the issues behind the resignation any clearer. Geoffrey Dawson concluded that he could have made a better case on Eden's behalf himself. Others proceeded to do so. By general consent, Cranborne's common statement was more impressive. He adopted a combative tone and spoke of the dangers of surrendering to blackmail. Later in the debate, Churchill predicted that Eden's resignation might constitute a milestone in history, but, if this were the case, most listeners could only assume that the member for Epping was privy to facts of which they were unaware. Even Chamberlain seemed inadvertently to help Eden's case. His dismissal of the League in his winding-up speech at least opened up a tangible gap with his former Foreign Secretary, which all could understand. Yet in the eyes of many, the man for whom this parliamentary occasion had been created had failed a first and important test. During the 2 days' debate, noted Duff Cooper, one could feel opinion veering steadily towards the government. In the division, only one Conservative, Vivian Adams, voted against the government. The 20 or so abstainers contained few big names and scarcely had the makings of a government in waiting. There remained the occasion afforded by Eden's speech at Leamington on 25 February. In the government camp, Channon sensed apprehension lest he were too bitter, but thought Eden too shrewd a politician to burn his boats. Eden's task was not an easy one. The point behind his resignation was not a clear issue, and it would be difficult to explain it to the country. But Eden sought to avoid controversy as far as possible, even allowing the Cabinet Secretary to vet his speech in advance. The result was a performance which won even Chamberlain's praise for its dignity and restraint. Eden was glad that it met with Halifax's approval. He had wanted to be fair to all concerned. The feeling inside the Carlton Club was that the speech was a very quiet affair, with no revelations or claims for further publication. 3-0 even Harvey accepted that it was not a fighting speech. The impression is clear that in the first days after his resignation, Eden was scrupulously careful not to be seen to rock the boat. An emergency session of the executive of the League of Nations Union and protest meetings among branches around the country suggested a groundswell of opinion in his favor. There was talk of a postal ballot on the question. Do you approve of Mr. Anthony Eden's stand for good faith in international affairs, and will you support his demand for the re-establishment of peace and security through the League of Nations? But Eden and Cranbourne did not want their resignations used to challenge the government, and on behalf of the union, Gilbert Murray agreed to respect their views and prevent LNU meetings getting out of control. Many years later, Eden rationalized his attitude by arguing that his purpose had been to convert the party rather than break it up. Be that as it may, the effect of his restraint was that a potentially serious crisis for the government soon evaporated. Behind the scenes, Chamberlain's party machine worked hard to limit any damage. Sir Joseph Ball, anxious that the occasion of Eden's resignation should be presented as a technicality, took certain steps privately to undermine his case in the Conservative press. Meanwhile, the whips strove to conceal the extent of his support in the Commons, and the subsequent resignations of the officers of the Conservative Foreign Affairs Committee passed off quietly. A week after Eden left the cabinet, Simon noted, an immense swing over to the PM's side in all quarters where the vaguest idealism does not obscure realities. 40. In his memoirs, Eden asserts that he resigned because he could not agree with the foreign policy which Chamberlain and his colleagues wished to pursue. His intention, for the time being, was to bide his time. When, he suggested, the attempt to negotiate with Signor Mussolini and Herr Hitler failed to produce results of value, would be the moment to point the moral and try to influence British foreign policy. Yet, in slightly contradictory vein, Eden adds that he was determined to use his greater freedom to multiply his warnings to the government and nation. In the event, once his two speeches were out of the way, Eden went abroad, so that, in his own words, while the clouds were gathering over Austria, I remained in the south of France, reading the French newspapers and listening to the Vienna wireless. Indeed, Eden made no further public pronouncements for 2 months, until the Royal Society of St. George invited him to propose a toast at their banquet on 26 April. Eden, writes David Carlton, practically hibernated for several months. Thomas found him in France, at the top of his form. 6 sets of tennis per day and scarlet in the face with sun. My feet are blistered, my wind has gone, but A is ruthless. 46. Such a characteristic did not, however, extend to the world of politics. 45. Had Eden wished to show that the government's policy towards Germany was misguided, the Austrian Anschluss in March offered an obvious occasion to make political capital and rally to his cause those disillusioned backbenchers whose confidence in the administration had already been shaken by his resignation. His own position, however, might have been untenable. His reluctance to open conversations with Italy had hardly been designed to encourage the latter to help Britain maintain Austria's independence. Significantly, Churchill had spoken on 22 February in favour of concessions to Italy in return for the RE, establishment of something like the Stresa Front to protect Austrian integrity. Certainly, Chamberlain believed that the Anschluss might have been avoided if he had had Halifax, and not Eden at his side at the time of his approach to Mussolini in 1937. As at the time of his resignation, Eden chose to adopt the line of wait and see while the Austrian crisis unfolded. One friendly backbencher suggested that events were arguing Eden's case more forcefully even than he could do himself. Another believed that his silence and absence created a very desirable feeling of uncertainty and alarm in government circles. The editor of the Yorkshire Post, on the other hand, warned Eden to be ready to return to England at a moment's notice. If the government were shown to have no policy to meet the new situation, Arthur Mann would consult Churchill and endeavour to draw out Baldwin. A word from the latter would probably turn enough Conservatives against the government to cause its defeat. Channon found the Commons humming with intrigue, with insurgents rushing about very overexcited about Eden's possible return to government. In the event, Chamberlain responded with greater purposefulness than many had expected. In a parliamentary statement on 24 March, he enumerated those obligations which might lead Britain to use force, and left open the possibility that Britain's long-standing friendship with France might result in coming to the latter's aid in defence of Czechoslovakia. The Edenite Mark Patrick summed up the situation as it affected his mentor, 52. The net result of all this is that the situation would have followed an isolationist statement yesterday has not arisen. I think we are entering upon the lull I forecast in my last letter, and therefore my arguments for your immediate return fall to the ground. $3. Not surprisingly, nothing that merits the title of an Eden Group emerged in the spring of 1938, though a few sympathizers began. During his first months of exile, Eden's closest confidants were his loyal junior ministers, Cranborne and Thomas, his equally devoted private secretary, Oliver Harvey, and the former Prime Minister, Stanley Baldwin, who had after all been his mentor for most of the decade. Baldwin's advice seems to herming Eden's cautious line. $, despite occasional correspondence and conversations between them, it would be misleading to list Churchill among Eden's intimates. As Robert Rhodes James admits, Eden did not yet know Churchill very well or wholly trust his judgment. The feeling was probably mutual. When rumours circulated of an intrigue to bring back Eden, Churchill was at pains to reaffirm his loyalty to Chamberlain. Drawing up the outline of a possible future government of national safety in May, Eden was ready to concede no more than the Ministry of Supply to Churchill, with of course himself as Prime Minister. 558-56. If the situation had been other than this, Eden might have been more wary of the older man as a possible rival for the ultimate succession to Chamberlain. But, as a journalist of the time recalled, it was Eden whom most people thought of as the next Prime Minister. Furthermore, Churchill's stance on issues, other than foreign policy, was likely to alienate precisely those younger, more progressive Tories upon whom Eden's future hopes were pinned. Become a new focus for a political movement among the younger and more sentimental members of the House. "I'm sure you are right," Arthur Mann assured Eden. "If the Conservative Party has any hope for the future, it needs to go left-centre, your course." 61. Close association with Churchill could thus have been a political liability to Eden. "Don't be worried, my darling," wrote Harold Nicholson revealingly to his wife. "I am not going to become one of the Winston Brigade. My leaders are Anthony and Malcolm." 62. Those who followed Eden rather than Churchill tended to be more mindful of the possible implications in their constituencies, and therefore for their political futures, of any overt signs of revolt of the most disciplined party political regimes of the century. Throughout 1938, therefore, the two men struck markedly different poses. Boothby later contrasted Eden's frigid disapproval of government policy with the tremendous salvos from Churchill's heavy guns. Ironically, it may be argued that it was Eden's reticence which gave Churchill his opportunity to re-emerge as a potential Prime Minister at the former's expense. 65. It was a sign of Eden's determination not to kick away the political ladder by which he had already risen so far, and so relatively fast that his return to government was frequently discussed. Channon was writing of such a possibility only 4 days after the resignation was announced, no doubt having the recent precedent of Samuel Hoare in mind. In April, Halifax made soundings about Eden becoming First Lord of the Admiralty, while on the latter's first visit to the Commons after his resignation speech, Chamberlain himself made a tentative approach with probably the same office in mind. Though Eden rebuffed both gestures, this perception of his position by the government's two leading ministers is not without significance, and Eden maintained regular contact with Halifax throughout the year. The new Foreign Secretary still regarded his predecessor as a Prime Minister in the making. For the time being, however, Eden assured his supporters that he would not allow Chamberlain to profit by his return to the cabinet. His intention was to make a few big speeches on such topics as democracy and young England, in which he would largely avoid questions of foreign policy, and indicate that he stood for the post-war generation against the old guard. It appeared to pay dividends, with Thomas reporting that his support had grown and not diminished. "The reason is that you have behaved all right when you might have smashed the party, and we shan't forget it." By April, Harvey noted, Eden was much more reconciled and accustomed to idea of no 1-0. "I think he feels it inevitable now." 66. Dramatic gestures, therefore, had no place in Eden's plan of campaign. When the independent-minded Duchess of Athol suggested that he should follow her lead and resign the Conservative whip, Eden merely referred her to the statement of intention contained in his resignation speech. Once he began to take a more active role on the public platform, his caution was very apparent. Only occasionally did his speeches contain anything which could be construed as overt criticism of the government's policy. For the most part, he contented himself with platitudinous assertions offering no open challenge. "There was nothing too offensive to dictators," commented Harvey after one performance. Eden had to avoid becoming a symbol for war against Germany and Italy, while distancing himself from the truckling attitude of the present government. Typical was a speech to his constituents after the May crisis of 1938, in which British firmness had appeared to thwart Nazi designs on Czechoslovakia. "If appeasement is to mean what it says," proclaimed Eden, "it must not be at the expense either of our vital interests or of our national reputation and our sense of fair dealing." Such sentiments were sufficiently high-minded to be unexceptionable. Yet for those who wished to read between the lines, there was enough to suggest that the government's policy was not reaching such high standards. It seems likely that Eden had engaged upon a more subtle approach to undermine Chamberlain's position than a frontal assault on the government's foreign policy. In April, Harvey advised him not to make any purely foreign affairs speeches for the time being. He should aim for higher and broader speeches than the Prime Minister's. Eden should constitute himself as the spokesman of those floating voters whom the government had now lost, and thereby emerge as an alternative leader. The most common theme in Eden's public utterances was a rather vague call for a policy of national union, presumably involving the establishment of a national government on a broader basis than Chamberlain could command. He elaborated this idea in private correspondence. If Britain were to live through the next few years other than on sufferance, a united national effort was needed on a scale comparable to that of the dictator powers. For this, a national leader was called for, and, added Eden, NC has none of the necessary attributes. Advised that an economic downturn might lead to worsening business conditions, rising unemployment, and smaller revenue receipts, Eden purposefully widened the scope of his speeches to embrace social and economic issues. If rearmament expenditure was to be met in such circumstances, argued Ronald Tree, this might necessitate an all-round tightening of the belt, with Chamberlain temperamentally quite incapable of putting over such an appeal to the electorate. Thomas Jones, a confidant of both Baldwin and Lloyd George, arranged for Eden to visit Durham and South Wales to see the human misery and physical decay caused by unemployment. The task was to advance Eden's political and economic education. Jones organized a 2-weekend conference in November on unemployment and related problems, and urged upon Eden the need for a big forward social policy at home. After his long immersion in diplomacy, Eden had much to learn. "I think we succeeded in making him feel completely baffled by the complexities of the problem," noted Jones. Yet while such activities might better prepare Eden for the premiership, precisely how Chamberlain's grip on power was to be broken remained an open question. Rumours of the government's collapse continued into the summer without anything tangible arising. Harvey speculated on the development of events, though Eden was the one man who could lead an all-party team. The difficulty, of course, that all see, is how ANE is to succeed NC. It is impossible to foresee how Searle out, but I feel sure SB will play a vital part in securing the succession. ANE with his own party unless SB weighs in. Conservative Central Office was under no illusions about what lay behind Eden's platform campaign, and advised Chamberlain to counter Eden not on foreign policy, but on questions such as higher old age pensions to nullify the younger man's appeal. In avoiding too overt a challenge to the government, Eden escaped the charge of disloyalty, but ran the parallel risk of dissatisfying those who looked to him for a lead. Duncan Sandys, a young MP more usually associated with the Churchill camp, wrote on behalf of those who believed strongly in the modern progressive conservatism, of which Eden had spoken, and who were now ready to follow wherever you choose to lead. Such men felt fewer inhibitions than Eden about attacking the government openly. If Eden was serious about national unity, his failure to move the argument further forward was bound to disappoint others. "He sticks chiefly to safe phrases about national unity," complained the New Statesman. By June, Amory surmised that Eden was reconciled to Chamberlain's policy and had made it up with him. Nicholson became increasingly exasperated by Eden's flabby formulas, while Victor Cazalet concluded at the end of 1938 that Eden had not got very much to say at the present time, except a good many platitudes about democracy, etc., with which we all agree. Even Eden concluded that we need an inspiration, and we are not getting it without seeing the irony of his own one. While Eden concentrated his efforts on the public platform, Parliament remained the forum in which the major foreign policy was discussed. When Chamberlain brought his Italian agreement before the Commons in April, Eden gave serious consideration as to whether he should speak. It was, after all, the development of the issue which had precipitated his resignation. Cranborne advised that any criticism Eden made of the terms of the agreement would be quoted all over the country by the opposition, and would only embarrass and alienate government supporters. So probably silence is golden, he concluded, and in that case it might be wiser to stay away from the House for the debate itself. 83% Churchill hoped that he and Eden might concert their forces, but Eden, greatly relieved not to be officially engaged in this orgy of friendliness to Mussolini, argued that he was bound by his promise of February not to hamper the course of the Italian negotiations. Any criticism he made would be attributed to pique, so it was best to leave Chamberlain a clear run for his frolics, even though many would resent his absence. 84. 85. In the event, it was the ambitions not of Italy, but of Germany, which determined the pattern of international diplomacy during 1938. As Eden later recorded, the German invasion of Austria in March should have pointed the danger for Czechoslovakia even to the obtuse. Yet during the early stages of the Czech crisis, Eden made no significant interventions or comments. His past record suggested that he had few quarrels with the government's policy in Central Europe. As Foreign Secretary, he had already urged reforms on the Czech president and foreign minister to improve relations with their German-speaking minority. On 22 April, Eden discussed with Halifax his own idea of a reformed Czechoslovakia guaranteed by Britain, France, and Germany, though this might in its details have been very different from the solution which Chamberlain championed as peace with honour. 5 months later, it does suggest that Eden was at one with the thinking which determined government policy from the spring onwards, that the existing frontiers of the Czech state were untenable. 86. 891-88. Only gradually did Eden start playing a more prominent part in national life. By late May, he had decided upon regular attendance at the Commons, though not to speak. This Harvey judged a wise strategy since events were moving rapidly in Eden's favour, and it was best not to appear to precipitate them. Eden remained in close contact with Baldwin, who advised that the country would not put up with Chamberlain for much longer. His speech to his constituents in Leamington in early June was well received and renewed talk of a party split by the autumn. He now proposed to make each speech rather hotter than the last. Still, however, there was a side to Eden which insisted on treading warily, anxious to point to the dangers of German armed strength, but reluctant to assume the role of the irreconcilable opponent of the dictators. He believed that the government had lost a lot of credibility, and that there would soon be great pressure for cabinet reconstruction. This would create a pretty embarrassing period for me. Chamberlain, however, displayed more resourcefulness than Eden had expected. His decision to seize the initiative over Czechoslovakia by sending out Lord Runciman as a mediator between the Czech government and the Sudeten Germans seems to have taken Eden by surprise. Chamberlain had completely regained the initiative over Anthony, concluded Buffy Dugdale. Who would have thought a year ago that nobody knows or cares where Anthony Eden is, and that all eyes should be on Runciman? 94 indeed. As the Czech crisis came to a head in early September, Eden was on holiday in Ireland. His absence worried government critics. Robert Boothby thought he had sunk himself. But on 8 September, Eden returned to London. With Baldwin still advising him to concentrate on domestic issues, Eden seemed uncertain what line to take, especially as no concessions made by the Czech government had proved sufficient to satisfy the Sudetendeutsch. Full of impressions of industrial conditions and need for revival of Disraeli Tory democracy, Eden was alarmed at the international situation and thought that we should publicly endorse next Czech offer. 96% after his return from Ireland, he visited Lord Halifax and pressed for a more definite warning to Hitler to the effect that in the event of a conflict over Czechoslovakia, and France being drawn in, Britain would not stand aside. He left the meeting fearful that the government would still let Czechoslovakia down. Yet 2 letters written to him that same day encapsulated Eden's dilemma. On the one hand, Cranborne reported difficulties in his own constituency. I am likely to be stoned. It shows how wise you were to be more moderate. 98, but a former MP sent a blunt warning of the consequences of inaction on Eden's part. During the last few months, I have met many people who are beginning to lose confidence in you. Your stock has fallen appreciably. I wish to God it wasn't so, but there it is. People say, if he really believes in collective security, if he is a staunch supporter of the League, why doesn't he come out and fight in the open? Is he lying low, waiting for another job? Does he expect the rank and file of the Tory party to forsake the party machine and invite him to lead them when Chamberlain retires? 99. Eden's behaviour, up to and during the Munich conference at the end of the month, suggested that he was only too conscious of these conflicting pressures. Captain Liddell Hart, who had recently been acting as his advisor on defence matters, found him very wrought up and anxious, pacing up and down during their conversation. 101, in a letter to the Times on 12 September, Eden underlined the dangers involved in a lack of clarity and firmness towards Germany. But he still considered that there was scope for a negotiated settlement between the Czech government and its German minority. Once again, however, Eden's initiative was overtaken by the course of events. On 15 September, Chamberlain flew to meet Hitler at the Führer's mountain retreat at Berchtesgaden. Eden anticipated one more surrender, which the country would be invited to call peace. 102 3 days later, as the details of Chamberlain's deal with Hitler became known, he seemed determined to attack the government in the Commons, but after further discussion with Halifax, admitted that he might himself have followed the same course. Significantly, he made it clear to his supporters that he had no wish to lead a revolt or to secure resignations from the government. Yet such a passive attitude was bound to irritate many, as Eden clearly realized. Chamberlain's solution might see him hailed as a triumphant peacemaker, but surely there ought to be someone influential to explain in debate just exactly what he has done. The Liberal leader, Archibald Sinclair, wanted Eden to come out into the open, while Labour's Hugh Dalton spoke bitterly of Eden's failure to give a lead. "What is the bloody fellow doing? What is the bloody fellow doing?" Was forced at a second meeting with Hitler to make further concessions at the expense of the Czechs. Eden urged the cabinet through Halifax to reject these new terms. It was perhaps his most resolute move during the crisis, but he could scarcely do otherwise, having just warned his constituents about the dangers of continued retreat. The majority of the cabinet followed Eden's line, and for a few days the country balanced delicately on the edge of war. Tradition has it that, when Chamberlain announced to an excited House that he would accept an invitation to a third meeting with the German Chancellor, Eden was among a small band who refused to join in the outburst of spontaneous relief and emotion which greeted this statement. This may have been the case, but it did not stop Eden from writing to Chamberlain on the eve of his departure for Munich to wish him Godspeed and good fortune. Such behavior suggests that he was as ready as the Premier to explore every last avenue for a peaceful resolution of the crisis. 107. What upset Eden most about the terms finally negotiated at Munich was less their content than the fact that they were imposed upon the Czechs as a diktat. This point was communicated to Halifax, 109 by telephone. But Eden eschewed more overt opposition. The Prime Minister, again in conclave with Hitler, the anti-appeasement focus group held a lunch on 29 September. Churchill suggested sending a telegram to say that, should Chamberlain impose further onerous terms on the Czechs, he would face serious opposition in Parliament. The telegram was to be signed by a cross-party group consisting of Churchill, Attlee, Sinclair, Lord Lloyd, Robert Cecil and Eden. But the plan collapsed when Attlee and Eden refused to participate. Eden reasoned that such a gesture would be interpreted as hostile to the Prime Minister, by any criterion a curious excuse. When Jugendspeer came to publish an account of this incident, Eden insisted that the recollection of his own actions was incorrect. His official biographer attributes the story to the spite of Lady Violet Bonham Carter, admittedly no friend of Eden's, but as the events described are confirmed by others including Harold Nicholson, this defence is less than compelling. Lady Violet may have exaggerated the extent of Churchill's dismay. Sitting alone in his chair, immobile, frozen like a man of stone. I saw tears in his eyes, but not significantly so. Dining later that day with members of the other club, which he had helped form back in 1911, Churchill was in a towering rage and deepening gloom. His failure to persuade Eden to support his initiative greatly upset him. 112. Parliament debated the Munich settlement in early October. Even before this, Baffy Dugdale concluded that Eden was ratting. This may have been unfair, but some of those closest to him were still anxious not to align themselves with Churchill and a cabal who were notorious for plots against the government. Eden's Commons speech was overshadowed by more forceful contributions from colleagues such as Churchill and Richard Law. He praised both Runciman and Halifax for their efforts for peace, and noted that we all owe a measureless debt of gratitude for the sincerity and pertinacity which he has devoted to averting the supreme calamity of war. Eden is now a usual call for a national effort by a united nation. Overall, however, his opposition was voiced in friendly tones. His most telling criticism was to expose the similarity of the Munich territorial concessions to those rejected under the one-sided Godspoke proposals, with which Hitler had confronted Chamberlain on 22 September. He later wrote, was hard, and in this, Amory was impressed by a speech of studied moderation, while Nicholson found it superb. Such reactions were even more revealed, not to say shocked. Even more revealing is the fact that Eden impressed by Chamberlain's own speech on the third evening of the debate. As a result, very nearly voted in the government lobby before deciding to abstain. He and Amory first discussed the situation with a group of younger members who had all agreed to abstain. It was because none of these wanted to go back on their decision that Eden and Amory ultimately withheld their support. Eden's attitude to the settlement was probably encapsulated in a letter to Baldwin at the end of September. His words scarcely suggested that he would have been prepared to go to war rather than accept the terms of the agreement. Munich, he argued, had at least given Britain time, at the expense of the unhappy Czechs. But Chamberlain's primary task remained to broaden his government. If he would now invite Liberal and Labour cooperation, he would be in an impregnable position while impressing the world with the country's resolute intentions. In the light of the Commons debate, Samuel Hoare concluded that there was no basis for a working agreement between Churchill and the government. As regards Eden, on the other hand, he advised Chamberlain to get him back if and when you can. Eden himself seemed ready for a reconciliation. A week after the Munich debate, he had a further long interview with Halifax, where he emphasized the agreement he felt for 90% of Chamberlain's speech. Halifax took up Eden's cause and tried to persuade the Prime Minister that this was the right psychological moment for a government of national unity. Chamberlain, however, remained unconvinced. He explained the situation in terms which, in later years, would no doubt have gratified Eden. I fear the difference between Anthony and me is more fundamental than he realizes. At bottom, he is really dead against making terms with dictators, and what makes him think it is possible to get unity is my insistence on the necessity for rearmament, and the news that I didn't like Hitler personally. He leaves out, or chooses not to see, that the conciliation part of the policy is just as important as the rearming, and I fear that if he were again a member of the cabinet, he would do what he did before, always agree in theory, but always disagree in practice. The Czechoslovakian crisis acted as the catalyst which brought the so-called Eden group of dissident MPs into existence. There is no 126 had begun meeting during the summer, although as late as the end of July he was claiming a reluctance to join any group, being less embarrassing to everybody when he was on his own. The decision to abstain in the Munich debate widened the circle of those who associated themselves with the former Foreign Secretary. In particular, Munich compelled Eden and his erstwhile adversary, Leo Amory, into cooperation, though Boothby later wrote of a separate Amory group to which he claimed allegiance. 36. The Eden group of glamour boys, as they were contemptuously labelled by the party whips, was an informal gathering of about 20 MPs without fixed membership or rigid policy positions. In addition to Eden, Cranborne and Thomas, its more prominent members included Amory, Mark Patrick, Duff Cooper, who resigned from the cabinet over Munich, Paul Emrys, Evans, Richard Law, Harold Macmillan, and Harold Nicholson. 127, it was thus largely conservative in composition and attracted the younger, more progressive elements within the party. The group maintained a separate identity from the smaller number who surrounded Churchill, though there was some overlap, and Macmillan and Edward Spears, a close friend of Churchill, sometimes acted as intermediaries between the two groups. Indeed, Churchill was deliberately excluded because he would dominate our proceedings and would associate us with courses we did not want to follow. The Eden group usually met once a week, generally at the home of Ronald Tree in Queen Anne's Gate. This convenient location boasted a division bell enabling members to return to the Commons to vote when necessary. It was also subject to telephone surveillance by Sir Joseph Ball, who effectively ran a private intelligence service from Conservative Central Office. Yet such anxiety on the part of Central Office may have been excessive. The private news sheet, the Whitehall newsletter, founded by Victor Gordon Lennox, diplomatic correspondent of the Daily Graph, served as a mouthpiece for the group's views. But, from the Munich debate, the group exercised little parliamentary impact where its members' contributions were hardly disloyal. Ironically, the group, which continued in existence when Eden returned to government in September 1939, was probably more influential once deprived of his membership. Eden's own tactics remained essentially unchanged. As Leo Amory recalled, articles in the Sunday Times outlining our conception of a national policy on which men of all parties might agree, and developed our ideas in our speeches over the next few months. Speeches in Cardiff and Southampton in mid-October reiterated Eden's well-rehearsed theme that an acceleration of rearmament would depend on an all-party national effort. His reception left him heartened that the country was ready to respond. If, however, the Munich crisis led to a broadening of the opposition front against Chamberlain's policy, that process did not last long. Eden was important to any such development since his appeal had never been restricted to the Tory party. When he resigned from the cabinet, Harvey had argued that the government would inevitably forfeit the confidence of the left, while Eden's repeated calls for national unity seemed to confirm his readiness to cross the lines of party demarcation. Yet his behaviour after Munich tended to contradict such notions. The Commons debate had made it clear that there could be no effective parliamentary challenge to Chamberlain unless Tory dissidents joined forces with the Labour Party. Macmillan was in the forefront of efforts to establish such links. Hugh Dalton and some other Labour leaders showed interest, as did Churchill. But for Eden, national unity meant exactly that, and not a minority, if cross-party grouping designed to attack the government. For him, there was always a clear distinction between criticism and disloyalty. So while ready to speak out on 2 November against the government's Italian policy, Eden drew the line at anything which smacked of conspiracy. His reluctance to get involved in Macmillan's initiative proved decisive, since more dissident conservatives regarded Eden as their leader than any other figure. When Dalton pressed for a meeting with the Tory rebels, it became clear that Duff Cooper would not come without Eden, and Eden would not come at all. The scheme was left to fizzle out. As Dalton recorded, Macmillan is much disappointed with Eden and does not know what he is playing at. Many of the Tory critics, however, are followers of Eden and will not move further or faster than he. Similar reasoning determined Eden's reaction to Amory's call for a campaign to introduce national service. This would best come, he countered, as the consequence of the formation of a truly national government. Eden's tactics inevitably raised suspicions as to his motivation. His refusal to share a platform with Attlee and Sinclair led Mrs. 138 Tory party. Another judged that his wish was to be recalled to the cabinet, for being good and causing no trouble. This was an oversimplification of Eden's position, yet political calculation was never far away, as entries in Harvey's diary show. He obviously looks at things, noted Amory, a little more from the point of view of their effect on the political situation and on himself than I am apt to do, probably rightly. In his own mind, Eden had ruled out returning to office except as part of a wider reconstruction. He discussed his dilemma with the ever-loyal Harvey. There were no easy options, 139. What should A&E do? Should he break away from the party and lead a crusade in the country? Or should he stay just inside the party, pressing rearmament? Too firm a stand now might force the PM to have an immediate election which he might win. There must be an election within a year. A policy of attrition from within, damaging speeches from the backbenchers, may be more effective in breaking the hold of the party machine and securing a more easy changeover from the PM's regime to a wider government. I gather balance of opinion of A&E's supporters in the House of Commons is in favour of less heroic course. While some questioned his motivation, Eden's tactics left others disappointed or alienated. One step he refused to take was to support anti-government candidates in the series of by-elections held that autumn. At Oxford, the Master of Balliol, a D. Lindsay, standing against the official Conservative, Quintin Hogg, praised Eden in his election address, but failed to persuade him to come to speak on his behalf. Vernon Bartlett, who successfully contested Bridgewater, tried charm and flattery, but to no avail. No one else could possibly rally the country, not Winston, whose vindictiveness in old days is partly responsible for Hitler. 42 Bartlett won applause on the hustings for the mere mention of Eden's name, but was repeatedly faced by the question of why, if Eden was all that Bartlett said he was, he still declined to say a word in the candidate's support. Therefore, Bartlett's victory was, for the Eden policy. It was a but-Eden triumph to which Eden himself contributed nothing. Could always find the best of reasons for restraint. A memorandum drawn up by his brother Timothy gives an interesting insight into his hesitations. 143. If I have been thinking about what you told me with regard to the risk which this country may run if you succeed in turning out Chamberlain. Putting you an old German point of view, you will have substituted for a statesman obviously friendly to the German people, one who is considered by them to be hostile, and that therefore Hitler will be in a stronger position to cultivate a spirit of hatred towards England than he is now, and to translate that spirit into action before we are ready to defend ourselves. Small wonder, perhaps, that Dalton was ready to draw a contrast between Churchill and the Edens and other gentlemanly wishy-washies. It is difficult to escape the conclusion that Eden failed to sense that the tide had finally begun to turn against Chamberlain, and that the stance taken at the time of his resignation might no longer be appropriate. To be, as Eden saw it, cautious but statesmanlike ran the risk, in the eyes of others, of appearing hesitant and irresolute. The Munich crisis had temporarily enhanced Eden's prestige as the symbol of opposition to Chamberlain's policies, but such credentials could easily be lost. A much heralded speech at the Queen's Hall in November was widely considered a flop. It might have been one delivered by Lord Halifax, and left the general feeling that he is not a leader. Liddell Hart, who had helped prepare the speech, was dismayed to discover that Eden had removed most of the more telling passages, and it was left to Violet Bonham Carter, moving a reluctant vote of thanks, to save the day with a forceful indictment of the government. 148. One particular difficulty was to foresee the circumstances in which Eden's vision of a national government would become a reality, since leading Labour figures were unlikely to serve in a cabinet led by Chamberlain and containing Simon and Hoare. A poll in the News Chronicle in late November suggested that 40% of those questioned would favour a new political grouping of MPs from all parties under Eden's leadership. At the same time, however, 49% claimed to be satisfied with Chamberlain's premiership. Some who were closest to Eden began to show their concern. Cranborne concluded that Anthony must go further now than he has up to the present, and try to define the basis of the unity of which he so often spoke. A note of criticism even crept into Harvey's diary, particularly when Eden claimed that the gap between himself and the government was narrowing, and proved it by voting with the government over the question of creating a Ministry of Supply. Churchill found him very shy at present. Nicholson wanted Eden to be just a little less cautious. The youth of the country was waiting for a stirring lead. The Duchess of Athol, about to sacrifice her career by standing as an independent in Kinross, insisted to Eden that a lot of people would join a national opposition once a lead was given. But perhaps the most astute political advice came, uncharacteristically, from his own brother. Something positive and definite for the future will have to be proposed by you very soon, if you are to maintain your position as leader on foreign affairs in this country. This is the sort of lead for which people all over England are longing and waiting, and until it is given, there is little chance of turning out, or even of completely reforming the present government. 135. Seems to have had some effect, and a speech Eden delivered in the Commons on 10 November was more forceful than many earlier efforts, though it left listeners uncertain whether he was trying to split the government, angle for a new coalition, or lay down a marker for a new centre party. A follow-up speech in Oxford also contained more substance, leaving the political world agog to know what he means to do, found a new party, or capture the Conservative Party. But in December, accepted an invitation to visit the United States, where convention precluded any attack on the British government from a visiting British politician. An expectant meeting at the Waldorf Astoria heard Eden warn of the German danger, while refraining carefully from incorporating into it any explicit criticism of Mr. Chamberlain's policy. This meant a return to right, non-committal platitudes, though. According to the British ambassador, the trip was certainly a success. By the end of 1938, there was renewed talk of Eden's return to the cabinet, with the party chairman convinced of the advantages of such a step. Eden wondered whether he might be offered Inskip's job as minister for coordination of defence, and, according to Harvey, rather fancied the idea. 160-159. Little had changed in Eden's outlook by the new year, or in the effect which his tactics were having on those who awaited a lead. He had, thought Vernon Bartlett, missed the boat by not coming out definitely against the government, and was now regarded with suspicion by the left. Gordon Lennox confirmed that Eden was thinking more of political tactics than of strategy, and was lying a forceful speech by Pretty for the leadership of the party. 166. President Roosevelt left Harvey wishing that Eden could speak out as bluntly as that, indicative of his capacity to sit on a fence, that colleagues picked up differing impressions of Eden's attitude towards a return to government. Churchill thought him resolved to stay outside, but Harvey found him very anxious to get back, simply because he itches to be back at work and pushing things along in view of what he knows to be the country's danger. 16 seconds in all probability. Eden hardly knew his own mind. A further talk with Halifax led him to expect an approach from the government. He wanted Baldwin's advice, but seemed to believe that a reconciliation was possible, for in fact, appeasement is dead. His own views, and those of the Foreign Secretary, were much closer than they were. As the perception grew that Halifax's influence was increasing at the expense of that of the Prime Minister, Harvey concluded that the gulf between the government and the Eden Group had been much reduced. Indeed, as regards Germany, the 2 points of view are now very near. Cranborne agreed. I really do think that we are all coming closer together, he assured Halifax. In March 1939, 3 days before the Germans entered Prague, Chamberlain took pleasure in telling his sister that Eden lost no opportunity to let him know how cordially he approved of government policy. But Chamberlain still held the reins of power sufficiently tightly to determine the composition of the cabinet. He had no intention of taking Eden back except upon his own terms. Eden was in a predicament of his own creation, torn between trying to convince the government of his loyalty and satisfying the expectations of his followers. In short, our Anthony is in a dilemma from which he would very much like me to extract him. 70,167. Be that as it may, the belief that a return to office was now a distinct possibility seems to have determined the tone of Eden's common speech in the wake of the Prague coup. He denounced the German action in somewhat stronger terms than had the Prime Minister, but avoided any attack on Chamberlain personally, even though Prague represented the end of the latter's post-Munich illusion of lasting peace. Eden's remedy, as so often before, was to call for a new and more broadly based national government. He was not hostile to the government, insisted Channon, and he took me by the arm at one moment. Eden found Halifax, whom he was now meeting regularly, sympathetic to his call for a widening of the government, and the Foreign Secretary promised to raise the matter with Chamberlain. 173. Eden even began considering which of his 174 followers should accompany him on his return to the cabinet, while Cranbourne, emphasizing Halifax's mounting influence, concluded that the government was now doing just what we would wish. By 24 March, Eden was, according to Nicholson, convinced that his group should come out, violently, if need be, for a three-party government with industry, wealth and manpower organized on a war footing. 3 days later, decided to table a Commons motion to this effect. Once again, however, by offering guarantees to Poland and Romania. In private, Eden gave the credit to Halifax for this strengthening of British resolve. But it was entirely characteristic that Eden went out of his way in a speech on 31 March to play down suggestions of splits within the cabinet, and followed this up with an almost fulsome letter of support to Chamberlain. When the Commons debated the country's new commitments on 3 April, Eden argued that this policy had united the nation behind the government, and that this would be of immense value in subsequent foreign negotiations. He mentioned the desirability of Russian support, but defended the government's decision to put Poland first, even though Liddell Hart had already advised him that the guarantee was strategically impracticable without a prior Soviet commitment. By the spring of 1939, therefore, Eden could scarcely be regarded as a government critic. He had even accepted reality and withdrawn his opposition to the recognition of Franco's victory in Spain. No one moment can be identified at which his status as the Prime Minister in waiting passed irrevocably to Winston Churchill, though it was at about this time that his close confidant, J.P.L. Thomas, gave a prescient warning. I have a feeling that among some of our supporters in the country, Winston's speeches are a bit dwarfing yours, as he has been very good of late. 178 by May, Eden himself had come to see Churchill as a possible premier. It was a sign of changing times that his parliamentary performances no longer created a mood of expectation. As Channon recorded, it was a snubbing experience for him, since at one moment there were only 14 members in the chamber. A few filtered in to hear him, but at no time, although he spoke for half an hour, was the House crowded or even interested. If Churchill and Eden had appeared to be coming together at the time of Munich, they were now once more drifting apart. Indeed, Eden, doubting whether Chamberlain could last physically much longer, seemed ready to. 182 contemplate a government headed by Halifax, in which he would return to his old post at the Foreign Office. When in mid-April the Commons debated the Italian invasion of Albania, Churchill's contribution upset Chamberlain, while that of Eden prompted a friendly note, and he replied in equally cordial terms. Significantly, Harvey, who had advised Eden against this particular speech, feared that the latter overestimated his chances of an early return to government. Eden really feels sorry for the PM, not understanding why he should not welcome his help. 184 to his credit, Eden became increasingly aware of the importance of an alliance with the Soviet Union, and was critical of the dilatory manner in which the cabinet approached the question. The government's conduct of the negotiations lacked boldness and imagination. The proposal for a tripartite pact with France and Russia should have been grasped with enthusiasm. More clearly than the Prime Minister, Eden saw the weakness of Britain's bargaining position. The country's need of Soviet support was hardly matched by anything Britain had to offer in return. I think that in the end, we shall give Russia all she is asking for. There is no doubt that we could have got better terms. Had we not been so hesitant in the early stages, He was struck by the government's reluctance to entrust these delicate negotiations to a figure of appropriate stature, in marked contrast to Chamberlain's earlier readiness to talk personally with Hitler. And in June he offered his own services in this capacity. An hour's talk between principals may be worth a month of writing. Eden had, after all, the benefit, not shared by any member of Chamberlain's government, of having met Stalin in 1935. But the Prime Minister remained wary, seeing in Eden's initiative a means of entry into the cabinet, and perhaps later on the substitution of a more amenable PM. 185, 186, 187. 188 Chamberlain discussed the question of cabinet reconstruction with the proprietor of the Daily Telegraph in early July. Interestingly, the two men agreed that Eden's inclusion, while he has a following in the country, was not of the same consequence as that of Churchill. It was perhaps the growing realization that Chamberlain had no intention of restoring Eden to high office which prompted his group into renewed activity in the summer of 1939. Significantly, the dissidents decided that both Churchill and Eden must be taken into the cabinet as an earnest of the government's determination not to contemplate another Munich. Macmillan acted as liaison with the Daily Telegraph as efforts began to organize a 189 press campaign along these lines. But though the Telegraph seemed ready to cooperate, the message came back that there were doubts about Eden's toughness. In the past, he had been too influenced by a misguided sense of loyalty, and Churchill now seemed the better bet as a potential national leader. The Telegraph campaign began with an editorial arguing for Churchill's recall, but containing no specific reference to Eden. Soon afterwards, a low cartoon in the Evening Standard showed both men on the steps of 10 Downing Street with another figure entitled Public Opinion, knocking at the door and carrying a newspaper emblazoned with the headline, "The need for a stronger government," as so often Lowe had encapsulated a growing public mood, though on this occasion his artistry could not capture the change which had come over the relative positions of these two leading outsiders. Eden hardly helped his own cause by spending an increasing amount of his time with the Territorial Army, which he joined as a major in his old King's Royal Rifle Corps. Preparing for the battlefield was admirable in itself, but inevitably gave an impression that he was abandoning the political arena. By July, even an Eden admirer concluded that he had lost the ear of the country, though in any government which included Churchill, it would be politic to include Anthony as well. As the government gradually modified its stance over the Russian negotiations, Eden concluded that it was pursuing the right course in international affairs. Over reconstruction, however, Chamberlain remained as stubborn as ever, and Eden started turning his mind to a possible autumn election and the line he would then take. It was unlikely that he could give full support to a government constituted as at present, and invite the electorate to endorse it for a further 5 years. Yet this left open precisely what attitude Eden would adopt, particularly as it was becoming more difficult to find policy issues upon which to differentiate himself. Since resigning, Eden had sought to avoid giving the impression that he was motivated by other than questions of policy. Cranbourne suggested that, as the government had now adopted the policy for which we then pressed, it would be possible to offer full support while reserving the right to determine their attitude on foreign policy questions in the light of events. If such an approach failed to satisfy the party managers, we shall just have to go on without them. Neither man was convinced that Chamberlain would make no further concessions to the dictators, but their cautious attitude had merely boxed the Edenites into a corner. As Cranbourne put it, should there be further evidence of government defeatism in their relations with foreign countries, as for instance the Tokyo negotiations, you will probably feel that it is your duty to take a lead against it, at whatever cost to party unity. But unless there is some concrete evidence that the government's deeds fall short of their words, I do not personally quite see what would be the grounds of your attack. In all probability, an inherent sense of party loyalty would always hold Eden back. When rumours spread that the government might do a deal over German claims to Danzig, Nicholson spoke for a growing number when he summed up the problems created by Eden's equivocal stance. If only Anthony Eden would now come out in rage against this subversive attempt, we should be safe. But Anthony does not wish to defy the Tory party, and is in fact missing every boat with exquisite elegance. We drift and pass the rudder into other hands. I am much depressed. The Eden group met frequently in the second half of July. The possibility of an autumn election continued to cause concern since, if no further international crises had then occurred, Chamberlain might be able to stigmatize the group as warmongers. Preparations were put in hand to collect material to present the Edenite case as effectively as possible. My real anxiety is that we should not be caught napping 95%. By mid-August, Eden was pondering whether the group should stand as independent conservatives or even seek to create a new party. In asking, "What should our relations be with Winston?" he showed that divisions still existed between the two groups of conservative dissidents. In fact, Eden refused to join Churchill in opposing Chamberlain's adjournment of the Commons at the beginning of August. Eden rings Winston upon the telephone and begs him not to be too violent. 97%, it was almost as if each decisive step in Eden's thinking prompted a counter move of indecision in the mind which had produced it. It was, in any case, probably too late for the political realignment which Eden envisaged. Cranbourne was obliged to reiterate the points he had made a month earlier: the government's guarantees to Eastern Europe, the formation of a peace front, and the adoption of conscription ruled out any breakaway on grounds of policy. And while such a move might be justified by the Edenites, continuing lack of confidence in key members of the administration, including Chamberlain himself, their speeches had tried to emphasize the essential unity and determination of the country from the cabinet downwards. Indeed, in his last Commons speech before Parliament rose, Eden paid tribute to the forthright nature of Chamberlain's remarks. Something like another Munich would transform the situation. But short of this, I do not see on what we should base a sudden transformation from nominal supporters to virulent opponents. The Eden group did not meet again until Parliament was recalled on 24 August. By then, in the wake of the Nazi-Soviet pact, events were moving inexorably towards a crisis. On 9 September, German troops marched into Poland. The famous Commons debate the following day, when Chamberlain appeared to hesitate over a declaration of war, offered Eden a final opportunity to seize the initiative. Cooper and others urged him to intervene, but he declined to do so. His attitude seemed to encapsulate his behavior over the previous 18 months. It was thus left to Arthur Greenwood, Labour's deputy leader, to speak for England. Chamberlain saw, as probably he always had, that the coming of war would necessitate Churchill's return to government, and it was the latter's intervention which prompted an invitation to Eden as well. The younger man's influence with the section of conservatives who are associated with him, as well as with moderate liberal elements, made him a necessary reinforcement. But the offer of only the Dominion's office, without a seat in the new war cabinet, left Eden in great perplexity and uncertain whether he should accept. A sense of duty, coupled with Chamberlain's assurance that he could be a constant attender at the war cabinet, ultimately determined his response. Eden had returned, if not triumphantly, to the centre stage, or something like it, but Chamberlain remained, for the time being at least, firmly in command, while Churchill had emerged, unofficially but unquestionably, as the second man in the government. 201-202. How is the year and a half which Eden spent outside the national government to be interpreted? Though I knew that I had figured high in opinion polls for Prime Minister before and after my resignation in 1938, Eden recalled in his retirement, "I had never, sir, 203 much that has been recorded iously given that office a thought." Above contradicts this assertion. Almost certainly Eden saw himself as Chamberlain's most likely successor. Not for several months after his resignation did Eden need seriously to consider the possibility that Churchill would be the eventual beneficiary of Chamberlain's downfall. But he had to be careful not to alienate the ranks of Conservative MPs, whose support he would ultimately need, but who, in large numbers, remained solidly behind the Prime Minister. Such an interpretation makes sense of Eden's withdrawal from Westminster soon after his resignation, and the particularly muted tone he at first adopted. It also helps explain why he turned first to Baldwin for advice. "Esby is the one man who may one day be able to turn the scales for him," noted Harvey. 204. The idea may have been should return as a stopgap premier with Eden his heir apparent. Eden was careful, perhaps too careful, to confine his opposition to grounds of policy, not always well explained, and high principle, so that he should not be dismissed as merely factious or self-interested. Increasingly, however, changes to government policy, especially after Munich, narrowed the ground upon which Eden could legitimately differentiate himself from those in power. He increasingly took refuge in the call for a broadly based government, a legitimate enough ambition, but one which dulled through endless repetition. Too much seemed to depend on Chamberlain eventually taking action, whereas those close to Eden saw that he himself needed to take a stronger line. "You cannot afford to leave it to reason and the facts," warned July 1939. It's obviously quite impossible for you and Winston to take the active leadership of a movement to put yourselves into this government. It's quite possible for you to put yourself at the head of a movement to turn the government out and offer an alternative government. It means attacking the PM, and that, you will say, will only rally the party to him. That is what will happen. You've got to pass through that stage, and you will pass through it very quickly. The country is crying out for leadership. It hardly knows its own need, because so far, there is no leader to evoke a response. The very man who called for a truly national government shied away from open collaboration with those who shared his misgivings about Chamberlain's capacity for the premiership. As David Dilks put it, as Eden's research assistant in the 1960s, Eden was careful not to prejudice his campaign for a national government and accelerated rearmament. Whereas men such as Duff Cooper and Macmillan proposed a more courageous course, believing it seems that it was possible to turn Chamberlain out, Eden preferred to work 206 on Halifax to try to broaden the base of the existing administration. Such conduct was honourable enough, though not perhaps the stuff of which dynamic leadership is made. Indeed, Eden's period out of office is as important in revealing his shortcomings as a politician as it is in highlighting his views on the central questions of foreign policy. "I am afraid he has not got it in him to make a stand," concluded Mrs. Dugdale. "If only his politics were like some of his tennis strokes down the centre of the court." But Eden almost certainly shared with Chamberlain, and not with Churchill, the belief that war with Germany could still be avoided. Cranborne, often better at articulating Eden's thoughts than he was himself, put it in these terms as late as February 1939. Appeasement must no longer be regarded as an alternative to rearmament. Rearmament must be regarded as the preliminary, and the essential preliminary, to appeasement. I am quite sure that our proper line is to rearm with ever-increasing resolution and wait for the dictators to come to us, and not to go running after them. This probably summed up Eden's thinking at this time, and for much of the 1930s. It distanced him from the government, though not to the extent which he later claimed. Be that as it may, Eden's career had now taken a decisive turn, if not quite in the direction he might have wished. For the next 8 months he served as a popular Dominion secretary. At the formation of Churchill's government in May 1940, he was promoted to the War Office, but still without a formal seat in the War Cabinet. With hindsight, Eden came to look upon his 7 months in this post as the most rewarding of his career, as he took responsibility for a massive expansion of the British Army and the creation of the Home Guard. Churchill maintained that I shall never do anything in my life to equal my administration at War Office. Only in December 1940, when the sudden death of the British ambassador in Washington enabled Churchill to reshape his government, did Eden revert to his old position as Foreign Secretary. Exactly 5 years after his first appointment to this same post, he returned to a major office of state, Eden and the United States. I have always tried to be careful with the Americans. They are sometimes a little difficult to deal with. By the end of his life, it would probably have been fair to describe Anthony Eden as an anti-American. The Suez Crisis provides an obvious explanation. To his dying day, Eden believed, with considerable justification, that Britain's policy and his own career had been wrecked by the United States' refusal to offer the backing which a loyal ally could rightly expect. The United States was not interested, he wrote in 1957, in working with its allies or in supporting them. Its only interest lies in superseding them. American policy during Suez had been motivated by spite and injured dignity. Eden's particular scorn was reserved for John Foster Dulles. It was, he once noted, easier to deal with Ribbentrop or Laval than the American Secretary of State. But he readily extended his contempt to the American nation as a whole. It annoyed him that his successor in Downing Street saw the RE, establishment of the fractured special relationship, as the primary goal of his government's foreign policy, and he wrote scathingly that Macmillan's diplomacy would make Britain the 49th state of the Union. Macmillan himself intervened to try to tone down the blatant anti-Americanism of the first draft of Eden's memoirs, Full Circle. 20 years earlier, things had been very different. As was argued above, Eden's failure to secure Neville Chamberlain's support for the notion that the allegiance of the United States should be a primary objective of British foreign policy had been as important as any issue in compelling his resignation in 1938. Yet despite Eden's insistence on another occasion that he was an Atlantic animal, the crisis of 1956 is not a sufficient explanation of the transformation of his attitude. In a revealing diary entry Eden once traced, with thinly veiled resentment, the stages by which Britain had become increasingly dependent upon the United States. "I have seen the phases of us advance," he recalled, "first in 1914-1918 war, when so large a part of our life and wealth was consumed. I was attached in April 1918 to the New York Division as it arrived and trained with it for some weeks. The growing wave of US forces must have made Germans hopeless of victory. But their share in fighting and casualties was small. Suez exacerbated an anti-American strand in Eden's makeup, but it by no means created it. Such feelings were present during the Second World War. By the time that Eden resumed responsibility for his country's foreign policy in December 1940, the role of the United States had become a critical factor in Britain's very survival. The fall of France in June dramatically transformed the immediate and long-term outlook, making it difficult for many inside the British government to see how victory could. The War Cabinet had concluded on 27 May that Britain did have a fighting chance of survival even if France fell, but that prospects of final victory were largely dependent on increasingly active American cooperation. 2 months later, the Foreign Office confirmed that the future of the Empire was likely to depend on the evolution of an effective and enduring collaboration between ourselves and the United States. To his credit, Winston Churchill had, from the outbreak of hostilities, sought to bring the United States as far into the British war effort as deeply ingrained American isolationist sentiment allowed. In September 1939, when only First Lord of the Admiralty, Churchill seized upon Roosevelt's suggestion the two men should start up a correspondence. With Chamberlain's blessing, Churchill began to cultivate a personal contact which he believed essential to Britain's survival as a great power. Though the actual relationship between the two men began more tentatively than Churchill implies in his memoirs, and was never as warm on Roosevelt's side as on Churchill's, Anglo-American collaboration remained central to the latter's strategic thinking throughout the conflict and beyond. "My whole system," he told Eden in 1942, "is based on friendship with Roosevelt. Nothing should be done in planning the post-war world," Churchill insisted a year later, to prejudice the natural Anglo to American special relationship. This inevitably involved subordinating purely British interests when necessary. There were various large matters in which we cannot go further than the United States are willing to go. That there might be a downside to Churchill's single-minded preoccupation in terms of Britain's increasing subservience to a considerably greater power, and the destruction of that independent status in world affairs, which Churchill defined as a primary war aim, has long been apparent and did not require revelation by revisionist Churchillian historians. But particularly after June 1940, the British Prime Minister was, realistically speaking, confronted by a limited scope for manoeuvre, for which some of his critics have shown insufficient regard. As Foreign Secretary in wartime, Eden had to work within parameters set by Churchill. There could be no return to the sort of regime which he had enjoyed under Baldwin 5 years earlier. In wartime, Eden later wrote, diplomacy is strategy's twin, and the figure of the Premier was the dominant one in both. Churchill, like prime ministers before and since, considered himself blessed with an assured grasp of the central questions of diplomacy, and was little inclined to give way to the supposed professionals of the Foreign Office. He had studied Europe for 40 years. The Foreign Office were always on small points like Chrome and ships in Sweden. This situation could be exasperating for Eden. Against Churchill's plea, in September 1943, that he should try to have a little confidence in my insight into Europe, Eden wrote, he might have a little in mine. In the last resort, however, it was something Eden had to accept. This was particularly the case both in the priority given to Anglo-American relations, and in Churchill's determination to keep such matters in his own hands. Significantly, the special relationship was forged first and foremost at the heads of government level. Nor was it easy for Eden to develop a parallel relationship with his American opposite number. Roosevelt's Secretary of State, Cordell Hull, did not cover the same range of business as Eden, and was often kept woefully ignorant by the President of crucial developments in the war. Eden's position was therefore always somewhat anomalous within the Anglo-American equation. None of this, however, meant that he accepted Churchill's vision of the special relationship without qualification, or without seeking to modify it when the need arose. 18. Of Eden's wartime partnership with Churchill, much has been written. Nearly 40 years ago, one observer counselled caution upon those tempted to penetrate further into their relationship. The complementary qualities of character and age and mind, the pride and indulgence of the old prophet, and the devotion and patience of the chosen successor, have been so often and so justly celebrated, that further description seems doomed to be as stale and insipid as a retelling of some Bible story or familiar Shakespearean plot. More recently, however, historians have discovered complexities in their wartime association, which neither fully revealed in his published memoirs. Despite an age gap of 23 years, relations between Eden and Churchill were certainly characterized by mutual affection and an inherent loyalty on Eden's side, which, notwithstanding his undoubted ambition, precluded any serious threat to the Prime Minister's position. But Lord Strang overstated his case when he insisted that Churchill's differences with Eden were, in general, emotional rather than rational, a matter of degree rather than principle. Eden was no yes-man, and serious disagreements did occur. Though his immediate entourage was more likely to view the extent of his disgruntlement than was the Prime Minister, it often fell to Eden to represent his department's longer-term view against Churchill's short-term military objectives. In such situations, Eden by no means always came off second best. Those who observed from the fringes of power often underestimated Eden's capacity. He has many of the necessary attributes of a statesman, conceded Sir Henry Pownall, then Chief of Staff, Southeast Asia Command, but he lacks an essential one: guts. Like all the other ministers, he is completely overawed by the PM, and would never put up a fight against him in the way that Siggs is continually having to do. With tenacity and patience, Eden was fully prepared to take Churchill on, when he believed that the situation demanded it, and often got his way in the long run. If he was more inclined to use charm than bluster to win his case, this in no way lessened his achievement. As one perceptive writer concluded, if Eden had been nothing but a wet blanket, Churchill would not have stood him for long. As things were, Churchill took from Eden a great deal of opposition and frustration over his pet ideas or stubborn prejudices, and still liked him and trusted him. 23,122. In terms of the underlying goals of Britain's diplomacy, Eden and Churchill were fundamentally at one. In November 1942, by which time it had become legitimate to contemplate the post-war world, Eden wrote that the aim of British policy must be, first, that we should continue to exercise the functions and responsibilities of and power. It was a conclusion with which Churchill could readily have associated himself. Furthermore, both men, indeed the overwhelming majority of their political contemporaries, took it for granted that the British Empire would survive the conflict and form an essential component of the country's international status in the post-war world. Where the two men parted company was over the advantages to be gained from an American alliance. 2520 Eden, like his principal Foreign Office advisors and the majority of the War Cabinet, believed that too close an association with the United States could only compromise national autonomy. Despite his own claims to American ancestry, Eden looked on the Anglo-American relationship without the emotional, some would say, sentimental element which Churchill invariably infused into it. He saw the potential value of Churchill's close partnership with the President, particularly in view of his assessment of the chaotic workings of the US government, but could be far more critical, even dismissive of Roosevelt than Churchill ever was. Though not wishing to see America retreat into its traditional patterns of isolationism once the war was over, Eden was also concerned that a preeminent United States would overshadow Britain in areas where the latter had hitherto held sway. If Anglo-American cooperation was desirable, undue subservience to the United States was not. He would have been horrified to read Leo Amory's complaint that he live in terror of anything that could conceivably offend a single American. As a result, Eden was far readier than Churchill to see in the United States, as he saw in the Soviet Union, a potential post-war rival. In a revealing note written in 1944, he warned that if Britain lost Arab goodwill in the Middle East, the Americans and the Russians will be on hand to profit from our mistakes. 29. At a distance of more than 50 years, it might appear that Eden was setting out to resist the inevitable. In the context of Britain's war effort, however, his stance seems more reasonable. Until July 1944, the British Empire had more men engaging the enemy across the globe than did the United States. Moreover, Eden's perception of Britain's post-war role was not based simply on an overestimation of her inherent strength. Rather than placing Britain's eggs in a single basket, he believed that an Atlantic partnership would need to be balanced by her position in Western Europe, particularly in association with a revived France, and if possible, by continuing friendship with Russia. In his dealings with the United States, Eden at least enjoyed the advantage of a popular following among Americans second only to Churchill. He was remembered as the handsome young politician who had had the courage to resign from Chamberlain's government in protest against appeasement. Degrees that image was enhanced by a successful visit to the United States in the spring of 1943. As the British Embassy reported, Eden's presence created a picture of a serious and honourable young statesman, which replaced the image of the glamorous but lightweight character which had previously obtained in considerable sections of the press. When it was suggested that Eden might leave the Foreign Office to concentrate on his duties as leader of the Commons, Robert Sherwood, Director of Overseas Operations in the Office of War Information, protested that the effect in America would be deplorable. Eden was the one Englishman who is completely trusted by the United States. But Americans also saw Eden as someone more likely than Churchill to exert a decisive impact on the eventual peace settlement, and were not always at ease with his ideas. As Harry Hopkins, Roosevelt's trusted and influential confidant, put it as early as 1941, "I would not like to have much say about a later peace. I should like to have Eden say less." 32. While America remained neutral during the first 2 years of the war, Eden was keen, as he had been in 1937-8, to persuade her to take as active a role as possible in defense of British interests. As France neared defeat, his hope was that Roosevelt might inspire continued resistance by at least breaking off relations with Germany, and he urged Churchill to use his influence with the president in this sense. Churchill held back from such a step, and France duly capitulated, though it is doubtful whether an American initiative would have had any effect. But out of the fall of France there developed the seeds of a significant disagreement between Eden and the American president. Roosevelt believed that France had now forfeited all claims to great power status, a conclusion which Eden, with specifically British interests at the forefront of his analysis, was loath to accept. In his first public speech, as Foreign Secretary, Eden emphasized the similarity between British and American thinking on war, aimed as a way of countering the arguments of American isolationists that Britain's real ambition was to restore the imperial edifice for her own selfish interests. Granted his belief that the goal of social improvement at home should be the concomitant of a new post-war international order, this was fair enough. Behind the scenes, however, Eden provided ample evidence to confirm the misgivings of those Americans who had no wish to fight a war for British national interests. In a departmental minute on the famous Destroyers 4 Bases deal, the new Foreign Secretary warned that, "By allowing us to establish important military garrisons in most of West Indian Islands and Newfoundland, we have struck a grievous blow at our authority, and ultimately, I have no doubt, at our sovereignty in all these places. The consequences upon our position in the American continent are likely to be most unhappy for those who believe in the value of the British connection. We have received in return so old destroyers, of which 2 have so far been made seaworthy." Though Eden, unlike Churchill, was keen early in 1941 to let the Americans know the full extent of British shipping losses as the best way of securing active support in the Battle of the Atlantic, his concern at the possible encroachment of the United States upon areas of traditional British interest remained unchanged. Incidentally, do we want to see us bases established, say, at Auckland and in Fiji, at Takoradi and Trincomalee? Some of these are a far cry for us, others are not, and I would not happily contemplate a wholesale extension of us bases throughout the British Commonwealth. Eden's thinking was further revealed when, in August 1941, Churchill had his first meeting with Roosevelt at Placentia Bay, Newfoundland. From this conference, there emerged the celebrated Atlantic Charter, based on a British draft produced by Alexander Cadogan, but phrased to reflect a largely American approach to the future peace. Believing that Roosevelt meant to keep out of the war and dictate the peace if he can, Eden judged that the president had bowled Churchill a very quick one. At a time when getting American support to sustain the British war effort was a top priority for most British leaders, Eden's private secretary, Oliver Harvey, confirmed that he was rather isolationist about the Americans coming into Europe, hoping that Britain could remain the predominant partner. Indeed, it chilled with Wilsonian memories to see an American president talking at large on European frontiers. The Foreign Secretary was moving towards that healthy skepticism of American intentions, the view, as Chamberlain had 42. Once put it that it is always best and safest to count on nothing from the Americans but words 44, which had characterized the Foreign Office's outlook for most of the 1930s. 146 one area where Eden still hoped for positive American collaboration was the Far East, where overall British policy remained to keep Japan neutral. Though he broadly accepted this strategy, Eden was concerned that Britain should not adopt a supine attitude herself, nor be seen to restrain any American initiatives against Japan. In November 1940, the exiled Dutch government in London had requested an assurance of British military assistance should Japan attack the Dutch East Indies. Eden consistently pressed for such an assurance from the War Cabinet. "I suggest," he noted the following September, "that a display of firmness is more likely to deter Japan from war than to provoke her to it." When Harry Hopkins visited London early in 1941, Eden tried to impress upon him that Britain was taking a very strong line with Japan and would stand for no nonsense. As Hopkins reported, "Eden is very anxious that we find a way to emphasize our determination to prevent Japan from making further encroachments. He believes that if we take a positive line towards Japan, we might make them pause before attacking Hong Kong." When in the spring, the United States moved part of their fleet from the Pacific to the Atlantic Ocean, Eden was alone in the Defense Committee in opposing this move, and stressing that the U.S. Pacific Fleet was the only barrier a Japanese advance to the south. More than his colleagues, Eden urged the importance of not antagonizing the United States and of encouraging any initiative she might take against Japan. The danger of a misunderstanding similar to that which had occurred between John Simon and his American opposite number, Henry Stimson, in 1932 during crisis was, he argued, real. "I cannot conceal the danger inherent in our lagging behind the United States government in dealing with Japan, a fortiori in our actually attempting to dissuade them from firm actions." Eden won cabinet support for what was potentially a high-risk strategy. The government, in effect, committed itself to back whatever line America decided upon. The danger existed that Japan might be provoked into an attack on British territory at a time when Britain was still militarily weak in the Far East, fully engaged against Germany and Italy, and lacking any firm commitment from the United States. As Eden explained, President still cherishes the idea that we can deal with Japan when we are free from our European preoccupations. T might be well to suggest that even in these days, prevention is better than cure, and that the best prevention is fear on the part of the Japanese of immediate war with the United States, if they go too far. 31. At the same time, he hoped that Churchill could use his influence with Roosevelt. While appreciating the president's constitutional difficulty about giving an undertaking to help any foreign power without congressional authority, he hoped that Churchill could secure a private assurance that, if the British or Dutch became involved in hostilities with Japan, Roosevelt would seek congressional authorization to give all possible help. By September, he judged that the Japanese had begun to hesitate, a situation brought about by the contemplation of the forces that may possibly confront them. "Our right policy," he concluded, "is therefore clearly to keep up the pressure." 153-52. 55. Eden recognized that, as a result of commercial pressure, the time would soon come when Japan would either have to reach some understanding with Britain and America, or at the risk of war with both countries, break out of her economic strangulation. His preference remained to keep Japan out of the world conflict, but he was still convinced that strong American action would deter rather than incite aggression. By contrast, Churchill, for all his faith in Roosevelt, was at this stage more wary than Eden of provoking a war with Japan which left the United States neutral. The Prime Minister wanted a Jap-to-American war, rather than a Jap-British war which the Americans might or might not enter. In the event, of course, Churchill had his way, and the United States became a co-belligerent following the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941. Precisely what would have happened, at least in the short term, if Japanese aggression had been directed solely at British and imperial possessions remains open to debate. There is at least an argument that Eden's line could have led to disaster, the nightmare scenario which had haunted British policymakers in the 1930s of a war against three major enemies without the compensating support of the United States. In part, Eden was putting into practice the lessons of earlier years with, it must be admitted, greater clarity than he had always seen at the time. This became evident when Lord Hankey, as chairman of the War Cabinet's Subcommittee on Supplies to the Allies, urged the importance of staving off hostilities with Japan until the last possible moment. In a revealing minute, Eden noted, the old appeasement again. "Of course, we do not want to fight Japan, but I fear that Lord H will never learn that to be gentle with aggressors does not avoid hostilities." His part in pre-war foreign policy was most unhappy. 57. 58. It was above all over the question of France that Eden's attitude towards the United States became most strained. To begin with, he shared Roosevelt's view that the shame of June 1940 effectively precluded France's restoration as a great power for the foreseeable future. Nor did Eden immediately jump to the cause of de Gaulle as the expression of a continuing French will to resist Nazi aggression. John Colville recorded the remark, at one moment of particular exasperation with de Gaulle in the middle of 1941, that Eden hated all Frenchmen. Indeed, at this stage it was largely left to Churchill to urge an end to the cold shouldering of General de Gaulle and the Free French movement. For some months, the Prime Minister's entreaties to shift emphasis from the Vichy regime to de Gaulle went unheeded. By the summer of 1941, however, a revised Foreign Office policy was coming into place, of which Eden emerged as the doughty champion. Increasingly, the restoration of a strong France, though it might take many years to achieve, was seen as a primary war aim. Britain's problems in post-war Europe might derive from a resurgent Germany or an untrammeled Soviet Union. In either case, the attractions of a strong friendly power on the other side of the Channel were only too apparent. As Eden once put it, France was a geographical necessity. To have any chance of revival, France needed leadership, and within the Foreign Office it became clear that such leadership could only come from the admittedly awkward, but always formidable, personality of Charles de Gaulle. William Strang, one of the architects of this Foreign Office policy, later summed up the general's importance. From the time of his establishment in London, down to the time when he entered a liberated Paris, and duly became the head of a recognized provisional government, fostered the Free French movement, accorded it progressive degrees of recognition, and bore with what patience and understanding they could the storms that he let loose upon them. This was, above all, Eden's policy. 64-65, by August 1941, it was Eden who, while still wondering whether de Gaulle might be crazy, now urged Churchill to give the general the benefit of the doubt and make an effort to accommodate his idiosyncrasies. Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary increasingly reversed their earlier positions, with Churchill now complaining that Eden was too ready to sever relations with Vichy. You seem prone to cut threads that may never be rejoined. By the end of the year, Eden had concluded that the French resistance movement was overwhelmingly behind de Gaulle. When Eden returned from Moscow in December 1941, he began to press for the inclusion of the Free French in the proposed declaration of the United Nations. They were, in every sense, an ally with forces collaborating with the British and Americans in New Caledonia. Eden faced not only a reluctant Prime Minister, but an adamant President and Secretary of State. In general, the Americans adopted an understandably more skeptical attitude towards France's great power pretensions than did the Foreign Office. The British, Roosevelt noted in 1943, wanted to build up France into a first-class power, which would be on Britain's side. This was an accurate assessment of Eden's policy, but there were obvious reasons why the United States might be reluctant to subscribe to such an objective. Roosevelt's ideas about the post-war world centered on the concept of four great powers: the United States, the Soviet Union, Britain, and China, and it was not until the final months of conflict that he reluctantly allowed, at British prompting, a revived France to intrude into this vision. Additionally, it took the United States to concede that a post-war France headed by de Gaulle was the only viable option. Indeed, there was a casing that some modification of the existing Vichy regime might best serve American interests, providing it would transform its wartime subservience to Nazi Germany into a post-war subservience to the United States. But American thinking on such matters was never divorced from considerations of character and personality. 69-68. As de Gaulle consolidated his position, some American attitudes began to soften. Secretary for War Henry Stimson concluded that the general would have to be recognized in the wider interests of Anglo-American relations. On this issue, however, Roosevelt and Hull were of one mind. President's absurd and petty dislike of de Gaulle blinds him. Eden recorded in March 1944. Hull's hostility went even deeper. He hates de Gaulle with such fierce feeling, noted Stimson, that he rambles into almost incoherence whenever we talk about him. Eden concluded that Hull had an obsession against Free French which nothing cure. On some issues, the president was willing to ride roughshod over the views of his Secretary of State. On this matter, however, Hull's feelings confirmed Roosevelt's own prejudices. 73. America's entry into the war only compounded Eden's problems. On the one hand, Britain now seemed certain to prevail in the struggle against the aggression of Germany, Italy, and Japan. But on the other, Eden was reluctant to concede that Britain's new ally could call the tune in terms both of shaping grand strategy and of constructing the future peace. As he later explained, I accepted that the United States must in time become the dominant partner in Anglo-American councils. In 1942, this was not so. Her wealth and productive capacity were not yet at full stretch, and her armed forces were only beginning their training and deployment. Our effort, on the other hand, after more than 2 years of war, was nearing its peak. In any case, Eden held an increasingly poor opinion of the president's judgment and of his likely impact on the final peace settlement. After reading a report of a typically rambling Rooseveltian statement on the future of India, he commented that it was a terrifying commentary on the likely Roosevelt contribution to the peace, a meandering amateurishness lit by discursive flashes. Though Eden was readier than many governmental colleagues to accept the terms of the Lend-Lease agreement, lest Britain was offered worse terms at a later date, his uneasiness about America's role in the war and its consequences for Britain remained unchanged. In conversation with Robert Bruce Lockhart in February 1942, Eden complained that the Americans seemed very imperialistic in their outlook, that while they were ready to criticize others, they were themselves extremely sensitive to criticism, and that their performance in aircraft production left much to be desired. While Churchill's carefully cultivated friendship with Roosevelt seemed, at least in the Prime Minister's eyes, to be paying dividends, for Eden the partnership between the two war leaders tended to exclude him from key decisions of wartime diplomacy, and increased his mounting irritation at the way Churchill ran the war. Early in February, he spilled out his frustration into the pages of his diary. It is impossible to understand what PM and Roosevelt arranged as to Pacific Council, nor do either seem to know. Anyway, they say, different things, and ours announcement today of 2 Pacific Councils is in flat contradiction to what Winston told us and the Dutch, who are, excusably, becoming increasingly exasperated. A particular problem from Eden's point of view was to reconcile Britain's new American alliance with her existing relationship with the Soviet Union, which had been at war with Germany since the previous June. Eden saw that the Soviet Union's contribution to the defeat of Germany could hardly be ignored, and that her ambitions for the post-war world would have inevitable implications for Britain. Though Eden conceded that any choice confronting Britain between the United States and the Soviet Union would have to be decided in favor of Anglo-American cooperation, this did not prevent his decision in April, in the face of American opposition, to pursue an Anglo-Soviet agreement. He was annoyed by Roosevelt's decision in February to approach Stalin directly over the future of the Baltic states. This was the first of several occasions, Eden later recalled, when the president moved out of step with Britain in the illusory hope of securing better results with Stalin through a unilateral initiative. His contemporary diary account was more revealing. I did not feel that we could just hand over to Americans' conduct of Anglo-Soviet negotiation, nor do I believe that Roosevelt in the least understands difficulty he is up against. It annoyed Eden that the United States seemed unwilling to treat Britain as an equal. In June, he complained that while Britain had kept the Americans fully informed of the progress of their talks with the Russians, including submitting the draft of a proposed treaty to Washington before the Russians were allowed to see it, Britain was being told virtually nothing of the talks between the United States and the Soviet Union. These talks had produced a communique referring to the need for a second front in Europe that year, a matter which at least concerns us as much as the Americans. If we are to work harmoniously together, Eden concluded, they should reciprocate. But it was France which still provided the main focus for friction between Eden and the United States. Continuing American ties with Pétain's Vichy regime inevitably created difficulties for Britain's relations with the Free French. The United States sought to maintain contact with Vichy in the hope of bringing Pétain round to an anti-German stance. Eden was skeptical of this objective and aware of the difficulty of selling it to a British public which held the Marshal, host of skeptical Foreign Office officials over the previous 2 decades. Fear that the United States might otherwise step into a policy vacuum persuaded Eden and the Foreign Office to pay increasing attention in the second half of 1942 to British plans for the post-war world. In such matters, Eden spoke for the traditional views of his department, notwithstanding his own reputation as a champion of internationalism. His ideas about Europe's future indicated the sort of balance of power approach which was certain eventually to run foul of the idealism of American liberals. Eden's interest in post-war questions was, noted Harvey in October, increasing steadily. The Foreign Office had prepared 2 important papers, one proposing a four-to-power plan for the running of the world after the war, and the other dealing with colonial and Far Eastern questions in the sense of placing such areas under regional councils with responsibility for defense and economic matters. Churchill, his mind focused almost exclusively on the immediate problem of actually winning the war, was not receptive to such ideas. When Eden left the four-power planet Chequers for the Prime Minister's perusal, it encountered the latter's celebrated rebuff. I hope that these speculative studies will be entrusted to those on whose hands time hangs heavy, and that we shall not overlook Mrs. Glass's cookery book recipe for jugged hare. First catch your hare. For Churchill, the important thing remained to do nothing to endanger the Anglo-American alliance. Britain should therefore support the United States to the limit of her ability in the Pacific War. A successful joint war against Japan would form a very good background for collaboration about the settlement of Europe, the British Empire, India, and other things like that. 192 Eden, by contrast, was as skeptical about America's conduct in the Far East as he was about its policy towards France. American behavior in the Asian theater threw a spotlight onto the United States' attitude towards the future of the British Empire. FDR little, if any, sympathy for the British Empire or for the French Empire, Eden recalled. In his heart, probably hostile to both. The Foreign Secretary shared a growing perception that American moralizing about the iniquities of imperialism and the almost morbid interest which Roosevelt and Hull took in plans for its dismemberment served merely as a cloak to conceal their own selfish ambitions. If the United States believed that Britain was intent upon restoring the colonial status quo in the Far East, she herself seemed determined to foster American interests through an informal imperialism based on her client state in China. In this respect, American policy was, as Eden put it on another occasion, exaggeratedly moral, at least where non-American interests are concerned. The United States' attitude amounted to giving away other people's property to an international committee on which America will be one of 3 or more 96. He felt that Roosevelt's view of China's potential for great power status was unrealistic. The Chinese war effort, he told the cabinet, was largely maintained by the vitalizing leadership of Chiang Kai-shek, whose ability to sustain morale was dependent upon the support he received from Britain and the United States. But in the last resort, Eden had little option but to accept the American lead. In return, however, he expected to be consulted in relation to an area where Britain still had substantial interests. Several times, he noted, the United States government have, with the object of saving time, conceded to the Chinese points of great importance to His Majesty's government before our ambassador could be in a position to discuss them with the Chinese government. We are dealing with questions of the greatest importance to our commercial, financial, and shipping interests. Eden was particularly annoyed when Roosevelt wrote to Chiang about the use of Chinese troops in Burma without first discussing this matter with London. I regard this, he wrote, as almost intolerably impertinent. We might as well not exist. 199. Not surprisingly, therefore, Eden reacted angrily when Churchill poured liberal quantities of cold water on his attempts to protect specifically British interests in the post-war world. With a trip to the United States in the offing, Eden was adamant that he would not go without any policy in his pocket. His response to Churchill was more strongly worded than usual and indicated his determination to stand his ground on an issue of fundamental importance. His plan had not, he insisted, been a vague project for an indefinite future. His aim was to set in place a policy which would carry Britain into the years of peace. It was a bad business to have to live from hand to mouth when we can avoid it, and the only consequence of so doing is that the United States makes a policy and we follow, which I do not regard as a satisfactory role for the British Empire. Continuing developments in the triangular relationship between Britain, America, and France showed how difficult Eden's task would be. As Eden recognized the Allied invasion of North Africa operation, with 200 divisions behind his words, Ill was obviously worried that Britain's continuing association with de Gaulle risked damaging his carefully fostered relationship with Roosevelt. I beg you, he wrote to Eden, on no account to allow our relations with the United States to be spoiled through our supposed patronage of this man who is also our bitter foe, and whose accession to power in France would be a British disaster of the first magnitude. 115. 116 Eden, though he had earlier confessed that he always had sympathy with this man in his difficulties, was not blind to de Gaulle's failings. But he remained convinced that de Gaulle was the necessary price Britain had to pay for the creation of a strong France. Though in all his experience Eden had never had dealings with anyone more difficult to cope with, there were still points in his favor. The first was that de Gaulle stood out among all available alternatives as a vital and dynamic personality committed to democratic republicanism. In the second place, de Gaulle was never likely, now or hereafter, to collaborate with the Germans. The Nazi virus, argued Eden, has penetrated very deeply into political and industrial circles in France, and what we have most to fear after the war is the establishment of a government of this type, which will look to Germany rather than to ourselves. The Americans may look with equanimity on such a prospect, but we cannot do so. 37. Eden was thus in a difficult position when he visited Washington in mid-March to initiate discussions on a range of post-war issues. At a personal level, the trip was an undoubted success. According to the British ambassador, the Foreign Secretary never put a foot wrong. Nothing could have gone better in all ways, and I do believe that the contacts he made will have enduring value. 118. The talks themselves, however, revealed the potential for serious rifts in the alliance. France was the most difficult item on the agenda. At the end of Eden's visit, Roosevelt told the press that there had been agreement on 95% of the matters under discussion. When asked what the remaining 5% related to, Harry Hopkins answered, "Mostly France." Eden had to proceed with the utmost caution, knowing that Churchill's views were nearer to those of the Americans than to his own. As Harvey put it, 119. AE is between the hammer and the anvil. For British interests, we are all convinced that we should work with de Guy. The PM is passionately persuaded that de Guy is our enemy, that he will work against us, and even after that he means to bedevil Anglo-American relations. 120. 121. In discussions with Roosevelt and Hull, of a single French authority which the Allies could recognize as a de facto administration, provisionally exercising sovereignty over parts of France and over the whole French Empire, pending the establishment of a permanent government chosen by the French people. By contrast, Roosevelt and Hull preferred to keep their options open and deal separately with different individuals in various parts of the French Empire. Eden got the impression that the president wanted to hold the strings of France's future in his own hands so that he could decide that country's fate. 122. Hull became somewhat heated as he sought to justify his country's policy towards Vichy. It was one of Eden's especial talents to know how to diffuse such situations, but his private thoughts reflected a different picture. Richard Law found him in a constant state of irritation with the Americans. Eden could not help entertaining some doubts about the cooperation being realized, having regard to the difficulties existing in the United States. He was exasperated by Roosevelt's chaotic ways of doing business. It was like a madhouse, and he confessed to feeling more at home in the Kremlin than in this atmosphere of confusion and woolliness. More importantly, his doubts about Roosevelt's understanding of international affairs were intensified. The president's ideas about the future map of Europe, including the projected creation of a new state of Wallonia out of parts of Belgium, Luxembourg, northern France, and Alsace-Lorraine, struck Eden as unrealistic. His later assessment was sarcastically condescending. Roosevelt was familiar with the history and geography of Europe. Perhaps his hobby of stamp collecting had helped him to this knowledge, but the academic yet sweeping opinions which he built upon it were alarming in their cheerful fecklessness. Though the main bone of contention, France was not the only issue to strain Anglo-American harmony during Eden's fortnight in Washington. His wide-ranging discussions covered both the conduct of the war and the construction of the post-war world. According to Roosevelt's chief of staff, the Foreign Secretary proved an effective spokesman for the British point of view, having a better understanding of his country's general political policy than was the case with many American leaders, and knowing what Britain wanted. The Far East, Eden found Roosevelt insistent that China be treated as a major player on the post-war stage. Eden was skeptical, doubting whether China could stabilize itself without a revolution, and disliking the idea of the Chinese running up and down the Pacific. American suggestions that Britain might agree to the surrender of Hong Kong as a goodwill gesture were typical of the double standards which Eden had come to expect from the US government. He dryly noted the absence of similar gestures from the Americans themselves. One American observer concluded that the British were going to be pretty sticky about their former possessions in the Far East. Differences of relations with the Soviet Union simmering for more than a year also came to the surface. Eden recognized that Stalin, whatever his other territorial claims, would insist on the absorption of the Baltic states. Roosevelt, while accepting that this might prove to be the case, was wary about the possible impact on American public opinion, and still hoped to use this concession as a bargaining counter in negotiations with the Russians. Not surprisingly, Eden's report to the War Cabinet on 13 April emphasized both the achievements of his visit and the difficulties encountered. 131. Churchill, who followed Eden to Washington in May, proved more susceptible to American pressure than his foreign secretary. Roosevelt subjected Churchill to a barrage of complaints about de Gaulle's intolerable behavior. With few signs of reluctance, Churchill telegraphed to London to suggest that the time had come to eliminate de Gaulle as a political force. The cabinet was summoned for 9 p.m. on 23 May. Eden recorded that all present were against Churchill's proposal and very brave about it in his absence. Foreign Office drafts had already been prepared, and Eden and Attlee, as Deputy Prime Minister, replied to Churchill that this was scarcely the moment, with de Gaulle and Giraud finally showing signs of coming together to ditch the former. They warned that the French National Committee and even the Free French fighting forces were unlikely to function effectively if de Gaulle were removed. Churchill's response showed that his first consideration remained the solidity of the Atlantic Alliance. "I have no intention of marring my relations with the President by arguing in the sense of your various telegrams. The only channel for such discussions must be the Foreign Office and the State Department. I have given you my warning of the dangers to Anglo-American unity inherent in your championship of de Gaulle." In the event, Churchill agreed that no action should be taken pending the outcome of talks between de Gaulle and Giraud, and asked Roosevelt not to push matters to the point of a quarrel with Britain. Meanwhile, Eden labored long and hard in Algiers in early June, not only to bring the two French generals together, but also to reconcile Churchill and de Gaulle. His efforts appeared to meet with success. De Gaulle and Giraud agreed to a French Committee of National Liberation under their joint presidency, while Churchill entertained the new committee to lunch and telegraphed an enthusiastic report to Roosevelt. De Gaulle, however, seemed intent on his own destruction. His continuing attempts to sideline Giraud inevitably revived American animosity. De Gaulle had done much to shake all confidence in him, noted Eden only a week later. 3. By 18 June, Roosevelt was again demanding the general's head on a charger. "We shall be hard put to it," Eden recorded, 136. "To keep in step with Americans, or rather pull them into step with us, over the French business, and not commit some folly which will give de Gaulle a martyr's crown, or control of the French army, or both." FDR's mood is now that of a man who persists in error. It has all that special brand of obstinacy, like Hitler at Stalingrad. 138 faced by this renewed American démarche, Eden and Churchill took up predictable positions. Over the next month, relations between Foreign Secretary and Prime Minister moved via heated controversies and late-night wrangles to a point of crisis. Far from giving way, Eden raised the stakes by arguing that it was time for Churchill to recognize de Gaulle's committee and to get Roosevelt to do the same. At the Defense Committee on 8 July, Churchill used a message from the President to justify his own refusal to contemplate recognition and to launch another tirade against the general. Eden countered that the Americans had mishandled the French problem from the beginning. Their treatment of de Gaulle would only make him a national hero. 139, 4 days later, the two men went over the same ground in a lively exchange lasting until after 2 a.m. Harvey heard that the broadsides were pretty hot. They agreed to put their respective views on paper, but the Foreign Office draft, stressing that a strong France was of vital interest to Britain, if not necessarily to the United States, caused Churchill to remark that he and Eden might be coming to a break. 14, though it was eventually, agreed that neither memorandum should be submitted to the cabinet. Churchill's own paper merits quotation in highlighting the difference of perception over the American alliance. "I am resolved never to allow de Gaulle or his followers to cloud or mar those personal relations of partnership and friendship which I have labored for nearly 4 years to develop between me and President Roosevelt, by which, I venture to think, the course of our affairs has been most notably assisted. I must ask my colleagues to face this position squarely, as it is fundamental so far as I am concerned." Those who believe that, in the last resort, it was always Eden who gave way to Churchill could not have been familiar with this episode. 43, within a week, the Prime Minister seemed to have swallowed thesis whole, and was now ready to press Roosevelt, albeit unsuccessfully, on the issue of recognition. Eden preferred a different interpretation, that of asking Americans to face up to the realities of our situation. At all events, by the end of July, Churchill defined his goal as the recognition of the committee in its collective capacity and its eventual inclusion with the same status as that of other refugee governments in the array of the United Nations. If de Gaulle would play his part in restoring the confidence of Britain and America, he, Churchill, was ready to play his. 145. and that British interests in post-war Europe were not best served by undue subservience to the United States was not restricted to the case of France. During 1943, it became clear that the Italian military effort was on the point of collapse, and much Foreign Office attention was given to the surrender terms, which would need to be imposed. On this issue, Eden was more likely to receive the backing of his Prime Minister, who unusually often found himself at loggerheads with Roosevelt. Though in late July, Eden feared that Churchill was once again becoming too willing to dance to the tune of his American piper. On this matter, Eden found the Americans both obstinate and foolish. Over relations with Portugal, nominally Britain's oldest ally, Churchill adopted his more characteristic posture. As the war turned in the Allies' favour, the attraction of holding facilities in the Azores for use in the Battle of the Atlantic became more apparent. Churchill favoured claiming such facilities under the threat of force, but Eden preferred a more diplomatic approach based upon reference to Portugal's alliance with Britain. The Foreign Secretary found American intervention into these delicate negotiations singularly unhelpful. They won't accept any agreement between us and Portugal unless they have equal share. This, after position had been explained to them, and accepted by them months ago. I told that his people were impossible, and that they had better go and attack Portugal themselves if this was what they wanted. In the overall context of the war, this was a relatively minor matter, but Eden's attitude epitomized his mounting distaste for American policies and methods. To Churchill he wrote, "It is important that the Americans should realize that modern Portugal is not a second Guatemala, from whom anything which the Americans desire can be obtained by threats or bribes." Eden's tactics were time-consuming but ultimately successful. An agreement with Portugal was signed in August and British entry into the Azores fixed for 8 October. 150 Eden's disagreements with the United States could not be attributed to a lack of personal contact. In August, he had further meetings with Roosevelt and Hull in Quebec. France and the French National Committee again loomed large. Hull's attitude had not softened in the least, and he remained unresponsive even to Eden's reminder that Britain had to live just 20 miles from France. The American Secretary of State tried to exploit the differences which had clearly existed between Eden and Churchill by noting that the latter's telegrams to the president had failed to expose disagreement with US policy. Eden could only conclude that Hull was motivated by a personal hatred of de Gaulle. With Roosevelt refusing to go beyond recognizing the French committee as administering those territories it actually held, both parties had to accept that they would go their own way on this issue. Further difficulties arose over colonial questions. Hull referred to American proposals to guarantee independence to colonial territories within a measurable period. In the face of Hull's persistence, Eden had to admit his distaste for these proposals, which failed to take account of the diversity already existing within the British Empire. With the conference over, Roosevelt confided that he could have made more with Churchill, but for Eden's progress, particularly over France's presence. -753. From Eden's point of view, a clear danger inherent in Churchill's special relationship with the American president was its possible impact on Britain's relations with the Soviet Union. Always sensitive to the deep suspicions ever present in Soviet foreign policy, Eden would ideally have preferred to place Britain's dealings with the two countries on an equal footing. In practice, this was scarcely possible, but he saw no reason to give Stalin unnecessary grounds for complaint. He feared, therefore, that the Quebec meeting would infuriate Joel, and began to press upon Churchill the case for tripartite consultation. There had been a tendency, he argued, for Britain to agree matters first with the United States and then present the results to the Soviets, and there are signs that the Russians resent this procedure. His idea was for a consultative body consisting of ambassadors Wynant, Maysky, and himself. Even if this proved of no very great practical value, we might gain some advantage from letting the Russians feel that they were admitted to discussion at an early stage. We want to work with them not only during the war but after. 154. Ultimately, it was agreed that the three foreign ministers should meet in conference as a preliminary to a meeting at heads of government level. But as the balance of the Allied war effort shifted away from Britain, Eden became peculiarly sensitive to the protocol of such an occasion. Roosevelt has had his way again and agreed to Moscow for the Foreign Secretary's conference with alacrity. His determination not to agree to a London meeting is almost insulting considering the number of times we have been to Washington. I am most anxious for good relations with us, but I don't like subservience to them, and I am sure that this only lays up trouble for us in the future. We are giving the impression that militarily all the achievements are theirs, and Winston, by prolonging his stay in Washington, strengthens that impression. When Roosevelt relented, it was Stalin who now balked at the idea of a conference in London. but Eden still tended to blame the Americans for their failure to back the British proposal from the beginning. 157. In many ways, the Moscow Conference of October 1943 proved the most businesslike of all wartime Allied meetings, was the weakest of the three leading delegates. The Russians accepted a revised date for the Second Front. There was full agreement on the question of Arctic convoys, and it was arranged that a Soviet mission would work with the Yugoslav partisans. Eden took particular pleasure in the decision to establish a European Advisory Commission in London as a forum for the discussion of European problems. But the body, which met for the first time on January 14, 1944, was less wide-ranging than he had hoped for, a reflection of his failure to secure wholehearted American backing. Eden had wanted a body which could consider European political problems as they arose, both before and after the armistice. But the fact that the commission was to meet in London was enough to arouse American suspicions that it was a device to facilitate undue British influence on the post-war settlement. In practice, its deliberations were restricted to German issues, and considerable delays ensued before any agreements were reached, of which the most important concerned the division of Germany into zones of occupation. 158. In general, Eden was struck by the way the conference failed to deliver those advantages, which Churchill confidently expected to flow from the priority he consistently gave to Anglo-American relations. Eden needed Hull's support to carry the day on key issues, especially relating to Eastern Europe. It was not forthcoming. The Americans seemed, if anything, keen to undermine the British position. Eden recorded them making claims to a share in the bomber offensive, which is by no means justified, but further dims our glory. In his proposal for a declaration on joint Allied responsibility, Eden sought American and Soviet endorsement for the principle that none was looking to set up spheres of influence in any part of Europe. He wanted an equal right with Russia for the United States and Britain to exert influence on the settlement in Eastern Europe. The American response was cool. Particular disagreements were apparent over the future of Poland. Hull, anxious like his president to delay difficult questions until the peace conference, especially as a presidential election was due in a year's time, would not allow Eden to raise the matter with Molotov. Thus, the Soviet Union emerged from the conference with no restrictions on its freedom of action in Eastern Europe. 161. The Moscow Conference began the most hectic period of Allied diplomacy in the entire war. Eden returned briefly to London to report to the Commons on the outcome of his talks. On 23 November, he and Cadogan left England again, arriving in Cairo to join Churchill for talks with Roosevelt and Chiang Kai-shek. Eden and Churchill then flew to Tehran early on the 27th for the first of the wartime meetings of the Big Three. On 2 December, he was on his way back to Cairo for further discussions. Compared with Moscow, Eden's own role at this series of international gatherings was peripheral. In general, his diplomatic travels confirmed for him the worrying aspects of the Foreign Ministers' Conference without that meeting's compensating features. At Cairo, even Churchill admitted the difficulties of working with Roosevelt. FDR was a charming country gentleman, but business methods were almost non-existent, so W had to play the role of courtier and seize opportunities as and when they arose. I am amazed at patience with which he does this. 62. Eden found the Americans inclined to run out of the European Advisory Commission and used some pretty plain language to keep the idea in being. He resented the Americans' abrasive behavior over the conference communique, and still unconvinced by the United States' efforts to inflate China into the status of a great power, foresaw future difficulties over Southeast Asia. 104. Despite strenuous efforts, Anglo-American military differences seemed no better. As Eden later told the War Cabinet, Roosevelt made promises to the Chinese which had not been endorsed by Churchill, and the Americans and British had had to go to Tehran without having had an opportunity of reaching a decision upon our combined plans for Europe in 1944. 165. 166. At Tehran, Roosevelt made it clear that his priority was now to secure a lasting relationship with the Soviet Union. Big Three now concealed the reality of the Grand Alliance. Though the future of Poland was firmly on the agenda for discussion, Eden failed to secure the backing he needed from the United States. A difficulty, he noted, is that the Americans are terrified of the subject which Harry called political dynamite for their election. 167. France occasioned renewed problems. But Eden had to confront not only a skeptical United States, but also a hostile Soviet Union with Molotov inclined to treat the entire French population as a nation of collaborators. To his credit, Eden refused to abandon this central aim of his foreign policy. "We have just got to build up a France somehow," he insisted to Churchill as 1943 drew to a close. "Though the bear's manners are steadily improving, I have still no ambition to share the cage alone with him." For the rest of the war, Eden fought a losing battle to retain something like parity in the Anglo-American relationship. His tone became increasingly bitter. He observed that the Americans had a much exaggerated conception of the military contribution they are making in this war. They lie freely about this. 169, Harvey noted that Eden was getting fed up at having to refer everything to the United States. "Can't we really have a foreign policy of our own?" Anything referred to the Americans, Harvey added, was at once blocked by Hull or Roosevelt, afraid of things being done by anyone except themselves. The Americans seldom reciprocated. In June 1944, for example, they withdrew their ambassador from the Argentine without first consulting London. But it was the Far Eastern theatre which really showed the growing weakness of the British position. Eden felt acutely the political need of having the British Empire reconquered mainly by British troops. "If we are merely dragged along at the tail of the Americans in the Pacific," he warned, "we shall get no credit whatever for our share in the joint operations." He had a feeling that the Americans are not anxious that we should play any notable part in the Pacific War. "We want to make it plain to the world that we have played our part in regaining our Far Eastern Empire." As far as it was possible, Eden wanted to recreate the disposition of world power which had existed before the outbreak of war. But his quest for this impossible goal was tempered by a dose of realism. Though the Foreign Office sought to resist concessions to the Americans over oil, which would result in the introduction into the Middle East of a foreign power to rival our influence, Eden wisely cautioned against unrestricted commercial competition at the present time. 171. 1. Europe offered more scope for British initiatives. "I have little doubt myself," Eden noted in May, "that FDR does not want us to take the lead in Europe, and equally no doubt that we should." 173. He sought to persuade Churchill to take the management of the Polish-Soviet dispute into British hands. "Our position is very different," he argued, "because of our alliances with Poland and the Soviet Union." 174. That only Britain could win any concessions for the Poles. "Will not be embarrassed by them hereafter, any more than by the specific undertakings he has given to restore the French Empire." It was over the issue of France upon which Eden had hitherto found most difficulty in achieving Anglo-American cooperation that he claimed his greatest measure of success in the closing stages of the war. The compromise over recognition reached at Quebec had not worked out in practice. Little seemed to have changed, as an entry in. But as Eden's diary for March 1944 makes clear, W wanted to send message to Halifax agreeing with President's attitude to French, which I don't like at all. President's absurd and petty dislike of de Gaulle blinds him. It would be folly to follow him in this. 176. The Allied invasion of Europe drew near. It was obvious that decisions would soon have to be taken. "Surely we cannot make over the decision as to our relations with France to an American general," Eden complained in April. 177. He still found Churchill reluctant to ruffle American feathers over this issue. The Prime Minister insisted that, whatever Britain decided, it would be necessary to inform Roosevelt and obtain his agreement beforehand. He still failed to see in de Gaulle the future leader of France, whom it was necessary to court in Britain's own interests. On the contrary, we have a very hostile man without any forces worth speaking of, trying to thrust himself into the center of vast and deadly affairs and calling himself France. 178. Despite persistent rebuffs, Eden, patient argument and persuasive charm, peppered with flashes of passion, which had characterized his tactics throughout. Between early March and mid-June, he sent Churchill 41 minutes on the single subject of France. 179. If Eden's temper sometimes snapped, this was scarcely surprising. "It's a girls' school," judged Cadogan. Roosevelt, PM, and it must be admitted de G, all behave like girls approaching the age of puberty. 180. On the eve of D-Day, Eden wrote a paper for the cabinet on the French situation and its possible effect on Anglo-American relations. It was a rarity for him to find time for this sort of activity, and the result pleased him. Failure to reach agreement with the French committee, he warned, would have serious repercussions. De Gaulle had been allowed to wrong-foot the Allies because of the obstinacy of the American president, but if Roosevelt renounces the paternity of France, surely he must allow us to do the schooling in our own way. 18 on D-Day itself. Churchill and Eden were still quarrelling over the same issues. I was accused of trying to break up the government, of stirring up the press on the issue. He said that nothing would induce him to give way, that de Gaulle must go. EDR and he would fight the world. I didn't lose my temper, and I think that I gave as good as I got. Anyway, I didn't budge an inch. After an acid, not to say bitter, cabinet meeting on 7 June, Eden turned his attention to de Gaulle, persuading him to open discussions. With the British without American participation. A&E tired but triumphant this morning. Noted a private secretary, having brought de Gaulle along considerably at dinner last night and then carried, though it took him till 3 a.m., though Churchill's attitude had not in fact changed. At a meeting with de Gaulle on the eve of the Normandy landings, he revealed his true feelings. Each time we must choose between Europe and the open sea. We shall always choose the open sea. Each time I must choose between you and Roosevelt, I shall always choose Roosevelt. Significantly, de Gaulle noted Eden shaking his head, seemingly quite unconvinced by these remarks. The Foreign Secretary kept up his pressure in the following weeks, while Churchill stood firm on the priority of American wishes. In practice, the course of events in France ultimately decided matters in Eden's favor. As he later put it, as France was liberated, its administration fell without question into the hands of the resistance, which acknowledged General de Gaulle as its chief, and this chapter of our difficulties, the cause of so many hard feelings, naturally resolved itself. United States had little alternative but to recognize the French Committee of National Liberation as the de facto authority in July, and formal recognition as the provisional government was accorded on October 23, 1944. At last, sighed Cadogan with evident relief. What a fuss about nothing. 189, 188 thee. Though the issue of de Gaulle gradually resolved itself to his satisfaction, Eden remained wary of America's, and particularly Roosevelt's capacity to impede British national interests in post-war Europe. As Churchill travelled to Quebec in early September for a further meeting with the American president, the Foreign Secretary warned against the idea of retaining the post of Supreme Commander, Allied Expeditionary Force in Germany, after that country's occupation. In view of Eden's wish to build up a Western European security group, there would be obvious complications if British forces were to continue for an indefinite time under the command of an American general. When Eden joined Churchill in Quebec, he was alarmed to learn of the problems which the Prime Minister's amateur diplomacy had already created. Churchill had put his name to the Morgenthau Plan for the pastoralization of post-war Germany. Not surprisingly, Eden flew into a rage when he learnt of this agreement, and in a heated exchange reminded Churchill that the Foreign Office, with the backing of Molotov and Roosevelt himself, had been at work for several months on a plan to come into force once Germany surrendered. At one point he shouted, Eden, you can't do this, to an evidently startled Prime Minister. Felt somehow irritated by this German Jew's bitter hatred of his own land, and also wasn't sure that scheme was all that good from our point of view. Anyway, this is no way to discuss it, so was rather peevish. But Churchill, having pledged himself to Roosevelt, would not be moved. It was the only time, Eden recalled, that Churchill showed his displeasure with him in front of the president. 19 plus once again, the course of events ultimately undermined this ill-considered product of the Churchill-Roosevelt relationship. 195. It was some advantage to Eden that, by early 1945, Churchill had dropped his earlier arguments and embraced the Foreign Secretary's desire for a strong bloc of Western European states, including a rejuvenated France as the linchpin of Britain's post-war strategy. As a result, the two men presented more of a united front at the Yalta Conference in February than had often been the case hitherto. But Eden still approached this conference with considerable misgivings, not least because of mounting apprehension about the post-war ambitions of the Soviet Union. Indeed, his anti-American tendencies were becoming tempered by his belief that Britain and the United States must combine to withstand possible communist expansion, though he still doubted Roosevelt's willingness to cooperate. The president's inclination towards diplomatic procrastination only intensified under mounting burdens of tiredness and ill health. While Eden understood the attraction of postponing difficult decisions, he also saw the dangers inherent in this approach. Europe will take shape or break up while stands by, and it will be too late afterwards to complain of frontiers or the nature of conflicts, for example, Poland and Greece. 196. As a result, Eden feared that the Yalta discussion would be chaotic, nothing worthwhile settled. Stalin was the only one of the three who has a clear view of what he wants and is a tough negotiator. PM is all emotion in these matters. FDR vague and jealous of others. 197. With this in mind, he pressed Churchill for a preliminary meeting of the foreign secretaries in Cairo before the heads of government came together at Yalta. In the event, Eden met the American delegation in Malta immediately prior to the opening of the full conference at Yalta, and there impressed upon Hopkins and the new Secretary of State, Edward Stettinius, the need for a firm Anglo-American stand on Poland and the dangers of making undue concessions. He found them both in complete agreement with him, but had little time to work on Roosevelt before departing for Yalta. At the main conference, Eden continued his long battle on behalf of France, supported now by Churchill. As Hopkins recorded, Winston and Anthony fought like tigers for France. Indeed, Eden had earlier tried to secure French participation in the political discussions of the Big Three. As he explained, "We must plan for the future, and I find it difficult to contemplate a future in which France will not be a factor of considerable importance. She must be interested in almost every European question. If we do not have her cooperation, she will be able, not at once perhaps, to make difficult the application of any solution which does not suit her." It was largely because of British persistence that France emerged from Yalta reinstated with at least the trappings of great power status. Roosevelt ultimately relented, and Stalin, anxious for concessions in other spheres, fell into line. France secured not only a zone of occupation in post-war Germany, but also a seat on the Control Commission to supervise that occupation. Elsewhere, Yalta gave less cause for British satisfaction. The handling of Far Eastern matters confirmed Eden's worst suspicions about American intentions in that part of the world. At Malta, he had suggested that it would not be necessary to bribe the Soviets to enter the Japanese war. Their self-interest would dictate such a course. At Yalta, however, he was presented with a fait accompli. FDR simply told W the agreement had been reached, and he and Stalin proposed to sign it. Despite objections from Eden and Cadogan, Churchill insisted on signing the agreement. I don't think he could bear the idea of the other two signing anything he wasn't in on. The elastic settlement on the future of Poland has occasioned an enormous historical controversy in its own right, which is largely outside the scope of the present work. Though the West's surrender probably owed more to the strategic realities of February 1945 than to the physical and mental deterioration of the American president, it is none the less interesting to note Eden's contemporary reaction to Roosevelt's state of health. The president gave the impression of fading powers, impossible even to get near Bussi, when Roosevelt suggested that differences with the Soviet Union were largely a matter of the use of words. Eden concluded that he was deluding himself. For the remainder of the war, Eden seemed torn between a growing recognition that the world conflict had greatly diminished Britain's 206 capacity to determine the course of international events, and a continuing desire to make the best of a bad job and stick to the foreign policy objectives which he had held throughout. In a wide-ranging survey of the effects of Britain's deteriorating external position circulated in March, he spoke of areas of the globe where we might have wished to assert ourselves had it been possible. To the American Secretary for the Navy, he suggested that there was an analogy between the position of Austria and England after 1815 and the position of England and America in 1945. The United States has taken the place of England, and England has taken the place of Austria. This implied a readiness to accept American involvement in European affairs to a degree he had once eschewed. 1207. At the same time, Eden insisted that we couldn't allow them to dictate our foreign policy, and if they were wrong, we would have to show independence. 208. He was still worried that the British war effort was being discounted by American opinion. We should use every effort, he advised, to bring home to the Americans what we have done and are doing. 209. The death of Roosevelt in 1945 was obviously a watershed in Anglo-American relations, particularly from Churchill's point of view. Eden formed a favorable first impression of his successor, Harry S. Truman, though he was sorry to see Stettinius replaced as Secretary of State by J.F. Burns, possibly because he had found it relatively easy to dominate the former. Under the new presidency, Eden remained concerned at signs of America taking the lead in areas, especially in the Far East, where Britain retained the primary interest. Before the atomic bomb brought a sudden end to the Japanese War, he was determined that Britain should take part in that country's military occupation and have a full share in whatever system of political and economic control was set up. Unless we open discussions with Washington in the near future, he warned Churchill, There seems to be a real risk that American views may crystallize before we have time to influence them. And, as V-Day brought the war against Germany to a close, Eden enthusiastically endorsed Orm Sargent's assessment of Britain's position within the future constellation of great powers. Sargent, soon to become permanent Under-Secretary at the Foreign Office, had written of the perception 311. In the minds of our two big partners, especially in that of the United States, that Great Britain is now a secondary power and can be treated as such, and that in the long run all will be well if they, United States and the Soviet Union, as the two supreme world powers of the future, understand one another. It is this misconception which it must be our policy to combat. As the war ended, the economists protested against Churchill's policy of deference to the United States and the way it had hindered efforts to evolve a distinctively British approach to world affairs. The trouble, Eden once explained, was that Churchill was half American and regarded Roosevelt with almost religious awe. Eden never shared these feelings, seeing Roosevelt as an astute politician, but also a man of great personal vanity and obstinacy. He found the president's reluctance to confront difficult issues particularly irksome. It was no excuse for us to be without a foreign policy in Europe, he later recorded, simply because we were waiting for the United States. The danger also existed that Churchill would seek to emulate in Britain the sort of control which Roosevelt enjoyed in America. He sees himself in Roosevelt's position as the sole director of war. It is not what country wants, concluded Eden in 1942, nor does it produce good results. 17-12-16. Over the question of France in particular, Eden displayed a surer grasp of British national interests than did Churchill. Too often the latter allowed his emotions to overcome his reason. A personal animosity towards de Gaulle was exacerbated by a sometimes unquestioning subservience to Roosevelt. Thus the triangular relationship between Britain, the United States and France emerged, as Eden once described it, as the principal problem of the war. Cadogan identified the reality of the situation. PM ended with a tirade against de Gaulle. He has been battening on us and is capable of turning round and fighting with the Axis against us. That is just untrue. Tiresome he may be, but sound on essentials. 19 Eden showed more understanding than Churchill of France's plight after the catastrophe of 1940. He once conceded that it was only the hazard of geography which had preserved Britain from the same fate. He was as aware as anyone else of how exasperating de Gaulle could be. But de Gaulle was not a permanency. France, we hope, will be, and we want to build her up. Having identified this central goal of British diplomacy, Eden stuck to it tenaciously, even when it meant defying the American president. 220. In their differing estimations of the United States, Eden and Churchill shared a delusion about the extent of British power in 222, the post-war world. Both Eden's idea of an independent British foreign policy and Churchill's concept of an Anglo-American partnership of something like equals were based on a failure to anticipate the speed with which Britain would descend from the top rank on the international stage. Both notions, writes Elizabeth Barker, ended in the dustbin of history. But it was a delusion shared by the overwhelming majority of the political generation to which the two men belonged, not least by the senior members of the Labour cabinet which took power in July 1945. That said, Eden's attempt to save what he could of Britain's freedom of action for the post-war world was not without its merits. Most of his calculations were based on the expectation that America would not offer a physical presence on the continent to provide the necessary stability for the Europe, which emerged from the Nazi yoke, that she would, as after Versailles, retreat into isolation. Certainly Eden took a more balanced view of the Anglo-American relationship than did his master. Nearly 2 years after Pearl Harbor, Churchill summed up his feelings. It was a blessing that Japan attacked the United States and thus brought America wholeheartedly into the war. Greater good fortune has rarely happened to the British Empire than this event which has revealed our friends and foes in their true light, and may lead, through the merciless crushing of Japan, to a new relationship of immense benefit to the English-speaking countries and to the whole world. But the alliance was, as Eden saw, a more complicated relationship than Churchill wished to accept. His experience of working with the United States during the Second World War would have lasting implications for the rest of Eden's political career. Eden, in that era, with whom we were dealing, and the man, for all his ruthlessness, had something of greatness too. We shall work this war together. So, according to Eden, said Winston Churchill in October 1940. Throughout the conflict, indeed, Eden held high office. He was for 5 years a member of the Defense Committee and for 4.5 Foreign Secretary. The latter post entailed membership of the War Cabinet. From the end of 1942, he was also leader of the Commons. But it was clearly the Foreign Secretaryship which enabled him to emerge in the popular mind, and in reality, as the second most important figure in the government. Yet it can be argued that Eden's appointment to the Foreign Office in December 1940 took him, at least in the short term, away from, rather than towards the centre of the War Directorate. Churchill seemed to sense this, when he discussed with Eden 4 months earlier the possibility of a move from his existing post at the War Office. According to the Prime Minister, whose main concern was to bring Eden into the War Cabinet, War Office work was expanding while that of the Foreign Office contracted. He breathed that Eden preferred to stay where he was. By early October, Churchill's tone had changed. He suggested now that at the Foreign Office, Eden could help much with USA, an argument which failed to take into consideration the proprietorial attitude which Churchill held to keeping the ultimate control of Anglo-American relations firmly in his own hands. By the end of the year, the deed was done, and though Eden came home sad at thought of leaving soldiers, a month later, the new Foreign Secretary was prepared to concede at least to Churchill that he was pleased with the change. Yet at the time of Eden's move, the scope for diplomatic initiatives was distinctly limited. Britain's central task was that of military survival rather than the niceties of diplomatic negotiation and post-war planning. Indeed, in the eyes of some, it was the vacancy at the Washington Embassy which coincidentally enabled Eden to return to the Foreign Office, which was the most important post of the moment. Washington, suggested Leo Amory, was the major part of foreign affairs, with Halifax the outstanding candidate, and Eden a possible but by no means sufficient alternative. Strictly speaking, Britain was never fighting alone in the year between the fall of France and the Nazi attack on the Soviet Union. The Dominions were an important factor in the nation's war effort, while the courting of the United States as an ever more sympathetic non-belligerent took up much necessary time and effort. But the former were the departmental responsibility of the Dominion Secretary, and the latter a jealously guarded preserve of Churchill himself. By contrast with the traditional range of diplomatic activity in peacetime, the Foreign Office faced a somewhat anomalous situation. Eden thrived on work, and the international climate which confronted him was not best suited to his temperament. He perhaps sensed this himself in his determination to retain a seat on the Defense Committee after leaving the War Office. Such factors may also help to explain the somewhat uneasy relationship which developed between the Foreign Secretary and his senior officials during 1941. With Eden just 3 months into his new job, Chips Channon noted that the Foreign Office, having longed for his return, was now both bored and disappointed with him. Apparently he is nervous, exigent, fretful, and the FO boys are pining for the Halifax days again. Hugh Dalton heard that Eden was writing many peevish minutes, but is not really a strong man. He goes about saying, "There is no control here. I can't imagine what Edward did with himself all day." Of particular interest was the reaction of Alexander Cadogan, the permanent Under-Secretary who had worked closely with Eden during the 1930s, both at Geneva and in London. In rather a flap, he recorded within a week of Eden's appointment. When he was at WO, he seemed admirable, but I fear that here he is getting as jumpy as ever. 9. By April, Cadogan had grasped both the difficulties which confronted his new master and the character weakness which made him susceptible to this situation. "We are in that awful period when everything is going wrong, and those in authority feel they have got to do something. I got alone and said, 'Please don't do anything for the sake of doing something. Don't throw in small packets here and there to get chewed up. I know it's disappointing and humiliating to look forward to another year of the defensive, but don't squander the little you've got.' He professed to agree. I begged him to believe that diplomacy could only be prepared in our munition factories. But will-o'-the-wisps have a fatal attraction for him in Winston. 12. Cadogan judged that the urge to do something diplomatically made little sense in view of the country's military weakness. In fact, diplomacy is completely hamstrung. In the circumstances, he wondered whether Eden might find it easier to work with a new permanent Under-Secretary. For his part, Eden was appalled by the state of affairs bequeathed by his predecessor, and regarded all the undersecretaries as completely negative. He found the Foreign Office dead. There was never a constructive suggestion from below, only a bureaucratic machine, gently ticking over. As late as October 1941, Harvey recorded Eden groan at the inactivity, at the lack of results of work at the FO. He longs again for Army or the WO. The Middle East and the Balkans provided some scope for Eden's restless energy in the first months of his new appointment. With Germany looking to make good recent Italian setbacks in the area, the War Cabinet decided to dispatch Eden and General Sir John Dill, the Chief of the Imperial General Staff, to assess the situation at first hand. This first of the many overseas visits of his wartime Foreign Secretaryship did little to enhance Eden's reputation. British policy was to offer help to Greece to coax Turkey into the conflict on her side, and to dissuade Yugoslavia from succumbing to Nazi blandishments. All this was to be achieved without compromising General Wavel's recent military successes in North Africa. From the outset, however, many observers were sceptical about Eden's journey. Vansittart, still for the time being the government's chief diplomatic advisor, regarded it as a great mistake, while Cadogan also questioned its wisdom. The Foreign Secretary's stunt trip was a diplomatic and strategic blunder of the first order, he recorded in March. Committed himself wholeheartedly to aiding the defense of Greece in the hope thereby of stiffening the will of Turkey and Yugoslavia. He regarded this as agreed government policy, which it was merely his task to facilitate. 16. Even when Churchill and the government, notwithstanding the guarantee which Britain had given in April 1939, showed increasing doubts about a British military commitment to Greece, Eden remained undaunted. He was perhaps unduly swayed by his rapturous reception in Athens. How in such surroundings, wondered Oliver Stanley, could he keep his judgment clear? 7. Eden's unequivocal recommendation was considered by the War Cabinet on 7 March. Collapse of Greece without further effort on our part to save her by intervention on land, after the Libyan victories had made forces available, would be the greatest calamity. Yugoslavia would then certainly be lost, nor can we feel confident that even Turkey would have the strength to remain steadfast if the Germans and Italians were established in Greece without effort on our part to resist them. The fact that Eden's views were endorsed by Dill and Wavell left the cabinet with little room for manoeuvre. He had committed us up to the hilt, noted Cadogan, while remarking also that Kingsley Wood, John Anderson, and V. Alexander were now evidently out for A's blood. In fact, Eden was placing himself in an increasingly vulnerable position. As Cadogan explained, actually the cabinet's doubts were resolved for them by Antony signing an agreement with the Greeks. When this was revealed to them, it gave rise to mixed emotions in some of the members' annoyance that they should have been rushed in this way, secret satisfaction that if the thing went really wrong, there was a good scapegoat handy. Suddenly everything did go wrong. On April 6, 1941, the Germans invaded Yugoslavia, forcing her surrender in less than a fortnight. Greece was the next Nazi target and fared no better. The balance of advantage in the Middle Eastern theatre had been dramatically reversed, and the whole British position in the Eastern Mediterranean appeared endangered. Not surprisingly, Eden incurred considerable criticism on his return home. The trip, he insisted, had been worthwhile, though it was the most harrowing experience I have ever been through. His position was scarcely helped by a poor speech in the Commons on 6 May, but with Churchill's backing, he survived. In later years, the Greek disaster was an episode to which Eden's critics repeatedly referred, and on which he remained particularly sensitive. He could, of course, point out that his own assessment had been backed up by that of the government's competent military advisers. Granted that Eden had estimated German military strength, 27 foreign policy, then upon an ideologically motivated anti-Bolshevism. Stalin, he noted, was the true lineal descendant of Chinggis Khan, having been the first British minister to visit the Soviet dictator in 1935. He had offered his services again in 1939 as a negotiator, when the question of a Russian alliance had finally forced itself onto the cabinet's agenda. It was an alliance of which Eden had become a convinced advocate. Even after the conclusion of the Nazi-Soviet pact, he still hoped that ongoing trade negotiations with the Soviet Union could form the starting point for a more comprehensive political agreement. In 1940 and early 1941, however, when the USSR behaved more like an ally of the Nazis than a potential friend of Britain, Eden's attitude became distinctly cool. Early in 1940, he even seemed ready to contemplate a British declaration of war on Russia in response to her invasion of Finland. By the time that he became Foreign Secretary, Eden's opinion had changed again, and he now proclaimed to Sir Stafford Cripps, Britain's ambassador in Moscow, that the improvement of relations was one of his first priorities. Even so, when Eden embarked upon his ill-fated tour of the Middle East, he was wary of the idea that he should include Moscow on his itinerary. A letter to Cripps in mid-January was the very model of Foreign Office realism and caution. I feel that we can only possess our souls in patience until such time as we have sufficient success in our military operations to inspire in the Soviet government some of the fear and respect which they now feel for the Germans. According to his memoirs, Eden returned from the Middle East in April 1941. With Britain's relations with the Soviet Union high on my list of priorities, impressed that the recent conclusion of a Soviet-Yugoslav pact indicated that the Russians would consider helping countries threatened by a Nazi attack, and convinced that the time had come for a smoothing out of relations between our two countries. Almost certainly, this account gives an exaggeratedly prescient impression of his assessment of Anglo-Soviet diplomacy early in 1941. His contemporary stance was more cautious. Though keen to do nothing to increase Soviet suspicions, and willing even to concede de facto recognition of the Soviet takeover of the Baltic republics, Eden was reluctant to open discussions until the Soviets had given tangible evidence of their readiness to cease cooperation with Germany. I do not want to indulge in useless gestures, he stressed, but I do want to disabuse the Soviet government of some of the suspicions which, however unjustifiably, they do entertain of. But a meeting with the Soviet ambassador, Maysky, on 5 June left him thinking that the Russians would continue to give in to Nazi pressure, unless their skin is asked of them. Nonetheless, even before the Nazi attack on 22 June, Eden had emerged as the leading advocate inside the War Cabinet of aid to the Soviet Union. His attitude was hard-headed, unsentimental. In the event of a German invasion, he explained to Cordell Hull only 4 days before the blow fell, Britain would not become the ally of the Soviet Union, but we should have a common enemy and a common interest. Soviet hypocrisy sometimes appalled him. In September, made a nauseating speech about his country's consistent support for victims of aggression. Eden contrived not to vomit, but the Foreign Secretary, like his Prime Minister, immediately recognized that the escalation of the war might transform Britain's strategic outlook at a time when the United States remained a non-belligerent, albeit a benevolent one. And, while Churchill seemed content to respond to the new situation, with gestures comparable to favorable references to the devil in the House of Commons, Eden saw that the Soviets would want more tangible sustenance, including diversionary military operations. To Churchill he wrote, "It is surely at least possible that a month from now the Russians will still be in the field and fighting back, though in all probability very hard pressed. I fear that if even by then we are still unable to stage any land operation to relieve the pressure on Russia, the effect upon our position internationally will be bad." Churchill's refusal to respond as positively as Eden wanted provoked some of the Foreign Secretary's more acid comments on the Premier's shortcomings, at least to those in Eden's immediate circle, if not, characteristically, to Churchill himself. But of equal interest to any differences of policy between the two men are the clear signs of Eden's determination to keep this area of diplomacy firmly within his grasp. He was particularly irritated when Churchill seemed ready to begin the same sort of personal correspondence with Stalin, which already characterized his relationship with Roosevelt. To the Prime Minister, Eden's words were circumspect. "I think that we must keep for occasions of capital importance, and I do not want you to become involved in the day-to-day details of diplomacy." But the truth was that he found W.S. dictator moods irritating. Eden privately compared Churchill's initiative with Chamberlain's personal dealings with Mussolini in the winter of 1937-8, and confessed to being very fed up with his monopolistic tendencies. It was the time in the war when Eden was most critical of Churchill's leadership. The latter exercised a devastating effect on planning. His views on military matters were dated, and Eden was convinced of the need to appoint an independent Minister of Defense. Churchill's existing methods were wearing out, the chiefs of staff, and to no purpose. Eden seemed to win his point over communications with Stalin when the Prime Minister apologized for being so tiresome over his personal telegrams. But Harvey soon noted that Churchill was again developing a regular correspondence by private telegraph, while from Moscow Cripps warned that the florid tone of these messages was having the worst possible effect on Stalin. 44 in the last resort, Eden had to accept there would be moments when Churchill would continue to take the lead in whichever aspect of British foreign policy attracted the attention of his fertile, but not always predictable, brain. Having accepted that the Prime Minister was essential in embodying the national will to continue the struggle against Hitler, Eden knew that this was a price he had to pay. But it made him more than ever intent on resisting the incursions of anyone else into his departmental responsibilities. This was a sensitive point for Eden throughout the war, and particularly during his first 12 months as Foreign Secretary. During 1941 Stafford Cripps in Moscow, Hugh Dutton at the Ministry of Economic Warfare and the Government of India were all accused of stepping on his ministerial toes. The following year, Harold Macmillan and even the ever-loyal Richard Law were added to this list of transgressors. "Am I Foreign Secretary, or am I not?" he once asked Cadogan. +7, though his rhetorical question required no answer, the boundaries of diplomatic activity within the overall administration were bound to become blurred in a time of total war. Not surprisingly, critics interpreted Eden's attitude as little more than petulance. He was, like the little boy trying to clutch all the toys, judged Dutton. Edward used to give his toys away to other children. As the Soviet military position deteriorated in the second half of 1941, Stalin's demands became ever more insistent, yet harder to fulfill. Eden clearly wished to do everything in Britain's power to relieve the hard-pressed Russian army and people. He urged upon Churchill the speeding up of a mission to Moscow to discuss supplies, which had been agreed with Roosevelt, in what became one of his recurrent themes. He warned that delay would only arouse suspicions of our sincerity. He found Churchill's response to Stalin's request for supplies wholly inadequate, and after a prime ministerial explosion, succeeded in bringing him round to his point of view. Eden even pressed for a diversionary landing in France, while recognizing that the military case against it was very strong. In October, he put to the War Cabinet the arguments in favor of acceding to a Soviet request that Britain should declare war on Finland, Romania, and Hungary. Though there were obvious practical objections to this move, the Soviets attached considerable importance to it. We naturally are anxious not to rebuff or discourage them. A refusal might arouse their latent suspicions as to our motives. 53 progress was difficult, especially when Churchill's latent anti-Bolshevism began to reassert itself. After his first enthusiasm, noted Harvey, the Premier was now getting bitter as the Russians become a liability. No one stands up to him but AE 54. Not surprisingly, the autumn saw Eden's credentials as a convinced friend of the Soviet Union soar. According to Maysky, he was the one British statesman who enjoyed his trust, while Beaverbrook, soon to lead the Second Front Now campaign through the pages of his newspapers, found himself seeing eye to eye with that man. By early November, Stalin was pressing for agreement on war aims and for an extension of the Anglo-Russian military alliance. Eden informed Cripps that Britain would be prepared to continue collaboration with the Soviet government after the war in order to work out the details of the new settlement of Europe, but seemed a little hesitant at the idea of a post-war alliance. Angered by the tone of a message from Stalin on 8 November, Churchill was reluctant to make further concessions. The Soviet leader's need of Britain was, he told Eden, greater than our need for him. But Eden, urging Maysky to build bridges, helped to secure a Russian apology, while the Foreign Office concluded that Stalin's wish for an understanding on war aims and plans for post-war organization probably derived from a suspicion that Britain was seeking an Anglo-American peace from which the Soviets would be largely excluded. The decision was now taken to send Eden to Moscow. As he explained to the exiled Polish Premier, General Sikorski, Britain had such evidence of the deep suspicion which had implanted itself in the Soviet government's mind that there was no alternative but for him to go. Here, it seemed, was the opportunity for real diplomacy for which Eden had been waiting. 61 Bow, the Foreign Secretary, clearly felt himself better equipped than Churchill to deal with the Soviets. If it were only method, he noted, there is not much difference between us, but there are two problems: Winston's instinctive hatred of Red Russia and his deep reluctance to consider post-war problems at all. 000. Eden also prided himself on his professionalism and insisted that he was reluctant to make the journey unless the political ground was prepared in advance. In fact, he was entering a potential diplomatic minefield. Precisely what he could achieve remained unclear. Having insisted upon significant territorial concessions, including the annexation of the Baltic states, at a time when the Soviet Union was in grave danger of military defeat, Stalin was hardly likely to be more accommodating now that a major counteroffensive was in preparation around Moscow. His demands were likely to be unacceptable not only to Britain, but also to American opinion. Hopkins and Wynant had already warned against any British commitments to definite frontiers for any country before the final peace treaty. The United States did not want to enter the war, to find after the event that we had all kinds of engagements of which they had never been told. On 4 December, in an attempt to allay American anxiety, the State Department was informed that Eden would try to assuage Soviet suspicion and resentment without entering into binding commitments. But the American government already believed that Britain would look indulgently on Soviet domination of post-war Eastern Europe and continued to watch Eden's visit with considerable misgivings, insisting on being kept informed of the progress of his negotiations and warning against any agreement which infringed the Atlantic Charter. In the days before Eden set off on what was, in winter and in wartime, a potentially hazardous journey, the limitations on his freedom of maneuver and his relatively weak bargaining position became apparent. An unsatisfactory discussion about Russia. He recorded on 27 November, Winston most reluctant that I should commit myself at all, wanted me to be negative about post-war etc., argued impossibility of this. Max supported me, but we made no headway. 04, his formal memorandum for the War Cabinet, insisted that the limits of his discussions with Stalin should be defined in advance, and their objectives fixed, but his own main goal still seemed to be to dissipate Soviet suspicions. The cabinet meeting on 4 December went less favorably for Eden than he implied in his memoirs. In his diary, he wrote of a poor cabinet, at which, in 66-65, 768 Beaverbrook's absence, he received little support, all maintaining that I needed nothing, and ignoring that Stalin had been told I was bringing armies. Eden does not wish to go to Moscow without something in his pocket, noted Bruce Lockhart. That his declaration of war on Finland, etc., as Stalin requested. But the cabinet specifically urged him to avoid being drawn into precise discussions on territorial changes and boundaries. The 2-hour meeting concentrated on whether Eden should tell Stalin that Britain could not let him have troops for his front line, but would help out with more tanks and aeroplanes. The discussion, thought one of those present, could have been concluded in 15 minutes, but Eden was very sticky about facing Stalin with what he still thinks will be a disappointment. Even so, Eden's announcement that he would tell Stalin that the Second Front already existed in Libya scant awareness of Soviet sensitivity over this issue. 70 revealed. Inside the Foreign Office, doubts grew about the wisdom of the mission. Altogether, Eden's Russian visit seems foolish. He cannot achieve very much. On the other hand, disadvantages are great. Not at all good for foreign secretaries to go wandering round in wartime, and this is second time in less than a year. It is a big risk. Meanwhile, Cripps was worried that Eden's propensity for nice phrases and friendly gestures would prove positively harmful, since they would be interpreted by Stalin, intentionally used as substitutes for action of some kind. A contrast was emerging between what was actually in Eden's hamper for Russia and the impression given to Stalin in Churchill's formal announcement of the visit. He would be accompanied by high military and other experts, and will be able to discuss every question relating to the war, including the sending of troops. I notice that you wish also to discuss the post-war organization of peace. The Foreign Secretary will be able to discuss the whole of this field with you. Meeting with Beaverbrook, with the latter contemplating resignation over the government's Soviet policy. War Office were not playing the game. Impossible to Eden set off on the talk to Winston any more about Russia. Morning of 7 December 74, Richard Law, his newly appointed Undersecretary, made a last-minute effort to dissuade him from making the trip in view of possible developments in other theatres of the war of a domestic political crisis, but to no avail. Eden still hoped for success. It was obviously his most important diplomatic mission since returning to the Foreign Office. Events, however, continued to conspire against him. Reaching Invergordon by the following morning, Eden was diagnosed as suffering from gastric influenza. By then, news of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor and America's entry into the war had been confirmed. Though transforming Britain's longer-term prospects, these events did little to ease Eden's immediate diplomatic difficulties. He was staggered. Churchill now proposed an immediate visit to Washington to meet Roosevelt, an event which would remove the limelight from his own journey, while simultaneously rekindling anxieties as to what commitments the Prime Minister might enter into if his own penchant for diplomatic initiatives were given too free a rein. In addition, Britain now faced the need to divert men and supplies to the Far East, making it even harder to sustain a supply of aid to the Soviets. On 12 December, Churchill told the War Cabinet that Eden's offer of RAF squadrons to aid the Soviet war effort, in effect the one ace left in his pack, had to be withdrawn. Somewhat unrealistically, Eden was now to suggest that there would be a great advantage if the Russians declared war on Japan once they felt strong enough to do so without imperiling their European front. Even in terms of the direct Anglo-Soviet balance, Eden's hand was visibly weakening. The German advance had been checked and pushed back from Moscow. The immediate threat to the Soviet capital had been lifted. In these inauspicious circumstances, Eden's party arrived at Murmansk on 12 December. The town was shrouded in a thick fog, and the objectives behind the British mission were little clearer. Despite the activity involved in its preparation, the Foreign Secretary's diplomatic and military portfolio looked distinctly slender. His meetings with Stalin quickly revealed the weakness of Britain's negotiating position. By contrast, the Soviet leader seemed thoroughly in control of the situation. Less susceptible than many others to Eden's charm, he was a quiet dictator in his manner. No shouting, no gesticulation, so that it is impossible to guess his meaning, or even the subject of which he is speaking, until the translation is given. During the talks, Stalin produced a detailed set of proposals. These included the need to clarify British and Soviet war aims, plans for the organization of the peace, agreements on aid, the issue of 78, declarations of war on Finland, Hungary, and Romania, and the need for British military support in the Soviet Union itself, if a second front in France remained impossible. Stalin wanted a treaty of alliance for the duration of hostilities and a second treaty for the post-war era, which would commit Britain to recognizing the Soviet frontiers as they existed on June 21, 1941. This meant accepting the gains made since the signing of the Nazi-Soviet pact, including Russia's annexation of the Baltic states and territories seized from Finland, Romania, and most significantly, Poland. When Eden explained that he could not give any commitment on frontiers at the present time, Stalin calmly replied that in that case he would prefer to have no agreement at all. Granted, his instructions from the cabinet, and in view of the United States, the Foreign Secretary's reticence was reasonable enough. There was, however, an element of unreality in the British position, as Harvey quickly recognized. We cannot commit us now, without much further thought and consultation, to definite frontiers for Europe. But if at the end of the war Russia is in occupation of the Baltic states, no one is going to turn her out. The Baltic states clearly must go back to Russia, but their fate cannot be signed away by us. Eden seems to have been surprised by the extent and clarity of the Soviet demands. Attempts to satisfy the Russian delegation with anodyne drafts which omitted any precise reference to frontiers got nowhere. Eden had largely ignored Kripps's exhortations to draw up something definite and concrete with which to meet Stalin's fixed aspirations. The best that he could do after 2 days of near deadlock was to persuade Stalin that America would have to be consulted before any treaty was signed. This limited success was achieved by leaving Stalin with the impression that the obstacles to an Anglo to Soviet treaty embodying his territorial claims could be quickly removed. This seems to have been something which Eden genuinely, if mistakenly, believed. As Harvey recorded, if Stalin could sign our proposed agreements, it would be fairly easy for A&E to move Winston to next stage of getting the cabinet to agree to get Roosevelt to tackle the whole question. It therefore proved possible to put together a communique to satisfy the niceties of diplomatic protocol, but neither Eden's assurance to Churchill that his mission had been a success, nor his description of the talks to the press as full, frank, and sincere reflected reality. 82-83. Aware that the stance he had tried to maintain in Moscow had proved untenable, Eden returned from Russia convinced that the Soviet case would have to be conceded. On the question of frontiers he now emerged, at least in his own mind, as a hard-headed and far-sighted realist whose task was to educate Churchill in the real facts of life, however distasteful these might be. 84, yet neither Churchill nor the War Cabinet proved as responsive as he expected. At the same time, by his attitude towards Soviet claims, was laying himself open to those charges of cynical realpolitik and even appeasement to which he was always particularly sensitive. With Churchill still in Washington, Eden argued the case for the immediate recognition of Stalin's demands, while asking for the matter to be taken up with Roosevelt. His central theme was still the need to dispel Soviet suspicions. I am clear, he insisted, that this question is for Stalin acid test of our sincerity, and unless we can meet him on it, his suspicions of ourselves and United States government will persist. He reminded States government will persist with Anthony. He reminded Eden that Britain had never recognized the 1941 frontiers except de facto, by acts of aggression in shameful collusion with Hitler. Rather than respond to Stalin's concerns about the sincerity of the West, Churchill preferred to focus on the sincerity involved in the maintenance of the principles of the Atlantic Charter. Not for the last time, Eden faced considerable problems in winning round his master to his own point of view. We're going to have great difficulty over this, noted Harvey. A&E will have a lone fight as no one else in the cabinet will speak up to the PM. Eden was motivated by a number of considerations. In the first place, he doubted Britain's capacity, even at the end of a victorious war, to influence the political configuration of Eastern Europe. It must, in any case, be borne in mind, he wrote in January 1942, that we shall not be able to affect the issue at the end of the war by anything we do or say or refuse to say. Just as importantly, Eden now argued vigorously that Stalin was a man with whom it was possible to do diplomatic business and whose policy objectives need not be interpreted in strictly ideological terms. The Soviet dictator was much more the heir of Peter the Great than of Lenin, quite indifferent to ideological issues but very determined on getting the territory and the strategic frontier he wanted. He developed his thoughts in a letter to Halifax, and a post-war balance of power extended beyond Europe. He believed that Soviet collaboration offered a means to maintain Britain's position in the Middle East. As early as June 1941, he had suggested that the Russians should promise not to interfere in this area, particularly in Iran and Iraq, as a first step towards an understanding with Britain. 96 by the beginning of February 1942, clear divisions had emerged within the War Cabinet and the Foreign Office on the question of recognizing the Soviet Union's 1941 frontiers. Among senior ministers, Eden had the backing of Beaverbrook, Bevin, and Morrison, but found Churchill and Attlee opposed. The cabinet finally agreed to place the matter before the American government in a way which presented both the arguments for accepting Stalin's demands and the objections to doing so. Eden envisaged the possibility of a German collapse in the course of the year, exclusively Soviet victory with all that implies. This situation called for an urgent agreement with Stalin. This may not prevent him from double-crossing us, but it will at least lessen pretexts. 98. Whether the position was sufficiently grave to justify a breach with the Americans remained, however, the crucial issue. Cadogan took a cynical view of Eden's attitude. How funny A is, because it fits in with his trip, he is quite prepared to throw to the winds all principles which he has not drafted. This amoral, realpolitik line was never his. 99% ironically, it was the worsening situation in the Far East which helped Eden win the argument. To Churchill, he implied that some sort of bargain might be struck whereby Britain should recognize the Soviet Union's territorial claims in return for Russian action against Japan. The Far East connection, thought Eden, should appeal to Roosevelt. 100. On the following day, 7 March, Churchill told Roosevelt that the increasing gravity of the war had led him to conclude that the Atlantic Charter should not be so construed as to deny the Soviet Union its frontiers of June 1941. I hope, therefore, that you will be able to give us a free hand to sign the treaty which Stalin desires as soon as possible. 2. From the Washington Embassy, Halifax viewed the Premier's volte-face with understandable surprise. Having called Anthony every name from a dog to a pig for suggesting composition with Stalin, he now goes all out for it himself in a message to the President. 102. Fortified by this success, though securing Churchill's support was not the same as gaining Roosevelt's, Eden continued to urge all good relations with Russia. His attitude may be unreasonable, but nothing we can say will shake him out of it. 109. Though it was a disagreeable business to consign the peoples of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania to Soviet overlordship, perhaps for all time, Eden seemed not to anticipate how vulnerable he now was to the charge of appeasement. Domestic opposition to the proposed treaty took him by surprise. It's curious, commented Cadogan, that of all people, should have hopes of appeasement. When the backbench Foreign Affairs Committee appeared ready to draw uncomfortable parallels, the Foreign Secretary tried to nip such thoughts in the bud. Munich, he insisted, was a collapse before a foe. It has, of course, no resemblance to the present project. None the less, Bruce Lockhart found him a little worried. Conservatives 112 said he was selling Europe to Bolshevism. 3 among ministers' opposition came from Duff Cooper, now Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, who had honourably resigned from Chamberlain's cabinet over the Munich settlement. According to him, Germany's actions against Czechoslovakia and Poland were more easily excusable than the Soviet occupation of the Baltic republics. 114. Eden was less inclined to accept criticism from the Lord Chancellor, Lord Simon. The latter sent Churchill a long letter couched in high moral tones protesting against the course proposed by the Foreign Secretary and stating that he could not defend it in the House of Lords. Eden found it difficult to countenance such a stance by a man whom he regarded as among the most culpable of the appeasers of the 1930s. But Simon did have a point in suggesting that Stalin's aim might be to cause a rift in Anglo-American relations, which would only create problems for the settlement of the post-war world. "Is it too much to say," he asked, "that our guiding principle should be that we sign no agreements with anybody that either have not the approval of the United States or to which the United States cannot be a consenting party?" These were words which Eden might one day have cause to ponder. For the time being, the misgivings of ministers such as Cooper and Simon at least strengthened the case for caution. Churchill warned that he had no wish to face a bunch of resignations. 117. The course of the Anglo-Soviet negotiations suggested that there was something to be said for the warnings of Eden's critics. Preliminary meetings between Eden and Maysky were thoroughly discouraging. The ambassador emphasized the bitterness felt by 118 the Russian people at the inadequacy of British support for their superhuman efforts against the common enemy, an argument which did scant justice to Britain's own military predicament. More worryingly, Maysky seemed to raise his demands at each meeting. "It is a tough job to make progress with these people," noted Eden. "They always ask for more." It was a remark which could have been made by those who had embarked upon the equally unrewarding task of negotiating with Nazi Germany a few years earlier. In the circumstances, it was scarcely surprising that Eden made sure that he had a fallback position if the negotiations ended in deadlock. While presenting the cabinet with a new draft treaty which omitted the provision for emigration from the Baltic states, he also took up Cadogan's idea for an alternative treaty making no mention of frontiers at all. Cadogan took comfort that Eden was not prepared to throw the Poles down the drain, but remained wary that he might give way under the influence of Oliver Harvey. And Eden began discussions with Molotov in London on 21 May. These revealed that the Soviets would insist that the Soviet-Polish frontier should be settled directly between the two countries. This gave Eden the opportunity to put forward Cadogan's alternative draft of a 20-year pact of mutual assistance, leaving the tangled question of frontiers to one side. By this stage, and facing continuing opposition from the United States and from Parliament, Eden was longing to get out of his promise about frontiers. Somewhat to his surprise, Molotov eased his difficulties by agreeing to accept the new proposals, and on May 26, 1942, the treaty was signed. 119. Eden thus seemed to have brought the negotiations to a most successful conclusion. He was pleased at the almost universal support which the treaty enjoyed. Beaverbrook was among those who offered congratulations, urging Eden to take full credit for it. It was, Eden suggested, a great relief that events had fallen out as they had, and a considerable step forward that Britain and the Soviet Union had finally put their relationship on a sounder footing. But his assertion that he had been concerned lest the treaty should lose the greater part of its value, owing to the offence which it caused to our other allies, scarcely reflected his attitude over the preceding months. In many ways, Eden had been lucky that it had proved possible to sign a treaty without doing considerable damage to Anglo-American relations and to Eden's domestic political position. Though the question of Soviet frontiers would not go away, immediate difficulties had been overcome, leaving him to savour his most striking achievement in the war so far. It was a good moment to reassert his sovereign control over British diplomacy. To Churchill, he complained that ministers were making speeches on foreign affairs without consulting Cadogan or himself. "I fully understand that the procedure may well be regarded as tedious by my colleagues, but now that conjecture on the terms of the post-war settlement and such like problems is becoming rife, it is more than ever necessary. It is more than ever necessary." The conclusion of the Anglo-Soviet treaty left Eden optimistic about the future, but not blindly so, though his public manner could sometimes give the impression that he wanted to sheer away from difficulties. He'd been impressed by the Soviet readiness to take a broad European view of our problems, and to his surprise had even found Molotov cooperative. He did not, however, forget that we have yet to win the war and the peace. Even so, Eden's memoirs give too clear an impression of his mounting apprehension about Soviet intentions. As Churchill also found, the Cold War generated an irresistible temptation to lay claim in hindsight to a degree of prescience largely lacking at the time. Though Eden was from time to time beset by doubts, he still did not reach any consistently hostile interpretation of Soviet policy before the very last months of the war. For the time being, Anglo-Soviet relations could be relegated to a less prominent place among Eden's concerns, though the issue of the Second Front could always complicate inter-Allied diplomacy, especially when Molotov returned from Washington, having apparently secured an American commitment to the invasion of Europe before the end of 1942. As the war entered its second half, the Foreign Office gave increasing attention to the possibility of negotiating peace terms with anti-fascist elements in Italy and Germany. For his uncompromising attitude on this matter, Eden has incurred much criticism, but the impact of such negotiations on the ever-suspicious Soviets was certainly a factor in his calculations. Eden's skepticism about the German resistance movement, in which he was influenced by his friend and future designated biographer John Wheeler Bennett, was probably well justified. But a stronger argument for a possible missed opportunity exists in relation to Italian peace initiatives. Even as Mussolini's regime moved towards collapse, Eden continued to justify his refusal to contemplate, abandoning the policy of unconditional surrender. In February 1943, he wrote, "If we want to go further and get some group in Italy to cooperate with us on that basis, I realize that we shall have to hold out at least some hope in regard to the future of Italy in order to secure their cooperation. But there is nothing very definite we could promise the Italians. We can give them no comfort about their overseas possessions. We cannot guarantee the territorial restoration of metropolitan Italy, owing to the pledge we have given to the Yugoslavs to espouse their claim to Istria after the war." 128. Almost certainly Eden's encounters with Mussolini during his first spell at the Foreign Office had, consciously or otherwise, left their mark in the form of lasting Italophobia. Even Cadogan, finding Eden reluctant to have anything to do with Italian peace feelers, judged his attitude silly. "I'd start talking to them at once. It's the old concluded, the old ideology that terrifies him and makes him see ghosts." 129, when it became clear that Harold Macmillan, minister resident in North Africa, seeking an early peace with Italy, Eden no doubt felt additional cause to stand his ground. Macmillan had joined the list of those who, in Eden's mind at least, were attempting to intrude upon the Foreign Secretary's prerogatives. 130. It was also at this time that Eden began to examine the possibility of a new international organization to guarantee the future peace. As a former League of Nations man, he was always more sympathetic to such ideas than was Churchill. Eden submitted his first paper on the subject to the Cabinet in January 1943. It argued for political and economic world councils and stressed the importance of the great powers accepting the notion of the indivisibility and being prepared to act together to maintain it whenever and wherever it was threatened. The unpalatable alternative was a world in precarious balance with the great powers, each with its circle of client states, facing each other in a rivalry which will merge imperceptibly into hostility. Churchill's attitude remained, however, a substantial impediment to serious consideration of such matters by the Cabinet. Eden became irritated by the Prime Minister's regular joke that, "I suppose it is thought that the war is now going so well that we needn't trouble about it anymore, and can amuse ourselves this afternoon." Eden thus faced the dual task not only of ensuring that Britain and her wartime partners approached the peace with a common world policy, but also of elevating Churchill's eyes beyond the immediate and still formidable job of defeating the enemy. Yet from November 1942, Eden had significantly less time to devote to these all-important tasks of diplomacy, foreign and domestic. In addition to his existing responsibilities, he now took over from Stafford Cripps the not inconsiderable burden of leading the House of Commons. Thereafter, Cadogan's diary is liberally sprinkled with the complaints of an exasperated civil servant, unable to secure the attention of his political master to the pressing daily concerns of the Foreign Office, let alone to longer-term planning. It was, judged Cranbourne, too great a burden for anyone. Even Harvey admitted that under the new arrangements, foreign affairs were bound to suffer. They were left the fag end of the day, or to hasty moments snatched between parliamentary business. He cannot give them first attention or adequate reflection. 134, 135. Throughout 1943, to make a success of the grand alliance which now existed between Britain, the United States, and the Soviet Union. It was no easy task, and he sometimes despaired of success. Russian policy is all dark and uncertain, he confided to his diary during one moment of doubt, but he also understood that as peace drew nearer, national rivalries were bound to grow. A town whose fate don't matter much when victory is remote suddenly becomes significant when its fate is to be decided. 137. His attitude was encapsulated in the answer he gave to Roosevelt in Washington in March, when the president asked whether he believed that the Soviets had a grand design to establish communist regimes across Europe. Eden confessed that he could not tell for certain, but insisted that, even if this fear proved well-founded, nothing would be lost by attempting to cooperate with the Soviets. 38% during these same discussions, the issue of the Baltic states resurfaced. Roosevelt now seemed ready to take a more pragmatic attitude towards the Russian claim, but hoped to use Anglo-American agreement to it as a bargaining counter to win concessions in other areas. As regards Poland, Roosevelt envisaged fewer difficulties in the way of an acceptable settlement than did the Foreign Secretary. Waving aside Eden's warning that its people had fixed ambitions to emerge from the conflict with their pre-war boundaries intact, the president suggested that Poland would be content to receive East Prussia in the west in compensation for agreeing to the Curzon Line as her eastern frontier. In the case of Poland, and in line with his own realistic attitude towards Soviet aspirations in the Baltic, Eden had already reached a conclusion not dissimilar from Roosevelt's. But he was under no illusion as to the difficulties of selling such an extensive territorial revision to the Poles themselves. Britain's position was inevitably more delicate than that of the United States, notwithstanding the substantial number of American voters who claimed Polish ancestry. Roosevelt felt no strong moral commitment either to the London-based Polish government in exile or to Poland's interwar frontiers. Britain, by contrast, had gone to war in defense of Poland, albeit that country's independence rather than its territorial integrity, and had continued to recognize Sikorski's exiled administration. In late September 1943, after reading a memorandum from his staff, Eden confessed that he felt taken aback by the extent of Britain's commitments. The quest for a Russo-Polish settlement was therefore high on Eden's agenda, though he was fully aware that its achievement would be a task of Herculean proportions. 140. The Polish-Soviet dispute began to re-emerge in the first months of 1943, with an exchange of public statements between the two governments concerning their disputed frontier. Such chances of a satisfactory resolution as did exist were dealt a severe blow when, on April 12, 1943, the German news agency Transocean announced the discovery of the mass graves of about 10,000 murdered Polish officers in the Katyn forest near Smolensk. Eden's reaction reflected his somewhat over-optimistic desire that this development should not damage the prospects for good Anglo-Soviet and Polish-Soviet relations. He told the cabinet that he was urging the Poles not to let this incident divert them from more pressing matters. What they argued was designed to sow discord between the Allies, which was probably true, and it would be best to ignore it as far as possible. The problem was that the available evidence pointed overwhelmingly, as the Germans claimed, to Soviet guilt. When the Polish government invited the Red Cross to conduct an inquiry, the Germans announced that they too had asked the Red Cross to intervene. The Soviets argued that these simultaneous approaches indicated German-Polish collusion and used this excuse to break off relations with the London Poles. Stalin's attitude dealt a severe blow to Eden's hopes of building upon the Anglo-Soviet relationship and of working out an acceptable settlement for Eastern Europe. Found Eden low and depressed, very much discouraged by the Polish-Russian row. It was, concluded Cranborne, an 143 ominous foretaste of great power cooperation in the post-war world. As for the guilt of Katyn, Eden seemed not to wish to recognize the truth, since that truth conflicted with his overwhelming desire to make the Soviet alliance work. To this goal, the interests of Poland would always take a poor second place. As late as February 1944, and in contrast to what was then widely acknowledged in Whitehall, he argued that evidence about Katyn was conflicting, and whatever we may suspect, we shall probably never know. 144. At the end of July, Eden, wary of Stalin's reaction to a further bilateral meeting between Roosevelt and Churchill, suggested that he should visit Moscow straight after the Quadrant Conference scheduled for August in Quebec. Indeed, as he left for Quebec, Eden took with him 3 Foreign Office papers, all urging the need to get round a table with the Russians. 145. Inside the Foreign Office, the continuing quest for good Anglo-Soviet relations was becoming entwined with a perceived need to place some limitations upon post-war Soviet domination of Central and Eastern Europe. Yet government thinking about British objectives in such areas remained rudimentary, a fact which Harvey attributed to the strain imposed on Eden by that wretched H of C. Brilliant empiricism and improvisation, which has served him so well in the turmoil of the war, cannot here replace 146 solid work and thought. In discussion with Maysky in late August, Eden said that Britain would prefer to accept the right of both countries to exercise an interest in all parts of the continent, rather than divide Europe into spheres of influence. 147. Precisely what this would mean in practice remained, however, unclear. Though a meeting of foreign ministers in Moscow was arranged for October, the problem, as Eden appreciated, was that the Soviets were unlikely to make any concessions if all Britain had to offer was confirmation that there would be no second front that year and that no progress had been made in Anglo-American thinking on the question of Russia's frontier claims. Fortified by Hopkins's private assurance in Quebec that Roosevelt's mind was almost exactly the same as my own on the frontier issue, Eden tackled Churchill once more. The extension of Allied operations on the European mainland, he argued, would necessitate consultations with the Soviet Union on an ever-growing number of questions affecting the post-war settlement. I believe the Russian attitude in these discussions would be likely to be affected for the better if they knew our views about their western frontiers. Stalin said to me, in December 1941, that he regarded the question of the USSR's western frontiers as the main question for us in the war. The obstacles hitherto have been the difficulty of getting American agreement and our obligations to the Polish government. But we have had indications that President Roosevelt's attitude may have changed somewhat, and, as regards the Poles, I doubt whether any improvement can be expected in Polish-Soviet relations, while the Soviet government are still uncertain whether we endorse full Polish claim to their pre-1939 frontier with Russia. When, however, Roosevelt insisted that any Soviet query about frontiers at the Foreign Ministers' Conference should be met by a non-committal response from the US representative, there was little more that Eden could do, especially as Churchill was now getting dangerously anti-Russian again. The Prime Minister was becoming worried that Britain might have no alternative but to fight the Soviet Union once Germany was defeated. Eden recorded Churchill's thoughts. Germany and Japan had been the great restraints upon R. We were committed to destroy both. R would then be immensely powerful. It might be that I should still see many years of war, perhaps all my life. I admitted that all this might be true, but argued that only possible basis for a policy was to try to get on terms with Russia. The War Cabinet met in early October to consider Eden's brief in advance of the conference. Though his December 1941 meeting had been characterized by the precision of Soviet demands, Eden clearly hoped that something less definite would satisfy the Russians on this occasion. The American attitude precluded any formal agreement on frontiers, but Eden favored private discussions containing a clear hint for Molotov that, when the appropriate time came, Britain would not obstruct Russian claims to their 1941 frontiers. He had in fact already made a statement along these lines to Maysky. Though Poland would have to be treated separately, Eden again favored exploring the situation in Moscow before, as he hoped, a more substantive decision at the meeting of the Big Three at Tehran. What was worrying from Eden's point of view was the evidence of Churchill's mounting hostility towards the Soviet Union. The Prime Minister talked great nonsense, to the effect that Germany should not be weakened too much as we may need her against Russia. We may need her against stances hardly more promising than those existing at the time of his last visit in 1941, that Eden prepared to journey again to Moscow. The main difference, perhaps, was a lower level of confidence on his part about the outcome of his mission, with far greater attention attaching to the heads of government meeting in Tehran a month later. The prospect existed that poor A.E. would have only stonewalling with Molotov. It was probably these limited expectations which accounted for Eden's undoubted satisfaction at the ultimate outcome of the conference. It represented, he later recorded, the high tide, if not of good, at least of tolerable, relations between us. Churchill agreed, and Eden certainly pronounced its achievements prodigious. Paid himself well, and the conference was widely seen as a personal triumph for him. Hastings Ismay, chief staff officer who accompanied Eden to Moscow, later penned a fulsome tribute. Eden's handling of his interview with Stalin was masterly, as indeed was his performance throughout the conference. I had always liked and admired him, but I had hitherto been inclined to think that he was one of fortune's darlings, and that his meteoric success had been primarily due to charm of manner and a lucky flair for diplomacy. I now saw how wrong I had been. His hours of work were phenomenal. Nothing was too much trouble, and he never went to a meeting without making sure that he had every aspect of the problem at his fingertips. Yet, notwithstanding a number of undoubted achievements and an impressive individual performance on Eden's part, Moscow was no more than a partial success, especially as regards Anglo-Soviet relations. The conference, which lasted from 19 to 30 October, proved remarkably harmonious, especially after Molotov had been reassured that the cross-channel invasion would definitely take place in the spring or early summer of 1944. Only when Churchill, in correspondence with Roosevelt, seemed to question the Allied commitment to Operation Overlord, did Eden become alarmed, even contemplating the possibility of resignation. Eden must have been pleasantly surprised that the Soviets made no great fuss about the delay in launching a second front. There was no recrimination 16, and that they seemed much less concerned about future frontiers than during his last visit to Moscow. But whatever his relief at avoiding difficult issues and unpleasant confrontations, it is hard to escape the conclusion that in key areas either no progress was made or that Eden's hopes suffered a significant setback. He did urge the Soviets to reopen diplomatic relations with the exiled Polish government, but received no backing on this issue from Cordell Hull, and Molotov quickly dismissed the matter from further consideration. The failure to work out an agreed policy on Poland was particularly worrying in view of the continuing successes of the Red Army, which left the Soviet position in Eastern Europe ever more commanding. Eden's best hope was that the Poles would benefit from the improved relations between the three great powers, which he believed to be the conference's principal achievement. But it is at least as plausible to argue that this was the moment when Britain effectively conceded that post-war Poland would fall within the Soviet sphere of influence. In other areas, Eden had to abandon policies which the Foreign Office had been nurturing for the previous 2 years or more. One was the idea that the states of Eastern Europe should be encouraged to federate with their neighbors to produce larger and stronger entities. If this avoided the fragmentation of Eastern Europe which followed the First World War, Eden hoped that these larger units could fill the power vacuum which would inevitably exist after the defeat of Germany, while serving as an effective barrier against her early revival. During the final negotiations for the Anglo-Soviet Treaty in 1942, Eden had assured Molotov that such federations would never be directed against the Soviet Union, but it would be naive to imagine that their potential value in this respect had not been appreciated, as doubts about the ultimate reliability of post-war Russia grew. Though in 1942 the Soviets had not opposed the principle of federations, the military situation a year later allowed them to adopt a more assertive line, and Eden's proposal received short shrift. A similar fate befell his suggestion that the three powers should endorse the notion of joint rather than separate spheres of influence in Eastern Europe, and also the so-called self-denying ordinance, the idea that they should not make treaties with smaller powers, except after consultation and agreement with one another. As he strove desperately to save at least some of these ideas, Eden passed a note to Hull to explain his purpose. "I am sorry to take your time," it read, "but behind all this is a big question, 2 camps in Europe, or 1. But in the absence of American support, Eden gave up the struggle, content perhaps that over other issues such as the 166 plus 167. Setting up of a European Advisory Commission, he was making more progress. 168, 171 put together. These setbacks represented a considerable diplomatic defeat for Eden, marking the end, in the opinion of one historian, of British attempts to limit or constrain a free hand for the USSR in Eastern Europe. Yet Eden's telegram to Churchill exuded a curious sense of satisfaction. There may of course be snags later, but for the moment we are in unexpectedly smooth waters. Providing the Soviets were treated as equals, they were now in the current to move with us in all matters. Eden felt less pleasure at the outcome of the Tehran conference in November, not least perhaps because his own role was inevitably reduced by Churchill's presence. Cadogan noted him in despair about this hazy conference. He had hoped for a deal on Poland, including the Curzon Line with compensation in the West, and agreement on the return to Warsaw of the exiled Polish government as soon as the military situation permitted. In the event, little was achieved at the political level. "If we could get on to the business soon," recorded a frustrated Eden, "we might be able to hammer something out." But American caution stood in his way. Though Eden, Molotov and Hopkins were supposed to confer on the detailed questions raised by the Big Three, they made only slow progress. Tehran was most notable for its agreement on the cross-channel invasion the following spring. 172. In finalizing the arrangements for Overlord, Tehran at last removed one particular bone of contention in Anglo-Soviet relations. Yet this only helped focus those relations on the question of the post-war settlement, within which the future of Poland remained the dominant issue. Returning from Tehran, Eden argued that the Curzon Line was defensible, and that the Poles would be well advised to accept a western frontier along the River Oder, extreme though such a solution was. Those who heard his report an exaggerated impression of what had been achieved at the two conferences. Assuredly, Eden minuted in December. I do not want to throw the poor Poles to the Russian wolves. That was never in my thought, even though my power to help them may be limited. Even though my power to help birds implied, however, Eden was conscious that Britain had few cards left to play. When, as the Red Army crossed Poland's 1939 frontier, the Poles asserted their indestructible right to independence and called upon the Russians to respect that right. Eden noted that the overwhelming Soviet victories were giving rise to public impatience with the Poles. They would, he thought, be mad if they failed to come to terms. Unhappily, signs 178, the popular mood seemed to affect even Churchill, who showed how far his own thinking had changed since 1942. The tremendous victories of the Russian armies, the deep-seated changes which have taken place in the character of the Russian state and government, the new confidence which has grown in our hearts towards Stalin, these have all had their effect. Most of all is the fact that the Russians may very soon be in physical possession of these territories, and it is absolutely certain that we should never attempt to turn them out. As the Allies sought agreement on Poland's eastern frontier, Churchill was inevitably aware the Baltic states and the questions of Bukovina and Bessarabia have very largely settled themselves through the victories of the Russian armies. In reply, Eden detailed Soviet aspirations as regards their borders with Finland, Romania, and the Baltic states, and reiterated that we should agree to all these claims. In the case of the Baltic states, avoid a public statement appearing to violate the Atlantic Charter. It could be explained privately to Stalin that Britain had to take an evasive line in public. We had no intention of disputing the Soviet claims. Poland, however, remained the litmus test of Soviet good faith, and indeed of the overall prospects for post-war cooperation between the British and Russian governments. Eden's own attitude tended to oscillate between alternating moods of doubt and hope. His memoirs, perhaps inevitably, give a rather too consistent picture of mounting anxiety about the chances of continuing collaboration. Eden notes a minute he wrote in early March, "Is Soviet regime one which will ever cooperate with the West?" And another written a month later, office memorandum on the Polish question, and at a time when the Russians had unilaterally declared that they would open diplomatic relations with the Italian government of Marshal Badoglio. I confess to growing apprehension that Russia has vast aims, and that these may include the domination of Eastern Europe, and even the Mediterranean, and the communizing of much that remains. But at much the same time, Eden insisted that Churchill could still make a good case to the Commons for the continuing reality of great power collaboration, stepped in to prevent the publication of an anti-Soviet tract produced for the Army 181, of being more interested in fighting each other than in defeating the Germans. Over this question, Eden found himself constantly at odds with Churchill, the Special Operations Executive, and the Ministry of Economic Warfare under Lord Selborne. This chip off the old blockhead and his disorderly crew. The issues in dispute had as much to do with Eden's right to keep control of British diplomacy in his own hands as with genuine policy differences. Nonetheless, Eden became a doughty supporter of the anti-communist Setnik leader, General Mihailovic, from his emergence to prominence in the autumn of 1941. A year later, when Mihailovic's star had fallen, Eden still argued the case for continuing to support him in order to prevent anarchy and communist chaos after the war. 189 Churchill, by contrast, was increasingly attracted by the partisan leader, Tito, seeing in him something of a bonny Prince Charlie, and ultimately prevailed against Eden's better judgment. Both Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary placed too much faith in the youthful King Peter, who proved to be a slender straw upon which to base any British policy. 190. Similar machinations in Greece saw the communist-inspired EAM emerge as the dominant element in the resistance movement. By the spring of 1944, therefore, Britain's Balkan policy seemed in some disarray, for which Eden was keen to disclaim responsibility. It is we ourselves who have built up Tito and his partisan communist organization. And the same applies to Greece, where it was SOE who originally launched and supported EAM. In both cases, we backed them for immediate operational reasons, in spite of there being communist movements. The time has come for us to consider from the long-term view what is going to be the after-war effect of these developments, instead of confining ourselves as hitherto to the short-term view of what will give the best dividends during the war. Securing the British position in Greece, which meant removing the communist influence, now emerged as a policy priority, if, as is possible, strong Russian armies were in Romania and Hungary, and if Bulgaria were pro-Russian, with Tito in charge in Yugoslavia, the whole of the Balkans would pass under Soviet influence. Apart from the direct damage to our strategic position, this would have a lamentable effect in Turkey, and in the Near East generally. 192. The obvious way forward, as Eden saw, was to establish some form of modus vivendi with the Soviets over the Balkans. This was the basis of his talks with Gusev, the new Soviet ambassador, at the beginning of May. From these, Eden believed that he had the makings of an agreement to enable Britain to take the lead in Greece, in exchange for Russian predominance in Romania. Plus 194. When therefore Eden came to review Soviet policy in the Balkans at the time of the Normandy landings, he warned against assuming that conflict with Britain was inevitable. We should not hesitate to make our special interest in the Eastern Mediterranean, and therefore Greece and Turkey, clear to the Russians. But in any steps which we take to build up our influence, we must be most careful to avoid giving the impression of a direct challenge. A second cabinet paper in August suggested similar tactics for Central Europe. Britain should avoid any direct challenge to Russian influence in countries adjacent to the Soviet Union, but avail herself of every opportunity to spread British influence. Eden seemed confident that a new equilibrium could emerge in Europe, founded on the existing Anglo-Soviet alliance, which would not be inimical to British interests. It was important that the Soviet Union should not think that Britain and America aimed to build up a combination of European states, including a revived Germany to keep her in check. Indeed, it should be Britain's constant aim to strengthen the hands of the collaborationists by paying regard to the Soviet government's reasonable demands and views. Eden believed that the Soviet Union would respect legitimate British interests in Eastern Europe, concentrate on reconstruction and economic development, and pursue a policy of cooperation. Such thinking inevitably brought him into conflict with the chiefs of staff who were beginning to stress the possible dangers from the Soviet Union after Germany had been defeated. Apparently, noted Alan Brooke, the SIGs, the Foreign Office could not admit that Russia might friendly. 196. Eden produced a memorandum to enlighten his military colleagues. Suggestions of a Western European security bloc involving German participation should be avoided at all costs, as this would quickly destroy all hope of preserving the Anglo-Soviet alliance. Not surprisingly, a meeting on 4 October failed to produce agreement. There had been a growing tendency in certain quarters, Eden argued, to focus too sharply on the possibility of future difficulties with the Soviet Union. The immediate problem, he insisted, was to guard against renewed German aggression and not an unproven Soviet threat. 195. That famous percentages agreement reached between Churchill and Stalin in Moscow in October appears as something more than a casual late-night improvisation by the two men. As he left for Moscow, Eden still hoped for an understanding with the Soviets on Southeast Europe, without being over-optimistic of success. I have a feeling that our difficulties are multiplying, and that we shall muck it up beyond a doubt. 199. Like many others, he had had his confidence shaken by Russia's failure to support the Warsaw Rising in August and September. It seemed that the advancing Soviet forces had deliberately held back, allowing the Germans to crush the rebellion. Eden, however, was at least prepared to believe that there might be military reasons for the Soviet delay, and was in any case increasingly irritated by the behavior of the Poles themselves. I must say that I think that Stalin comes pretty well out of the Polish record, he minuted in September. Though he seemed uneasy with the mathematical precision of the percentages agreement, Britain had little bargaining power. I fear we must simply accept the realities of the situation, however disagreeable, he telegraphed to London. 01. With eerie exactitude, Churchill and Stalin divided up the Balkans into spheres of influence. Romania 90% to Russia, Greece % to Britain, Yugoslavia and Hungary 50/50, and Bulgaria 75% to Russia. In subsequent haggling with Molotov, Eden held out for a 50/50 division in Yugoslavia, but accepted 80%/20 for the Soviets in Hungary. Eden's own account of the Moscow conference stresses the Polish question rather than the Balkan agreement. The successes of the Red Army meant that the Curzon line was no longer really at issue. It was what happened in Poland that mattered. He favored raising the question straight away, telling Stalin that this was something which could ruin Anglo-Soviet relations, and asserting the right of the Poles to settle their own affairs. Lengthy discussions involving both the Soviet-backed Lublin Committee and Mikulášek, premier of the Polish government in exile, produced few results, though Mikulášek did agree to return to London to try to persuade his colleagues that the Curzon line had to be accepted as part of a general settlement. Overall, Eden found Molotov and Stalin more amenable than expected. The latter talked very good sense, and Eden agreed with him more often than with W., who is emotional in his approach to foreign affairs. Not for the first time. A period of personal contact with the Russian leadership served, for the moment at least, to dispel doubts and anxieties. This was a recurring phenomenon of the war years, helping to explain the fluctuation of Eden's mood between genuine hope and near despair. Eden thus left Moscow, as did Churchill, enthused by the general atmosphere of goodwill. Sharing a drink with Harold Nicholson just before Christmas, he admitted to a real liking for Stalin. He says that Stalin has never broken his word once given. The problem was that, as almost always happens with the Russians, once the personal contacts are broken, the difficulties come surging up again. 1205. 12 and inexorably towards its close. Eden's relations with Churchill became, if anything, more difficult, even though they now regularly spoke with one voice about a possible Soviet threat in the post-war world. As the purely military problems simplify themselves, noted Harvey, the old boy's tireless energy leads to ever closer attention to foreign affairs. At the same time, Eden's own combination of offices offered no respite. He never has time to read our papers now, Harvey recorded in November. And so his handling has become very superficial, a mixture of intuition and past experience. 207 over Greece. Eden found Churchill particularly tiresome. For more than a year, Eden had tried to persuade him that the only practicable way of establishing a provisional government was to induce the exiled king to give way to a regent, so as to encourage the guerrilla resistance leaders to join the administration. To Eden's dismay, Churchill decided that they should both go out to Athens, where they arrived on Christmas Day 1944. Surprisingly, this mission proved a success insofar as Churchill finally withdrew his opposition to a regency under Archbishop Damaskinos. One might well ask, was this journey really necessary? Recorded Pearson Dixon. It was, if only because the PM would not agree to follow Antony's ideas unless he went out and saw things for himself. 08. Paradoxically, where prime ministerial attention really was required, Churchill could be as obstinate and short-sighted as ever. When in January 1945, Eden sent him a memorandum on the probable German reaction to defeat, Churchill urged him to circulate it to the cabinet. But, I will read it when I can. We have not defeated them yet. By this time, attention was beginning to focus on the forthcoming meeting of the Big Three at Yalta in the Crimea. Eden saw that decisions on Poland could not be delayed much longer. Unless we can get a free and independent Poland, he warned, our future cooperation with, whether we will or not, is bound to be affected. If Eden was not exactly looking for a showdown, he was certainly moving in that direction. He set out his goals in advance of the conference. The Soviets might not be averse to strengthening the Lublin provisional government, with other representative polls providing such figures favored collaboration with Russia, and these additions might include one or two from the London-based government. In addition, he attached great importance to free elections. Such a package might seem a tall order, but something of the kind we must get from the Russians if Poland is to be really independent, and if Anglo-American-Russian relations are to be possible upon that basis of cordiality necessary for the future peace of Europe. 211. 213. At Yalta, Eden's initial reaction was unfavorable. Stalin's attitude towards small countries struck him as grim, not to say sinister. There were too many delegates, and no steady flow and brisk exchanges as at Tehran. He became increasingly impatient with Churchill, who had not prepared himself to cope with the agenda. Initial conversations on Poland produced a very dusty answer from Stalin, but Eden was determined to return to the fray and secured the backing of Churchill and Roosevelt to do so. When the matter was raised again on 9 February, the Soviets seemed unprepared to discuss Eden's paper. So I fairly let him have it. Told him something of British opinion, said I would far rather go back without a text than be a party to the sort of thing they wanted, etc. In the circumstances, the agreement secured, promising some enlargement of the Lublin Committee, was perhaps the best that could be hoped for. Though couched in ambiguous and imprecise language, the agreement on Poland seemed to meet one of the key objectives, which Eden had outlined before the conference opened. Granted that a truly independent Poland was never a practical proposition, he was probably more content with this outcome than his official biographer implies. The PM and Antony are well satisfied, if not more, reported Cadogan, and I think they are right. Eden considered that the subsequent complaints of several conservative backbenchers were unjustified. 7,215. One decision finalized at Yalta caused considerable retrospective controversy in the last year of Eden's life. This was the agreement he signed on behalf of the British government for the repatriation of all Soviet citizens who had served with the German forces. The cases for and against Eden on this matter have been rehearsed elsewhere and need not be repeated here. But it is important to note that the crucial decisions were taken in the summer and early '44, when Eden was still relatively hopeful of post-war Soviet cooperation. It was in Moscow in October that he had promised Molotov and Stalin that Britain would return all their subjects in full knowledge of their likely ultimate fate. His notes and minutes, "We cannot afford to be sentimental about this," suggest that Eden was less susceptible to humanitarian arguments than some of his colleagues, especially Selborne and at one time Churchill. In general, Eden was keen to avoid adding to the growing list of impediments in the path of Anglo-Soviet cooperation. By the time of Yalta, he was also understandably concerned about the implications of any policy reversal for British prisoners liberated by the advancing Red Army. Overall, it was not a nice decision to have to make 221, plus 222. The problem with the main Yalta Accords was less the agreements reached than Soviet reluctance to carry them out over the following weeks. He left was probably as unsure about ultimate Russian intentions as he ever had been. "Our great problem today," he told Toby Lowe, "is the bear. Can he be brought and work with us? I do not yet know this, and on this point much, if not all, depends. But Soviet behavior towards Turkey, and an unhelpful attitude towards the forthcoming conference in San Francisco on the United Nations Organization gave further cause for concern." As had happened before, Eden's mood rapidly hardened once the Yalta delegates had gone their separate ways. "I take the gloomiest view of Russian behavior everywhere," he confessed in late March. "Altogether, our foreign policy seems a sad wreck, and we may have to cast about afresh." 23. With the Soviets behaving so abominably in every respect, Eden urged Churchill to reduce his personal messages to Stalin to a minimum. He doubted whether there was any longer much point in going to San Francisco. How can we lay the foundations of any new world order when Anglo-American relations with Russia are so completely lacking in confidence? But his trip did give him the opportunity to meet the new American president, Harry Truman, to whom he argued that, if in the past there had been concern lest Britain and America should be seen to gang up against Russia, in the present climate, a display of Anglo-American solidarity might produce better results in Moscow. He was pleased to note that Truman proposed to use a forthcoming meeting with Molotov to explain, in words of one syllable, the importance of making progress on the Polish issue. Eden himself favored postponing the opening of the San Francisco conference. 226 until the Soviet Union showed that it would proceed on the basis of the Yalta decisions. In the event, Eden took the opportunity of the conference for a frank talk with Molotov. "I told him that we did not understand what had happened since Yalta. There all had been agreement and friendly understanding. Since then, only difficulties have been encountered." Eden got the impression that Molotov was looking for some sort of deal, on the basis of allowing the Soviet Union a free hand in Poland in return for continuing Russian non-intervention in British spheres of interest. But he gave no encouragement to this idea. Though Eden was the success of the conference, enjoying the Geneva-like atmosphere and basking in media attention, his underlying mood remained pessimistic. "I sometimes feel," he confessed, "that we are entering a period like that of Second Balkan War transferred onto world stage." Illness removed Eden from the center of affairs for a month during the early summer. By the time that he returned to the Foreign Office, feeling very good though a little shaky on my legs, preparations were in train for Terminal, the last of the wartime meetings of the Big Three, to be held at Potsdam. Degrees Eden found the world outlook gloomy, with signs of Russian penetration everywhere. On 10 July, he sent Churchill a note enumerating the cards which Britain still held for a general negotiation with the Russians, in the shape of things which the Russians want from us, and which it is in our power to give or withhold. British bargaining counters included the German Navy, credits, portions of German industry, and the Soviet desire for Italian ships and for access to the Eastern Mediterranean. There was little to induce Stalin to release his grip over Central and Eastern Europe, But Eden urged Churchill not to surrender such advantages as Britain held without corresponding Soviet concessions. Not surprisingly, Potsdam was the least successful of the Second World War summit conferences. The atmosphere of compromise permeating earlier meetings had disappeared, with Churchill's health so far deteriorated that he has no energy left to seize his opportunities. Much depended on Eden. "Prepare for the afternoon meeting," noted Callaghan on 22 July, which means giving Anthony sufficient material for him to be able to explain to Winston what it's all about. Eden found Churchill unhelpful, fearing that he had again fallen under Stalin's spell. He had largely lost his earlier confidence in Truman, and in the conference sessions he clashed bitterly and frequently with Molotov, that most able but plus 234. Ruthless automaton. In an attempt to strengthen Churchill's will to resist Soviet demands, Eden sent him what was probably the clearest warning he had yet issued of Russian aggrandizement. The truth is, on any and every point, Russia tries to seize all that she can, and she uses these meetings to grab as much as she can get. I'm deeply concerned at the pattern of Russian policy, which becomes clearer as they become more brazen every day. What made the problem worse was that Soviet designs were not confined to Europe. Is their interest in the Lebanon the first stage to an interest in Egypt, which is quite the last place where we want them, particularly since that country with its rich pashas and impoverished fellahin would be a ready prey to communism. 36. The outlook seemed so hopeless that Eden succumbed to the private thought that the British general election might free him from his responsibilities. If it were not for the immediate European situation, he confessed, I am sure that it would be better thus, but that is a big if, I admit. 37. The British electorate duly obliged. With little progress made, the Potsdam Conference was suspended to allow the British delegation to leave on 25% July to learn the results of their election. Against the expectations of at least the Soviet leaders, it was Attlee and Bevin, and not Churchill and Eden, who returned. Eden's wartime policy towards the Soviet Union has inevitably been judged in the light of what followed 4 decades of armed antagonism between East and West, which history has dubbed the Cold War. In such a context, his continuing quest for Soviet cooperation and friendship, often in adverse circumstances, risked appearing, as he himself came to realize, at best as naivety, at worst appeasement. Those who had to deal with the Russians as wartime allies would naturally have preferred in later years to be attributed with prescience about the coming Cold War, rather than blamed for excessive optimism. But even Churchill was not as clear-sighted about the future Soviet menace as he later claimed. Until 1943, he harbored few anxieties, believing that the Russians would emerge considerably weakened by the war and in need of Western support and goodwill. Eden wrote of Churchill's attitude, "It has to be remembered that his record was written, though not his minutes, after Soviet policy had revealed itself in all its stark brutality. W.'s attitude to Stalin in conference and conversation was not so consistently stern or firm. He fell at intervals under S.'s spell. But such words were as true of himself as they were of Churchill. Yet this is scarcely a matter for reproach. Wise men may argue that the only satisfactory outcome of the war from Britain's point of view would have been the elimination of both Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union, and one or two said this at the time. In March 1940, Robert Vansittart was already convinced that we have got to aim at the destruction of both Nazism and communism in this war, and that we shall not have won it or peace if we don't succeed. But such a goal never entered the parameters of practical politics. When the Soviet Union joined the conflict in June 1941, Britain's military fortunes were at a low ebb, victory more a long-term aspiration than an immediate objective. Thereafter, the Red Army played the leading role in destroying the Nazi war machine, as Soviet casualty statistics, and indeed those of Germany, eloquently testify. In winning over the Russians to at least a tolerable rapport with their new British allies of convenience, Eden played a major part. In November 1943, when relations were probably at their best, Bruce Lockhart recalled the situation before Eden's return to the Foreign Office. It was a period when most of Whitehall was anti-Russian, a period when prejudice seemed bent on driving us to self-slaughter. Certainly at this time, policy played with the maddest fires. If you hadn't come back to the Foreign Office, I should not like to envisage what Anglo-Russian relations would be today. I think anything might have happened. Lockhart later testified that he had seen no one handle the Russians more tactfully or more successfully. Perhaps it is because he has a dash of Slav blood in his veins. Plus 242. It was of course only too evident that British and Soviet objectives in Europe were in many ways incompatible. Eden's aim was to strike a balance between satisfying Soviet ambitions in the interest of both wartime and, it was hoped, post-war cooperation, and doing his best to preserve the independence and strength of the states of Eastern Europe. It was inevitable, granted the disposition of available power and the way in which the war developed, that he would be more successful in the first objective than the second. Two views of the Soviet Union coexisted within the British War Directorate as a whole, and within Eden's own mind, and if he sought first to find evidence of Soviet goodwill, his was a less one-sided assessment then. Has sometimes been suggested, if he usually took a more optimistic view of Russian intentions than did the military hierarchy and the post-hostilities planning staff, Eden always recognized that he might be wrong. His underlying desire to think the best of Russia led him to adopt an equivocal and inconsistent attitude towards the future of post-war Germany. One historian has written of a long period of tacking backwards and forwards on the issue of German partition, which left both allies and colleagues in doubt as to his real views. 24, one half of him, reflected the traditional Foreign Office view that Germany should eventually find a place again in the family of nations. But, as has been seen, he remained wary of German resurgence and opposed to the inclusion of Germany in any anti-Soviet alignment. 244, 248, 249. If Eden's minutes and memoranda, his letters and diary entries convey no settled conviction about ultimate Russian intentions, he never actually concluded that the Soviet Union, as the leader of an ideological crusade, was an impossible partner for Britain. Given the time for leisured reflection, he might have reached a different, or at least more consistent, conclusion. Even before he became Foreign Secretary, Amory complained that Eden had very little gift of looking ahead. This complaint became the stock in trade of later critics. But if the Foreign Secretary tended to develop policy from day to day, this was above all a function of the crushing burdens which he carried for most of the war, burdens which finally reacted on his health in the summer of 1945. As Harvey recorded as the war came to an end, AE had latterly become quite exhausted, could no longer look at the problems properly or read the papers about them. It had become mere improvisation. 250, the formation of the Grand Alliance made it probable, if not certain, that Britain would achieve her military objectives, yet those in the realm of foreign policy became, paradoxically, more elusive. The basic shape of post-war Europe was decided on the battlefield and not in the conference chamber. Granted the probably insoluble dilemma which surrounded Britain's wartime diplomacy, it would seem harsh to judge Eden on the basis of relatively meagre results. Overall, his performance as Foreign Secretary between 1940 and 1945 probably marked the peak of his career. The succession. The long era as Crown Prince was established, a position not necessarily enviable in politics, or a total of about 17 years, punctuated by a short interval around the outbreak-eschatoned World War. Anthony Eden was widely regarded as Britain's next Prime Minister. With such a lengthy record as heir apparent, first to Chamberlain and then to Churchill, he was understandably often described as a natural number two. Such an evaluation is inevitably reinforced by the failings of his comparatively brief premiership and its tragic denouement. Yet it is unlikely that Eden himself would have endorsed such a judgment. For him, the trials of waiting for the top job in British politics imposed a strain which at times he found almost impossible to bear. Foreign Secretary before the age of 40, Eden was in his late 50s and, many have argued, in a precarious state of health by the time that he finally claimed his inheritance. The question of the succession was seldom far from his mind, nor that of his immediate entourage, for most of the 15-year period in which Churchill led the Conservative Party. This fact inevitably added complexities to the relationship between the two men to which neither gave public expression. At the same time, the years of waiting revealed serious flaws in the character of Eden, the political animal. He was certainly ambitious enough to want to be Prime Minister. Yet, to the exasperation of his friends, and in a sense of himself, there were strict limits on what he would do to achieve this goal. Aspirations towards the premiership were not particularly relevant when Eden re-entered the government as Dominion Secretary at the outbreak of the Second World War. His inevitable disappointment at failing to secure a leading post in the War Cabinet was no doubt underlined by an uneasy recognition that, in the public mind, Churchill's star now outshone his own. As a former Foreign Secretary, Eden later described his new position as humiliating. This was an exaggeration. He stood at the top of the second rung of ministerial appointments, but his position effectively ruled him out of contention should Chamberlain fail to stay the course and a successor be needed. He was a constant attender at the War Cabinet rather than a full member, but inevitably felt constrained when matters outside the immediate concern of the Dominion's office were discussed. Loyal Chamberlainites still saw in Eden a source of potential danger. His screen star attitude and moustaches, his mannerisms and faultless costume ensure united enthusiasm among the flapper vote. And it is certainly true that his loyal band of backbench adherents continued to meet in his absence. Indeed, the Eden Group became a more effective watchdog of the government without its head than it had been with his presence. But others believed that Eden's moment had now passed. It was difficult to realize, noted Chamberlain's PPS after one unimpressive parliamentary performance in December, that one was listening to a speech by a man who had been Foreign Secretary. His supporters were understandably angry and disappointed that the removal of Hor Belisha from the War Office in January 1940 was not used to bring Eden into the War Cabinet. While Chamberlain and Churchill formed a more effective partnership in government than has sometimes been recognized, the latter's relationship with Eden stayed relatively cool. On the one hand, Eden remained conscious of the loose cannon element in Churchill's makeup, while on the other Churchill was reported in February as insisting that he would rather have Chamberlain than Eden as Prime Minister, by 8-1. The two men certainly clashed in this period over whether Britain could accept Eyre's declaration of neutrality. In the spring, as Chamberlain's popularity began to decline, Channon judged that Eden was on the fringe of the plot and watching and waiting for his chance. But according to another observer, he had no independent point of view and no intention of upsetting the political status quo. Caught up in the routine of government, he was in fact a very small straw in the current of events, with no ambition to be anything else. At all events, there is no evidence that he played any significant role in Chamberlain's replacement by Churchill in May. From this crisis, Eden emerged as Secretary of State for War, an office in which, as he recognized, it would not be easy to maintain harmony with W. This represented promotion, though he still lacked a formal seat at the War Cabinet table. Eden's performance as War Secretary met with mixed assessments. On the whole, he at least enhanced his popular position and moved nearer the center of the government's war machine. It was at this time that he became, perhaps for the first time, a true follower of Churchill, convinced by his performance during the summer of 1940 that he was the only conceivable national leader. Even so, his admiration was never unqualified. Churchill's hours of work were not to Eden's liking, and Eden could still voice doubts about Churchill's judgment, and even express his view that Winston would be a better PM if he did not try to argue the details of war himself. By August, with Chamberlain ailing and Churchill concerned about the lack of support he was receiving from the War Cabinet, the Prime Minister frequently discussed with Eden a governmental reconstruction. The possibility was raised that Eden might replace Halifax as Foreign Secretary, though not in terms likely to tempt Eden to make the move. 10. Would I prefer to go there? To him it seemed foe was contracting job and were expanding. I replied I would prefer to stay where I was. Winston seemed relieved. I know where I can find another Foreign Secretary. He is here in the room with me. But where am I to find another S of S for war? Can anyone tell me that? Chamberlain's advanced cancer finally compelled his resignation from the government at the end of September, necessitating a ministerial reshuffle and the election of a new party leader, for Chamberlain had retained this position after being ousted as Prime Minister. There was a readiness to do whatever Churchill wished. Part of him was happy to stay where he was, but he was also attracted by the idea of succeeding Chamberlain as Lord President of the Council, with effective charge of the home front. Said Prime Minister wanted someone to hold his hand, and he was clearly the one to do it, and he could more or less stipulate to be on the Defence Committee and have a hand in settling strategy. Churchill, possibly influenced by the opinions of senior Conservatives, ultimately decided to appoint Sir John Anderson as Chamberlain's successor, leaving Eden where he was. 3 other changes were kept to a minimum. The view of the dying Chamberlain that the supersession of Halifax by Eden would create trouble within the party was probably sufficiently valid to inhibit Churchill from a more 16. Drastic reconstruction. As Eden noted, Churchill lamented that he could not give me FO and thus bring me into War Cabinet, and seemed distressed at this. It is not what I want, he repeated many times. Churchill duly and inevitably succeeded Chamberlain as party leader, but the possibility that Eden might be nominated as his deputy was quickly nipped in the bud. Yet if Eden had still to be fully accepted back into the party fold, I am beginning to make my peace with the Tory party, he had noted in a UGUST one. He must also have realised that there was now a distinct dearth of rival contenders for the leadership. Churchill, moreover, was already 66 and pushing himself at a tremendous pace. "If he is not careful, Winston will be in his grave, or a lunatic asylum," warned one senior Tory a few months later. At the time of Chamberlain's final resignation, Churchill himself reminded Eden that he was now an old man, that he would not make Lloyd George's mistake of carrying on after the war, and that the succession must be mine. 18. There seems little doubt that Churchill was determined to remove Halifax from the Foreign Office at the earliest possible opportunity. Halifax's readiness to contemplate a compromise peace in the dark days of the early summer had probably determined his fate in the long term. Over a range of issues, moreover, he had emerged as Churchill's leading antagonist inside the War Cabinet. The sudden death in December of Britain's ambassador in Washington gave Churchill his chance. After briefly considering the appointment of the aged Lloyd George, the Premier's mind turned to his Foreign Secretary. Halifax, after a vain and somewhat desperate attempt to persuade Eden that he was a more suitable candidate for the vacant embassy, was obliged to accept. Eden now returned to the Foreign Office as a full member of the War Cabinet. He was not simply a Conservative appointment, but was liked and respected by most leading Labour figures, partners in Churchill's coalition since its formation. Churchill was relieved by the change, though, as has been seen, there had seldom been a total identity of views between Eden and himself. He was certainly more at ease with Eden than with Halifax. The former had at least managed to distance himself from the worst features of Chamberlain's appeasement policy. 2 weeks into the new regime, Churchill asserted, "I think Anthony is putting his hand on the Foreign Office. I see a different touch in the telegrams." Indeed, there were those who interpreted Eden's appointment as a sign that Churchill wanted to rid himself of all restraint in the 122. Control of the government. It had been Halifax's contention about his own position that what little use he might be here lay in restraining W.C. Harry Hopkins, Roosevelt's personal envoy, was among those who took a jaundiced view of Eden's promotion. "I am sure the man has no deeply rooted moral stamina. I fancy Churchill gives him high office because he neither thinks, acts, much less essay anything of importance." 24. Maurice Hankey also judged the governmental reconstruction as the moment when Churchill succeeded in surrounding himself with yes-men. This was certainly unfair to Eden, who was never a mere cipher. He reacted strongly when the Australian Premier suggested as much. In a moment of exasperation after a cabinet meeting in April 1941, Menzies asked, "Has no one in the cabinet a mind of his own?" Eden replied, with doubtful modesty, that I hoped I had. 26. Having a surer grasp of many of the key diplomatic issues of the war than his master, Eden's view ultimately prevailed on a surprising number of occasions. He knew when to give way to Churchill, when to stand his ground, and when to wage a subtle war of attrition to achieve his goal. Many years later, Eden insisted that the war years were the hardest and proudest of his life. "My friendship with Sir Winston was the closest political association that I've known." 27. This was probably true enough, but the opening of public and private archives has shown that Eden's was at best a partial assessment. As has been argued above, there were real tensions about the management of the war effort and serious differences over key areas of policy. Churchill always regarded himself as having ultimate control over Britain's wartime foreign policy, and not just in its broad outlines. This was a fact which caused Eden immense irritation, but which he had ultimately to accept. Eden tried to protect his position as far as possible. The decision that the exiled Halifax should retain a seat at the War Cabinet whenever he was back in London prompted him to remind Churchill that responsibility for advising the War Cabinet on the conduct of foreign policy rested with the Foreign Secretary alone. Alluding to his own unhappy experiences in the 30s, Eden, "We can none of us wish to re-enter a period of divided responsibility." But the sharing of authority with Churchill was something Eden could do little about. What was often a difficult relationship could always fall back on a bedrock of mutual respect and affection. A little of Churchill's emotion and charm usually smoothed Eden's ruffled feathers. "I regard you as my son," he explained after 128. "Intimate late-night dinner. Do not get in your way, nor you in mine." What is striking is the speed with which the question of Eden's succession to the premiership emerged as a live topic of speculation once he'd returned to the Foreign Office. This was the case both among those who welcomed the prospect and among those who did not. Some believed that Eden himself was obsessed by his own future prospects. His weakness, noted Edward Spears, was that he was always thinking about his career. Therefore, he is not so bold as he should be, and too much inclined to conciliate those in authority. 30 Menzies judged Eden not of sufficient tonnage for the premiership, while according to Walter Monckton, he was too conventional a thinker to make a great leader. Wendell Willkie, Roosevelt's defeated opponent in the recent presidential election, considered that Britain would have to think up somebody better than that to succeed Churchill. Such a prospect, insisted R. Butler, was in any case remote, since the party will never follow him. But Eden loyalists were already preparing for the day when their man would enter 10 Downing Street. As early as February 1941, Cranborne was trying to enlist support to build Eden up for the succession, while a few months later, Harvey stressed the importance of getting Eden's own people into key posts within the parliamentary party. It was very much a repetition of the 1930s debate between those for whom Eden represented the hopes of the coming generation and those who found his qualities limited and insubstantial. For much of 1941, however, consideration of Eden's future prospects was largely academic. This was essentially a function of the progress, or rather the lack of it, of the war effort. If Churchill's popularity wavered in the face of military setbacks, the same was yet more true of Eden. His extended trip to the Balkans and the Middle East, designed to rally the Allied forces, was largely a failure. While the Greek expedition began as Churchill's brainchild, responsibility for its collapse was increasingly attributed to Eden. Though it is probably an exaggeration to suggest that Churchill was ready to drop his foreign secretary to save himself, by April speculation was rife that Eden might have to leave the Foreign Office. He scarcely improved his position by his performances in the Commons, especially that in May, after the evacuation of British troops from Greece. He opened the debate with an appallingly bad speech, recorded Channon. No cheers greeted him, and he gave a dim account of his travels and failures. He sat down amidst complete silence. I have never heard an important speech so badly delivered, and Duff Cooper said afterwards that the most damaging speech against the government was Anthony's. Winston looked uncomfortable and aware of Anthony's shortcomings. By the summer, Churchill was even ready to mention Oliver Littleton, Minister of State in Egypt, as a serious competitor for the succession. The entry of the Soviet Union into the war in June provided a new and more promising focus of attention. The crisis for Eden soon passed. If Churchill's support had wavered, by the end of the year he was again making repeated assurances that the Foreign Secretary's claims on the succession were secure. Churchill may have used this device as a means of limiting Eden's opposition on specific issues of policy. It will not be long before you are in control, he told Eden in November. Then, you can do as you like about relations with the Soviets. Such tactics served their purpose from Churchill's point of view, especially as they had the effect of tying Eden's destiny firmly to his own. In the last resort, Eden was readier to await his formal annunciation as Churchill's chosen successor, rather than try to seize the crown for himself. But he was also undoubtedly encouraged by the Prime Minister's remarks to believe that the handover would come sooner rather than later. Indeed, the collapse of Britain's position in the Far East, and in particular, the fall of Singapore in mid-February 1942, left Churchill's wartime fortunes at their lowest ebb. A major political crisis seemed a distinct possibility. Harvey insisted that Churchill would have to reform his cabinet, or he must be got to go. No doubt encouraged by a Gallup poll which suggested that half of those expressing an opinion believed that he would make the best successor to Churchill, and informed on a confidential basis of concern over the condition of the Premier's heart. Eden even began to plan the details of his own cabinet. Long talk with AE today about the future, recorded Harvey as the Far Eastern situation worsened. I tell him he must be prepared to take over. I think he is. He is remarkably calm about it. He said he would make Bobbity Foreign Secretary and have a separate Minister of Defence. Get rid of the beaver if he could. He feels he is on good terms with Bevin, who would work readily with him. Eden's own regard for Churchill's war leadership had certainly waned since the summer of 1940. The latter's refusal to create a separate Ministry of Defence was a source of particular frustration. So far as the conduct of the war itself goes, he informed Harvey, Churchill had become a nuisance. He even seems to have expressed his readiness to serve as Minister of Defence in a government headed by the socialist Stafford Cripps. AE oscillates between wanting to be PM and wanting to stay where he is, noted Harvey. If Eden was never prepared to engage in plots to bring about Churchill's political demise, he was fully involved in attempts early in 1942 to persuade him to mend his ways. Decided by a desire to bring about the most effective possible conduct of the war effort. But the furtherance of Eden's own ambitions was an important secondary consideration. Thus he had doubts about the Labour leader, Clement Attlee, being given the title of Deputy Prime Minister, as giving some blessing to idea of him as successor, and only seemed to develop an attraction for the post of Leader of the Commons after it had already been offered to Cripps, since it appeared to represent a stepping stone to being PM later, and he did not want Cripps to groom himself for Prime Minister. When Cripps accepted, Eden was left rather sore. He doesn't want to lead HFC now, but he doesn't want either to prejudice his chances of the succession. 47. Churchill's cabinet reshuffle in February 1942 had little practical effect on the way government business was managed. What were largely cosmetic changes? The truth is that Winston does not want to change. He likes to move the pieces on the board 48, were played out in the growing expectation of a major political upheaval. Harvey sketched out a possible scenario. The crisis may come in two stages. First, an uneasy reconstruction with either a Vice Minister of Defence or possibly a separate minister with Winston remaining, and then a later one involving Winston's departure. I don't know whether it is better to have two stages or one. What I am wondering is whether you should become Minister of Defence if it were offered to you in the first stage. I'm afraid it would break down in the end, but it might be necessary to give it a trial. What was no longer as clear as it had appeared a few months earlier was whether Eden would be the beneficiary of such a crisis. The star of Stafford Cripps was now in the ascendant as briefly, but surely, this ascetic socialist emerged as a serious candidate for the premiership. Though Gallup still found in May 1942 that Eden was popularly regarded as the most suitable leader should anything happen to Churchill, Cripps now followed only 3 percentage points behind. According to Beaverbrook, if there were to be a change, it would now be Cripps. Everything else was out of the pictures. Similarly, Channon noted that Eden's shares were very down just now, and that he had joined an ever-growing band of ex-future prime ministers. 150. At all events, Eden was no more satisfied with the machinery of government after Churchill's changes than before, and there is evidence that he gave momentary thought to resignation. There was no day-to-day direction of war except by Chiefs of Staff and Winston. I would not object to this if it gave results, but it doesn't. Chiefs of Staff only too readily compromise where issues should be decided, and Winston's unchecked judgment is by no means infallible. When Cripps gets back, he and I and Oliver will have to have a heart-to-heart and then tackle Winston. 3. But Eden was always unlikely to take his own advice. He invariably found it easier to share his grievances with his Foreign Office subordinates than to bring them to Churchill's attention. Oliver Harvey, Richard Law, J.P.L. Thomas and others were fully aware of their master's exasperation. But the picture inside to Downing Street was probably rather different. According to Churchill's private secretary, Eden would frequently arrive to protest, eyes ablaze, and at the end of his tether, but, falling victim to Churchill's personal charm, would return to the Foreign Office, soothed and relaxed. Almost certainly this placid demeanour lasted no longer than Eden's first encounter back at his ministry, with an appropriate sounding board upon whom to vent his renewed wrath. 2 events of the early summer helped to ease Eden's disgruntlement. The first was his successful negotiation of the Anglo-Soviet Treaty, for which he received widespread applause. Interestingly, his entourage encouraged him to view even this success in terms of his future career. I told A&E that all this reinforces the need for him to go to us in the autumn, as he is thinking of doing. He must not get into the position of being the Red Eden to work the future. He must stand equally well with Russia and with America. The second development was his formal anointment as Churchill's heir. On June 16, 1942, the Prime Minister informed the King that in the event of his own sudden death, he should call upon Eden to succeed him. Paradoxically, this made it even more difficult for Eden to be numbered publicly among Churchill's critics, of whom there was still a sizable number, especially after the fall of Tobruk that same month. If anything, Eden may now have felt it necessary to align himself more fully with Churchill, and by July Harvey was complaining that Eden should see more of his governmental colleagues and avoid the risk of becoming as isolated as he had been at the time of his 1938 resignation. Eden explained his position to Harvey. He would do nothing against Winston, now or ever, and he would be ready to serve under any of his colleagues. I took him to task, rather, for this passive attitude, but he said he didn't wish to appear in any way as intriguing. He thought his position was pretty secure in actual fact in the country, and also owing to the PM's famous testament, recommending that the king should send for him if anything happened to himself. He feels himself that he hasn't any serious rival. 7. Cripps's ascendancy passed almost as rapidly as it had arisen. By the second half of 1942, his power was evidently weakening, and his challenge to Churchill effectively dissolved after Montgomery's victory at El Alamein in November. Thereafter, the Premier's position was never again under serious threat for the remainder of the war. Despite Eden's earlier apprehension, he and Cripps had worked well together. As the latter recognized, their joint resignations might have led to Churchill's own downfall, but Eden won't think of it. Cripps himself left the War Cabinet in October, exchanging the leadership of the House for the Ministry of Aircraft Production, an important but less politically sensitive position. The vacant Commons leadership was taken by Eden. The combination of this new post, at which he proved an undoubted and popular success, the Foreign Secretaryship, membership of the War Cabinet, and his growing role as Churchill's midnight confidant, left him unquestionably the government's number 2 figure. Whenever it should come, the succession was indubitably his. Even Beaverbrook, of whom Eden remained warily suspicious, now subscribed to this view. Harvey noted in August that Eden's interest in the premiership was increasing all the time. 6 months before he had been one of several alternatives, now he only could succeed Winston. But the accumulation of offices which he had acquired by the end of the year, though no doubt to his political advantage, was scarcely conducive to the effective conduct of government business, of which Eden himself had been so critical only a few months earlier. He must spend all day in the HFC 3 days a week, and mostly on the bench itself. He has no time to see ambassadors and others, which it is part of his work to do, and paperwork duly piles up all day. It may be, and probably is good for him politically to gain this further experience, but it is bad for the office and for foreign affairs, which do not get that care and reflection they require. Not surprisingly, Eden soon became more tired than I have seen him for a long time. The obvious solution was to delegate some foreign office work, especially as Richard Law, his junior minister, was devoted to Eden personally and represented no political threat. But Eden was characteristically reluctant to give up any authority because he hates to let the controls go out of his hands even for a minute. Plus, 64 tiredness, in fact, provides the most convincing explanation for Eden's equivocal response to the suggestion early in 1943 that he should take over the Indian viceroyalty from the outgoing Lord Linlithgow. His failure to reject Churchill's offer out of hand seems in retrospect as surprising as the Premier's readiness to make it, especially as Eden had just returned from a successful visit to the United States, where he had put himself across everywhere. As the successor to the PM, by 1943, Churchill's position was much more secure than it had been, and he probably felt that he needed Eden less than at any time over the previous 2 years. He may also have concluded that life would be more agreeable with a more pliant foreign secretary than the present incumbent. Eden himself believed that Churchill's readiness to see him become viceroy was partly due to his growing desire to take the management of foreign policy into his own hands. As so often in his career when confronted by a difficult personal decision, Eden was pathetically anxious to canvass opinion. Had the advice received been of one mind, this peculiar episode might not have dragged on through the first months of 1943. The reaction among Eden's circle in London was a combination of alarm and disappointment. Not for the first 66 time in his career, his supporters seemed to hold higher hopes for Eden and to have a clearer picture of how these could best be realized than he did himself. As Harvey put it, "I hope no one will take this seriously. For A&E to go would be to lose all he has now gained, to miss the PM-ship, to miss the vital peacemaking years, to confound his friends and confirm his critics." 67, but he found Eden attracted by Churchill's supplementary offer of the direction of the war in the Far East, and understandably influenced by the Prime Minister's assertion that he now hoped to go on some years yet. Cranborne, Orme Sargent, and Lord Baldwin all counselled against Eden's acceptance. But the decisive intervention appears to have been that of the king, who told Churchill that Eden's qualities were too important for the war effort, however valuable might be his contribution in India. Thereafter the idea gradually faded, and the succession to Linlithgow finally passed to General Wavell, 68-70-69. Plus 71, with this particular danger evaded, Eden's political circle expended much effort in the last months of 1943 to persuade him to reduce the burden of his ministerial responsibilities. "You are a prodigious worker," conceded Thomas, "but even you cannot face this position, and we must recognize the fact and deal with it now." According to law, the pressures upon Eden's time meant that many important issues were going by default. Leadership of the Commons was an indulgence which the country could not afford now that it was seriously threatened with an outbreak of peace. Omissions on Eden's part at this stage might mean sowing dragon's teeth which will be harvested 5 or 10 years from now. But Eden was temperamentally disinclined to delegate responsibility, and the problem remained unresolved. By early 1904, however, concerned at the growing unpopularity of the Foreign Office, Eden seemed ready to relinquish this post altogether to Cranborne to concentrate on the Commons. "He wants to get out before the criticism of the FO affects his chances of the succession," noted Bruce Lockhart. To make it clear that the change should not be seen as demotion, Eden hoped to take the title of First Lord of the Treasury from the Prime Minister, and thus become the obvious coadjutor and successor. He may also have been influenced by renewed doubts over Churchill's health following a serious bout of pneumonia at the end of 1943. Eden dined with Cranborne on 6 March, when the latter pronounced that the only hope for the future of the Conservative Party lay in Eden's leading it, and that if he went on to the home front for a brief spell, make the transition all the easier. Churchill, however, was not attracted by the prospect of working closely with Cranborne. That effectively brought this particular scheme to an end, for it was not the sort of issue upon which Eden would challenge Churchill's authority. "You will have to join the others. You will have to go on just as you are for a few months longer." 77. Before long, however, Eden had swung around full circle and was suggesting that he might give up the leadership of the House, either to R. Butler or to John Anderson, and concentrate upon the Foreign Office. "For 2 he confessed elation. "I am so weary," he confessed. "I hardly care, so that I am released from one." Observers were understandably sceptical. "I shan't believe it till I see it," recorded Harvey, while, according to Brendan Bracken, Eden never knows his own mind, gets up with a new idea every day, and abandons it as soon as he has to risk trouble with the PM. His inability to bring the matter to a head appeared somewhat pathetic. "I feel as I've always felt," noted Lockhart early in 1945, "that he will go on talking about this problem and be able to do nothing, at least as long as Winston remains." This prediction proved accurate. Eden retained his almost unendurable combination of offices and functions for the remainder of the war. He was sustained by growing confidence that nothing could now stand in the way of the fulfillment of his own ambitions, and probably without too long a delay. He still, of course, had his critics and detractors. Beaverbrook had turned hostile once more, while right-wing Conservatives were pressing the claims of John Anderson, the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Randolph Churchill, who probably saw Eden as having usurped his own rightful place at his father's side, favoured Harold Macmillan. "Anything is better than Anthony," he assured Diana Cooper. According to the Sunday Express, many Conservatives were not sure that Eden was the man they wanted to see succeed Churchill. They still felt that he was too remote from the organised life of the party. His lack of interest in home affairs was a weakness waiting to be trundled out, together with the feeling that he was not quite the immaculate Tory they were looking for in their next leader. R. Butler, Oliver Littleton, Richard Law, and R. S. Hudson were all mentioned as possible alternatives. In practice, however, such speculation, the stuff of politics, is more significant as an indication that the succession to Churchill was a live issue than as evidence that Eden's claims were under serious challenge. Any attempt to divert what was now an almost preordained pattern of events would have come up against tremendous odds, not least a huge groundswell of popular opinion. In a poll taken in April 1945, as many as 84% of those questioned named Eden among the 6 most successful members of the wartime government. A year earlier, Gallup found that 55% of the population wanted Eden to succeed once Churchill left office. Cripps, once a serious rival, still came in second place, but with a mere 5% support. By October 1944, the News Chronicle reported that Eden enjoyed the backing of 21% of the electorate for the leadership of the post-war government, with 24% still supporting Churchill. Attlee, in third place, commanded just 7%. Before the end of the year, Eden had overtaken the Prime Minister as the popular choice to lead the country once the fighting was over. In January, he opened up a lead of 11 percentage points over Churchill, with no other candidate in sight. The future Conservative leadership was not, of course, at the disposition of the electorate, but such statistics were difficult to ignore. The outcome of the 1945 general election had obvious implications for Eden's position within the Conservative Party. He had faced the prospect of victory without real enthusiasm, not least because such an outcome would probably have produced no changes in the highest reaches of the government. "I'm beginning seriously to doubt whether I can take on FO work again," he confided in July. "It is not work itself which I could handle, but racket with Winston at all 85 hours. He has to be headed off so many follies." Harvey believed that Churchill's interfering ways would have killed Eden before long had the Conservatives stayed in power. But a Labour victory, with an overall majority of nearly 150 in the new Commons, and every prospect of a full 5-year term for the new government, was an altogether different proposition. After an emotional final meeting of the Churchill cabinet, the Prime Minister spent half an hour alone with Eden. When Churchill declared that he, unlike Eden, would never sit in the cabinet room again, he seemed to be stating no more than the obvious. Churchill was now nearly 71 years old. By all logical calculations, it was unreasonable to suppose that he would hold office again. The British electorate's verdict, if it seemed to many to lack gratitude, had surely brought his long political career to a close. As Eden put it, while there is much gratitude to as war leader, there is not the same enthusiasm for him as PM of the peace. And who is to say that the British people were wrong in this? 86. Eden knew that Churchill would find it difficult to relinquish his hold on the reins of power. But what he and others failed to appreciate was the old man's burning desire to win a general election in his own right. After 1945, the Churchill-Eden relationship entered a new phase. During the war, whatever the strain and notwithstanding moments of real doubt about Churchill's management of the government, Eden had, in the last resort, accepted that Churchill was the right man in the right place at the right time. With the end of hostilities and the Conservatives' loss of office, such reasoning no longer applied. Questioned many years later about the restrained account in his memoirs of his difficulties with Churchill after 1945, Eden conceded that Churchill's decision to stay on after the war had been, so far as one can be objective, a mistake. 87. 88 to begin with. Eden was torn between elation at his newly found freedom and a desire to get hold of the Conservative Party and mould it in his own image. He took comfort that no one could hold him responsible for the disastrous tone of the party's election campaign, from which he had been largely absent through illness, and from evidence that his own reputation remained high. Everyone under 50 now regarded Eden as the Conservatives' only hope. There was the fear that Churchill would stay on and get everything wrong, but few imagined he would. Don't have the stomach for 5 years of opposition politics. Trouble yourself about that. Eden assured a skeptical Thomas Barman, anxious about the curious group surrounding Churchill, the old man won't be there much longer. The people you have in mind will go with him. But old politicians are less adept than their military contemporaries at simply fading away. He ought to resign now and write, argued Eden at the end of August, but he won't. The ex-premier's moment had passed, and he was not likely to evolve into an effective opposition leader. Winston is not suited to the times, does not know or understand the public, does not even know the House of Commons intimately. Comes in for the big occasions and is good, but never attends to the routine work, does not know individual members. Convincing Churchill of these facts was, however, a different matter. The danger existed that, if the older man remained in place for too long, Churchill's would not be the only reputation to suffer. Eden's might be dragged down by association. In 1845, Churchill embarked upon an extended visit to the United States, obliging him to hand over to Eden the day-to-day conduct of the opposition in the Commons. Churchill hinted that, If Eden performed well in his absence, he might formally give up the leadership on his return. Such uncertainty was scarcely to Eden's liking. He looked to the party to bell the Winston cat, in other words, to tell him that it was time to go, but would not act himself. Anthony, says Winston, and he have been through so much together that he himself will not do it. In this unsatisfactory position, Eden became excited by the prospect of becoming the first Secretary General of the United Nations. He was almost like a schoolboy in his exuberance. 93, it was very much a rerun of the Indian Viceroyalty episode of 1943, especially in his pathetic remark that after 3 or 5 years with the UN, he could come back to lead the party. A new factor, however, was the possible impact of Eden's decision upon his now ailing marriage. J.P.L. Thomas explained, 94. The whole trouble was Beatrice. She was in love with this fellow Jackson and wanted to marry him. She had a bargain with Anthony. If Anthony remained in politics and had a chance of going to No 10, she would not have a divorce or make a scandal. If he went to UNO, that would be a different matter. Naturally, she preferred UNO. Once more, Eden's circle sought to strengthen his resolve. Baldwin concluded that, if Eden went to the UN, Butler would become party leader. Cranborne, privately avowing that if Eden did this, he was through with him, tried flattery. It would, he said, be an absolute catastrophe if Eden left British politics at the present time. You, and you alone, can hold that portion of the centre vote on which we shall have to depend absolutely if we are to win the next election. Moreover, I am greatly afraid that your departure might well mean a new split in the Conservative Party. People like Dick and many on the back benches, and even more in the country, faced by an undiluted dictatorship by Winston, backed by James and Ralph, would simply refuse to play. I quite see the odious position Witzhugh, but personally I do not believe that it will last long. In my view, Winston's day is over. He now belongs to the past, and even he is bound to find this out. In the event the decision was taken out of Eden's hands, despite considerable lobbying on his behalf, there was never much chance that he would secure even the nomination of Attlee's government, let alone the Secretary-Generalship itself. The post went to the Norwegian politician Trive Lai. 100% with this issue resolved, Eden seemed quite keen, again, on the idea of the party leadership. Everything depended, however, on what Churchill decided on his return from America. His famous anti-Soviet speech at Fulton, Missouri, in March 1946, which clearly took Eden by surprise, scarcely suggested an early withdrawal from the political limelight. Eden at least took comfort that this latest initiative might indicate that Churchill His famous anti-Soviet speech at Fulton, Missouri, in March 1946, which clearly took Eden by surprise, scarcely suggested an early withdrawal from the political limelight. Eden at least took comfort that this latest initiative might indicate that Churchill was less interested in leading a parliamentary opposition than an anti-Russian crusade independent of the Conservative Party. The two men dined together on Churchill's return. Churchill made it clear that while he might be ready to relinquish control in the Commons, he intended to retain the overall party leadership and to lead the Conservatives at the next general election. Plagued by the recurrence of a duodenal ulcer, Eden was understandably depressed. The effect upon his nervous system was becoming apparent. Several times, noted Lockhart, when we were discussing what should be done and what he wanted to do, he said, rather testily, "Oh God, I do wish the old man would go." By early April, Churchill, possibly at the prompting of Beaverbrook, even appeared to withdraw his earlier offer of dividing the leader's functions. An exchange of letters with Eden showed how completely he still dominated their relationship. Churchill said that he had concluded that it was best not to make a formal change at the present moment. His health was much improved, he had more strength, and he knew that he could count on Eden's help in an ever-increasing measure. As so often over the previous 5 years, the carrot of the succession was dangled tantalizingly before Eden's eyes. Churchill was most anxious that matters should be so handled as to make the formal transference, when it occurs, smooth and effectual. Though no date was mentioned, the tone suggested an early handover. Neither man could have believed that a further 9 years would elapse before Eden took charge. By contrast, Eden's replies sound formal and stiff. 102. Thank you so much for your letter, in which you tell me that you have reconsidered the position since our talk, and would now like to carry on with the leadership of the opposition in the House. As I told you the other day, this is entirely agreeable to me, and I'm delighted at the doctor's good report. But there was, he ended, no room for the post of a deputy opposition leader in the Commons. 103. Churchill could now make Eden's reluctance to deputize for him whenever he was away appear an act of selfish petulance. 104. As usual, Eden gave way, agreeing to step in when Churchill was abroad and to continue to preside over meetings of the chairman of the party's parliamentary committees. 106. Eden could only soldier on. There was always a chance, more of a fervent hope than a likely expectation, that Churchill might use his party conference speech to announce his resignation. Eden could hardly bring himself to believe that Churchill would still be leader by the time of the next election. But the whole business was so exhausting that one is seriously tempted to accept pleasant city tasks that would allow one a leisured life. By the autumn, and with few signs of Conservative revival, he had determined on a new approach. Through a series of speeches, he would seek to outline his version of conservatism. Besides giving himself an opportunity to develop his interest in domestic politics, this would enable the party to decide what and whom it wanted. WSC has no policy except to change the name of the party. 108. By 90, more than a part-time and semi-detached leader of the opposition. His main efforts were concentrated upon his war memoirs, and even during the parliamentary session he seldom spent more than 3 days a week in London. From Eden's point of view, this was most unsatisfactory. WSC does not come near the House for several days, does not attend the shadow cabinet, does not know what line of conduct has been decided, and then arrives to say that he is going to speak. Anthony says that WSC has aged very much and is at times almost gaga. 109. Towards the end of the year, several shadow cabinet members, significantly not including Eden, made concerted moves to persuade Churchill to stand down. The chief whip, James Stewart, was given the unenviable task of suggesting to the now 73-year-old leader that it was time to step aside for a younger man. But little could be done, in the absence of any formal procedure, to change the leadership, and in the face of Churchill's stubborn insistence that he would stay on. Similarly, Macmillan's attempt early in 1948 to convince Churchill of the need to adopt a more businesslike approach to the tasks of opposition met with a brisk rebuff. I do not agree with what you propose, and I do not think our colleagues would either. I propose to continue the present system as long as I am in charge. I do not think things are going so badly. 11. 1115 113. The crises of 1947, domestic and international, encouraged the belief that Labour government, despite its overwhelming parliamentary majority, might not last its full term. There was serious talk of a coalition, in which Eden's claims to the premiership would be strong, granted the cross-party support he had long enjoyed. Surveys made at Conservative Central Office showed that Eden was widely admired by Labour voters. The government, however, survived, and Eden was left to take a somewhat macabre interest in the apparently continuing decline in Churchill's health. By the end of 1947, his physician later recorded, Churchill was sliding almost imperceptibly into old age. So Eden was sent a fuller picture, and beneath the forced Herculean efforts to work, and the ubiquitous gaiety, there are signs of acute strain and of a general break-up. In the summer of 1949, Churchill suffered a stroke. A few months earlier, J.P.L. Thomas reported that his powers were decaying rapidly, and that he would not last until the general election. Eden accepts this testimony as the best way out of a horrible impasse. Yet to be sustained by expectations of Churchill's physical collapse was far from ideal, and there were moments when Eden again seriously considered abandoning politics altogether. The longer an intolerable situation continued, the greater was the temptation to leave public life to secure his own financial position in the city. By any logical calculation, however, the longer Eden could endure his ordeal, the sooner Churchill's retirement was bound to be. Having come so far and waited so long, part of Eden always recognized the sense of hanging on that little while longer. 116. In the event, Churchill was still at the helm when Attlee called an election for February 1950. From Eden's point of view, the outcome was the worst of all possible worlds. A clear Labour victory would have convinced Churchill that he must now retire, his goal of forming a peacetime administration finally frustrated. A Conservative victory, satisfying his ambition, would probably have enabled him to leave office after a renewed but brief taste of power. But the narrow ret of the Labour government not only persuaded Churchill to stay at the helm for yet another, if presumably brief, parliament, but encouraged him to adopt political tactics of which Eden strongly disapproved. As Lockhart explained, he disapproves very strongly of Winston's parliamentary tactics. With old age and declining power, this haste-o part is for him a personal race. He knows that, unless he can get the government out quickly, time will prevent him ever being PM again. After 6 years of Labour government, therefore, Eden still stood, where he had been a decade earlier, as Churchill's natural successor. Just before the general election of 1951, Gallup revealed that even among Conservative voters, a majority would prefer to see Eden as party leader. Yet this meant little when set against Churchill's still iron determination. To the outside world, Eden maintained the facade of the loyal lieutenant, anxious to do his master's bidding. About Winston, recorded Malcolm Muggeridge, in April 1951, Eden said gravely that his health was not as good as people thought, and that he could speak of this with an easy conscience, because as far as his own private inclinations were concerned, he'd vastly rather be Foreign Secretary than Prime Minister. 19. But those closer to him recognized the extent to which waiting for the succession was telling on Eden's nerves. 120. 121. 122. At least his position as Conservative number 2 was never seriously threatened during this period. Harold Macmillan's standing certainly rose during the years of opposition, and there were those who came to believe that he possessed a sharper intellect than Eden. Eden himself remained wary of Macmillan, as he had been during the war, fearing perhaps a potential rival, and he seems to have helped dissuade Churchill from appointing him as party chairman in succession to Ralph Assheton in 1946. That post went to Lord Woolton, and in later years Eden heard that he too had once fancied his chances to become leader. In a sense, the new intellectual climate of conservatism in the late 1940s, epitomized by Butler and the research department, worked to Eden's disadvantage, notwithstanding his own attempts to broaden his competence in domestic political issues. It was the age of the Don, the economist, the man of outstanding intellectual ability, and there were always those on the party's right wing who would never welcome Eden's accession to the leadership, as though their influence was probably balanced by his ability to appeal beyond the confines of his own party. As has been seen, even Eden's most loyal supporters were sometimes exasperated by his reluctance to bring matters to a head. If he wants to be regarded as a leader, snapped Cranborne, he must act like one. 126. His long-standing ally, Arthur Mann, of the Yorkshire Post, even warned that, by ignoring Eden's speeches, the BBC were unwitting partners in a plot to keep him from his just deserts. For the most part, however, the general perception was that Eden had done little to damage his own claims. Lord Derby, who had watched more conservative leaders than most, probably expressed the majority opinion. I have never had great faith in him, but I do see now that he does make himself into a really possible successor to Winston. 128. But when Winston would need a successor was entirely another matter. Following the October 1951 general election, a Conservative government was installed at Westminster, with Churchill as Prime Minister and Eden, inevitably, as his Foreign Secretary. Churchill's intentions on re-entering Downing Street can only be guessed. It must have galled Eden in later years to be told by Christopher Soames, Churchill's PPS throughout his final premiership, that the old man did not enjoy his job and was often bored. Christopher told me how sometimes, when over in H.C. after questions, he would telephone Christopher to come to his room, tell the private secretaries he was not to be disturbed, then produce 2 packs of cards and play whatever was his favourite game of the moment with C. It seems unlikely that Churchill expected to remain in office for 3.5 years until he was in his 81st year. According to John Colville, he had it in mind to serve as Prime Minister for 1 year, only before handing over to his loyal lieutenant. This seems also to have been Eden's expectation, and not necessarily one which much enthused him, since by then the shine of electoral triumph would have vanished, leaving only the practical problems of running the country. But Churchill's conviction of his own indispensability grew rather than diminished with age, and there was always, in his own mind at least, good reason to postpone his departure. There is evidence to suggest that nagging doubts about Eden's suitability for the succession may have been a factor, though Churchill would probably have felt the same about any nominated successor, or any hesitations never reached the point where he 132. Seriously considered another candidate. In retirement, Butler, in particular, liked to play up the idea of Churchill's doubts, implying that the Premier had begun to consider him a more suitable replacement, with the succession remaining an open question until just before Churchill's retirement. 133. This was an exaggeration and caused Eden considerable irritation. Up to the last meeting which took place, according to Butler, between Churchill, Butler, and myself, and which was held to decide that Churchill must go, the issue of a successor was still unsettled. As we went into the room, neither of us had any idea which would finally be chosen. I need hardly say that no such meeting ever took place. Eden, however, was certainly nervous about his position as heir apparent, and sought from Churchill the reassuring title of Deputy Prime Minister. He did see Butler as a possible rival, especially when the latter's stock rose through his generally successful stewardship of the national finances. Favourable publicity for the Chancellor did not necessarily meet with the Foreign Secretary's approval, and Eden and his second wife Clarissa even seemed ready to use the Foreign Office to conduct a propaganda battle against Butler. It was in the minds of other senior Tories, rather than of Churchill himself, that the strongest doubts were felt about an Eden succession, doubts which intensified the longer Churchill hung on. Eden would make a very terrible Prime Minister, judged Beaverbrook. Macmillan's assessment was more measured, if he had the first place. He might easily rise above all these faults. It may really be that he has been Prince of Wales too long. Objectively, such verdicts suggested less that Eden might yet be thwarted of his ambition than that, when his time finally came, he would still need to prove his fitness for the highest office. 138. With Churchill and Eden occupying the same positions as between 1940 and 1945, there was a strong element of déjà vu about the new government. Indeed, both in his cabinet appointments and in his attitude to key policy issues such as great power relations, it appears that the Prime Minister was rather pathetically trying to recreate the atmosphere of the war years. From Eden's point of view, however, there was no possibility of going back to the relationship of that period. By the early 1950s, foreign policy was once again an entity in its own right, and according to Eden, the preserve of the responsible minister. He was now much less tolerant of the Prime Minister's intrusions than he had once been, especially as Churchill's judgment seemed altogether less sound and his capacity to grasp the essential issues substantially reduced. It was very galling to AB, noted Evelyn Shuckburgh, now Eden's private secretary, in November 1952, when he returned to London and reported to the Prime Minister that all Winston had to say was, "What have you done about getting the Duke of Windsor invited to the embassy in Paris?" This sort of comment, which is constant, and the irrational interference in all sorts of small matters, is making A&E's position most difficult and irritating for him. Anthony Selden, in his pioneering study of Churchill's last government, broadly concluded that the Prime Minister was equal to the demands of his post, at least until his stroke in June 1953, and possibly until as late as October 1954. Yet it is doubtful whether Eden, or indeed other leading cabinet members, would have shared this assessment. Harry Cruikshank, the leader of the Commons, described Churchill sometime before his serious illness as terribly drooling, fast losing his grip. Eden, in fact, no longer believed that Churchill was physically or mentally up to his job. After Churchill's stroke, that conviction was doubly confirmed. 141, 342, 144, 145. All this made for an increasingly difficult partnership between the government's two leading figures. Those subjected to one of Eden's periodic outbursts of pent-up emotion no doubt got an excessively jaundiced view. Chips Chanham was one. In a sudden burst of nerves and temper, and almost hysterical, Eden poured forth on his problems. "I get all the knocks. I don't think I can stand it much longer." Such displays had always been part of Eden's makeup, but now became significantly more frequent. At best, the Churchill-Eden relationship was one of affection tempered with tension. For at worst, the affection was difficult to discern. Yet still, despite his advancing years, Churchill seemed to hold the whip hand. He would sometimes tease him, sometimes pet him, occasionally thwart him. Dean Acheson, the American Secretary of State, recalled with amusement an occasion when Churchill ribbed Eden over the former's plans to transform the view from the garden of 10 Downing Street. With hindsight, the whole saga of the succession appears in the same light, with Eden dangling helplessly at the end of a string, Churchill still master puppeteer, entirely in control of events. Be that as it may, Eden's obsession with the succession was scarcely 146, conducive to the effective management of his departmental responsibilities. Not only did he and Churchill clash over key policy issues, but the conviction, or perhaps just the hope that his own tenure at the Foreign Office would be relatively brief, encouraged that short-term, ad hoc approach to diplomatic problems, neglecting a more considered strategical analysis, for which he was widely criticized at the time. Matters were not helped by the suspicion, in Eden's mind and that of his closest circle, that figures near to the Prime Minister, if not Churchill himself, helped orchestrate a press campaign against the Foreign Secretary. 751, 148, seems to have had some misgivings about his capacity to carry on of austerity measures, made it a bad time for Eden to take over. 2 months later, was being expressed about his lack of grip, and some believed that Eden's presence was needed on the home front to improve the government's performance. 50 Churchill, however, now expressed the hope of being able to work with Eisenhower after November, when the general was expected to succeed Truman as American president by the autumn, with the Prime Minister apparently impervious to the promptings of the Chief Whip that he should now retire. Eden was very impatient to take control. Churchill assured his niece Clarissa, who was also Eden's new wife, that he was merely looking for an opportunity to go, providing only that he was allowed one last visit to the United States as head of the government. Salisbury, who had grown understandably suspicious of Churchill's maneuvers, urged Eden to press the old man about his intentions. If this did not work, senior cabinet ministers, excluding Eden, would need to discuss a formal approach. In the event, Eden could only elicit a vague declaration that when the time came, Churchill would hand over his powers and authority with the utmost smoothness and surety. The Premier had become an increasing liability, which it was singularly difficult to remove. With Churchill openly criticizing his policy towards Egypt, Eden even considered retiring from politics at the time of the coronation. 153. Eden was often described as a lucky politician. If so, his good fortune ran out early in 1953. He had been feeling unwell for some time, and X-rays revealed gallstones. There is no need to add to the account of Eden's condition and the 3 operations he, in the course of the year, as chronicled by his official biographer, though his own words offer a convenient summary. 158. What Brendan used to call your tough North Country constitution could not make up for the accident of the knife which slipped. It necessitated a second operation, which was almost fatal, and during which I was saved by the junior surgeon, Blackburn, while the senior kept repeating, "Blood, I've never seen so much blood." It was Cattell who saved my life. Moreover, this operation must be a long one, and difficult says I was 8 hours in the operating theatre. 159. The result was that Eden would have been in no position to become Prime Minister for most of 1953, even had Churchill been minded to retire. As it was, the old man's fortunes seemed, astonishingly, to be reviving just as Eden's own health collapsed. For some time he has been hanging on to power while his strength was failing, noted Moran in February. And now, without any apparent reason, he seems to have taken a new lease of life. 160, in Eden's absence, Churchill himself took charge of foreign affairs and, to the alarm of the majority of his cabinet, called on 11 May for a summit conference of the great powers. The evening of 23 June, however, Churchill, which for a man of his age seemed certain to end his career. Removed from the centre stage by his own illness, Eden relied on others to keep him informed. Colville wrote confidentially on 26 June in terms which would have made it very difficult for Eden to act, even had he been in a physical condition to do so. He intends to remain PM, devolving his duties on others, for one reason only, namely that Mr. Eden should have the time to recover fully without in any way hurrying the process, and to return to take over from him. This he has discussed with me on several occasions, and said as much at luncheon today to Bobbity and to Rapp, both of whom expressed agreement and approval. Should he deteriorate, and have to resign, I think that the Queen will ask Bobbity to form a caretaker government for 6 months. In the circumstances, Eden could ask no more than this. The extraordinary device of an interim premiership held by his closest political ally would keep the Prime Minister's seat warm until he was ready to take it himself. Butler reported an instinct for definite survival on Churchill's part, but confirmed that Eden's interests. There was no need to rush you out of your well-earned convalescence. J.P.L. Thomas agreed that while Churchill might live on for weeks, months, or even years, active life was over, unless a miracle happens. 03 yet happen it did. By early July, Colville was writing of a fantastic improvement. Hitherto, the best that could be hoped for seemed to be partial, but crippling paralysis. Now it seemed that Churchill could remain in office without undue strain, though, until Parliament reassembled after the summer recess. Salisbury still thought it unlikely that the Premier could return to active political life. Churchill himself had decided against taking any decision until September. 165 Colville concluded that he intended to retire. I surmise that he still hopes to bring off some final triumph. 166. 167 Eden's staff knew how unwelcome such news would be. Shuckburgh took it upon himself to warn the Foreign Secretary of the marked change in the tone of private comments emanating from Chartwell. With Colville suggesting that it would be unwise for Eden to broach the subject of the prime ministerial handover when he returned from his convalescence, Shuckburgh concluded that the situation might still want some careful handling. Salisbury agreed, knowing, it seemed, which way a clash between the two men on this most delicate issue was likely to go. I have been through all this 100 times. The fact is that the PM is much tougher than Anthony. He very soon brings Anthony to the point beyond which he knows he will not go, and then he has won the day. When Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary met, a fragile Eden followed this advice and avoided mentioning the succession. It was clear that the old man would be difficult to shift. Though Churchill seemed to contemplate carrying on until the Queen returned from a tour of Australasia the following spring, Eden hoped either that the party conference would reveal his incapacity or that he would be unable to cope with the day-to-day demands of government once Parliament reassembled in October. I would bet any money, insisted Thomas reassuringly, that the public appearances just can't be done without something awful happening. As all turned on estimates of Churchill's staying power, Shuckburgh suggested that Eden might arrange to call at Beaverbrook's villa in the south of France, where the Prime Minister was holidaying, to form his own assessment. Unhappy about the political situation generally, Salisbury tried to precipitate matters by offering his resignation on the grounds that he had reached the age of 60, and that it was important to reduce the average age of the cabinet. Churchill, nearly 20 years his senior, was unimpressed, and now spoke of carrying on with much the present team of ministers until 6 months before the next general election, before handing over to Eden. With the latter still not fully fit, there was renewed discussion that he might exchange the Foreign Office for the less onerous leadership of the House. Robert Carr urged the advantages of this move in allowing Eden to consolidate his position in the party while regaining his strength. But Eden feared that to refuse the Foreign Office might, by indicating continuing physical weakness, furnish Churchill with further grounds for procrastination. After meeting the Premier on 1 October, Eden held private discussions with Butler, Salisbury and Monckton. None could see an effective way forward. In short, they are all stymied by Winston as usual. When Churchill astonished almost everyone with the success of his party conference speech a few days later, it was clear that talk of his imminent political demise was premature. By the end of 1953, it seemed that, short of an unforeseeable crisis, Churchill would only leave office at a time of his own choosing. The unedifying charade over the succession continued to be played out over the next 15 months, doing little credit to either man. Having been the beneficiary of Churchill's attachment to power during the summer of 1953, when he himself had been hors de combat, Eden was now in a weak position to force the pace. In due course, it was always possible that, with the backing of senior party figures, Eden might bring matters to a head. Anthony might strike, noted Moran. But somehow it is not a word we associate with Eden. In practice, the Greek tragedy would simply go on and on, until it pleases God to end it. Almost certainly Churchill was no longer capable, by any objective criteria, of running the government effectively. At times he seemed perfectly normal, but at others he was obviously very feeble, and his mind tended to wander, usually to irrelevant wartime analogies. Growing deafness and an unwillingness to use a hearing aid only exacerbated the problem. At international conferences, he was little short of an embarrassment, as Eden found at Bermuda in December 1953. Amiable, but completely vague. Yet Churchill would retire before the next election. As that did not need to be held before the autumn of 1956, this was scarcely a firm commitment. Eden professed to have reconciled himself to a situation he could do little to change. He had, he told Selwyn Lloyd, 180 ceased to worry about the future, content to leave events to develop without his interference. 179 this, however, was a facade. Eden had spoken of retirement from politics before, but early in 1954, encouraged by his wife, he seemed merely to be looking for the most opportune moment to go. In April, he confessed that he was at the end of his tether, and could not stand it much longer. Dragged to Washington by Churchill in June on what he judged a futile mission, Eden claimed to be counting the hours to liberation. "I cannot, Robert, go on like this with this old man. I must escape somehow." Carr tried to offer comfort. Gallup in February showed that 54% of the electorate, and even 38% of Conservative voters, believed that Churchill ought now to retire. But such statistics counted for little in the face of the Premier's obstinacy. 183, 184 in March Churchill indicated that he would retire in May, or at the latest by the end of the summer. Optimistically, Eden began to inquire about the constitutional propriety of a new government being formed at the beginning of a summer recess and not meeting Parliament before the start of the autumn session. Nutting, however, preferred to keep his fingers crossed until I see the furniture vans arrive. In the event, when Eden wrote in early June, suggesting a transfer of power at the end of that month, Churchill argued that he could not now leave in view of talks with Eisenhower about a possible summit. He managed to make Eden's impatience appear selfish, in contrast to his own disinterested statesmanship. "I am increasingly impressed by the crisis and tension which is developing in world affairs, and I should be failing in my duty if I cast away my trust at such a juncture, or failed to use the influence which I possess in the causes we both have at heart." It was a sign of Eden's desperation that, on their return journey from Washington, he effectively struck a bargain with Churchill that in return for agreeing to a meeting with Malenkov, a policy goal of which he was personally most skeptical, the Prime Minister would resign at the end of September. 187 Colville was struck by the difficulty Eden had in choosing the right moment to raise the matter, I thought, and said, "How strange it was that two men who knew each other so well should be hampered by shyness on this score." But Churchill could always backtrack on such an agreement by reference to the international mission which he alone could perform. He had had good medical reports and did not feel unequal to burdens. By late August, he declared that he had no intention of abandoning his post in the present international climate. He still had a role to play in 188, the interests of peace, and hoped he could count on Eden's loyalty and friendship during this important period. The offer of the deputy premiership, coupled with the leadership of the House in place of the Foreign Office, scarcely suggested an imminent handover. But, as the Manchester Guardian argued, to enter into yet another probationary period of no fixed length as a domestic minister would be to expose himself to dangerous political hazards, with no compensatory gain. 190-191. Shortly before Christmas, Churchill chaired a meeting of senior ministers to discuss the date of the next election. In practice, the real issue was who would be leading the Conservatives at that time. The Premier now talked of carrying on until June or July 1955, a prospect which, Eden argued, would deny a new government the chance to establish itself before going to the country. In such a situation, he would prefer to complete my immediate work at the FO and then retire into private life. Not until the new year did Churchill finally agree to leave office in the spring. Even then, as late as March, he showed signs of wanting to backtrack, leading, according to Macmillan, to an angry and emotional outburst from Eden at the cabinet table. 194. A proposed visit by Eisenhower to Europe for the 10th anniversary of VE Day momentarily offered Churchill one last escape route from his impending retirement. As the formal transfer of power approached, he began to form a cold hatred of Eden for having thwarted him, though such emotions, undeserved as they were, did not last long and could never fully overcome the genuine affection he had developed over the years for his chosen successor. 195. 196 finally, almost a decade and a half since Churchill's first private intimation that the succession would be his, Eden entered 10 Downing Street as Prime Minister and First Lord of the Treasury. No two men have ever changed guard more smoothly, he subsequently wrote. Except in the sense that his succession was not challenged by any other candidate, this was a laughable assessment. Yet it was significant itself that, even in his memoirs, Eden had no wish to write anything which might hurt Churchill's feelings or damage his standing in history. Churchill, convinced that retirement was synonymous with death, had failed to understand why Eden was so impatient to wear his crown. He himself had been in his 66th year when the royal summons had arrived in 1940. But the two men's careers had followed very different patterns, and objectively there is a strong argument that Churchill would have been wise to retire from the front line after the 1945 general election. Instead, Eden had to spend a further decade as Crown Prince, with one eye fixed anxiously on the succession to the detriment of his nerves, his health, and, to some extent, his performance as a politician. These years of waiting saw Eden at his best and at his worst. Overriding loyalty to Churchill is visible throughout. He would not stoop to the intrigues which many others placed in his position would have seized upon as the only escape from an otherwise impossible situation. Almost certainly, Eden could have forced Churchill's resignation on several occasions in the 10 years after the end of the war. Yet there was an obverse side to this admirable trait. Churchill's capacity to defy not only age and infirmity, but also his chosen successor for so long, revealed a flaw in Eden's political makeup, which did not augur well for one who now took over the supreme post in British politics. It seems likely that the premiership came just in time, before the anxiety of protracted expectation finally sapped his will to carry on. It seems also reasonable to conjecture that he now felt all the more need to prove his capacity for the highest office of state, the domestic politician. Few talk today of what should be the fundamental aims of the Tory party. How particularly I wished that you could have taken over the leadership several years earlier. It has become almost a truism for those who chronicle Eden's career to remind their readers that he had no great feel for, nor understanding of, the great issues of domestic politics. Insofar as this judgment is true, it must be more a statement of fact than of criticism. As an American commentator put it shortly before Eden succeeded Churchill in 1955, more than 9/10 of his world and life is what he happens to have chosen as his craft, foreign affairs. If his unpaid appointments as PPS are included, Eden's ministerial career began in February 1925. Just over 30 years later, he became Prime Minister with, as Lord Home once put it, ultimate responsibility for from domestic drains to peace and war. In the intervening period, Eden served at the Foreign Office, in one capacity or another, for about 17.5 years, at the Dominions Office for 8 months, the War Office for 7 months, and in his first appointment of all, as PPS, at the Home Office for just under a year and a half. His time at the Foreign Office encompassed the rise of the dictators, most of the Second World War, an important period of the Cold War. In the circumstances, Eden can be forgiven if his major contribution to British politics was not delivered on the home front. Yet the imbalance of Eden's pre-premiership career has been cited by his detractors as much more than a statement of factual record. It has been seen as evidence of his unsuitability, through the narrowness of his ministerial training, for the highest office, as one explanation, in other words, for the failure of the Eden government. It seems probable that Eden entered politics with no fixed political philosophy, nor indeed any clear picture of his own position within the spectrum of the Conservative Party. His campaign speeches in the 1920s offered few signs of originality, nor indication of a distinctive approach to the key political issues of the day. As an early biographer put it, It wasn't brilliant stuff. To say, our primary need is for more markets, when he meant that we would have more money if we sold more goods, was not only to state the obvious, but to do so in a tedious way. But this verbal orthodoxy was backed at least by youth, charm, and manifest sincerity. 3. His approach was entirely pragmatic. Many Tories of this era engaged in the debate between free trade and protection with dogmatic conviction. Not so Eden. It seems to me, he confessed, that the only useful test which can be applied in these fiscal controversies is the result which is actually achieved. Eden's domestic vision was determined above all else by his experience in the First World War, engendering an ill, focused, but by no means insincere desire to improve the lot of ordinary British people with whom his time in the trenches had given him a lifelong empathy. David Carleton perhaps makes too much of the readiness of a young and ambitious PPS to deliver speeches supportive of his political master, in this case Austen Chamberlain, to create the impression that Eden's earliest attitudes bordered on the reactionary. Eden's main preoccupation was always with the wider world, as his decision to embark upon an extended tour of the empire in July 1925, only 5 months after his appointment to the Home Office, surely confirms. Insofar as he gave thought to the key domestic issues of the day, the experience of the 1926 general strike was no doubt the most important factor. This, and the way the Prime Minister handled both it and its aftermath, seems to have attracted Eden to the sort of consensual politics which Stanley Baldwin represented. The early stages of Eden's career show that his first regard was to seek conciliation and to avoid controversy. Baldwin ignored the shrill advice of many of his colleagues and refused to use the government's victory in the general strike as the justification for a vindictive attack on the trade union movement. Increasingly, the Premier gave voice to the honourable, if conventional, aspirations of that generation of young conservatives whose lives had been so deeply scarred by the war. When, particularly after 1929, his position came under threat, there was never any doubt about Eden's loyalty. I gave public support to 19SB in his difficulties, from principle not expediency, Eden confided to his diary. I thought at one time I'd backed the wrong horse. For so long as Baldwin remained Conservative leader, Eden publicly declared in 1930, so long will its right wing be unable to dominate the party's councils and narrow its purposes. Of this the Trade Disputes Bill was sufficient example. So long also will confidence persist that the Conservative Party can remain truly national, both in the sources of its strength and in the objectives of its policy. A decade later, when stocks in Baldwin's reputation were at a low ebb, Eden had not changed his mind. I like him very much and feel most sorry for him now. We owe him a debt for what he did to unite England. History will do him justice for that. The Conservatives' loss of office in 1929 gave Eden somewhat more scope to define his position within the political spectrum. He joined a group of young MPs which included several future cabinet ministers, such as Oliver Stanley, William Ormsby Gore, Walter Elliott, and W.S. Morrison. But it was a lesser-known member, Noel Skelton, who coined the phrase, a property-owning democracy, to which image and goal Eden would cling tenaciously for the rest of his political career and beyond. The group shared a left-of-centre attitude on social questions, which set them apart from many of their older colleagues in the Commons. You have no idea how awful they were, Eden later recalled, but which wedded them firmly to Baldwin's leadership. In a speech at the end of 1929 to the Unionist Canvassing Corps, Eden talked of the idea of co-partnership in industry and proclaimed his wish to see every worker a capitalist. Such phrases made a good impression on the public platform. They seem to portend a radical shift in the distribution of national wealth. But it can scarcely be claimed that Eden had given much thought to what their practical application involved, or to the obstacles which might lie in his path. In any case, his primary interest remained the overseas arena, and by September 1931 he was back in government as Under-Secretary at the Foreign Office. Not surprisingly, Harold Laski, writing in the Daily Herald in 1933, complained that Eden had done little to define an attitude in domestic politics. Young Tories, in a vague and inchoate way, would like to do the decent thing if they only knew what is the decent thing to do. 13. Whatever other failings have been laid at his door, few have accused Anthony Eden of neglecting his political duties. The opposite was in fact the case. Eden drove himself remorselessly, often to 14. The detriment of his health. Before his resignation in 1938 kept him fully occupied with the worsening diplomatic climate. Even as a cabinet minister, he tended to keep his own counsel when matters clearly removed from his departmental responsibilities were discussed. Eden has unfortunately no experience of how a great department is run, other than the FO, lamented Thomas Jones in 1936. But as he was still under 40 years of age, there seemed plenty of time to remedy such a deficiency in his political education. It was not, in fact, until he left the government that there is much further evidence of Eden's attention being drawn to domestic issues. Then it was largely at the prompting of his closest advisers, acting perhaps on the assumption that his time might soon come to head the government himself. Yet the war years, notwithstanding the intense strain of his ministerial workload, compounded by membership of the War Cabinet and responsibilities as leader of the Commons, did focus Eden's mind on the domestic political scene more sharply than hitherto. The reasons were twofold. On the one hand, Eden was sure, from an early date, that the war would bring about changes which may be fundamental and revolutionary in the economic and social life of the country. Unlike Churchill, he did not believe that such developments could be completely ignored, however compelling the primary task of defeating Hitler. Churchill's claims to greatness as a war leader are beyond question, but he was always pretty bored with anything except the actual war. On several occasions, Eden found himself put firmly in his place when he tried to raise the Premier's horizons beyond the plane of grand strategy. As you know, Churchill minuted in May 1941, "I am very doubtful about the utility of attempts to plan the peace before we have won the war." 18. In the second place, Eden, who never throughout his long career claimed a monopoly of rectitude for his own side in politics, clearly found the experience of coalition government after May 1940 congenial. His confession to Hugh Dutton in January 1941 that he had been agreeably surprised how easy his new colleagues were to work with denoted considerably more than Eden's habitual charm. To Oliver Harvey he confirmed that he found both Clement Attlee and Ernest Bevin very decent people, and he wondered whether he could not work with them after the war. Such hankering after political realignment was encouraged by uncertainty as to the future evolution of the Conservative Party and his own place within it. For some time it was by no means clear that the change from Chamberlain to Churchill had been matched by corresponding changes within the balance of the party as a whole. It was not insignificant that Chamberlain retained the party leadership until illness forced his withdrawal from public life in the autumn of 1940. The following year, Eden found himself subjected to a hostile press campaign, for which he held Beaverbrook responsible, as a preliminary to getting the appeasers back again. The experience made him more than ever conscious of his incompatibility with the right. At the same time, the Backbench 1922 committee complained that Eden only promoted left-wingers within the Foreign Office. Small wonder that, in a moment of exasperation, he confessed to hating the old Tories. He would rather join the Labour Party if they remained dominant. Even when these particular battles had been won, it remained unclear whether the Tory party at large and Eden, as Churchill's heir apparent, were entirely of the same ilk. There was even no orthodox Tories left in Ira Butler early in 1942, of a body of which the Foreign Secretary was a prominent member. Eden was not liked. As late as 1943, Eden expressed continuing distaste for the Conservative Party. "That is not where my supporters come from." Harvey confirmed that the real basis of his strength lay among the general, largely non-party, mass of opinion in the country. Eden thus came to believe that he stood, as in the 1930s, for the aspirations of a younger generation determined to achieve concrete gains from the flames of war. 22. Eden gave serious, if somewhat unstructured, thought to the possible creation of a centre party of left-wing Tories, right-wing Labour and Liberals as the best vehicle for the construction of a new and better Britain. The nucleus for such a grouping would come from younger Conservatives such as Butler, Oliver Littleton and Oliver Stanley. These men could work easily enough with Labour leaders like Bevin, while leaving parliamentary opposition to the far left. Labour was so conservative, and Eden so progressive, that they could never function as a two-party system. Eden toyed with such ideas for at least 2 years. Despite the lessons of history, he remained, as the summer of 1944, inclined towards a centre coalition to carry out post-war reforms, always assuming that Churchill retired in time. Conversations with Bevin led him to believe that the wartime coalition could be carried into the peace in return for the retention of some limited state control of industry. Such a prospect seemed more attractive than the leadership of a Conservative Party still encumbered by a substantial right-wing 27, for whom the very concept of post-war controls was anathema. "You do not imagine that I shall ever consent to lead a party of Southbys and Waterhouses?" recorded Harold Nicholson, of a conversation with Eden in July 1944. "I will do no such thing. I will not represent the moneyed interests. There are young men who think differently from the old men. Young men who see clearer than we do the prospects of a new Toryism. It is them whom I wish to lead." The fact that Eden was more than 20 years Churchill's junior inevitably gave him a greater incentive to pay attention to the problems of the peace. If Churchill was the man to its present crisis, Eden's entourage, and some beyond it, encouraged him to believe that his task would be to take the country into the years of peace and reconstruction. It was important that the initiative should not be conceded to the Americans in the international context and the Labour Party in the domestic. Each of Eden's speeches must be marked by a further clarification of our war peace, aimed so that he thus builds up his doctrine for the peace settlement and identifies himself with those who are thinking of the future. He must come to be regarded as their spokesman and leader. Despite a lack of enthusiasm from Churchill, I do not think anyone knows what will happen when we get to the end of the war, and personally, I am holding myself uncommitted. Eden used a speech at the Mansion House in May 1941 to give publicity to the ideas of the Cambridge economist John Maynard Keynes. "It is continually being impressed upon me," noted Eden, "how desirable it is that we should say something to make plain why Hitler's new order cannot succeed, and give an indication of our ability to help to meet the material needs of Europe, which he is unable to supply." 32. The speech anticipated some of Labour's post-war appeal, while recalling the internationalism upon which Eden had built his own reputation over the previous decade. Social security must be the first object of our policy after the war, and social security will be our policy abroad no less than at home. The free nations of America, the Dominions, and ourselves have the will and the intention to evolve a post-war order, which seeks no selfish national advantage. Eden's incursions into the unfamiliar field of social and economic policy were understandably hesitant. At times he doubted whether his grasp would ever be sufficient for a prospective prime minister. "I do not really feel confident in myself as no one at home," he confessed in 1942, "and it looks as if, faute de mieux, I might drift that way." In such moods, the attractions of a new career outside politics to provide financial security for his family in his own old age could appear compelling, especially as he was overspending at the yearly rate of £1,000 or more from his private income. "Trouble is, I feel too tired to tackle these post-war problems. I am desperately in need of a change, and I do not know enough of economics." His lack of self-confidence was very apparent to those around him. A speech to his constituents in September 1942 on the future world order went well. But how cautious and timid he is when speaking of post-war, as hesitant as he is bold and certain when speaking of foreign affairs. We push, and each time get him a little way, but the time has long come for a big bold lead, and damn the consequences. I want him to take the wind out of the sails of FDR, but he still gives the impression of lagging behind. Others were less charitable. One conservative backbencher deemed his purely a press-made reputation, a short spell at a domestic ministry, would exhibit Eden as a complete failure. Only at the Foreign Office would mere platitudes and amiable generalities suffice. Leo Amory, who, though a contemporary of Churchill, gave plenty of thought to the problems of the peace, feared that Eden was a sentimental internationalist with no ideas on empire or economic questions. Eden's capacity to fulfill the post-war expectations of his followers and to defy the gloomy prognostications of his critics was clearly linked to the debate which arose periodically throughout the war as to whether he should leave the Foreign Office to broaden his ministerial experience. Malcolm MacDonald, who had been well disposed towards Eden throughout the 1930s, considered it a disaster that he had been reappointed Foreign Secretary in 1940. As a future Conservative leader, Eden needed wider domestic experience. Within the Foreign Office, J.P.L. Thomas and Richard Law, who always regarded their duties as Eden's political advisers as of equal importance to their diplomatic functions, were of the same mind. They warned that those Tories who were hostile to Eden wanted to keep him where he was, so that, when the time comes, they will be able to say that you're a wonderful fellow but a specialist, and after 38, all you know your stuff, and it would be a pity to take you away from it. Law continued, "You must leave familiar pastures and toughen your digestion. You may have something to contribute, and you will be able to unite and lead the country in the very difficult times that will lie ahead when this silly war is over. At any rate, I know that large numbers of people like myself would not tolerate some of the alternatives, and would fight to the death to bring them down." By November 1942, Eden had accepted the post of leader of the Commons with its wide-ranging functions and responsibilities. But as he added his new duties to those of the Foreign Office, the effect was not what his supporters had hoped. The double burden was almost insupportable, and the diaries of Alexander Cadogan, who was well placed to observe Eden's working day, contained several disparaging comments on the effect on the conduct of Foreign Office business. He leaves London lunchtime free, Cadogan noted soon after Eden's new appointment, gets back lunch, time mon, and will now have to spend Tuesday and Thursday in the house. Quite impossible. From time to time Eden reached the point of giving up one or other of his demanding posts. Cranborne was an obvious potential successor at the Foreign Office, but his uneasy personal relations with Churchill, combined with Eden's innate reluctance, despite near exhaustion, to relinquish any of his powers, stood in the way of a satisfactory resolution. Yet, from the point of view of Eden's post-war role, the problem remained. Early in 1944, Amory advised a reshuffle which would leave Cranborne Foreign Secretary, restore Attlee to the Dominions Office, and enable Eden to take on the Lord Presidency with its extensive committee work. If Eden was going to be party leader in the future, it was important that he should develop contact with every kind of problem, rather than continue with specialized experience. In the event, this good advice was ignored, and Eden struggled on with his crippling workload for the duration. The nearer the defeat of Hitler appeared, the more minds turned to questions of post-war reconstruction. In British politics, the critical moment was the publication of the Beveridge Report in December 1942. When the report was debated early the following year, Butler urged Eden to give a lead to Conservative MPs and show the country that it was the party's intention to carry out an unprecedented policy of social reform. In the event, the chief government 43. Speakers were John Anderson and Kingsley Wood. Their patent lack of enthusiasm for Beveridge's proposals provoked a backbench revolt among Labour and Liberal MPs who nominally took the government whip. Preoccupied by the intractable conundrums of Allied diplomacy, Eden, notwithstanding a few speeches on domestic issues, never had the opportunity to emerge as the spearhead of a new conservatism. It was increasingly young backbenchers of the Tory Reform Committee, Peter Thorneycroft, Quintin Hogg, and Lord Hinchingbroke, who stole the initiative. 144, at the defeat of Germany, Churchill gave each party leader within the coalition the option of remaining in the government until the end of the Japanese War, or else withdrawing immediately so that an election could be held in July 1945. Attlee expressed a preference for an autumn election, an option Churchill had not offered. Accordingly, the country went to the polls in July. For a combination of reasons, Eden approached the election without enthusiasm. The first was his genuine distaste for this partisan side of politics. In a striking diary entry in September 1941, Eden noted, "I thought, as I listened to Max and Winston reveling at every move in these old games, and even Winston, for all his greatness, regarding it all, that I truly hate the game of politics." Even more remark on the top of a batch of electoral literature presented for his inspection as the contest drew near. "Please keep all this muck together for me, somewhere innate out of sight, until I have to splash into election manure." Reactions were compounded by extreme tiredness, mounting ill health, and personal tragedy. In June 1945, Eden was diagnosed as suffering from a duodenal ulcer. His mother died that month, and during the campaign itself, his elder son was reported missing in action. On 22 July, it was confirmed that Simon Eden was dead. This tragedy proved one of the last straws for a marriage which, for several years, had been at best unconventional. Eden's illness, which largely kept him out of the campaign, probably came as something of a relief. But others regretted the absence of the one man who combined a high standing in the country with the ability to endow the Conservatives with a progressive and forward-looking image. Arthur Mann of the Yorkshire Post wanted the Tories to engage a battleground which Labour threatened to monopolise. "I believe a great many people will pay particular attention to what you may say in relation to domestic problems." The great thing is, too, people voted before, that there is going to be a change in the economic setup that will check the exploitation of scarcities by selfish interests, that public control of industry need not and must not mean public management of industry, and that the controls we have in mind while checking abuses will not hamper any legitimate private enterprise that sets the true service of the community as its primary aim. Eden's misfortunes no doubt contributed to a mood of uncertainty about his place in post-war politics. With election fever mounting, he recorded, "Read my Gibbon and thought about politics a good deal. I am afraid I am not really much use as a party man. I dislike our extreme right more than somewhat, and I seem forever to be seeing the other fellow's point of view. In other words, I am not a political warrior like Winston, but only a civil servant. All the same, I am not sure that that's fair, for I do care deeply for our people. I would like to feel that these men were working with me, that they liked me, and that together we could build a better England. But how to do this through the sordid medium of party politics, and how else to do it? This entry in Eden's diary concluded with the almost plaintive remark, "Perhaps I could make something of the Sea Party if I had it." That privilege, however, still rested with the 70-year-old Churchill, and it was he who set the tone of the Tories' election campaign, brushing aside Eden's criticisms with the dismissive, "You, my dear Anthony, know nothing about home affairs." The campaign was the cheapest and dirtiest Eden could remember. He found it hard to accept that Churchill could so easily rekindle the partisan side of party politics at the expense of men with whom he had collaborated so closely and so recently in the business of government. In Eden's view, Churchill had gravely compromised his prestige while destroying national unity and unnecessarily reviving class hatred. But Eden's one significant contribution, a radio broadcast in late June, could do little to redress the balance of the Conservative campaign. The broadcast was the most impressive single element on the Tory side. Eden sought to differentiate conservatism from Labour's proposals without descending to the level of partisan abuse. From the Foreign Office, Robin Hankey wrote enthusiastically, hoping that Eden had struck exactly the right note to turn the tide against Labour. Provided you get people to realise that the Conservatives can and will be progressive, I think get a large majority. This nationalisation talk is government very theoretical and puts most people off 5 degrees. Hindsight, however, suggests that the 1945 election was one which the Conservative Party could not win no matter how it managed its campaign. Labour had succeeded, probably quite early on in the war, in capturing the popular imagination and convincing the electorate that it was the party which could and would implement that blueprint of reconstruction and social improvement, whose appeal extended far beyond Labour's traditional voters. The outcome was the election for the first time in the country's history of a majority Labour government, enjoying a massive parliamentary margin of 146 seats over all other parties combined. Eden had sometimes expressed the hope that Labour would win, but seems to have expected a Conservative victory. He accepted the verdict philosophically enough. His subsequent analysis lacked the sophistication of the professional psephologist, but seems accurate nonetheless. The country wanted a government of the left and got it. Tactics might have saved us a few seats, have altered the general verdict. In many ways, the result came as an evident relief. He could never have stood another government as no, 2 to Winston, and leader of the House plus the EO. Precisely what the Conservative Party achieved in terms of putting its own house in order during the 6 years of Labour government remains a matter of some historical debate. On the one hand, any notion of a complete transformation of outlook and philosophy does less than justice to the liberal strand of interwar conservatism, which had clearly existed in the party of Baldwin and Neville Chamberlain. On the other, whatever success the Conservatives did have after 1945 in improving their electoral image was slow to translate itself into success at the ballot box. The Tories recorded no single by-election gain at Labour's expense during the Attlee government and returned to power in 1951, still commanding a smaller proportion of the popular vote than Labour. In many ways, moreover, the conduct of opposition politics during this period left much to be desired. "What a deplorable opposition we have been," concluded Richard Law in 150.50. Perhaps the most advantageous change occurred when the Conservatives part. A beneficial effect of electoral defeat in 1945, the loss of 173 seats, and the retirement of a significant number of older MPs, was to clear out a large amount of parliamentary dead wood. At a 6-stage age, and Eden himself expressed satisfaction that the new material was excellent. Yet for all these qualifications, it seems undeniable that the scale of Labour's success in 1945 did compel the Conservatives to integrate some of Labour's thinking into their own programme more clearly than they had yet done. By 1950, the party presented a different image, clearly committed to the welfare state and the mixed economy, and able to project itself as a party of moderation, while trying to portray its Labour opponents as class warriors. What then was Eden's role in this process? Can it be said that he did more than strike sensitive poses in domestic politics? 58. There is reason to believe that Eden resented the amount of credit traditionally given in this respect to R.A. Butler and the backroom staff of the Conservative Research Department. But any assessment of Eden's contribution must start with an understanding of his position in the 1945 Parliament. In most essentials, he was the day-to-day leader of the opposition. The performance of the official leader was generally deplorable. Probably no figure other than Churchill could have got away with it. Churchill was frequently absent from Parliament, and indeed Britain, concentrated upon his other interests, especially the writing of his memoirs, took little interest in anything of a routine nature, and regularly left Eden to chair the shadow cabinet and preside over the weekly meetings called to discuss parliamentary business. Granted his wide-ranging responsibilities, Eden was probably well advised to stick to the broad brush rather than involve himself in working out detailed policy proposals. Freed from the constraints of office, the former Foreign Secretary engaged in a wider range of policy issues than at any earlier stage of his career. The scope for making a decisive contribution on foreign policy questions was in any case limited, granted the difficulty Eden would have had in significantly distancing himself from the views of Labour's Foreign Secretary, Ernest Bevin. At a time, moreover, when the notion of shadow ministerial portfolios was less clearly defined than it has since become, Eden often found himself answering the government from the opposition front bench, on questions far removed from his particular area of expertise. In 1946, he led for the Conservatives in opposing the government's coal nationalisation bill, and that to repeal Baldwin's Trade Disputes Act of 1927. Harold Macmillan later paid tribute to Eden's performance, to him attentively. It was the fashion to say that he only shone in debates on foreign affairs. In fact, he offered more profound contribution to the solution of our many economic problems than appeared from his modest and debonair approach. 1. 62. Eden would never have claimed to be an intellectual. The ideas which he popularized during the years of opposition were scarcely original. He did not escape in this period of his public life, any more than in any other, from his tendency to litter his public speeches with platitudes and clichés. We base ourselves upon the individual, he told the party conference in 1946. Upon the need to develop the individual personality, we recognize that the individual can develop only through membership of a living, united community. But unity is not mere uniformity. Such has been the stock in trade of many politicians on the public platform, but some have had a greater capacity to swathe the banal in a cloak of profundity. Unlike, for example, Macmillan, Eden seemed unable to enliven a commonplace idea with a strikingly original phrase. Orme Sargent, who had worked closely with him in the Foreign Office, noted how his former master tended to lean on others for his opinions and Reginald Maudling. Then a promising young recruit to the conservative ranks, later recalled that one of his early tasks was to help Eden with his speeches on financial and economic matters. 63. He was, of course, the supreme expert in foreign affairs, but his knowledge of domestic subjects was more limited, and therefore the scope for helping him was more considerable. Happily for me, the sort of ideas which I was developing coincided with his own. But this was not an easy time for even the most original Tory thinker to make his mark. The intellectual climate of the late 1940s belonged indubitably to the left, and the most Conservatives could hope to do was to offer a distinctive modification of those ideas which had swept Labour to power, the ideas of what came to be called the post-war consensus or settlement. In the circumstances, Eden did not acquit himself badly. He focused on two themes. One was a revival of that notion of a property-owning democracy to which he had been attracted a decade and a half before. As the government was effecting a substantial shift in the balance between the public and private sectors of the British economy, this was good politics. It showed that capitalism was not necessarily synonymous with the exploitation of the working class, but could be compatible with a more prosperous, yet still basic, individualistic. The second was the between freedom and order, the place of the individual in a society from which the strict concept of laissez-faire seemed to have been permanently excluded. Freedom and Order was the title used by Eden for a collected edition of his speeches published in 1947. Yet there was an unmistakable reliance on others, even here. If the phrase a property-owning democracy had been coined by Noel Skelton, freedom and order was taken from Maudling's fertile brain. Eden repeated the words property-owning democracy so often as to create a cliché of his own. Robert Carr has testified that it was at the core of his political creed. Never a year, he wrote in 1976, and scarcely ever a month has gone by over these last 20 years, without Anthony writing to me or telephoning me urging the Conservative Party to awaken from its apparent disinterest in this basic theme. Eden clearly hoped that the government of his old chief but whip, Edward Heath, would revive the idea in the 1970s. Cliché or not, the idea was not without substance. For Eden, it was the only alternative to a steady trend after 1945 towards a more socialistic society, what later commentators have called the ratchet effect. He tried to interest Churchill soon after the electoral defeat of 1945. As it seems to me, we want to build up the party on the broadest possible basis, and our appeal should be to the people as a whole. We should champion a way of life, which is the antithesis of socialism, but which is not just a way of life for a few sections of society and protection for property. We want a modern version of Tory democracy. We can seek to broaden the basis of our appeal so that the people may have a constructive alternative to turn to when socialism wearies or revolts them, as, in time, it most certainly will. For the most part, however, the rethinking of conservative philosophy went on with, at best, the unenthusiastic toleration of the former Prime Minister. Eden did not envisage a return to unbridled free enterprise. The demands of post-war reconstruction effectively ruled that out. Close cooperation between government and private industry could bring valuable financial and economic benefits to the country. He told an audience in Walthamstow in August 1946. By then his thoughts, assisted no doubt by others, were beginning to crystallize. He was determined to put forward a new formulation of Progressive 70, Toryism based on the idea of everyone having a maximum stake in the country. It would include partnership in industry and assistance for tenant farmers to buy their own farms. As the party conference drew near, pressure mounted for a clear statement of the Conservative position in domestic politics. It fell to Eden to answer this call. In a well-received firmed the Tories' commitment to full employment and national insurance, Eden outlined his thinking. The objective of socialism is state ownership of all the means of production, distribution, and exchange. Our object is a nationwide, property-owning democracy. These objectives are fundamentally opposed. Whereas the socialist purpose is the concentration of ownership in the hands of the state, ours is the distribution of ownership over the widest practicable number of individuals. It was important, Eden argued, that the ownership of property should not be regarded as a crime or a sin, but as a reward, a right, and a responsibility to be shared as equitably as possible among all citizens. The condition for achieving a wider distribution of ownership was not redistribution of wealth, but an increase in its production, and, in particular, in the productivity of industry. Changes, the practices of British industry, were central to Eden's vision. As early as 1946, he took part in a series of small dinners at the Savoy, at which leading bankers and industrialists made personal contact with conservative figures, including Butler, Walton, and Stanley. These contacts continued throughout the years of opposition and into the first years of conservative government in the 1950s. The necessary sense of industrial partnership could best be achieved through the promotion of schemes of share ownership by employees, employee participation and profit sharing. People needed to have a direct interest in the prosperity of the firm and industry in which they worked. All this, recalled Lord Carr, he saw as an integral and central element in the development of his wider concept of a property-owning democracy. 74. Much of Eden's rhetoric would not have been out of place in the conservatism of the 1980s. He doubted the capacity of government to run British industry, initiative, adaptability, a capacity to keep abreast or ahead of our competitors. These qualities are all indispensable to our national survival. Can you imagine a government department displaying these qualities? In other words, there is no country whose the eye is less suited to government ownership and control. He poured scorn on the notion that so-called public ownership was the same thing as ownership by the people. I know that socialists believe that once industries are nationalized, the electors will be convinced that the industries belong to them. But while it was the professed socialist objective that ownership should be ever more closely vested in the state, the conservative purpose was to vest it in the people. There was every difference between owning something oneself and having it owned on one's behalf. Workers needed incentives if production was to be increased. Extra reward should therefore always follow extra effort and initiative. For this purpose, reductions in direct taxation were desirable, but would run the risk of inflation until government reduced its own expenditure. Overall, the burden should be shifted from direct to indirect taxation. There was little here to which a later Thatcherite could take exception. 76. Some greater coherence was given to conservative industrial policy by the publication in the spring of 1947 of the party's industrial charter. This was the work of the Industrial Policy Committee, set up the previous autumn, building upon the earlier efforts of the Research Department. Eden played no significant part in this process, other than by helping to secure Churchill's tacit approval. But his was probably the leading voice in popularizing the Charter in speeches over the following 6 months. Eden's efforts at amplification remained couched in the sort of vague generalization of which he had become a master. At Cardiff in May he declared, "We believe in planning, but in planning for freedom. We believe not in equality of misery imposed from the centre, but in equality of opportunity achieved by common effort. We believe that the benefits both of government leadership and of individual initiative can be secured." But as John Ramsden has argued, the primary importance of the Industrial Charter was political rather than industrial or economic. As detailed recommendations were never implemented, it played a significant part in re-establishing the Conservatives' credentials as a political force in the middle ground. Eden, however, remained concerned that the party was making insufficient headway against the incumbent government. Churchill was still a major problem. Eden feared that a snap election would find the Tories unprepared, but with Churchill, his adrenaline pumped up by the renewal of electoral battle, returning from the political periphery to run the show. Uncertain himself whether or not to speak out, his colleagues urged him to seize the initiative at the 1947 party conference. "We shall get nothing concrete from the old man," warned Thomas, "so you must just take the law into your own hands and give the hungry bread." Eden duly obliged. His speech to the party faithful reads well after nearly half a century. "We do not want a Britain where a soulless state presides over and determines every single movement of our lives. Nor do we want a Britain of extremes of wealth and poverty. We want the farmer to own his farm, the working man his house, the artisan to have an interest in the work he does, with liberty and justice and opportunity for all." Laissez-faire remembered freedom and denied order. Socialism remembers order and has to deny freedom. The message of conservatism to a generation growing up in a regimented age is this: our faith is freedom within the law for all men. Come, help us reconcile this with the order which the modern world must have. 83,821. Most political analysts agree that it is the performance of governments rather than oppositions which determines the electoral fortunes of both. So it no doubt was in the late 1940s. But the temptation for opposition politicians is inevitably to assume that salvation lies in their own hands. By-election setbacks, particularly that in South Hammersmith in February 1949, led Eden to doubt whether the Conservative Party could secure a large enough majority at the next general election to enable it to do its job, and a small majority would be a calamity. Butler was equally despondent. In his view, the party's propaganda organization had never followed up the industrial and subsequent agricultural charters which were now almost dead. "Our hungry sheep, who speak and work, look up and are not fed." Churchill faced a critical meeting of the 1922 committee at which several members demanded a detailed policy statement, and in April, the party's policy committee, of which Eden was chairman, decided that such a document should be issued. The Right Road for Britain, upon a revised version of which the Conservatives would fight the next general election, appeared in July. It was largely the work of Quintin Hogg, amended by the Conservative Research Department, and was the most detailed policy statement produced during the years of opposition. Eden helped to launch it with a speech on the BBC. Throughout this period, Eden's principal importance lay not formulation of specific policies, but in his capacity to symbolize the progressive face of conservatism. As in relation to his internationalism in the 1930s, the image was as significant as any reality behind it. It was probably beyond Churchill's capacity, as he advanced through his eighth decade, to convince the electorate that the Conservatives had accepted the general progressive thrust of the post-war settlement and would not tolerate a return to the conditions and attitudes of the 1930s. This was Eden's role. His official biographer, himself a Tory politician of a later generation, has written that he always found Brand of humane, liberal and progressive conservatism, born in the trenches on the Western Front in 1916. The only version that appealed to me, Robert Carr, Eden's PPS in the early 1950s, developed the same point. Certainly, as a young prospective candidate between 1946 and 1950 who had at that stage never met him, I felt he gave me more assurance than any other of our leaders that the Tory party was of a kind to which I could commit myself. At that stage, I had never met him, and so my impression was entirely uninfluenced by any personal connection. I think my view is probably shared by large numbers of people, and I think this illustrates how Anthony's influence at most times of his life may have been greater outside the political world than it was inside the top circle of politics. 88. This importance as a symbol of the general direction in which the future of conservatism lay should not be underestimated. Eden's elegance may have been on a higher plane than his eloquence, but he gave expression to what the average person was thinking quite competently. The Conservative Party's difficulties were clearly revealed by the general election of February 1950. It was widely assumed that the Conservative and Labour parties polled at something like their full strength in this contest. The outcome was a Labour Commons majority of 5% over all other parties combined. Yet between them, the Tories and the Liberals captured about 1.85 million more votes than the victorious Labour government. The conclusion was not difficult to draw. The problem was how best to get those who had voted Liberal on this occasion to vote Conservative at the next, and probably not long delayed election. Eden had recognised the importance of Liberal votes some time earlier. He had opposed the attempts of Conservatives such as Peter Thornycroft to do a deal with the Liberals, even though he had been led to believe that the latter would support an electoral pact with himself, but not with Churchill. In view of the size of Labour's 1945 majority, it was reasonable to argue that the Liberals needed to be extinguished if the Tories were to secure a majority of the popular vote. "I'm still confident that we can get Liberals," he confided to Thomas in 1947. "But hand will have to be played with skill and policy and tactics dictated by one man, not six." There was good reason to believe that traditional Liberal voters were more likely to rally to a party headed by Eden than anyone else. He accepted the received wisdom of his old mentor, Baldwin, that elections were won or lost north of the Trent, and in this area was confident of picking up former Liberal support. As the Conservatives do seem to have been returned to power in 1951, when Labour secured more votes than at any time in the party's history, on the basis of their ability to take the votes of a, by then almost moribund Liberal party, Eden's importance cannot be ignored. The floating vote was so critical in the electoral arithmetic of 1950-51 that Eden's image as a man of the middle way may have been decisive. At least one observer judged that the Conservatives owed their return more to Eden's standing than to any other Conservative agency. 92. If there is a disappointing side to Eden's performance as a domestic politician, it lies less in the concepts he espoused than in the extent of their implementation. For the rest of his life, he felt regrets that his vision of a property-owning democracy was not carried into greater effect by the Conservative governments of the 1950s and early 1960s. Eden's party political broadcast during the 1951 election campaign spoke optimistically of encouraging a wider spread of ownership among all sections of the British people. His remark that too much wealth had been concentrated in the clutches of the state, and that it was necessary to distribute it more fairly, might have been taken to presage a major program of denationalization. But the Conservatives were committed, as Eden stated, only to take iron and steel out of public ownership. The idea of returning the great utilities to private hands would have been dismissed, in the intellectual climate of the day, as the impractical brainchild of a few eccentric free marketeers. But existing Conservative policies were unlikely to achieve the transformation of which Eden spoke, while the Churchill government's drive to build a record number of new houses led to an increase in the proportion of owner-occupiers. Other initiatives were less fruitful. The question of industrial profit sharing provides a good illustration. During the years 1953 to 55, a modest crop of company employee shareholding schemes was introduced by such well-known firms as ICI, AEI, Courtaulds, Rolls, Royce, and Rugby Portland Cement. Thereafter, the idea rather went out of fashion, though in late 1958 it was briefly rumoured that Macmillan, Eden's successor as Prime Minister, was beginning to take an interest in the question of wider share ownership. Workers understandably proved keener to share profits than to risk the possibility of losses. Later, Eden attributed these disappointments to Macmillan's opportunistic attitude to politics. "I could never get Harold even remotely interested in a property-owning democracy," he recalled, and he was quite determined that there should be no profit sharing in the publishing business. "It would be good if Ted could be a little more warm-blooded. He has much ability and courage." Not until the privatization schemes of the 1980s was there, against the background of a rather different industrial philosophy, a significant broadening of popular capitalism in the sense Eden had envisaged. With the sense Eden in 96, Eden lost that freedom to range across the spectrum of domestic politics which he had enjoyed during the years of opposition. His workload was undoubtedly heavier than in the 1930s. The best he could now hope for, as the unquestioned number two in the government, was to exert some influence over the general trend of domestic politics, though he appointed Robert Carr as his PPS, partly in the hope that Carr's first-hand industrial knowledge would expand his own understanding of the home front. It was Carr, for instance, who inspired a suggestion from Eden to the Minister of Labour, Walter Monckton, that the government should not allow Labour to seize the initiative on the question of industrial welfare, but should itself bring forward new factory acts and an overhauled factory inspectorate. From time to time, as during the war, it was suggested that a move from the Foreign Office would be in Eden's best interests to broaden his experience of domestic politics before taking over the premiership from Churchill. In the spring of 1952, the Cabinet Secretary advised Churchill that Eden should give up the Foreign Office and assume the chairmanship of the government's Home Affairs Committee from Lord Walton. For Eden, the proposal created something of a dilemma. If his touch deserted him on his transfer, 99% to domestic politics, he might endanger the succession. If, on the other hand, the change worked well, it might give the aging Premier one more excuse to delay retirement. In the event Eden stayed where he was, as Churchill entered the last year of his premiership, his physician recorded him wondering how well Eden would get on with all the home stuff. In many minds, it was still an open question. Despite his primary commitment to foreign policy, Eden's intervention could still, on occasion, prove decisive on the domestic front. This was certainly the case in relation to the Treasury's plan in February 1952, known as Plan Robot, to float the pound. While the pound found its own level, all sterling balances held outside the dollar area would be blocked. The aim was to take pressure off the external balance of payments and place it on the internal economy. As the value of sterling fell, imports and exports should come back into equilibrium. In practice, however, Robot would have meant abandoning the commitment to full employment and a managed economy to which both Labour and the Tories had pledged themselves at the election. The majority of the cabinet had more or less accepted that Robot was necessary by the time that a Treasury official, Eric Berthoud, was sent out to the NATO conference in Lisbon to acquaint Eden with its details. Eden sent a cautious response, urging that more careful thought should be given to the whole idea. On his return, he attacked the plan vehemently on social grounds, particularly in view of the serious impact it would have on unemployment. Any other policy, including a sharp cut in the rearmament program, was to be preferred. Eden took much credit for his role in killing the plan, which, whatever its merits, was his probably not practical politics in the climate of the time. Opposition to Robot helps define his position on economic policy within conservative thinking, since it was the nearest the party came to accepting a market philosophy before the 1970s. The episode led to a considerable worsening of his relations with the Chancellor. Even so, Butler's subsequent mild budget seemed to indicate that the gravity of the crisis which had prompted Robot in the first place had been exaggerated. 101. With hindsight, it became popular to disparage Britain's economic management in the 1950s on grounds of complacency. Fundamental issues were ducked with serious consequences for later decades. But politics in a democracy remains, as Butler famously stressed, the art of the possible, after the years of wartime sacrifice and post-war. Austerity, the growing affluence of the new decade, fostered by favourable international conditions, scarcely provided the appropriate environment for a fundamental challenge to the structural bases of the British economy, which later commentators deemed necessary. To all outward appearances, the government did possess the tools to manage the economy successfully. Churchill was content to allow the British people to enjoy the rewards for which they craved after a decade of deprivation. The fact that his retirement was always assumed to be on the imminent horizon hardly encouraged long-term planning, and it is difficult to escape some feeling of drift as far as the government's domestic politics were concerned. By the end of 1953, Macmillan felt that the administration was in need of a new theme or a new faith. All the same, it is not easy to believe that any available alternative leadership, including Eden's, would have made that much difference. Contemporary opinion judged Butler's stewardship of the Exchequer under Churchill to be a success. The Chancellor himself, however, was periodically struck by doubts about underlying weaknesses in the economy. In February 1954, he complained to Eden that the Cabinet was not aware of the very serious situation that had arisen over government expenditure, the burden of defence, the runaway expense of the new agricultural policy, the housing programme, etc. Combined with the continuing liabilities in Egypt and the forecast of increased liabilities in Germany, are almost more than the Exchequer can bear. 104, these anxieties evidently transmitted themselves to Eden, and the twin questions of controlling inflation and reducing government expenditure were at the heart of his domestic priorities by the time he formed his own government in April 1955. In following as dominant a figure as Churchill into 10 Downing Street, Eden understandably felt the need to stamp his own personality on the new administration and to secure a renewed electoral mandate. As pressing a reason as any was the lingering doubt felt by many senior colleagues as to his capacity for the top job, particularly in relation to domestic politics. Shortly before the prime ministerial changeover, Butler characteristically declared that Eden's limitations were not a matter for concern. He, Butler, would manage him from behind. Eden tried hard in his acceptance speech after his elevation to the party leadership to remind his audience of his position in conservative politics. The alternative to socialism, he proclaimed, was to build on the work that had already been done and create a truly national property-owning democracy, a phrase of which less had been heard since the Tories returned to power in 1951. Yet it has often been suggested that Eden missed an important opportunity to make a distinctive mark at the outset through his failure to effect a radical reshuffle of the cabinet he inherited from Churchill. His options, however, were limited. Butler and Macmillan were clearly the leading figures for whom senior positions needed to be found. Eden resisted the temptation to move his old ally, Lord Salisbury, to the post which he himself had vacated at the Foreign Office, largely because of possible constitutional difficulties about appointing a peer. The Premier seems to have believed that it was time to move Butler from the Treasury after nearly 4 years in that office. He felt constrained, however, by the fact that Butler's wife had recently died from cancer. In the circumstances, moving Macmillan to the Foreign Office and leaving Butler as Chancellor pro tem was probably the best available solution. But the impression was of a hesitant start. More culpably, perhaps, Eden also avoided a wide-ranging reconstruction after his election victory in May. As Robert Carr later recalled, "I felt at the time, and have gone on feeling it even more strongly since, that if only Anthony had restructured his government in May 1955, he would have put his own stamp on a affair which he never succeeded in doing, particularly on our domestic politics." 106, 107, 108, over the calling of the court at least, rather more decisive. The conclusive factor may have been Treasury warnings about the economic outlook, but it was a matter to which Eden had given considerable thought. A meeting with the Prime Minister, designate on the day of Churchill's resignation, left Woolton complaining of Eden's indecision, which isn't a very hopeful sign. Even so, in going to the country as early as May, Eden ran the risk of going down in history as the shortest-serving Prime Minister this century. Salisbury emphasized the importance of putting across your own philosophy, which I believe differs materially from Winston's. In the event, the Conservative campaign stressed the party's achievements in the diplomatic sphere since 1951, for which Eden could personally take much of the credit, and a desire to unite the country. Anticipating the appeal which Mrs. Thatcher made in the late 1970s, Eden saw the need to attract the votes of the skilled industrial working class, who could be expected to benefit most from the kind of society we wanted to create. Yet the Conservative manifesto, United for Peace and Progress, made fewer specific promises than any post-war manifesto. Eden was certainly the most prominent figure in the campaign. He appeared forward, looking in contrast to the Labour leader, Clement Attlee, whose distinguished career was obviously nearing its end. Eden travelled throughout the country and spoke in targeted marginal seats, mostly in short extempore addresses to the crowds which gathered to meet him. He refused to indulge in partisan attacks on his opponents, who were always referred to as our socialist friends. He said nothing memorable, concluded David Butler, but said it very well. He stirred up no excitement, but he made no enemies. If it was not a thrilling campaign, the outcome left Eden with considerable cause for satisfaction. The Conservatives emerged with an overall majority of 58 seats. For the first time this century, a party in power had improved on its performance at the previous election. It was a remarkable victory in view of the disarray and loss of morale within the party in the latter days of Winston's leadership, and the view expressed by Lord Woolton only 9 months earlier about the danger of an election disaster. By the time of the election, concern was being voiced inside the government over the growing number of strikes in British industry. Churchill had appointed Walter Monckton to the Ministry of Labour in 1951 with a specific brief to avoid confrontation on the industrial front. He had also intervened personally in the 1951 campaign to emphasise that there would be no legislation affecting trade unions in the lifetime of the next Parliament. 113 over a period of time, however, the result had been to encourage unions to believe that they could always secure what they wanted if they were prepared to create enough trouble. Eden and Churchill had clashed over a dispute on the railways during the last months of the latter's government. On June 3, 1955, the Cabinet considered the problem of industrial relations. Proposals discussed included legislation to introduce secret ballots, improve arbitration procedures, and impose a compulsory cooling-off period before strike action could be taken. It is clear that Eden was lobbied by Lord Nuffield, founder of the Morris Motor Company, who, on the basis of his long experience of the car industry, argued that secret ballots would have a dramatic 134 effect in improving the industrial climate. In the face, however, of opposition from both the unions and the majority of leading employers, the government drew back from legislation. This reticence has been widely criticized, with the suggestion that a great opportunity for trade union reform was thereby missed. Such a failure, according to conventional wisdom, contributed to the process by which Britain began to lag behind her industrial competitors. Yet, while the union leaders of the mid-1950s were undoubtedly more moderate men than those who thwarted the industrial relations legislation of the Wilson and Heath governments nearly 2 decades later, it remains doubtful whether the climate of the time, full employment and mounting prosperity, was right for the sort of plans which the government discussed. Eden himself seemed more alive to the kind of problem legislation might create than was Edward Heath after 1970. Legislation to make all strikes illegal unless preceded by a secret ballot would be practically impossible to enforce. You could not fine or imprison large numbers of workers for coming out on strike without having voted to do so. In any case, much of the difficulty resulted from unofficial strikes called by militant shop stewards, often in breach of their own unions' agreed rules and procedures. Plus 116, 117. 118 Eden remained, however, convinced that the improvement of industrial relations was an urgent priority. The starting point had to be to establish a greater sense of partnership in industry as an integral element in the evolution of a property-owning democracy. He used his speech to the 1955 Party Conference to reiterate this theme, the core of my faith in domestic politics, and called on every firm in the country to consider urgently introducing measures to create this sense of partnership. With industrial relations legislation ruled out, Eden concentrated on the need to determine the causes of industrial discontent and unrest. He concluded that inflation was the first among them. This was the central domestic issue for the remainder of his premiership. "I am sure that our task must be to try to get the cost of living down," he wrote in August. "This diagnosis, and to this many things must be subordinated," was certainly correct, but the question remains as to whether his remedies were adequate. Eden believed in the need to take money out of the economy by means other than taxation. He probably sympathized with Lord Chandos, the former Oliver Littleton, who wrote to him shortly after the election to warn against the new doctrine, which is inherently socialist, that taxation is not to raise revenue, even primarily. On 121, but is also, and perhaps principally, a weapon with which to regulate the economy. Reducing government expenditure was a priority, and despite Eden's understandable preoccupation with Britain's overseas obligations, the defence budget was far from sacrosanct. Projected figures suggested that the cost of defence would rise from £1,527 million to £1,929 million by 1959. We had to call a halt in defence expenditure and hold it over a period of years. 122. The Defence Minister, Selwyn Lloyd, made some progress, despite opposition from the services, but the drive for economies tended to languish under his successor, Monckton, after December 1955. Though often accused of a distaste for strategic planning, Eden initiated a thorough re-examination of Britain's long-term needs in the early summer of 1956. For it is only in the context of our long-term needs that we can make plans which will give our economy a better chance of survival. Eden was also concerned that inflationary pressure was coming from the unprecedented expansion of the building industry, into which, of course, Churchill's government had put considerable resources. In August 1955, he asked Butler to consider reimposing some of the restrictions which the Conservatives had removed. It would be unpleasant to do this, but better than having to endure a serious crisis in the balance of payments. 125 also on his agenda were the freezing of dividends and incentives to encourage savings, so as to mop up excess spending power in the economy. The unions, he believed, would respond to the argument that rising costs would inevitably price Britain out of world markets, with their members the first to suffer. Overall, it is clear that Eden was not, as one critic has argued, obsessed with economic growth. No sooner had he replaced Butler by Macmillan at the Exchequer in December than he advised the new Chancellor that our excessive spending as a nation is due to the fact that both government and industrialists had been captivated by the idea of an economy. It had been right to expand, but now the country was bursting at the seams. 126. Eden's proposals needed times wide-ranging enough to cope with the wage-push inflation, which was the most obvious manifestation of economic malaise. Butler's monetary policy was inadequate to deal with the inflationary effects of the tax cuts he had introduced before the election. Demand sucked in imports, leading to a balance of payments deficit, while pressure on sterling mounted. An emergency budget in October reversed many of the tax cuts introduced in the spring. The belated replacement of Butler by Macmillan seemed to represent a repudiation of the government's economic policy so far, while leaving the new Chancellor disgruntled at his rapid upheaval from the Foreign Office. By the end of the year, the Prime Minister's honeymoon period was clearly over. "I was disappointed by Eden's lack of grip on home affairs," recalled his press secretary. "He seemed to know even less about economics than I did." A former Labour Chancellor concurred. "I do not think he really has a clue about how to deal with inflation. But he has been warned by the more inflationary-minded people of the dangers of deflation." 30 city analysts called for a showdown, with the unions together, with swinging cuts in public expenditure. But at least one right-wing voice still sang Eden's praises. According to Brendan Bracken, he was a fine man, prepared to take almost any risk to prevent further increases in the cost of living. With some prescience, Bracken predicted that Eden would soon clash with his new Chancellor. Before embarking on a visit to America at the beginning of 1956, Eden spoke in Bradford. He seemed, in his relatively simple way, to anticipate the breakdown of that Keynesian consensus which had dominated economic thinking since the war. The problem, he said, was how to maintain full employment, but combine it with stable prices. He still favored expansion, but it must be balanced and restrained. 33 on the economic implications of full employment was issued in March 1956. Immediately before the budget. It stressed the imperative need to reduce the annual increase in costs which was outstripping the rise in the value of industrial output. In the meantime, however, Eden faced a crisis in his relations with Macmillan. Returning from the United States, Eden was confronted by a memorandum from the Chancellor which congratulated him on the wonderful job he had done in the diplomatic arena, but which went on to warn of a lot of trouble on the home front. 134 Macmillan followed this up 3 days later, with a letter pointing out how serious he considered the inflationary position and the general economic situation to be, and asking for Eden's support. He wanted to cut subsidies on bread and milk to help stem the continuing flight from sterling. Several ministers warned that Eden, fearful of the immediate effect of the cuts on the cost of living, would be opposed, but Macmillan somewhat theatrically implied that it might be a resignation matter if his will did not prevail. Eden tried unsuccessfully to assuage the Chancellor by proposing a capital gains tax. In the end, after 7 cabinet meetings, a compromise was reached by which part of the subsidy was removed immediately and the rest later in the year. 135 Macmillan's diary comment that he had very little personal contact with Eden during the crisis perhaps indicated that the two men were already not working as harmoniously together as was desirable. In a trial of strength between them, it was the Chancellor who had prevailed. Some of those around Eden felt their nagging doubts being confirmed. "Does he really have views?" wondered William Clark. "Or is he a hollow man? Is he really opposed to Macmillan's rather strict economic policies? Does he really put one nation above all else? I don't know. And I realize how vague his impact is on me. Is there really no one behind the door, where the consul is busy?" 37. The possibility that Macmillan might replace Eden in 10 Downing Street began to be whispered. In a move which assumed additional importance after the onset of the Suez Crisis, Macmillan warned Eden in early April to expect an economic crisis and probably a devaluation, sometime between August and November. In response, Eden stressed the need for wage restraint and, perhaps recalling his lost battle over food subsidies, emphasized the government's role in maintaining price stability where that lay within its power. By early July, he seemed reasonably optimistic that the economic strategy was showing results. Conversations with the leaders of both sides of industry were helping to stabilize prices, while restrictions on home consumption were getting rid of overfull employment. When, however, the crisis over Nasser's seizure of the Suez Canal broke later that month, consideration of the short-term problems of the British economy gave way, in Eden's mind at least, before the overwhelming conviction of the long-term threat to British interests posed by the Egyptian leader's actions. What, however, is striking is the speed with which Eden reverted to economic problems once the dust of the diplomatic and military emergency had begun to settle. With Anthony Head, the newly appointed Minister of Defence, Eden raised the disturbing warnings received from the Governor of the Bank of England. I know how many your difficulties are. I am, however, sure that we have all of us got to contribute to cut expenditure all round for this coming financial year, or we shall not survive to do better later on. 141, a few days after Christmas, and still hopeful of carrying on as head of the government, Eden wrote to Macmillan, in terms which scarcely indicate a Prime Minister who found it difficult to hold his own in discussions of economic policy. His letter suggests more feel for the country's underlying problems than Eden has usually been credited with, and merits extensive quotation. I agree with the Governor in thinking that the measures you had taken were gradually getting our economy healthier, and this improvement would have continued if we had not been at the mercy of the confidence factor. I feel that the Governor is right in saying that both the credit squeeze and the increase in bank rate have gone far enough. Capital investment has already been quite sufficiently discouraged. We also know that the problem of cutting public expenditure raises acute political difficulties, as we have seen in successive examinations of social services and other similar expenditure, quite apart from defence. All of this prompts me to suggest that we should ask the Governor whether there is any means of reducing our vulnerability to the confidence factor. This inevitably springs from our position as bankers for the sterling area. As such, we no doubt derive benefits. But do these offset the damage our reserves suffer when sterling is under pressure? The gains we painfully win from improved trading returns vanish almost overnight. Is there any way of meeting this? Why must sterling continue always to bear all of these burdens? 142. If Eden was working towards a fundamental reappraisal of the role of sterling, he did not, of course, have the time to take this process very far. Early in 1957, he prepared a wide-ranging review of the lessons of the Suez adventure. Most of this concerned the country's international position. As regards the domestic front, Eden noted that the events of the last few months would create a measure of deflation which may not be entirely unhealthy. He drew attention to the alarming increase in the cost of the welfare state, not all of which was directly related to our struggle for existence, and commented upon the deterrent effect of existing rates of personal taxation. 143. These documents from the last weeks of his premiership offer a tantalizing glimpse of the possible domestic agenda of an Eden government allowed to run its full course. On January 9, 1957, however, the Prime Minister resigned. At the meeting called formally to elect Eden's successor as Conservative leader, Lord Salisbury, his closest colleague in the outgoing cabinet, understandably paid tribute to the retiring Premier's long record of achievement in the international arena. But he also, years in the 1920s. Churchill's post-war administration has recently been styled a government of Tory wets, for whom social harmony was a higher priority than economic efficiency. This is accurate enough, though the slightly condemnatory tone derives as much from retrospective wisdom as from any contemporary perceptions. L48 150, at the head of his readier than his predecessor to examine some of the fundamental issues of domestic politics. He was an interventionist Prime Minister, who often irritated his colleagues by interfering in their departmental affairs. Fussy is an adjective frequently ascribed to his conduct of business. Can you explain to me, he inquired of the Minister of Agriculture, why, if we have such a large surplus of milk, we cannot make more butter and cheese, instead of pouring milk down the gutter? 149. In the field of education, Eden's intervention proved more fruitful. He took a noticeable interest in the proposals of his minister, David Eccles, to advance technological education. The White Paper in March 1956 proved to be a landmark in the evolution of the polytechnics and the new universities of the 1970s. It was perhaps the most lasting domestic achievement of the Eden government. For all his activity, however, to talk of the Eden government in terms of missed opportunities in respect of industrial relations legislation or immigration controls, another area where the cabinet considered, and then rejected, legislation, is to take too broad a view of the boundaries of political possibility. British history since 1945 suggests that major changes in domestic policy take place when an intellectual climate exists to sustain such initiatives. The success of innovative legislation after 1945 and 1979 seems to confirm this analysis. Few believed that the state of industrial relations in the mid-1950s, or the level of migration from the new Commonwealth, merited such an approach. Similarly, Eden may have spoken of the fundamental importance of property ownership in his vision of conservatism. But the policy of the right to buy council housing, which could have translated his aspiration into reality, may not have been practical politics during his premiership. Even so, there are tantalizing hints that in some areas of domestic policy Eden was moving, perhaps not entirely purposefully, towards a more Thatcherite analysis than his traditional credentials within the One Nation school of Toryism might suggest. In particular, it seems likely that the fight against inflation would have occupied a more prominent place in the late 1950s in an extended Eden government than it did under Macmillan. In the last resort, however, Eden might have been constrained from taking difficult decisions by the strong vein of humanity which always characterized his political outlook. We must not appear like the hard-faced men of 1918. He noted when contemplating the worsening economic situation in the summer of 1955. Such a trait made him more attractive as a human being, if less effective as a politician. Eden and Europe. As you know, my feeling about the common market is that the whole subject should be treated as a business negotiation and not as a religion. Among the varied assaults launched against Eden's historical reputation after his retirement from public life, that relating to Suez inevitably caused him most concern. It was, however, at least an attack which occasioned little surprise. Suez had been an exceptionally controversial episode at the time. There was a widespread belief that much damaging information had been concealed from public knowledge, and, in his heart of hearts, Eden must have known that his own account in Full Circle, upon which he consistently refused to elaborate, was unlikely to remain unchallenged. Subsequent disclosures, revelations, reinterpretations, and inevitably criticisms, though unwelcome to Eden, were at least not unexpected. After Suez, however, the issue which proved most damaging to his historical standing was one which he had largely failed to anticipate. It concerned his role in guiding Britain's response to those steps towards European integration, which culminated in the signing of the Treaty of Rome in March 1957. Eden offered his version of this story in Full Circle, though without giving the impression that European integration was a question where he needed to defend his own actions. Strikingly, though, he made only one passing reference to the 1955 Messina Conference, which came to be seen as a crucial stage on the road to the setting up of the European Economic Community, or Common Market, as it was then widely known. This omission reflected no desire on Eden's part to conceal, but merely his estimation of the conference's relative unimportance from a British point of view. Almost as soon as Full Circle was published, however, the climate of opinion began to change and accepted wisdom swung to the view not only that Britain's destiny lay in Europe, but also that Britain had lost a unique chance to seize the leadership of the European movement in the first dozen years after the Second World War. In the search for a scapegoat, Eden's centre stage position made him an obvious target. If, as was widely believed, the post-war Labour government had missed opportunities, the failure of the supposedly Europhile Churchill to change the direction of British policy after the Conservatives returned to power could be largely attributed to the baleful influence of his Foreign Secretary and ultimate successor. Within this scenario, it was conveniently symbolic that the European movement reached an important landmark with the signing of the Treaty of Rome just weeks after Eden's guiding hand was finally removed from British diplomacy. The first attacks on Eden's handling of the European question came from former colleagues within his own party, as the possibility of British membership of the common market became a live issue for the first time. Eden was stunned by an attack launched upon him in the House of Lords by the maverick Tory peer, Robert Boothby. Speaking on August 2, 1962, Boothby claimed that the former Premier was not only the architect, but the creator of the Six, because of his refusal to participate in the concept of a European army in the early 1950s. Boothby, who repeated his charges in print, had never ranked among Eden's intimates, but similar criticisms were voiced in the memoirs of his former cabinet colleagues, Lord Kilmere and Harold Macmillan. Eden was not only hurt, but genuinely surprised by these attacks. In the case of Kilmere, he actively contemplated legal action. A note written to a research assistant 2 months after Boothby's speech in the Lords captures his feeling of bewilderment. What rather bothers me is the number of vague speeches about the Conservative government having missed the earlier chance to go in the common market, and I have not the slightest idea of what they are referring to unless it be EDC. We know the answer to that, but do they mean some later occasion? Nonetheless, by 1964, when Miriam Camps published her pioneering and still valuable account of Britain's early relations with the EEC, she could write confidently of the post-war decade as one of missed opportunities in which the leadership of Europe had been there for the taking. Such views became part of the accepted historiography of post-war Britain, casting a cloud over Eden's pre-Suez stewardship of British diplomacy. Critics saw in his European policy evidence of Eden's underlying shortcomings as a statesman. He did not see the importance of Europe, either in economic or political terms, I think largely because Eden was essentially a tactician in politics, in foreign policy. He was not a strategist. He did not see the broad picture of Western Europe with Germany as a great industrial and economic giant as it is today. He could not see this. 5 years after Eden's death as well disposed a Conservative MP, as Nigel Fisher argued that he had been guilty of a grievous mistake, which had cost his country dear. Eden had underestimated from the outset the political will of the Six, and for a quarter of a century Britain has paid and is still paying for his refusal to join the negotiations which led to the Treaty of Rome. Not even Eden's official biographer would take up this particular cause on his behalf, concluding sadly that Eden simply did not consider Britain to be a European nation. Writing in 1986, and with the authority attaching to a former president of the European Commission, Roy Jenkins summed up the received wisdom on Eden's culpability. He, more than anyone else, was responsible for allowing Europe to be made without us in the crucial years from 1951 to 1956. Few of those who had been privy to Eden's thinking in the first days of the Second World War would have anticipated this indictment, seeking to raise the sights of Britain's war aims, at a time when few had had much opportunity or inclination to think beyond the immediate goal of thwarting Hitler's aggression. The then Dominion Secretary concluded the only possible solution was on the lines of some form of European federation. This would comprise a European federation and a common currency. Eden recognized that his suggestion might seem somewhat wild, but argued that it merely extended the proposals launched by the French Foreign Minister Aristide Briand a decade earlier. Such visionary moments seem not to have lasted, especially after Eden's reappointment as Foreign Secretary in December 1940. He soon adopted that cautious skepticism on the European issue which characterized the attitude of his ministry, and, it must be said, of the British political establishment generally, for the remainder of his political life. It was not often that Churchill, obsessed with the immediate task of winning the war, encouraged, let alone led speculation on the post-war world. In November 1942, however, the Premier voiced enthusiasm for a pan-to-European scheme, only to be met by the caution of his Foreign Secretary. Eden was dubious, and did not see how anything European could work, unless we and Russia, and also to some extent America, took a continuous part in it. 3. It was no doubt optimism engendered by Montgomery's recent victory in the North African desert, which prompted Churchill to this rare incursion into post-war planning. The mood was still with him in the new year when he penned his celebrated calling for the establishment of a Council of Europe, and announced that he had agreed with the American president on the creation of an instrument of European government. This visionary phase in Churchill's thinking culminated in a broadcast on March 21, 1943, in which he repeated his call for a Council of Europe, and, in due course, the largest common measure of the integrated life of Europe, without destroying the individual characteristics and traditions of its many ancient and historic races. Always vague on the question of Britain's precise relationship with any European organization, but his views caused some alarm within the Foreign Office. It was left to Eden to pour cold water on his speculative zeal. Visiting Washington in March, Eden reported to Churchill that, according to Roosevelt's confidant Harry Hopkins, there should be no attempt to set up a European Council, since this would give free ammunition to the isolationists who would jump at the chance of sitting back in a similar regional council for the American continent. It was not that Eden and the Foreign Office had set their faces firmly against any form of European grouping for the post-war era. Their objections were based on the priority accorded at this stage of the war to securing American, and if possible Soviet participation in a world organization. Eden had no thought that Britain could turn its back on the continent once the war had been won. His concern to secure the restoration of France as a great power, and his readiness to stand up when necessary to both Churchill and Roosevelt on this issue, confirmed this fact. But there was always an element of ambiguity in Eden's attitude. This was captured in a paper placed before the War Cabinet in November 1942. We have to maintain our position as an empire and a commonwealth. If we fail to do so, we cannot exist as a world power, and we have to accept our full share of responsibility for the future of Europe. If we fail to do that, we shall have fought this war to no purpose, and the mastery of Europe which we have refused to Germany by force of arms will pass to her by natural succession, as soon as the control of our arms is removed. At this stage, Eden was probably ready to subordinate planning about post-war Europe to the necessity of securing American involvement in a wider world organization. As the war progressed, about the intentions and reliability of the United States increased, these priorities were modified. But the dilemma was always present, as when the question of possible post-war European integration stirred again in the course of 1944. This time the continent itself. In July 1943, Eden had anticipated that some of the smaller countries of Western Europe would want to enter into very close relations with Britain. Therefore have been surprised the following March when the Belgian Foreign Minister, Paul-Henri Spaak, asked whether Britain would take the lead in forming a Western bloc. At much the same time, the foreign ministers of Holland and Norway were also insisting that they had learnt the bitter lessons of 1940 and were determined to collaborate closely with Britain and build upon wartime arrangements for the training and equipment of their reconstituted national forces. Once again, Eden's response was cautious. 18. Keen to avoid commitments which Britain might lack the capacity to fulfill, Eden advised that the sort of bloc envisaged would have the disadvantage of appearing to be directed against the Soviet Union, with whom Britain had a formal treaty of alliance. In July, he reiterated the point, previously used in response to Churchill, that a European bloc might help American isolationists argue that Europe had no need of our support for its post-war defense. But Eden was also coming under pressure from another direction. In late May, Alfred Duff Cooper, the British representative with the French National Committee in Algiers, had put forward a plan for a closely integrated Western Union to be formed by Britain and the Western European allies. Significantly, Cooper's proposals, though stressing the need to counter post-war Soviet expansion, were envisaged primarily in economic terms. Eden, clinging still to the Anglo-Soviet alliance which he had done so much to bring about, replied formally, 2 months later, that Cooper's proposals would only increase the dangers from Russia, which they were designed to diminish. The Foreign Secretary's opposition was not, however, as total as Cooper no doubt concluded. It was the latter's overt anti-Sovietism which worried Eden. He was by no means dismissive of the concept of a Western bloc per se, but it would have to fit within the wider framework of Great Power Co-operation for which Eden was actively working as plans materialized for a United Nations organization. Inside the Foreign Office, Gladwin Jebb, to analyze Spaak's initiative in depth, and Eden himself, before sending his discouraging response to Cooper, had invited the Chiefs of Staff to consider the question of a regional security system to cover Western Europe as part of a wider scheme of European security. The Chiefs replied that from a military angle, there was considerable merit in a proposal which offered the sort of depth which was becoming increasingly necessary to Britain's defence. Significantly, they drew attention to a possible future clash between Britain and the Soviet Union, in which a Germany integrated in the Western system would play an important role. By November, Eden found himself engaged in a renewed debate with Churchill of some form of European integration, but with the roles essentially reversed from those of 1942-3. The Premier could now see in the creation of a Western bloc, until a strong French army had been recreated, and that might take 10 years. There was nothing for Britain in the countries of Western Europe but hopeless weakness. That England should undertake to defend these countries, together with any help they may afford, before the French have the second army in Europe, seems to me contrary to all wisdom and even common prudence. I cannot imagine that even if we go on with taxes at the present rate, which I am sure would be ruinous for economic revival, we could maintain an expeditionary army of so or 60 divisions, which is the least required to play in the continental war game. Eden sought to answer Churchill point by point. He agreed that it would be absurd to enter into any defensive commitments except in conjunction with the French, and as part of a general plan for containing Germany, evolved under the aegis of a world organization. It was also true that the countries of Western Europe had behaved very foolishly between the wars, but Britain's own record had not been entirely praiseworthy. The lesson of 1940 was the need to build up a common defense association in Western Europe too. J.T. Eller, whencesoever he may come. Contrary to Churchill's fears, a properly organized Western Europe could provide Britain with defense in depth and large resources of manpower, which would greatly ease Britain's burden, enabling her to avoid a huge standing army which might cripple her economy. Even so, Britain would have to reconcile herself to a rather larger land commitment than the famous two divisions, which was all we had to offer last time. Eden argued that the Soviet Union would not oppose an organization directed specifically against German resurgence, and took rather optimistic comfort in an assurance given by Stalin 3 years earlier that he had no objection to Britain taking the lead in a regional security pact. In practice, little further progress was made on this issue before the end of the war, not least because de Gaulle made it difficult to conclude a bilateral Anglo-French treaty, upon which any proposed wider grouping would have to be based by proceeding to sign his own pact with the Soviet Union. It is, however, possible to draw certain tentative conclusions about Eden's position on the European question at the time he gave up responsibility for British foreign policy in July 1945. He was clearly by no means opposed to the idea of some form of Western European Union, provided this could be accommodated within the framework of a world organization. The Foreign Office's internal discussions reveal that the need for defense against a revived Germany was seen as paramount. Shortly before the Labour government took over, Eden stressed that any grouping should be limited to countries under direct German threat, since otherwise Soviet hostility and suspicion were bound to be aroused. This meant the exclusion of states such as Spain, Portugal, and Italy. Even so, in his more pessimistic moments, Eden was not blind to the difficulties of maintaining great power cooperation with the Soviet Union once the cohesive force of Hitler's menace was removed. There is little evidence that questions of sovereignty, supranationalism, and federation, which would ultimately dominate discussions of Britain's relationship with continental Europe, were seriously considered. When Eden wrote of a European federation in September, without apparently attaching particular significance to that concept, it is, however, clear that discussions of a Western Bloc in the later stages of the war were, notwithstanding Duff Cooper's contribution, essentially confined to the military sphere. Gladwin Jebb, head of the Foreign Office's Economic and Reconstruction Department, who believed that a logical corollary was the formation of a customs union, view of a tiny minority. Over the following 6 years, when the stewardship of Britain's external relations passed into other hands, crucial developments took place setting Western Europe on the path towards integration. For these Eden can bear no direct responsibility, but his role and attitude must be considered if his own and his party's conduct after 1951 are to be understood, and the extent of his divergence from supposed conservative Euro enthusiasts evaluated. It is now clear that Labour's Foreign Secretary, Ernest Bevin, was not as unsympathetic to the idea of European integration, at least until 1948, ours once thought. 3 years in office, Bevin explored several ideas for closer cooperation, including, in 1947, a European customs union, and might have made more progress but for the inherent caution of the trade. Thereafter, however, Bevin became increasingly hostile to the growing continental view that integration should proceed on supranational lines. His distaste for such a development helped encourage the view that a more positive attitude towards European Union would have to await the re-election of a conservative government. During these years of opposition, Churchill, operating as little more than a part-time party leader, was more than ever inclined in his public speeches towards the sweeping and the visionary. His declarations in Zurich in September 1946 and The Hague in March 1948, calling for, but scarcely defining, a United States of Europe, provoked a response which was emotional rather than intellectual, but none the less struck a chord with a growing mood in Europe, and in some sections of British political opinion. In January 1947, he formed a cross-party British United Europe movement, but the decision taken at The Hague to establish a permanent European Assembly failed to meet the aspirations of the increasing band of European federalists. The Council of Europe, which met for the first time in Strasbourg in August 1949, was a purely consultative body, soon dismissed by many as little more than a talking shop. Developments, which then appeared to be of altogether greater significance, were also taking place in the defence field, culminating in the formation of NATO in 1949. Eden applauded these, fully aware of their constitutional implications. As he told the Commons in May 1948, there must always be some merger of sovereignty in Genießer purpose, whether it is to maintain peace or even to fight a war. Despite Britain's deteriorating relationship with the Soviet Union, his thinking on defence was still partly conditioned by the fear of a German revival. As Bruce Lockhart recorded, he still thinks that in the long run Germany will benefit from the wrangles of the Allies and will regain her power and strength. He still believes in the danger of a German menace and thinks that we have forgotten this aspect of the European problem in our dread of Russia. These were, Eden believed, practical problems requiring practical solutions. He was altogether less committed to the schemes to which Churchill put his distinguished name. Eden attended the celebrated Hague Congress, and subsequently wrote an article expressing support for the nations of Western Europe and their will to unite. Significantly, however, he went on to define the distinct position of the United Kingdom, which was bound to distance the country from the powers of the continent. The fact that we are not only a European power but the heart and centre of a great empire is generally recognised and indeed welcomed. Europe has not forgotten that for a year this country, with its partners in the empire overseas, stood alone. This event, more than any other, has brought European opinion to understand how essential it is that no step should be taken which could in any way weaken the contribution that the British Commonwealth can collectively make. This is fortunate, because there is not for us any European advantage which could justly be weighed in the balance against this free association with our kinsmen overseas. Eden did not take part in the United Europe movement, nor join the Conservative delegation to the Council of Europe. It would be misleading to suggest that there were no differences among leading Tories over Europe in the late 1940s, but these tended to be of emphasis rather than fundamental principle, and were never as clear-cut nor of such serious consequence as Eden's critics later suggested. Boothby, sent to Eden after the inaugural meeting of the Council of Europe, helps clarify the position. According to Boothby, Britain faced a choice of fearful consequence. The country must go right in with the United States, in an attempt to build an English-speaking bloc, or take the lead in creating a genuine Western European Union. The idea of Anne. English-speaking always shone for him and deserved most careful consideration, since it would guarantee Britain's political security and her standard of living. On balance, however, he favoured the European option. But Boothby's own vision of what could be achieved merits attention. What I do feel most strongly is that we have no right to act as a perpetual brake on effective European unity of any kind. If we bring what is left of the sterling area with us, they will accept a comparatively loose form of federation, under our leadership, because cut off from the agrarian countries of Eastern Europe, they desperately need the complementary economy of the sterling area. If we continue, indefinitely, to shiver on the brink, it would be better to let them go ahead and form a tighter federation, with our moral support, but nothing more. Though there was much here with which Eden would come to agree, events showed that Britain's capacity to determine the shape of European unity was more limited than Boothby supposed. Plus 35%, increasingly at this time, Eden drew attention to the priority which Britain had to give to her Commonwealth connections in any consideration of policy towards Europe. For us, he told an Australian audience in February 1949, empire must always come first. Similarly, in his adoption speech for the 1950 general election, he stressed that, while Conservatives welcomed the idea of closer collaboration with Western Europe, Britain's European neighbours fully understood that for us, the Commonwealth and empire must always be the first consideration. With the inestimable benefit of hindsight, it has become usual to point to the rapid evaporation of Britain's imperial heritage, which, within a generation, removed the Commonwealth as a factor of particular significance in Britain's calculations. Thus, Eden stands accused of a lack of foresight for which the country ultimately paid a heavy price. If it be part of a statesman's required credentials to predict the future, such a charge has its merits. But the priority of the Commonwealth was not a point which Eden needed to defend against the arguments of Conservative colleagues and Labour opponents. It was an article of faith which scarcely merited further discussion. His old friend Oliver Harvey, now installed as ambassador in Paris, spent his time telling people that we cannot separate ourselves from Europe. But at the same time, we are part of the Commonwealth, and without the Commonwealth, Britain would be a doubtful asset to Western Europe. The Schuman Plan, the most significant of all post-war schemes for European integration, was presented in May 1950. From it emerged a year later the European Coal and Steel Community, consisting of the 6 countries which in March 1957 became the original signatories of the Treaty of Rome. The aim of Jean Monnet, its author, was to forge the coal and steel, producing capacity of France and Germany into a single unit so that war between these countries would become an impossibility. The plan held few attractions for Britain's Labour government, especially as the intention was to subordinate the coal and steel industries of participating states to a supranational high authority. The Conservatives, arguing that the goal of Franco-German rapprochement was so important that this initiative must not be allowed to fail, nor to succeed without British participation, set out to censure Bevan's handling of the matter. It fell to Eden to move a critical Commons motion on 26 June. He would later refer to this speech as evidence that he was in no sense a tepid European. But according to his critics, the The speech provides grounds for disappointment and surprise that the Conservatives failed significantly to move on from Labour's policy when they formed a government less than 18 months later, and proof that at this time at least, Eden did not regard the loss of sovereignty entailed in the high authority as an insuperable obstacle. As has been seen, however, the issue of absolute sovereignty was not one upon which Eden wished to make a stand. More important was his stipulation that Britain should join the discussions of the plan on the same terms as the Dutch, which meant that Britain would not necessarily be bound by any conclusion reached. The significance of Eden's reservations became clear in August 1950, when Harold Macmillan and David Eccles, on behalf of the British Conservative delegation at Strasbourg, proposed a non-supranational alternative to the ECSC to try to make it more acceptable to British opinion. This was interpreted in France as a thinly veiled attempt to wreck the whole scheme, and was rejected out of hand. Indeed, Eden always argued that it was the fact that the Schuman Plan was firmly in place, complete with its federal implications, by the time of the Conservatives' return to office which determined the new government's attitude. Weaven Macmillan that the British people would hand over to any supranational authority the right to close down our pits or our steelworks. Yet some confusion in Conservative policy towards Europe did persist. On 11 August, Churchill addressed the Council of Europe on, had been misunderstood at the time, raising hopes that a Conservative Britain would be willing to merge its forces with those of its European neighbours, to an extent which Mr. Churchill certainly did not contemplate. At this stage, Churchill probably had no clearly defined plan in mind. His purpose, argued Macmillan, was to throw out general ideas and give an impetus towards movements already at work. But Churchill said enough to convince many that Britain under the Tories would play a leading part in a European defence organisation, rather than simply applauding from the sidelines, while another important stage in Franco-German rapprochement was passed. Lord Salisbury's alarm at Churchill's proposals probably reflected Eden's thinking. Then, there is Winston's plan for an European army and an European Commander-in-Chief and Minister of Defence. I see Winston wants his plan discussed in the House of Lords as well as the House of Commons. I shall find it very difficult not to speak against it, and I expect you will be in the same position. I wish you wouldn't rush ahead so fast. When in fact the Conservatives came to debate proposals for a European army in February 1951, Eden was careful to pick up a theme, implicit in Churchill's Strasbourg speech, that British participation should be based within an Atlantic framework designed to secure an American commitment. On October 28, 1951, Eden resumed responsibility for foreign policy after a gap of more than 6 years. The surviving documentation provides little evidence that he believed that the incoming government had much scope to change the direction of policy towards Europe, or that he faced serious opposition to his policy from within the cabinet. Eden later reflected on the situation as he saw it. By the time we took over, the European defence community had been adopted by leading ministers in 6 European countries, and there was much fervour in support of the plan, which was essentially a federal one, for the scheme involved a European Minister of Defence and a European Parliament to which he was to be responsible. Nobody at that time thought that we could have joined it, and to have attempted to substitute a non-federal plan would have created confusion, only to follow was to help the EDC from without as the previous government had proposed. One of Eden's first acts on returning to office was to reaffirm the principles laid down by his Labour predecessor in the Washington Declaration of September 1951, that Britain, along with America and France, would aim for the inclusion of a democratic Germany on a basis of equality in a continental European community, which should itself form part of a constantly developing Atlantic community. Here was a clear signal that Eden had accepted the fundamental premises of the Labour government's policy. It was essentially the policy of the Foreign Office, as set out in a briefing paper prepared by Eden's former private secretary, Pearson Dixon, on 31 October. Britain would play an active part in all plans for European integration drawn up on an intergovernmental basis, but considerations of national defence, the Commonwealth and the Sterling area, precluded any subordination of British policy to a supranational authority. Britain would, however, encourage any countries wishing to proceed on such lines to do so, and would consider methods of associating the United Kingdom with any resulting supranational bodies or schemes for integration. Closer European Union offered the only way to resolve the age-old antagonism between France and Germany, an aim to which we attach the highest importance. Eden accepted this summary of Britain's position, while emphasizing his personal commitment to the idea of a European army. Above all, he was concerned that the Conservative government must not appear less forthcoming than our predecessors, as he put it to Butler when urging the Chancellor to make a personal appearance at the Consultative Assembly of the Council of Europe. On 22 November, the Cabinet met, in Eden's absence, to authorise a statement to be made by the Home Secretary, David Maxwell Fyfe, at the Consultative Assembly concerning the creation of a European coal and steel community and a European defence community. According to Macmillan's later account, wording of this statement was a compromise reflecting the temperamental divergences of opinion within the Cabinet. Characteristically, the Anodyne Cabinet minutes provide no support for this interpretation. It is, however, clear that Churchill's attitude was less ambiguous in government than in opposition. In a paper on United Europe, which he circulated a week later, he made it clear that he was not opposed to a European federation provided it came about naturally and gradually. 53. But I never thought that Britain or the British should, either individually or collectively, become an integral part of a European federation, and have never given the slightest support to the idea. 54. The suggestion that Churchill had been heavily influenced by Eden, and even that he was anxious not to embarrass his designated successor by taking Britain further down the integrationist road than would be welcome to Eden, is difficult to sustain. Churchill was seldom reluctant, even in his final premiership, to take on his foreign secretary when, as happened not infrequently, their views diverged. The problem was that too much attention had been paid to the grand flourishes of Churchill's earlier pronouncements, and too little to the small print. Untrammeled by the constraints of office, through his indefinite vision of the late 1940s, had created expectations which he never tried to fulfill on returning to government. A conservative backbencher voiced the hopes which the new Premier's oratory had aroused. Churchill's return has certainly created the psychological background for us to take up the leadership of Europe, and the present state of the Schuman and Pleven plans seems to offer a practical opportunity to take the initiative. But, as Eden in later years took pleasure in recalling, Churchill regarded the European defence community, which emerged as no more than a sludgy amalgam. His attitude towards European integration was more consistent than has often been claimed. Macmillan's lament that there had been almost a betrayal is certainly an exaggeration. 58. According to John Colville, reinstated somewhat reluctantly in his wartime post as Churchill's private secretary, the question of European unity did not figure high on the new Prime Minister's list of priorities. Altogether more important task was to recreate the special relationship with the United States which he believed had been allowed to tarnish under the Labour government. Britain should consider herself part of Europe, but not comprised in Europe. Such thinking almost certainly coincided with Eden's own, and with that of the majority of those who subsequently laid claim to the credentials of ardent Europeanism. Evelyn Shuckburgh, now installed as Eden's private secretary, saw him as aiming to make the most of Britain's influence in the world. In this context, we must see ourselves as an active and enlightened European nation with a world role, and not as a limb of Europe. These thoughts conditioned Eden's attitude to the EDC. A system of Western defence would help. He wider world, and Britain should encourage the European states to come together to achieve this goal, even though she did not wish to join herself. If the European army plan fails, Eden confided a few days after returning to office, there will be the time for Britain to bring forward an alternative plan. 162. It thus seems probable that there was less division inside the government over its European policy than has sometimes been claimed. None the less the circumstances surrounding Maxwell Fyfe's pronouncement in Strasbourg on 28 November. And Eden's comments at a press conference in Rome a few hours later gave rise to the canard that Eden had, almost single-handedly, destroyed any lingering hope that Britain could still seize the leadership of the European movement. 63. Maxwell Fyfe's statement welcomed European initiatives for closer integration, while signalling Britain's reluctance to move beyond the realm of intergovernmental cooperation. The Home Secretary's words, which Eden had now approved, were in line with the Cabinet's decision of 22 November, though in his memoirs Maxwell Fyfe amalgamated what he said at the Assembly with what he said to the press shortly afterwards. Eden's declaration that Britain would never join a supranational defence community, and that the most she could contemplate was association with such a body, struck a more negative note than had his Cabinet colleague's statement. But there was no difference of substance between the messages conveyed by the two men. Shuckburgh, who was also in Rome, sensed no disposition on Eden's part to sabotage a pro-European decision of the Cabinet. That is a great distortion by Maxwell Fyfe. Yet, argued one critic, the Home Secretary's cautiously phrased speech came as no disappointment to his audience. By contrast, when the news arrived of Eden's press conference, the effect on the mercurial atmosphere was nothing short of shattering. The impact, confirmed Boothby, was catastrophic, a shattering blow. Every delegate at the Council of Europe thought we had betrayed Europe, as indeed we had, while Maxwell Fyfe was on the brink of resignation. The Belgian Paul-Henri Spaak actually did resign as president of the Council of Europe, 65. When Maxwell Fyfe voiced these charges in his memoirs, published in 1964, Eden sought legal redress. It brought to an effective end his relationship with a colleague who had been among his most loyal lieutenants during the Suez Crisis. When Macmillan repeated the charges 5 years later, made every effort to persuade him to withdraw his accusations, largely without success. The episode left an unpleasant atmosphere in relations between the two former prime ministers. Eden set down his case for the benefit of posterity. There were no differences about EDC and cab. Telephoned Harold and told him I would send letter and some notes. He said whole business was Churchill's fault, but he don't say that in book. He says cabinet split and W over-persuaded. I also sent him evidence that Fyfe-Eden contrast was nonsense. He argued that his book made plain my Rome press conference was not damaging. That is hardly line taken by first edition I saw. Oliver Chandos remarked Harold should have been a cardinal in Middle Ages, when he could have intrigued all week, confessed and been absolved on Sunday, and start whole business again on Monday. 70 contemporary evidence seems to support Eden's interpretation of events, that the supposed difference between himself and Maxwell Fyfe was a complete fabrication. Eden's words may have added some clarity to those of his colleague, but were scarcely at variance with them. As the longer and more authoritative pronouncement, the Home Secretary's words inevitably attracted most attention at the time. The Times attached no particular significance to Eden's remarks in Rome, but noted that Maxwell Fyfe's statement caused deep disappointment to two-thirds of the Assembly of the Council of Europe. The former French Premier, Paul Reynaud, a convinced federalist, spoke immediately after the Home Secretary, but before Eden's press conference. His remarks, tinged with sarcasm and occasional malice, were strongly critical of our attitude. Reynaud described Maxwell Fyfe's statement as a direct repudiation of the motion which had been adopted by the Consultative Assembly in August 1950. A memorandum by Mr. Gallagher of the Foreign Office began from the premise that the recent change of government had been expected to produce a dramatic change in Britain's attitude. Maxwell Fyfe's speech had therefore come as a severe shock to European federalists. Minuting what he judged a brilliant account, Eden's first inclination was to circulate this paper to the Cabinet. But would it offend the Home Secretary? Might it be wiser to send it undercover to PM and certain selected colleagues? Even Anthony Nutting, whose later writings anticipated the Boothby thesis of Eden's culpability, struck a different note in an internal Foreign Office memorandum written only a month after the Strasbourg and Rome statements. The French passion for federation, he argued, arose largely from the utter bankruptcy of French political leadership. If further attempts were made to coerce us into joining a European federation, Britain should withdraw from Strasbourg altogether. Traduced, as he saw it, by former colleagues, Eden took comfort in his retirement from the testimony of continental observers. René Massigli, a former French ambassador in London, assured him that his own forthcoming memoirs would contain multiples preuves que personne chez vous ne souhaite entrer dans l'aide et que les six accommodient très bien de cette situation. Even Speke was equally emphatic, ne laissait planer aucun doute à cet égard. La participation britannique à la formation de l'Europe était ainsi indiquée. Elle était dérisoire. 75%, according to Spaak. The Strasbourg delegates now recognized that, if progress towards European integration were to be made, all hope of British participation had to be abandoned. Yet not all the criticism of Eden was the product of later invention, as he was sometimes prone to imply. As early as December 3, 1951, 7 members of the Conservative delegation to the Council of Europe, including Boothby and Julian Amory, wrote to Churchill to emphasize that Maxwell Fyfe's speech, while not coming up to the expectations which had been aroused in some quarters, held out considerable hopes. By contrast, Eden's statement had come as a shattering blow to most members of the Assembly. This interpretation is difficult to square with much of the evidence presented above. In all probability, the Conservative delegates read into Maxwell Fyfe's statement what they wanted to find in the knowledge that the Home Secretary had been a prominent member of Churchill's entourage in establishing the European movement in the late 1940s. Eden, by contrast, had never attempted to hide his skepticism. "I know that you have always taken a dim view of the Council of Europe," Boothby had written a few days earlier. At all events, Eden easily dismissed these protests, at least to the satisfaction of Churchill and himself. Perhaps more significantly, Boothby revealed a rather different emphasis in a private letter to Eden later in December. He now suggested that Spack's resignation was quite a good thing. By the end, he had lost his touch, his head, and his temper. Furthermore, Boothby, supposedly an ardent Europeanist, confessed that he was frightened of the European army without British and American participation, must sooner or later be directed by a revived German general staff. "Pretty cool," noted Eden, from the man who has always led in advocating German rearmament. 78. 79% over the following weeks, Eden sought to clarify the British government's position, though it would be wrong to imply that policy towards continental Europe was ever the Foreign Office's central preoccupation. Eden saw no value in fudging the issue, and pretending that certain courses of action were viable when this was evidently not the case. It was an attitude he maintained to the end of his life on this question. This meant being clear about where schemes for European integration were heading. The purpose behind the Pleven Plan for a defence community, he reminded Churchill, was, at least in French and Italian minds, to pave the way for federation. Yet, a European army could make a vital contribution to Western defence and would avoid the need to admit an independent Germany into NATO. The government would therefore continue to play an active part in plans for uniting national efforts on an intergovernmental basis. But it is only when plans for uniting Europe take a federal form that we cannot ourselves take part, because we cannot subordinate ourselves or the control of British policy to federal authorities. This strategy seemed to satisfy the United States. General Eisenhower, then Supreme Commander of NATO's European forces, stressed the great benefit which derived from Britain's continuing to carry out her worldwide responsibilities, but urged Eden to emphasize Britain's approval of projects such as the Pleven Plan and her readiness to associate with them on a cooperative basis so as to advance the development of collective security. 82. By mid-December, an important policy statement on Europe emerged from the Permanent Under-Secretaries Committee inside the Foreign Office. This concluded that the United Kingdom cannot seriously contemplate joining in European integration. Apart from geographical and strategic considerations, Commonwealth ties, and the special position of the United Kingdom at the centre of the Sterling area, we cannot consider submitting our political and economic system to supranational institutions. But while it is neither practicable nor desirable for the United Kingdom to join the integration movement, there would seem to be advantage in encouraging the movement without taking part in it. This is, in fact, the policy which the United Kingdom is now following. 84% in a widely circulated message to British representatives abroad a few days later, Eden underlined the critical difference between cooperation in Europe and the Federation of Europe. For him, this distinction had become fundamental. Then, visiting the United States in January 1952, Eden, his most categorical, and it must be said, most negative public statement on this whole issue. Addressing an audience at Columbia University, he confronted the challenge of federalism head-on. "If you drive a nation to adopt procedures which run counter to its instincts," he warned, "you weaken and may destroy the motive force of its action." The idea of Britain joining a European federation was something which we know, in our bones, we cannot do. In later years, Eden tended to claim that there had been no significant differences of opinion inside the Conservative cabinet over European policy. After seeing an advance copy of Macmillan's memoirs in 1969, he complained, "This is the first I have heard of this, and I confess that I resent this new habit, started by Kilmuir, of colleagues who did not speak up in opposition in the cabinet at the time, still less resign on the issue, ventilating their criticism in their biographies 15 years after the event. At least in Macmillan's case, such criticism is unfair." Over a period of several weeks from the end of 1951, the Minister of Housing waged a characteristically languid campaign to modify government policy, of which Eden was fully aware at the time. But Eden, during his final term as Foreign Secretary, was more than ever intolerant of his colleagues' incursions into his own area of specialization, and impatiently brushed Macmillan's efforts aside, while excluding them from his future recollection. Furthermore, the debate between the two men was never as clearly defined along pro and anti-European lines as Macmillan, claiming a vital principle to be at stake, later implied. After Eden and Churchill had clarified Britain's position during a visit to Paris in mid-December 1951, Macmillan wrote to Eden. His tone could scarcely be described as critical. "May I congratulate you on your success, and the change of climate that has followed your return to the Foreign Office. It is a triumph for you." On specifically European policy, Macmillan seemed ready to concede to Eden's case. "I have felt that our case had not been understood. Now it is so. If we had been in on the Schuman Plan or European Army Plan 2 years ago, we might have moulded both to our liking. But it would have been impertinence as well as folly to butt in at the last stage of the negotiations. It could even have been called a wrecking policy." 87-89, nonetheless, in response to the policy statement of the Permanent Undersecretary's Committee, Macmillan submitted a set of alternative proposals to Eden in mid-January. He did so in terms which scarcely conveyed the importance he supposedly attached to the issue. Macmillan had amused self in the intervals of his work in composing what was at any rate a point of view which the committee might find it worth looking at. He left it to Eden to decide whether he would like anyone else to see it. In the circumstances, it was scarcely surprising that one of Eden's staff minuted, "The S of S knows of this letter and the enclosures, but does not want to read them at the moment." Macmillan claimed that it was still possible for the United Kingdom to divert the movement of European integration away from its present course, something he had appeared to doubt in his private letter to Eden a month earlier. Conceding that Britain could not, of course, join a federation or be party to any arrangement which limited her membership of the Commonwealth or her association with the United States, he reminded Eden that federation was not the only form of constitutional association between nation-states. Reverting to the sort of scheme he had unsuccessfully put forward as an alternative to the Schuman Plan in 1950, Macmillan wondered whether it might be possible to offer the continent the alternatives of a European confederation with Britain, or a continental federation without her. What Macmillan seemed to envisage was the organisation of Europe along lines comparable to those of the British Commonwealth. Eden, however, had an altogether clearer picture of the realities of the European situation. The movement for unity, he argued, was proceeding along two tracks. One was the Atlantic Community, a wide association of states which was achieving a considerable unity of purpose in the creation of Western defence without a formal surrender of sovereignty. The other, a European community, consisted of a small group of states moving towards political federation through the progressive establishment of supranational bodies in 92 specified areas. Macmillan wanted Britain to be ready with a non-federal replacement scheme in case the existing EDC proposals collapsed. This was very much what Eden would devise in the crisis of 1954. For the time being, however, he did not believe that the advantages of putting forward such a fallback position would outweigh the inevitable charge that Britain was seeking to sabotage the existing program of the Continental powers. As Dixon pointed out, Macmillan's proposals overlooked the very strong commitment on the continent to proceed along federal lines, with the long-term goal of a European political authority. There was no indication that the continental states would accept an intergovernmental approach as a satisfactory alternative, even with British participation. When, therefore, the issue came before the Cabinet in mid-March, it was no surprise that Eden's views carried the day. He argued that Macmillan's plan for the creation of a European Union on the pattern of the Commonwealth was unlikely to satisfy the aspirations of the continental states. The Minister of Housing registered his disappointment in a further memorandum to Churchill, recalling again the hopes raised by the latter's pronouncements in opposition, but without effect. According to his own later testimony, Macmillan now seriously considered resignation. But Eden, and for that matter Churchill, could be forgiven for thinking that only a minor difference over tactics had been at issue. The Prime Minister submitted Macmillan's final protest to the Foreign Secretary, but doubted whether we can do any more than is now planning. 96 Macmillan himself seemed ready to toy with other ideas, telling Colville in May that the development of the British Empire into an economic unit as powerful as America and the Soviet Union was the only possibility. With the limits of British policy established to his satisfaction, Eden was better placed to pursue the more positive aspects of his European strategy. He aimed to build bridges between the supranational communities of the Six and those countries, including Britain, which preferred intergovernmental cooperation. In March 1952, he presented the outline of the so-called Eden Plan to the Ministerial Council of the Council of Europe. While Britain could not become part of Europe, she was determined not to be isolated as a result of the supranational initiatives of the Six. Eden convinced his audience that Britain's aim was not to put a brake on the march to federation, but to establish genuine organic links with the coal and steel community in the EDC. We have established a formal and special relationship between the United Kingdom community, he told the Commons in April. 2 months later, Eden summed up British policy in terms which can scarcely be described as anti-European. Our stock in Strasbourg now stands high. This is due to our initiative in launching proposals which have been accepted as proof of our willingness to establish close political, as well as technical, links with the European communities. If, as I hope, the proposals are translated into action, we shall have rounded off an awkward angle and have brought our relations with the Council of Europe into line with our general policy of encouraging the movement towards federation in Europe and associating the United Kingdom as closely as possible with it short of a merger. Eden doggedly pursued his policy of association with Europe over the next 2 years. As the Continental powers considered the idea of a European political authority, the Foreign Office stuck to its chosen course. The best line for us to take, argued Dixon, seems to be not to discourage the European countries from undertaking this venture, but to try to ensure that the European political authority develops in a spirit friendly to us and in a form which permits close association with us. The Eden Plan was certainly modest in scope. It envisaged such unexceptionable links between the Six and the Council of Europe as joint meetings and shared facilities. In April 1954, a treaty of association was negotiated with the EDC, allowing for the inclusion of a British Army division in an EDC corps. Within the cabinet, Eden had been cautious about any assurance to France that Britain would retain troops in Germany at a predetermined level, since it was certain that once the EDC was ratified, the Americans would respond by reducing the number of their troops in Germany. The Foreign Office hoped for closer ties with the coal and steel community. Eden told Monet at the end of August 1952 that Britain's task was to lay the foundations for an intimate and enduring association with the community. 103 at the beginning of 1954, he even seemed ready for Britain to join a common market in steel. Opposition inside Whitehall and the steel industry itself led to the dilution of this proposal, and the Treaty of Association actually signed in December was more limited than Eden might have wished. Much of the Whitehall establishment was far more sceptical than Eden of the developments taking place in Europe. The British representative on the Organisation for European Economic Cooperation wrote of a deep malaise in France, Germany, and Italy, which had led to the search for supranational solutions to difficulties which were intractable on a national scale. The continental governments were groping reluctantly towards a federal solution, while seeking at every turn to leave doors open for Britain to associate herself with any new developments. Thus the tendency to partial European federation was based upon uncertainty and fear rather than an urge to European brotherhood on a healthy basis. The junior Foreign Office Minister, Anthony Nutting, for all his later Euro enthusiasm, struck a similar note. The Six no longer believed in national sovereignty, as we do, because it had let them down in 2 world wars. In desperation, therefore, they sought safety in a unified state. With all the benefits of hindsight, it is clear that such sentiments did less than justice to the positive forces animating many in Europe, which would come to fruition in the signing of the Treaty of Rome, as early as March 1957. But such thinking was by no means uncommon in the British official mind of the early 1950s, and it helps to set Eden's more constructive policies in context. If the Foreign Secretary is to be blamed for a lack of vision as to what the forces of European supranationalism could achieve, his guilt must be shared, with very few exceptions, by a whole political generation. An enormous leap of imagination would have been required to lift Britain from the non-European tradition in which her history had placed her. When the Conservative government came to office in 1951, Britain's foreign trade and industrial output were still as large as those of France and Germany combined. All gave priority to the Atlantic dimension of Britain's external policy, which would preclude entry into Europe except in association with the United States. Britain's status as an independent world power was a reality, however short a term history would set on this role. Few anticipated how quickly the Commonwealth would decline in Britain's economic and commercial life over the next 2 decades. As late as 1955, the Commonwealth accounted for almost half of Britain's imports, more than half her exports, and 2/3 of her overseas investments. When at a cabinet meeting in March 1952, Salisbury stressed that Britain was not a continental nation, but an island power with a colonial empire and unique relations with the independent members of the Commonwealth. He was stating a fact to which all his colleagues would have subscribed, rather than opening up a controversial idea for 108. Debate. Shuckburgh recalled Eden saying that in Postbag, typical English village, 90% of letters coming from abroad would be from beyond Europe, from countries where British troops had been stationed, or where Britons had their relatives living. 110. Above all, Eden never believed that the European option on offer, with its commitment to federalism, was a viable one for Britain. In later years, it has become common to suggest that Britain, through a combination of negligence and willfulness, missed the European bus, waiting to transport her to her rightful destiny. But Eden would have wanted to know the precise destination of such a vehicle. As a research assistant put it when reviewing Eden's role in the 1950s, it was surely wiser, and indeed more honest and honourable, to admit from the outset that Britain could not support a policy whose ultimate aims were unacceptable. Those ultimate aims were less obscure as the defence community and the coal and steel community came into being than has sometimes been suggested. The head of the British delegation to the European Coal and Steel High Authority had no doubts. There could be no sense in creating an ECSC as an end in itself. It would be natural, as leading figures in the community have indicated in conversations and speeches, for the principles which lie at the root of that treaty to be extended progressively throughout the economic field, and to result in a single market with its accompanying measures of a common currency, or linked currencies, and a unified transport system. From there to a common foreign policy and a common budget for all but local requirements would be almost inevitable developments. Accepting this interpretation, and convinced that this was not an acceptable course in the prevailing climate of British opinion, Eden had little room for manoeuvre. I am quite certain in my own mind, he concluded many years later, that had we pursued any other course than that which we followed, the result could have been disastrous for Europe. 113. If the federal implications of the EDC made it unacceptable for Britain, rather different considerations caused hesitations in France, and though the Defence Community Treaty had been signed in May 1952, it awaited ratification by the French National Assembly. It was after all less than a decade since France and Germany had been at war, and a background of conflict since 1870 was not easily forgotten. 1952, Eden discussed the situation with the French President, Vincent Auriol. The latter conceded that the EDC was necessary to prevent independent German rearmament, but that without Britain, Europe would be only a sort of holy alliance in which Germany predominated. At this stage, Eden remained convinced that creating a European army would be 1,000 times better than admitting an independent German state into NATO. One consideration, he told Churchill, who also seemed interested in a looser arrangement than the EDC involving a German national army, was the need to support the West German Chancellor. Dr. Konrad Adenauer's whole foreign policy was based upon Franco-German reconciliation and cooperation. The breakdown of the defence community would be a serious blow to Adenauer's position and might well lead to his defeat in the next German elections. It was, though, inevitable that the longer EDC ratification was delayed the more Eden and the Foreign Office turned their minds to alternatives in the event of its complete collapse. This had been part of his policy from the outset, though unlike Macmillan, he had not wished to put forward alternative schemes publicly so as to give the EDC every chance of success. By late 1953, however, Eden was wondering whether it would not be possible to contain Germany within NATO. This might involve a permanent commitment to maintaining troops on the continent, but he remained anxious to retain as much British freedom of action as possible. 116-118. When, therefore, on August 30, 1954, the French Assembly failed, on a procedural motion, to ratify the EDC treaty, the British government was better prepared to respond than has sometimes been implied. 3 days earlier, Eden had warned the cabinet that there was every likelihood that the treaty would soon be rejected, though he remained insistent that until the critical vote, no public encouragement should be given to any idea of an alternative to the treaty. Subject to safeguards, he could, however, envisage no better alternative than to bring Germany into NATO in agreement with France and America. Eden's later suggestion that his solution was a bath-time inspiration is less than convincing. The idea of developing the 1948 Brussels Pact, of which NATO was essentially an enlargement, had been under consideration for some time, and Foreign Office figures such as Frank Roberts and Anthony Nutting have since laid claim to its parentage. But this is not to deny to Eden the overwhelming credit for resolving the crisis which the French 119, 121, 120 decision created. As Jeb, now Britain's ambassador in Paris, put it, instant and far-reaching decisions will have to be taken. 122. Eden rose to the occasion. His aim was less to assert Britain's belated leadership of Europe than to resolve the vexed but specific question of German rearmament. With a conference of the European members of NATO together with the United States and Canada called for 28 September in London, Eden wisely decided on a preliminary tour of the 6 European capitals. 24. His difficulties came from 2 quarters. In Paris, Premier Pierre Mendès France was initially obstructive. Eden warned that a negative policy would drive Germany into the arms of the Russians and encourage the United States to retreat into Fortress America. More important was an unwanted intervention by the American Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles, who made a sudden flying visit to Adenauer on 16 September. In later years, Eden attributed Dulles's interference to little more than personal malice. He flew to Bonn while I was in Rome and pressed Adenauer against it. When I met him in London, having been to Paris and got MF's agreement, he was against the London meeting and made every pretext. In truth, he was against anything in which UK, and perhaps above all self, could take a lead. A meanly jealous man. 126. Dulles, however, was worried that an enlarged Brussels pact would be less acceptable to the American Congress than the EDC, since the former was clearly inter-governmental in conception and could not be presented as the precursor of European federation. But Dulles's inability to propose any alternative course of action allowed Eden to proceed. 127. 128. As chairman of the London Conference, Eden was in his element. To the patient diplomatic skills, when Mendès France again proved obstructive, a timely display of the temper he usually reserved for more private occasions. It was, recorded one observer, more violent than anything I have ever experienced in international meetings. To clinch his deal, Eden offered an apparently dramatic commitment to maintain 4 British divisions on the European mainland, together with a tactical air force, for as long as necessary. France seemed finally to have extracted from perfidious Albion the sort of cast-iron guarantee she had craved for 50 years. Eden made the concession after overcoming unexpected resistance from Churchill at a crucial Downing Street meeting 2 days earlier. This particular aspect of Eden's 129 solution to the EDC crisis probably was a last-minute expedient. Both Nutting and Jeb recorded not only their surprise at the British commitment, but also Eden's steadfast opposition to such a step only days before. To the suggestion of the need to make a permanent guarantee of troops, Nutting recalled, Eden had reacted like a kicking mule. Similarly, less than a month before Eden's historic declaration, Jeb had been instructed to protest to Mendès France for having reverted to this shop-soiled idea. Eden himself recorded a discussion with Nutting and Jeb at the Paris embassy on September 15, 1954. Some rather fierce talk about what we should offer French in addition. I was against anything at this stage, and was rather unpleasant about it, goaded by my fatigue, and Tony's assurance that chiefs of staff were willing. Yet it remains possible, as Nutting suspected, that Eden, playing his cards close to his chest, had deliberately kept Mendès France waiting until the last moment before offering his carrot to secure the deal. Eden's scheme allowed for the extension of the Brussels Pact to include West Germany and Italy. This expanded organization became the Western European Union in 1955. Britain and the Six were thus joined in a non-supranational body, which Britain might logically expect to lead. The Allied occupation of West Germany would now end, allowing that country to become a full member of NATO. Yet the price Britain paid for all this was perhaps less than it appeared. Her unprecedented commitment was merely a more definite and succinct statement of intention than had been contemplated under the terms of Britain's association with the EDC in April. 133. At all events, Eden's achievement won widespread praise. Selwyn Lloyd, his Minister of State, sent hearty congratulations from New York. Everyone here is delighted, and your ears must be tingling at the things which are being said about you. 134. Even Dulles applauded Eden's success. In later years, Spack paid tribute to Eden's diplomatic expertise and wrote of his having saved the Atlantic Alliance. There followed the Wattler Peace Prize from the Carnegie Foundation together with the Order of the Garter from the Queen. The London Conference was a major element in the most successful single year of his foreign secretaryship. Eden had pursued a consistent policy since 1951 of supporting European integration from the outside, and only coming forward with an alternative and less ambitious scheme once the EDC itself had collapsed. That policy appeared to have been crowned with success. The Western European Union, Eden's intergovernmental alternative, also removed the gap between the Foreign Secretary and his conservative critics, who had never wanted to pursue the federal option, but had believed that Eden should have launched a WU-type scheme at an earlier stage. Boothby even took credit for having helped to kill EDC. He told the Commons, "Had given him more satisfaction," I wrote to Eden in revealing terms. "I always hoped for a solution on these lines rather than for EDC itself. As things have turned out, however, I feel bound to admit that your previous support of EDC has greatly strengthened our position for carrying out the new policy." 137. What Eden failed to realize was the capacity of the European federalists to recover from their setback of 1954, to build upon the coal and steel community, which of course had survived the EDC debacle, and to create the European Economic Community in a remarkably short space of time. In the spring of 1955, by which time Eden had become Prime Minister, the representatives of the Six, meeting at Messina, were ready to consider extending the principles of ECSC cooperation into other sectors of the economy, or even the setting up of a full-scale common market. Yet Eden's later critics showed no greater prescience. Writing to Eden in July 1953, Boothby had clearly underestimated Europe's capacity to go its own way without British participation. "I am sure that there is no head of steam behind the attempt of Spack and Monet to create a little federation, and that if it is persisted in, it will collapse for lack of mass appeal or popular demand. This I believe to be the main reason for the continuing refusal of the French to ratify the EDC treaty. They feel it might push them into a rigid political federation from which we should be excluded, and that they don't want and won't take." 38. As late as July 1956, Boothby was still telling the Commons that the EEC would fail without Britain, and that its members would be happy to change their course and submit to British leadership on whatever terms Britain chose to impose. 139. From the Messina Conference, there emerged the Spack Committee, which engaged in detailed discussions of the twin issues of a common market and collaboration on nuclear energy. To this, the Eden government agreed to send a representative, the Board of Trade official Russell Bretherton. The broad policy of Eden, the Prime Minister, was little different from that of Eden, the Foreign Secretary. 6 Eden and Sir Alexander Cadogan leave the capital after. With Robert Carr. Rochester, New York, August 1951. 9 election 1951. Tenwith. And Clem Churchill, the Time C marriage, below. 14, with John Foster Dulles. Equal to initiatives of Britain's European neighbours while avoiding federalism, though representation at the Spack Committee did suggest a readiness to try to steer the outcome of these initiatives in an acceptable direction. It remained the prevailing Whitehall assumption that Britain could always associate herself with whatever emerged from Europe, if only because the continuing mutual suspicions of France and Germany made a British presence desirable to both parties. The promptings of Eisenhower and Dulles that Britain should consider joining the proposed European community probably caused Eden to question the reliability of America as Britain's leading ally more than it prompted a reconsideration of his European policy. The supposedly pro-European Macmillan was now installed at the Foreign Office, but failed to change the course of British policy, less because he was constrained by Eden than because of his involvement in other issues such as Cyprus and East-West relations. No more than Boothby did Macmillan see the revival of European federalism as a challenge demanding an urgent British response. The Monet concept, he told Tory MPs in November 1955, was doomed to failure. In fact, the Treasury and the Board of Trade, rather than the Foreign Office, were the most important government departments in the determination of European policy at this time, as Bretherton's appointment to the Spack discussions confirmed. This emphasized that the issues were seen primarily in economic and not political terms. Even had the situation been otherwise, British policy would have been unlikely to follow a different course. The Foreign Office, including such later Euro enthusiasts as Gladwin Jebb, was overwhelmingly opposed to British membership of a European common market. But as the Spack Committee proceeded, the difficulties of the British position became apparent. Bretherton was concerned that the more Britain got involved in the committee's deliberations, the more she would appear committed to the ultimate outcome. If, on the other hand, Britain stayed aloof, she would limit her capacity to exclude distasteful features from the final SPAC report. The head of the British delegation to the Organisation for European Economic Cooperation summed up the problem, 142. If it is not our intention to become members of the common market or be associated, it is far better to be outspoken at the outset. I would regard it as a fatal mistake to abandon our present status in. Implication would require some abandonment of sovereignty. 143. 6 such considerations led the British to distance themselves from the SPAC committee. Dutton was withdrawn in early November and produced a distinct change in policy by the end of 1955. The government now tried much more actively than before to steer the away from supranationalism by proposing a British alternative to the common market in the form of a wider free trade area, based on the OEC. Tactically, the move was reminiscent of the wrecking policy which Macmillan and Boothby had proposed in the first days of the Conservative government. The British ambassador in Washington assumed that Macmillan's real object was to hasten the end of the common market. But the singular failure of the new approach adds a measure of justification to the policy upon which Eden had insisted after 1951. The British initiative, widely interpreted as an exercise in sabotage, merely served to concentrate the minds of the European federalists more purposefully on their own endeavours. Spack wrote to Eden in early February 1956 expressing his disquiet at the new British attitude and reaffirming his personal commitment to supranationalism, but received only a non-committal reply. During 1956, the British government in general, and Eden in particular, had much else besides Europe with which to concern themselves. Even so, the slow manoeuvring of Whitehall departments scarcely seemed in tune with the momentous events taking place on the continent. Eden later remembered occasional discussions about such topics as the liberalisation of trade in the OEC. But there was never any suggestion from the Treasury or Board of Trade that there was a bus to be missed. Finally, on 12 July, Harold Macmillan, now Chancellor of the Exchequer, and Peter Thornycroft, President of the Board of Trade, presented a joint memorandum to the Cabinet, suggesting how the pressure for tariff reduction might be handled at the forthcoming meeting of the OEC. Considering that, following a meeting of the foreign ministers of the Six in Venice in May, the European powers were now working on a formal treaty, the Cabinet still showed no sense of urgency. As Eden recalled, it was proposed by Macmillan and Thornycroft 146 that the departments concerned should examine what would be involved for us in possible arrangement which would result in ourselves and the Messina Group progressively removing tariffs over a large part of the trade between us, excluding agricultural and horticultural products. At the same time, we ought, they contended, to try to protect the position of the Commonwealth in our market for agricultural products, and, our colleagues suggested, safeguard the advantages we enjoyed through imperial preference in the Commonwealth markets. Plan G, as the British scheme for a free trade area became known, was soon overshadowed by Nasser's nationalisation of the Suez Canal on 26 July. That crisis momentarily brought Britain and France closer together than at any time since 1940. But the circumstances of its ending a unilateral British decision, merely communicated to the French, helped determine the latter to proceed with all speed towards their European option, despite earlier misgivings over the common market proposals. The Cabinet discussed Plan G at 2 meetings in mid-September. But not until 26 November, with the Middle Eastern crisis past its peak, did Macmillan announce to Parliament the intention to begin negotiations for an industrial-free trade area within the OEC. By this stage, however, the Messina powers were well advanced in drafting what became the Treaty of Rome. This contained the germ of an agricultural policy which would exclude British participation unless Commonwealth interests were set to one side. The debate in the Commons, before Eden's final resignation, revealed no significant differences of opinion. Macmillan referred to the great markets in the United States and the Soviet Union, and to the desirability of founding a single market for manufactured goods in Europe. But significantly, he added, I believe that we all agree that it is quite impossible for the United Kingdom to join such a customs union. I do not believe that this House would ever agree to our entering arrangements which, as a matter of principle, would prevent our treating the great range of imports from the Commonwealth at least as favourably as those from the European countries. As Eden later stressed, it was not a case of tepid Europeans propounding policy and holding back colleagues who would have entered a customs union. The ignominious failure of the Suez venture provided an obvious occasion to reassess Britain's place in the world. In early January, just before Eden, left for Sandringham to inform the Queen of his decision to resign. Selwyn Lloyd, the Foreign Secretary, proposed to the cabinet that the time was now right for Britain to pool its resources with our European allies, so that Western Europe as a whole might become a third nuclear power, comparable with the US and the USSR. As Lloyd recalled, he did not get much support from his colleagues, most of whom felt that the first priority was to mend Britain's badly damaged fences with America. But a recently declassified document suggests that Eden's mind was moving on the same lines as Lloyd's. At the end of a brief assessment of the lessons of Suez, the Prime Minister concluded, while the consequences of this examination may be to determine us to work more closely with Europe, carrying with us, we hope, our closest friends in the Commonwealth in such development, here too we must be